Chapter 177. Can you not heal yourself? I don't need you to heal me. I'm fine. Long Chen shook his head. He immediately understood this senior apprentice brother was planning something against him. Trust your senior apprentice brother's eyesight. If I say there's something wrong with your body, there's definitely something wrong. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. I, Lu Chuan, am not someone who will randomly heal anyone, icily said Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's words startled everyone, especially Tang Wan-er's people. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Originally they were filled with gratefulness for all these senior disciples coming to heal them. But hearing this, they no longer felt any respect for this senior apprentice brother Lu Chuan. Senior apprentice brother Lu Chuan, I don't sense anything wrong with this junior's body. Now that we've finished our mission, we should return. Obviously Chi Yu had also seen through Lu Chuan's intentions. Chi Yu was giving Lu Chuan a chance to back down. But Lu Chuan shook his head. When it comes to experience, I joined the sect a month earlier than you. So junior apprentice sister, trust your senior apprentice brother's eyesight. I will kindly heal him. For you to not trust me really is hurtful. Junior apprentice brother, come. Don't make things hard for your senior apprentice brother. It wouldn't be good for me to have to forcibly subdue you. Long Chen took a deep breath. If he still didn't understand Lu Chuan's intention, he really wouldn't be Long Chen. This bastard wants to show off his abilities here, most likely in order to awe Tang Wan-er, retrieving the face he lost just now. If you want to show off then show off, but for you to place your intentions on me, Long Chen was already extremely irritated. It'd be best for you to not force me. Long Chen indifferently said to Lu Chuan. Tang Wan-er's people were all shocked. As soon as Long Chen's expression became like this, that often meant he had truly become angry. Refusing medical treatment is not a good thing. If you're sick then you must get treated. If not, it will be difficult to treat in the future. Lu Chuan icily glared at him. Does your brain have a problem for you to try to show off your senior status in order to attract a woman? It seems you not only have a mental illness, your eyes must also be diseased. Or perhaps you really are blind. Do I look that easy to bully to you? Icily snorted Long Chen. Are you trying to provoke me? Lu Chuan's expression sunk. He began to raise his hands. Chi Yu was about to go out to stop him, but Tang Wan-er pulled her back. Let them. For some reason she also found Lu Chuan extremely distasteful. Although he was a senior disciple, she felt Long Chen wouldn't be much inferior to him. At the very least he wouldn't lose out. She understood Long Chen's temperament. That fellow was able to accept anything except loss. It was better to just let him go out. No, I wouldn't provoke an idiot like you, snidely corrected Long Chen, shaking his head. One. Bastard. A rattan vine appeared in Lu Chuan's hands and he attacked Long Chen. Long Chen sneered and grabbed the vine directly. Lu Chuan had obviously underestimated Long Chen's strength. Long Chen pulled, bringing Lu Chuan flying into him. Pow! Long Chen's hand viciously slapped Lu Chuan on the face, sending him flying back. Tang Wan-er's people were still not that shocked. But Chi Yu's group were flabbergasted, watching this scene with disbelief. In their group, Chi Yu might be the leader of their group and was number one in terms of healing and recovery, but when it came to combat strength, Lu Chuan was superior. And so despite the fact that Lu Chuan was technically Chi Yu's subordinate, he would often mess with her. Chi Yu also had no way to handle that and so she could only endure. That gave her a constant headache, as her prestige as being their team leader would only grow weaker. Luckily the rest of her group had an understanding of her and supported her greatly. Although none of them liked Lu Chuan, when it came to cultivation base and strength, Lu Chuan was the most powerful amongst them. But even such a tendon transformation expert was sent flying with a single slap as soon as he attacked. Lu Chuan flew back dozens of meters, miserably crashing on the ground. When he once more got up, there was a very clear handprint on his face. Feeling that hot pain on his face as well as seeing everyone's peculiar expressions, Lu Chuan immediately became infuriated. Fucker! Lu Chuan roared and a wooden spear appeared in his hand. Although it looked to be made of wood, there were lines covering the entire spear that released a terrifying pressure. That sharp aura caused people to shiver. That was a weapon that was even harder than steel. His aura exploded as he stabbed his spear at Long Chen. Terrifying chi rumbled, shaking people's eardrums. That spear shot straight at Long Chen's stomach. He was incredibly vicious, actually wanting to take Long Chen's life. Furthermore, it was so fast that no one was able to react before that spear stabbed through Long Chen. Tang Wan'er let out a startled cry, her face pale. But she then suddenly noticed Long Chen, who had been pierced through by that spear, actually disappeared. Afterimage, Lu Chuan immediately had a bad feeling. Bang! Another hand viciously slapped across his face, the explosive energy once more sending him flying. It was the exact same angle and attack as the previous one, but this time the distance he flew back was no longer the same. He no longer flew in an arc, this time he was blown back so hard he was flying in a straight line. Lu Chuan smashed into the stone wall behind him, causing a loud boom that caused everyone to cringe. But the stone wall was extremely sturdy and he simply splatted against it. He vomited out blood. Inside that vomit were also a couple teeth. Seeing that there was still some flesh on those teeth, people shivered. Everyone looked at Long Chen as if he were a monster. Was he really a newly accepted disciple? He was far too strong. How was this even a battle? It was more like beating a child. Boss is mighty. A cry came out from the crowd. Guo Ran had been frightened greatly when he saw that spear stab through Long Chen. But now he finally had a chance to cheer for Long Chen. Lu Chuan's face had another large handprint that was on the other side of his face now, practically symmetrical. But one side had swollen up much more than the other, causing him to look like a freak. Didn't you want to show off your great strength and your exquisite healing skills? Now you have a chance, Long Chen icily said to Lu Chuan. Now that he said that, Guo Ran and the others finally understood why Lu Chuan would force Long Chen like this. So he had been planning on using him to display his own abilities. Then remembering how he had taken action to try healing Tang Wan'er's wounds, everyone finally came to a sudden realization. If you really needed someone to make an example out of, there were many possible candidates. For him to choose Long Chen, was he tired of living? Long Chen's ridiculous combat strength had already surpassed the monster class. Even those elders were all shocked by him. Furthermore, with Long Chen and Tang Wan'er's relationship, to use Long Chen as an example to obtain Tang Wan'er, he must really have a mental illness or be blind. Had he not seen how close the two of them stood? Everyone was deathly silent. Lu Chuan was already completely dazed, only recovering after a long time. Then, sensing the painful heat coming from his face, he glared at Long Chen, his eyes spitting flames. Hey, I waited forever for you. Are you still putting on a show or not? Can you not heal yourself? You can't put on your show. Long Chen impatiently said. 100 Vine Trap. Lu Chuan roared. Suddenly countless vines charged out of his hands at Long Chen like hundreds of slithering snakes. That had happened so quickly that no one had even realized what had happened before Long Chen was completely ensnared by those vines. He was completely caught with only his head exposed at the top. Tang Wan'er and the others had never seen such a bizarre technique, blankly staring at Lu Chuan's hands. Those vines had flown out from Lu Chuan's flesh. This was the first time any of them had seen a wood cultivator's techniques, so they were all shocked. To use one's own flesh to give birth to rattan vines was odder than any other kind of ability they had seen. Those vines had come out from Lu Chuan's body and were controlled by him like his own fingers. That kind of ability had surpassed anyone's expectations. Now you can shut up, you bastard. Lu Chuan sinisterly glared at Long Chen. The vines then began to slowly tighten even more, wanting to crush Long Chen within. Long Chen indifferently examined those vines. Why do I need to shut up? It's not like my teeth have already fallen out and all that remains in my mouth is a bunch of crap. Everyone was startled. Despite being completely trapped, Long Chen was still able to say such things. Was he not afraid of paying for his actions? Tang Wan'er had been worried at first when she saw Long Chen trapped, but then she thought of something and relaxed, actually laughing inside. Your mouth really is vicious, but I want to see just how vicious it'll be later. Lu Chuan snorted, urging his vines to tighten to the limit. But Long Chen's expression was still completely indifferent, with just a touch of ridicule as he looked at Lu Chuan. He didn't say a single word, acting as if he were just watching a monkey perform. Lu Chuan's expression gradually grew uglier. Those handprints on his face had now become even clearer. It was almost possible to see even his palm lines. I don't believe I can't crush you to death. Lu Chuan roared and his whole body's qi surged out. His spiritual qi poured into those vines. Everyone could see those vines grow even thicker. But no matter how he strengthened those vines, it seemed as if they had reached some sort of limit and were unable to tighten any further. Lu Chuan was completely astonished. These vines had all been formed from his core energy. Their toughness was even greater than steel rope. Let alone flesh, even steel would have been crushed. But Long Chen's expression was completely composed. That meant that Long Chen's physical body had already reached an inconceivable level. Have you finished playing? Can you take back your useless little strings? Long Chen asked the astonished Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan immediately reacted and put away his astonished expression, coldly snorting, "Do you think that I'm helpless now? You're too immature. I'll whip your face into mush." Another vine the thickness of a thumb grew out of his palm. He raised that vine high into the air as if it was a whip and thrashed it down on Long Chen's face. Chapter 178 Let me treat your illness. That vine was turned into a whip that lashed at Long Chen's face. Long Chen coldly snorted, "Your illness really is too severe. Fine, I'll help you treat it." He closed his eyes. When he once more opened them, he let out a thunderous cry. Pill blaze. Terrifying flames soared out, engulfing the area dozens of meters around him. That intense temperature roasted the air. When those flames appeared, a miserable scream came from Lu Chuan, a cry so mournful it caused people's hair to stand on end. Everyone from the healing hall was greatly shaken. They looked at the flame-covered Long Chen with terror. Some of them couldn't help taking a couple steps back. They had an innate fear towards fire. That was their natural enemy, their bane. Tang Wan'er extended a hand and severed the vines that were being burned. Only then did Lu Chuan's miserable shrieks end. She knew those vines were formed from Lu Chuan's core energy. However, they were not the same as her wind blades. Those vines were connected directly to Lu Chuan's mind and spirit. That was how he was able to control them so nimbly. When those vines received an attack, his spirit would also suffer the same impact. Wood cultivators did not specialize in fighting, but in supporting. Their strength lay in their pure life energy that could quickly heal people's injuries. So despite Lu Chuan being a senior apprentice brother, he was not at all on the same level as those tendon transformation senior apprentice brothers who specialized in fighting. But Lu Chuan had still thought that even if his strength wasn't great, it should still have been no problem to suppress the rookies who had just joined the sect. The result of course was this. Because his vines had been wrapped too tightly and bound to each other in layers, he was unable to withdraw his vines after Long Chen had released his flame. Having those vines being burned by that flame made him feel as if his soul was on fire. That kind of pain was something unendurable. If Tang Wan'er hadn't severed those vines when she had and Lu Chuan had continued to feel that pain of having his soul burning, his soul would have ended up almost permanently injured. Tang Wan'er didn't want to see Long Chen ending up committing such a crime. The flames surrounding Long Chen's body faded away. Shrugging, those vines that had been tightly coiling around his body had all been burned to crisp and now collapsed to the ground. Shaking out his body, Long Chen looked at the astonished Qi Yu and laughed. "Many thanks Sister Qi Yu for coming here to heal our injuries. Would you like to come in and have a sit, perhaps drink some tea?" "Oh, no, we still need to return and report that we finished our mission. If I have a chance then I'll come back to disturb you all. Goodbye." Qi Yu brought everyone away. As for Lu Chuan, his face was pale as paper and he was already completely dazed. That was because of the pain from his soul. "Brat, you better wait for me." Lu Chuan ground his teeth and gave one final shout to Long Chen before descending down the mountain with everyone. However, he no longer had his bossy air as he had before. Now he seemed more like a stray dog. "Boss, you're too amazing." Guo Ran walked up and gave Long Chen a thumbs up. "However boss, I feel like you really do stir up trouble all the time. Wherever you go, there's always people who end up looking unfavorably upon you." Tang Wan'er laughed. "I think the same, haha." Seeing everyone looking at him oddly, Long Chen felt extremely embarrassed. "That doesn't matter. Everyone can disperse now. According to the elder's explanation, we have 3 days resting time." 3 days later, everyone remembered to report to the monastery plaza. "We don't have to gather together at that time, just go over by yourself and you'll be fine. If you can't restrain yourself, you can go explore the surroundings, but don't get lost." After sending everyone away, all that remained were him, Tang Wan'er, and Qing Yu. Qing Yu worriedly looked at Long Chen. "Long Chen, if you continue like this, it won't be advantageous for you in the future. Restraining yourself a bit isn't always a bad thing." Qing Yu worried about Long Chen's temperament that didn't fear heaven or earth. Sooner or later he would end up running into a steel nail. After all, there were many experts within the monastery. "Sister Qing Yu, I understand. Next time I encounter such a thing, I'll definitely restrain myself," promised Long Chen with a smile. But inside he said, but if I can't endure, don't blame me. Long Chen also wanted to be a bit more low-key, wishing to peacefully cultivate. But there were always so many fools who found trouble for him. He also wanted to just endure it all and let it go. But within his mind was another will which refused to accept any loss. Sometimes Long Chen felt as if he had two selves. Had the pill god memories fused into him, or had the pill god's soul taken over his body? As he cultivated in the 9-star hegemon body art, that will became more and more intense. That will was one that would bravely charge forward, not looking back even in death. Taking the previous situation as an example, Long Chen had definitely possessed many ways to avoid it. Perhaps he could have revealed his own pill blaze ahead of time to scare Lu Chuan away. But he didn't know why, but he had chosen to use the most direct method of fighting to resolve this. Furthermore, after that, there had been some hidden pleasure within him. That caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. Wan you should learn a bit from Long Chen. Look, he understands he made an error and accepts it. But look at you, I say a couple things and you start to retort. When will you begin to grow up a bit? Qing Yu sighed worriedly. Tang Wan looked at Long Chen, who was now acting like an obedient child. Her sister Qing Yu had clearly been duped by that scoundrel. She viciously cut at Long Chen with her eyes. Over the next few days, Long Chen was dragged by Tang Wan all over their mountain. They could only stay within this area during this time. If they were to rashly leave, perhaps that would violate some random rule of the monastery, which would be troublesome. The other disciples also explored as well. Everyone was extremely curious about every tree and grass around here. Tang Wan and Long Chen were strolling down a small path, looking at the rare flowers and grass in the surroundings. Tang Wan emotionally sighed. After so many years of hardships, I've finally entered the Xuantian monastery. This place really is wonderland. Hee, not to pour cold water over your enthusiasm, but this is them giving you a little candy after giving you a slap. After this candy, another slap is about to come. We should make our preparations, laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan also laughed with an indescribable beauty. Long Chen, how come you never act your age? Your words are always so experienced. Long Chen sighed, perhaps it was from being infected by that old ghost within that cave. His current disposition was completely related to what he had experienced. He also felt he hadn't managed to live his own youth before directly stepping into adulthood. He never had any things in common to talk about with these companions of his who were around the same age as him. Sometimes even he would feel extremely lonesome inside. So that was why Long Chen would usually just joke around with people like Tang Wan only rarely saying what he actually thought. Most of them were simply not on the same level of thinking as him. Now that you mention, didn't that corrupt corpse say you had tricked him? How did you trick him? Why did he hate you so much? Curiously asked Tang Wan To cause a corrupt expert's soul to become so furious, Long Chen really was capable. Perhaps his mouth was even able to anger a corpse back to life. Perhaps I failed to live up to his love, said Long Chen with a complicated expression, seeming to recall memories of love. Your nonsense is nauseating. Tang Wan glared at him. He was even able to say such a disgusting thing out loud. What are you thinking? I'm simply saying that when he saw such a great genius like me, he wanted to take me as an apprentice, disdainfully said Long Chen. Tang Wan reddened slightly, but she quickly retorted, yeah, I believe it when you put it like that. Oh, most of what you do has no righteousness in it, so that old ghost definitely picked the right person to take as his apprentice, said Tang Wan Long Chen looked at the laughing expression in her eyes and immediately understood she was mocking him. He wanted to retort, but even after a long pause, he was unable to find a suitable line. Was he really suited to join a corrupt sect? Seeing Long Chen just blankly staring at her speechless, Tang Wan laughed. It seemed that this was the first time she had come ahead of him in terms of verbal jousting since she had met him. Back in my Tang family, I was the #1 person in my generation and had the highest status. So all seniors in my family would pamper me greatly. At that time I was very headstrong and liked to be annoying. What are you talking about? Even now you like to be annoying, Long Chen shook his head. Rascal, don't interrupt me. Tang Wan hit Long Chen in anger before continuing, as I gradually grew up in my family, I started to realize in their love and pampering for me, they had given me far too much blood and sweat. That was because they hoped I would one day revive the ancestral mark, awakening the bloodline, and revitalizing the Tang family. From that moment on, I felt a huge pressure on myself. Even without the elders telling me to, I would bitterly cultivate. After I entered the blood condensation realm, my family purposely set up a couple, assassins, in order to force me into despair, hoping I could revive the ancestral mark during a life and death moment. But it failed. If the first time fails, then later on the probability decreases even more. After 7 times, I still failed to revive the ancestral mark. Although none of them said anything, I know how disappointed they were. Tang Wan was unable to continue any further, hugging Long Chen and sobbing. Long Chen was shocked, not daring to move even a single muscle. Feeling her soft and beautiful body, smelling that faint fragrance, he felt as if he were floating. After crying for a while, Tang Wan finally came to herself and hastily released Long Chen. She turned her head and wiped away her tears, her face already as red as an apple, her heart pounding like a drum. Chapter 179 Heaven-Earth Faction. The both of them were completely silent for a while, the atmosphere between them captivating as well as tense. Tang Wan-er's heart pounded. How come this scoundrel was so talkative normally but was silent now? Why aren't you talking? Tang Wan finally found the courage to break the silence. But she didn't have the courage to turn back to face him. I'm still thinking, said Long Chen. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it, wishing to give himself a slap on the face. Tang Wan glared at him, her tears slowly flowing. She thought Long Chen was mocking her. No, I have no intention of laughing at you. Everyone has some bitterness suppressed in their hearts. But at the very least you had a complete childhood, quietly said Long Chen. She saw that when he said that, there was a bit of sadness within his eyes, as well as a feeling of being lost. That caused her heart to shake. This kind of emotion rarely ever surfaced on Long Chen's face. Tang Wan wiped away her tears and asked, Long Chen, can I hear about your past? Petty. I told you about me, so you have to tell me. Demanded Tang Wan. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It's not like I asked you to tell me. Even so, since you heard it, you must tell me about yourself too. She stood in front of Long Chen, her posture saying that she wouldn't let him leave before telling her. Long Chen smiled slightly and his heart warmed inside. Thank you. Tang Wan-er's heart pounded faster when she saw Long Chen looking at her so gently. Not daring to meet his gaze, she asked, why are you thanking me? Thank you for treating me as a friend. You're asking this to understand me more. Fine, I also had a couple friends by my side. However, I had to abandon them. Long Chen's quiet voice was heavy. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shi Hu, and all the others' images surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he would never be able to have another chance at another great feast and drunkfest like what they had before he had left. Why did you have to abandon them? Curiously asked Tang Wan. Let's chat while walking. Long Chen and Tang Wan slowly strolled as he quietly told her about his youth. You had a complete childhood, but I only had half a childhood. He told her about everything from his childhood. Perhaps he had repressed his emotions for too long and finally needed to release them. But he told her all about how he had been constantly bullied, how he had narrowly escaped from death several times, telling her everything, only keeping the pill god memories secret. Tang Wan had never imagined Long Chen had experienced so much misery and pain. No wonder she always felt his intelligence was far greater than others. That had been forced. If Long Chen hadn't gained that intelligence that surpassed others, he would have already died under someone else's schemes. Compared to Long Chen, she had had an absolutely delightful youth. As Long Chen told her about his own misfortune, she couldn't help feeling ashamed. It was as if an emperor was complaining to beggar about how his meat didn't taste good and wasn't refined enough for him. Long Chen, don't you feel wrong to have to experience so much? Asked Tang Wan. Of course I feel wronged. But I haven't found a suitable shoulder to cry on. Long Chen glanced at Tang Wan-er's shoulder. She jumped, hastily taking a step back, guardedly saying, don't mess around. How is that messing around? Didn't you cry while hugging me just now? Now it should be switched around. Tang Wan-er's face immediately turned red. She evasively said, that's not the same. I'm a woman. Long Chen mumbled, petty, before finding a clean boulder to sit on. Looking into the distance, who knew what he was thinking of? Seeing Long Chen didn't forcibly complain about it, Tang Wan-er relaxed. She also sat next to Long Chen. Now that you've joined the monastery, what are your plans? She asked. Eat plenty, drink plenty, play plenty, and become a completely new and improved scoundrel, laughed Long Chen. I'm serious here, Tang Wan rebuked. It's just like you said, our peaceful comfort is only temporary. A cruel competition is about to start again. What kind of competition? Asked Long Chen. It's still unknown. For each generation they have a somewhat different competition. But it will always be very intense. We should make our own preparations. Otherwise, if we can't grab enough resources, our faction's strength will fall far behind the other factions, worriedly said Tang Wan. No way, right? With us two here, it can be said that we are the strongest of all 5 factions. How could we fall behind? Asked Long Chen. Tang Wan explained, although I don't know why you are so strong, I can guess it definitely has to do with your cultivation technique. The stronger the cultivation method, the slower you will advance levels. I've known you for this long, but you still haven't broken through to the late blood condensation realm. That says everything. All of us are essentially at the peak of blood condensation. We're just waiting for the trial rewards to use 10,000 beast essence blood for our final blood condensation. Then we'll all directly advance to the tendon transformation realm. At that time, your superiority will completely vanish. Only now did Long Chen realize that problem. Currently amongst this group of geniuses, he could be considered a hegemon. But once everyone entered the tendon transformation realm, let alone the monster-class geniuses, even those ordinary inner disciples wouldn't be much inferior to him in combat strength. Furthermore, there aren't only 5 new factions in the monastery. The Xianxia monastery is not the same as other sects. Their disciple selection is split across different areas. They are split into the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central areas. We are in the central area. We still don't know how many core disciples are going to come from the other 4 areas. So the competition will definitely be extremely intense, explained Tang Wan. This time she really did give Long Chen a fright. Just the 30,000 people he had seen at the beginning of the trial had been shocking enough. He really would never have guessed that there had been 5 such places undergoing the trial at the same time. The Xianxia monastery's power sphere was far too large. So you especially should cultivate as fast as possible. Otherwise your superiority will quickly disappear. Fortunately, now that I and Sister Zichiu have revived our ancestral marks, our bloodline strength is beginning to awaken. The runic power within our bloodline is becoming stronger every single day. So Lei Qiansheng and the others aren't on the same level as us anymore. But if they had too many people work together, we still wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. The situation isn't very optimistic, said Tang Wan. Long Chen sighed bitterly. He also wanted to cultivate a bit faster, but as his cultivation base rose and his physical body grew stronger, the speed at which he advanced became increasingly slow. It had already been a month, but his blood essence had yet to completely reach saturation. He had no way to undergo the next blood purification and enter the 7th heaven stage. He recalled how difficult it had been for him to break through within the qi condensation realm. Now as soon as he reached the mid-blood condensation realm, his speed had slowed down greatly. Long Chen had a premonition that the difficulty in breaking through to tendon transformation wouldn't be any less than when he had broken through to blood condensation. But he was also helpless about that. The technique known as the 9-star hegemon body art was incredibly profound. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg. He had no idea how to increase his cultivation speed. According to Long Chen's estimations, if he could condense the 2nd star, the Alioth star, then with both stars superposition, it would be possible to increase his cultivation speed. But to condense the Alioth star required him to refine the Alioth pill. He had yet to gather many of the Alioth pill's required ingredients. He could only take it one step at a time, but Long Chen wasn't particularly worried about that yet. That was because he still had a trump card. That would be the flame salamander's needle he had found on the way here. As long as he absorbed the flame salamander's needle, he would be able to use the existence that was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings. If Long Chen could control that beast flame, then, with his powerful spiritual strength, his combat strength would once more reach a new level. For now, he would have to put aside the matter of seeing Chu Yao. It was more urgent for him to quickly increase his strength. In Long Chen's mind, there were 2 things he needed to do. First was to gather the ingredients to absorb the needle. That was a bit more simple. He was fully confident those ingredients could be gathered within the monastery. But the other thing he needed to do was gather the medicinal ingredients required for the Alioth pill. That was more difficult, but it was also absolutely necessary. He would have to gather as much as he could. The main problem with that which caused Long Chen some panic was that to condense the Alioth star, he would require a huge number of Alioth pills. 1 or 2 pills was absolutely nothing, completely unable to completely condense it. Thinking back to how he had used up over 1,000 Feng Fu pills for the first Feng Fu star, he knew he would require an accordingly terrifying number of Alioth pills. You don't need to be too worried. With me and Sister Zichiu here, there won't be any problems for a short time. So you also don't need to feel that much pressure, consoled Tang Wan'er when she saw Long Chen just pondering and muttering to himself. At the same time, she also felt a bit embarrassed. She was the head of their faction, but she had placed the pressure onto him. She couldn't shift the responsibility and duty like that. Originally that pressure should have been hers, but she had a trust and dependence on Long Chen that even she didn't completely understand. And so she hoped Long Chen could help her. Right, what name should we call our faction? Tang Wan'er purposely changed the subject. Peak Tang Gate. No, that name's too unbridled. And Tang Gate sounds like it's my family's. Something else. Tang Wan'er shook her head, clearly not liking that flamboyant name. Black Dragon Group. Long Chen gave another suggestion. No, that makes us sounds like a gang of hooligans. It's not elegant enough. Then let's just call it the Peak Tang Black Dragon Group. This is not a joke. Be a bit more serious. Why had Tang Wan'er even worried about him feeling too much pressure? This scoundrel fundamentally didn't even know what it meant to feel pressure. The two of them discussed it for a while, finally coming up with a both domineering and resounding name just before the sun set: Heaven-Earth Faction. Thus Tang Wan'er became the Heaven-Earth Faction's leader. No one yet knew that from that day on, the Heaven-Earth Faction would become a name forever remembered in the history of the Xuantian Monastery. Chapter 180 10,000 Beast Essence Blood. 3 days' time passed quickly. By the time the 3rd day was over, everyone's spirits had already recovered. After that life and death experience, after a tempering of blood and fire, the brilliance within this group of spoiled disciples had finally begun to blossom. Although they couldn't be said to have already unsheathed their sharp airs, at the very least they were no longer a group of trash. They already had the embryonic air of experts. Thousands of disciples had gathered in the Xuantian Plaza. This huge plaza that was hundreds of miles wide was bustling with noise. At the center of the plaza was a huge sculpture hundreds of meters tall. That sculpture was of a man with a longsword in his hand. He pointed up to the heavens with a will that wished to destroy the world. That statue was said to be Xuantian Dao sect's ancestral founder. However, this statue seemed as if it had already existed here before the Xuantian monastery had even been established. After the erosion of time, it was already somewhat broken down. But that disdainful will hadn't changed in the slightest. Below that huge statue were hundreds of green-robed disciples that were frantically bustling. There were men and women amongst them, but the majority were women. They were currently nervously sticking some small syringes into the arms of the disciples. After taking out a drop of blood and putting it into a metal container, they also recorded the name, gender, age, and other information about that disciple. At the fringe of the plaza were 2 youths sitting below a large tree. One of them was squinting at that sculpture. After staring for a while, he asked the other, "Guo Ran, are you sure we should go up last?" Guo Ran confidently said, "Trust me, boss, according to my information, those people collecting blood are all newbies who just joined the sect. Letting them collect blood is a trial for them. At the beginning they'll all poke you several times with those needles before finally getting a drop of essence blood. If you don't believe me, just look at how nervous they are. Even their hands are trembling. Trust me, boss, I can't possibly be wrong." Long Chen truly did see those people were extremely nervous. But wasn't it just to take out a drop of blood? There was no need for them to be like this. However, to give Guo Ran face, Long Chen didn't say anything. The two of them just stared up at that statue. He didn't know why, but looking at this statue, it almost felt as if this statue was alive. Although that kind of thinking was laughable, he was sure he felt it. That feeling was extremely mysterious. "Okay, boss, it's time. Almost everyone's gone, so we can go now too." The time had flown by without him knowing as he stared at the statue. Almost everyone had finished. Long Chen nodded. Previously there had been many people, including Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. He also saw a couple of very powerful fellows. He had agreed to Guo Ran's suggestions also because he didn't want to run into those fellows. As soon as they saw Long Chen they would start wildly sneering and barking at him like a dog. Long Chen felt there was no need to disgrace himself by exchanging insults with them. He didn't want to be mocked by the people of the other 4 areas. But he had secretly observed that there really were many powerful figures appearing. Their auras were shocking, not at all inferior to Lei Qiansheng and them. Just now Lei Qiansheng had almost gotten into a fight with another core disciple. The both of them were extremely arrogant and had disdainfully looked down on the other, creating sparks. But unfortunately, just as those sparks were about to explode, they were shooed off by the senior disciples in charge of this place. Those disciples were actually familiar to Long Chen. One of them was that grave senior apprentice brother Wan he had seen at the beginning. Guo Ran and Long Chen walked up now that everyone had left, so senior apprentice brother Wan just happened to see Long Chen. He nodded to him. Not bad. I heard everything about what happened in the trial. Hee, didn't I end up failing in the end? Don't tease junior disciple like this. Sorry we came late. The inspections aren't over yet, right? Laughed Long Chen. Long Chen's gut told him this senior apprentice brother Wan was an old-fashioned person who wouldn't casually laugh at others. That kind of person was extremely upright, causing others to easily form good opinions of him. You're not late. I still have some work to do, so I'll be going. Senior apprentice brother Wan turned and left, but before he did, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Long Chen immediately felt something was off. Looking at the place to register, he saw there were over a dozen maidens that were red from being scolded by their senior apprentice sister. He had no idea what they were doing. One of the people in charge of the registration was just boringly playing with her brush. Sorry to trouble you, but we came late. Can we still register? Politely said Guo Ran. That person turned to look at Long Chen and Guo Ran, her expression filled with absolute delight, looking as if they had just saved her life. She excitedly called out to the people behind her, those of you who haven't finished the trial, quickly come. There's 2 more people here. Those maidens who were dispiritedly being scolded immediately became like they had heard the sounds of heaven and turned to stare at Long Chen and Guo Ran. Both of them were given a fright. They looked like hungry wolves looking at 2 sheep. A quarter hour later, both Guo Ran and Long Chen dispiritedly left the plaza, their entire upper arms feeling like they had been stung by bees. In all his years, Long Chen had never been used as an experimental object to be used by others. But in front of those lovely and pitiful junior sisters, how could he have the heart to refuse? The person in charge of that trial had said that if those maidens' techniques were not satisfactory, they would be forced to leave. As a result, those sisters had practically begged them for help. Guo Ran and Long Chen had surrendered to them, resulting in this miserable end. Guo Ran, this was your plan. Long Chen took a deep breath, trying to keep his contempt from his voice. However, he found he really was unable to do that. About that, boss, that was definitely just an exception. Next time it won't happen again. Guo Ran was also depressed. No one could have expected the situation would end up like this. The Xuantian monastery was extremely large, so even walking back took a long time. Just to go from the plaza to their mountain required a full 2 hours of their time. By the time they got back, everyone was already gathered. Tang Wan'er glared at the 2 of them angrily. What were you 2 doing? Hurry up, the rewards are already being passed out. Only then did Long Chen realize there was a small jug in front of everyone. Those jugs were similar to wine jugs, but he wondered what was inside these. Guo Ran was given a jug, but as for Long Chen's portion, Tang Wan'er did not give it to him. Inside the jugs is 10,000 beast essence blood. Absorb the essence blood inside and your body's blood energy will rise to the peak, giving you a high chance of a flawless advancement. Everyone excitedly examined the liquid inside the jugs. Most of them clearly knew what it was. That had bitterly kept their cultivation bases within the blood condensation realm all for this day, all for this 10,000 beast essence blood. The quality of advancements was split into flawed, imperfect, flawless, and perfect. In the secular world, almost all advancements were flawed. Such an advancement would have a destabilizing effect on one's foundation, becoming a great hindrance in one's future cultivation. But there was no way around it. Most martial artists didn't have the powerful resources required to build a solid foundation. That was a kind of destiny that was very difficult to change. The next level was imperfect, which was usually the highest level most powerful families' disciples could reach. It would leave a slight imperfection on the foundation when advancing. It would definitely have an effect on their future cultivation, but it was much, much less than the impact of a flawed advancement. The third level was flawless, something countless experts dreamed about obtaining. If they could reach that mark, then the impact left behind by their advancement would basically be nothing. As for the final level, that was called perfect. It was even more flawless than flawless, a level of advancement that simply could not be hoped for. Even monster-class geniuses would need to rely on luck and opportunity for that. And so most people wouldn't even try for such an extravagant level. In their eyes, a flawless advancement was already perfect. Such an advancement would give one hope for reaching Shantian one day, even if that hope was extremely remote. Outer disciples can use their badge to go exchange for 1 spirit stone and 500 points from the Shantian pavilion. Inner disciples can receive 3 spirit stones and 2,000 points. These are given once a month as your rations wages. As for how to use your spirit stones and points, you can all return to your own residences. Each person's room has a wall that has explanations for that. Once you all return, take a good look over it. Remember, time is pressing. When you return, quickly make your breakthroughs. Another huge competition is about to commence, solemnly warned Tang Wan-er. Sister Wan-er, what kind of competition is it? Curiously asked one maiden. Tang Wan-er smiled slightly, I can't tell you for now. But all you need to know is that the stronger everyone is, the more benefits and resources we can obtain. On the other hand, if we are too weak, we'll only be bullied within the monastery. So we must work hard to be strong. Once everyone returned to their own immortal caves to cultivate and there was no one else around, Tang Wan-er turned to Long Chen. How come what I say doesn't seem to inspire them as much as what you said back then? Tang Wan-er still remembered how Long Chen had just said a couple random things to fire everyone up. Even that fear of death in their hearts had been overcome. She had been hoping to boost everyone's morale this time, but she was never able to learn his morale-boosting technique. In the end, she sighed dejectedly. Long Chen laughed, that's because your skin isn't thick enough. You have to drink enough that you don't even recognize your own family and boast so shamelessly that even you can't believe your own words. Ah, young people really do need to train more. Tang Wan-er rolled her eyes at him and taunted, keep laughing. If you don't want top grade 10,000 beast essence blood, then just keep on laughing there. I'm going home. Tang Wan-er walked back into her immortal cave. Qing Yu was to the side covering up her laughter. Long Chen stared blankly. Top grade 10,000 beast essence blood. Only then did he react and hastily follow her. Chapter 181 Deciphering the Medicinal Formula. Tang Wan-er resisted laughing and turned to look at Long Chen stiffly. What are you following me for? Hee. Obviously to see some of that legendary top grade 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen shamelessly winked and laughed, attempting to charm her. She had been trying to put on an angry air, but in front of Long Chen, that was always incredibly difficult. Putting away her angry face, she explained, this is something only core disciples can obtain. My 10,000 beast essence blood is many times greater than the portions you guys get. I'll give you half now. But you must promise me to always follow by my side and to help boost morale for me. Also, you can't make any more of your jokes. Half, then wouldn't you not have enough? Asked Long Chen. If I use it sparingly it should be enough. Tang Wan-er was also unsure. Where's my portion? Long Chen asked where his original jar was. Tang Wan-er handed him a jar. This should have been yours. But the essence blood inside is very ordinary. Your physical body is much stronger than others, so you need the 10,000 beast essence blood more than me. It's rumored that the jar I have contains the essence blood of magical beasts that have lived for over 10,000 years. Long Chen opened the jar and broke open the seal over the opening. A dense smell of blood surged out, bringing with it a powerful medicinal scent as well. Yuli powder, Southski star, new twin grass, earth dragon root. Long Chen was lost in thought, immediately distinguishing several types of medicinal ingredients from that scent. Tang Wan-er looked at him strangely. You can smell them out. Long Chen nodded. He dipped his finger into the blood and then tasted it. Bitter cube, white peony, water lily seed. Long Chen distinguished 18 different medicinal ingredients, in the end contemptuously saying, this is ordinary magical beast essence blood that has been mixed with herbs that complement the blood essence in order to form a medicinal liquid that can aid people to condense their blood to the peak. Tang Wan-er looked at him woodenly. You can really tell the formula. This 10,000 beast essence blood is a secret formula of the Xuantian sect. No one else has ever figured it out or obtained it. Of us registrants who came to the Xuantian monastery, there's a very large portion that came here specifically for this magical beast essence blood. Tang Wan could not be blamed for not believing him. No one would possibly believe this. This 10,000 beast essence blood was something even the Xuantian monastery itself didn't know how to make. It was a resource sent from above. There were once countless people who had tried researching this secret formula, but they had all failed in the end. So now the Xuantian monastery had attracted who knew how many people, all for this medicinal liquid. Let me try out your 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen grabbed Tang Wan's jug. Opening it, powerful blood qi immediately filled the room. He saw that she had much than him too. TCH, what crap. There's no way this essence blood was from 10,000-year-old magical beasts. This is clearly just third-rank magical beast essence blood. But the medicinal ingredients inside are not the same, cursed Long Chen. With his pill god soul, he was able to distinguish essentially every natural treasure. And he could even figure out the specific portions of the medicinal ingredients within this 10,000 beast essence blood just from smelling and tasting it. The magical beast essence blood in this jar was the exact same as the one in Long Chen's jar. However, the medicinal ingredients inside had been increased. Wan help me record what I say. Although Tang Wan didn't know what Long Chen was planning, she still nodded and took out a brush and paper. Long Chen dripped a drop of this so-called 10,000 beast essence blood onto his tongue and then closed his eyes. Soul returning incense, spirit protection horn, earth scaber, elegant silk flower. Tang Wan quickly focused on writing, afraid to misspell something. Long Chen finished in just one breath. Tang Wan had written down 48 different medicinal ingredients. Long Chen went to rinse his mouth and then once more closed his eyes, dripping another drop of 10,000 beast essence blood onto his tongue, continuing naming medicine ingredients. He repeated that a total of 3 times before stopping. Tang Wan picked up her piece of paper. He had repeated the exact same 48 medicinal ingredients all 3 times. Only the order in which he had said them had been different. Long Chen, is this for real? Tang Wan couldn't believe her own eyes. If other people knew Long Chen could decipher the Xuantian sect's secret formula, that would definitely attract killers and assassins. There shouldn't be anything wrong. As long as you can gather third-rank magical beast essence blood, I can make this so-called 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen really was speechless inside when he mentioned the 10,000 part. It was complete deception that this was essence blood from magical beasts older than 10,000 years. Third-rank magical beasts were only able to live for around 2,000 years. A magical beast that was 10,000 years old had to have at least reached the 4th rank. Weren't they purposely defrauding others? Even for those huge sects, it would cost a great deal for them to use 4th-rank magical beast essence blood in experiments to find this formula. It was no wonder that no one had managed to figure out their secret formula after all these years. That was because they had been played. The Xuantian monastery truly was skillful. This deception had perfectly played its part. Wan you can absorb all this magical beast essence blood. Although it's only 3rd-rank magical beast essence blood, after it has been mixed with these 48 medicinal ingredients, the blood will be completely activated. As long as you absorb it, all the impurities within your blood will be completely expelled and a perfect advancement will be no problem. But you, don't worry about me, I can easily make it myself. Furthermore, even if I absorb it, I can't advance to the tendon transformation realm. That would be a waste, advised Long Chen. He was very grateful to Tang Wan. She really was a kind-hearted girl. She nodded and raised her hand, her spiritual strength spreading out. It went without saying that Tang Wan's spiritual strength was extremely great. The magical beast essence blood within the jar slowly floated out in front of Tang Wan. She gently closed her eyes. Placing her hand around the ball of essence blood, she began to absorb the energy from within it. Long Chen stealthily left the immortal cave. Seeing Qing Yu was outside, he knew that she was there to guard for Tang Wan. After greeting her, Long Chen found a secluded place. Placing his hand inside his jug, his spiritual strength began to circulate, and a whirlpool appeared over his palm, beginning to absorb the magical beast essence blood. In just a couple breaths, all the essence blood was completely absorbed by him. Compared to Tang Wan's gentle method, Long Chen was like a ravenous wolf, swallowing it all in a single mouthful. As the magical beast essence blood settled into his body, Long Chen's blood immediately began to surge and crazily circulate. If other people knew Long Chen had used such a method to absorb the essence blood, they would be frightened to death. That was magical beast essence blood, not human blood. It would clash heavily with human blood. Hastily absorbing it would cause a huge explosion within the blood vessels. In the less severe cases it would cause the blood vessels to burst. In serious cases, it could cause the entire body to explode. That was why Tang Wan was absorbing it carefully. She needed to extract the wild nature within the essence blood, only absorbing the life energy within. Only that pure life energy was able to once more purify her blood to a perfect level. As for Long Chen, he understood his body the best. He was too lazy to use such a strenuous method and had instead directly absorbed it all into his body. He used his body's blood energy to suppress that beast blood. That caused a huge battle inside his body as his blood was being fiercely attacked by the new beast blood. Long Chen's blood had reached a terrifying level. That beast blood within the jar only had a chance to surge a couple times before it was completely swallowed. Then with a wave of his hand, he shot out a blood dart. That was the expelled impurities. As for the useful life energy, it had all been absorbed. Rumbling came from his body, sounding as if a large river was surging. That was the sound of his blood constantly circulating. It was so loud that it could be heard outside his body. To raise the blood energy to this level was absolutely shocking. He didn't know how other people cultivated, but Long Chen had gone through records of normal cultivators and there had never been any recording of such a thing. And so Long Chen didn't want to cultivate with anyone else. The main thing was that his cultivation path was already completely different from others and would attract attention. Suddenly an explosion rang out from within his body and chi waves surged out, destroying a couple small trees in his surroundings. Long Chen sighed gently. He had finally broken through. His physical strength had once more increased, but his chi and blood had decreased. He would need more time to form more chi and blood. Calculating the time, Long Chen realized that each time he advanced a level it would require double the time of the previous level. This time he had used over a month of time. He was now at the 7th heaven stage. According to that speed, the 8th heaven stage would require 2 months, the 9th heaven stage 4 months, and then advancing to the tendon transformation realm would require 8 months. According to that calculation, wouldn't he need a year and a half to reach the tendon transformation realm? That would really be an extravagant waste of time. Perhaps if he fought ordinary disciples then he could summon his divine ring to fight across levels. But if he encountered those on the level of core disciples, wouldn't he be oppressed into being a dog? Furthermore, a year and a half was a conservative estimate. It was more than possible it could take longer. Then he really would be holding back Tang Wan. That was unacceptable. He had to find a way to train faster. He needed to quickly manufacture that 10,000 beast essence blood. When Long Chen returned to the immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan was still carefully absorbing that essence blood. But he also saw her face was red and her aura was already unstable, a sign she was about to advance. Qing Yu and Long Chen stood guard outside the immortal cave. Although they knew this place was extremely safe, they were still afraid of someone startling Tang Wan at this time. If they really allowed such a slip-up in their carelessness, they would be unable to accept the consequences. Boom! Suddenly a light sound rang out from behind. A powerful aura surged out. Both Long Chen and Qing Yu celebrated, turning to look at Tang Wan. Tang Wan was still just seated there in lotus position. Gentle winds blew across her body, and a gem-like glow came from her delighted eyes. Sensing the powerful aura from her body and that powerful pressure, Long Chen sighed inside. Perhaps it will be me who is bullied by her from now on. Chapter 182 Everyone advancing. This night was fated not to be an ordinary night. Explosions continuously rang out on the small mountain Long Chen was on, and powerful auras continued to surge out. If they weren't afraid to startle others, some of them would have shouted out in joy. With the assistance of the magical beast essence blood, they had all smoothly advanced. Furthermore, they found that once they had advanced, their physical strength had explosively grown at least 10 times. Circulating their auras, they found there was not even the slightest bit of resistance, meaning they had reached the level of a flawless advancement. Once in the tendon transformation realm, once chi and blood superimposed, when your chi and physical power complemented each other, your strength would reach a hard-to-imagine level. That was the terrifying aspect of the tendon transformation realm. There was also the saying in the cultivation world, 3 levels a chasm. The meaning was that in cultivation, whenever you ran into the 3rd level, there would be a large heavenly chasm separating levels. In terms of the minor realms, the 3rd heaven stage represented a large dividing line. From the initial to mid stages was large gap that was difficult to leap across. The 6th heaven stage and 9th heaven stage were multiples of 3 and also followed that reasoning. The difficulty at those levels jumped. But once you were past those levels, your combat strength would also increase greatly. And so with multiples of 3 as the foundation, the early, mid and late stages were clear dividing marks that were difficult to cross. And the tendon transformation realm would be the major realm's first third. First chi condensation, then blood condensation, and then finally third was tendon transformation. So the families of these genius disciples viewed this realm as incredibly important. They even sent their talented junior generation to the Xuantian monastery despite the danger of their dying, all for this flawless advancement. They were all geniuses who possessed at least bronze spirit roots. Adding on a flawless advancement, their foundations were now as steady as Mount Tai. Their combat strength would also be absolutely shocking. That was also why these geniuses were able to easily kill the secular world's tendon transformation experts, but in front of their senior apprentice brothers who were also tendon transformation experts, they were unable to even say a word. The difference between the secular world and cultivation world's tendon transformation experts was so great that they were simply not on the same level. Now these geniuses had also broken through to tendon transformation. Although their auras had yet to stabilize since they had only just broken through, they were completely confident that even 100 of the secular world's tendon transformation experts would be unable to harm them in the slightest. That was the confidence that came from a flawless advancement. A spring breeze suddenly blew by, thousands of trees burst into blossom. 1. Watching the rising sun, Long Chen was emotionally moved into muttering this line. A light laugh came from behind Long Chen. Tang Wan'er was smiling, appearing like a goddess with the backdrop of the red sunrise. She laughed. Why does such a beautiful verse end up sounding so sorrowful from your mouth? Are you still bitter? Long Chen rolled his eyes. Do you even have to ask? Everyone is blooming while I'm not advancing at all. Tang Wan'er laughed even more when she saw how aggrieved he was. Gently patting his shoulder, she put on the likeness of a big sister and said, "Don't worry, now that Big Sis has advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and with a perfect advancement, I guarantee I won't let you suffer any loss." When she had advanced, the ancestral mark on her forehead had once more appeared, lighting up the entire cave and causing her aura to surge. At that time Long Chen had been very amazed. Now with what she said, he immediately understood that that was perhaps a manifestation of a perfect advancement. Seeing how pleased Tang Wan'er was, although he didn't get jealous, he still didn't exactly like this feeling. Did he really need to rely on a woman to protect him? Then would he even be Long Chen? What, you don't believe I can protect you? Asked Tang Wan'er when she saw how sulky he was. Long Chen shook his head. I believe you can protect me, but I feel like a beautiful woman like you has a temperament which changes like the fickle weather. I feel like if you really want to protect me, you should just give your heart to me, that way I'll be relieved. Iya. Long Chen hadn't even finished talking before Tang Wan'er gave him kick in the butt. You immoral girl, is this how you show interest in my butt? Raged Long Chen. Now that she had advanced to the tendon transformation realm, her kicks were now capable of greatly hurting him. Tang Wan'er ground her teeth. Interested? Of course I'm interested. I'm interested in all of you. Did you forget how you bullied me at the beginning? But I remembered everything. Big Sis can finally take some revenge today. With a wave of her hand, heaven and earth shook as a wild gale that could be seen with the visible eye enveloped Long Chen. That was Tang Wan'er's wind energy. This time there really was not even the slightest omen of her making her move. After advancing to tendon transformation, the wind energy in her body had become so powerful that she could move it at will without storing up any power. Long Chen was completely shocked. Her wind energy had become many times stronger. He was completely unable to dodge. Ayya! Long Chen let out a sharp cry as he was picked up by the wild hurricane and spun around. Hee, I really didn't expect that you were this good of a dancer. You're definitely most handsome like this, Tang Wan'er laughed, clapping her hands excitedly. Ever since meeting Long Chen, it seemed she had always been the one at the disadvantage, being teased and taken advantage of by Long Chen. Now she finally had a chance to play with Long Chen. Stop, cried Long Chen. Nope, can't stop, won't stop. Having bullied me for so long, Big Sis is going to get some revenge. How could Tang Wan'er release Long Chen so easily? Stop, I'm dizzy, I'm going to throw up. Tang Wan'er was startled, seeing that Long Chen's face truly was green and it didn't seem as if he was faking. She quickly released her wind energy and put on a pleased smile. Fine, This time I'll let you off. Let's see if you dare again. As soon as Long Chen was released, he dizzily stumbled around, crashing into Tang Wan head on as she was lecturing him. The two of them tumbled to the ground. This time Long Chen was not doing it on purpose. He really was incredibly dizzy. Back when he was a child and would play spin the circle, he would only be able to spin 10 times before getting nauseous. As for just now, he had been spun by Tang Wan over 100 times. It went without saying that even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to bear it. And it was even worse for Long Chen since he was so easily spun dizzy. If Tang Wan had continued, he really would have thrown up. When she had released him, he had immediately felt the world spinning around him. Stars spun all around his head. Unable to stay standing, he had been looking for something to grab onto as support when he had fallen onto a goddess. Tang Wan was scared witless for a moment after being hugged by Long Chen like this. Her heart pounded and her face was already completely red. For some reason she also felt an unknown feeling creeping into her heart. That kind of feeling was extremely strange to her. Smelling the male scent coming from his body, she forgot to struggle. What are you guys doing? Qing Yu had just broken through to tendon transformation. Previously it had been Tang Wan guarding her. But now that she had finished and she walked out, she immediately saw Long Chen hugging Tang Wan with both of them on the ground. Tang Wan let out a startled cry and pushed Long Chen away, her face red as an apple and unable to say anything. Wan you're bullying Long Chen again. Qing Yu sighed dejectedly. What? It's clearly Long Chen bullying me. Tang Wan felt a bit wronged. The facts are right in front of you. Look at Long Chen. His eyes are blue, his skin is green, his lips are purple. Qing Yu's voice continuously rang out in Long Chen's ears. As he felt heaven and earth spinning around him, he still could hear that voice completely clearly. When exactly had he become so multicolored? 2 hours later, Long Chen and Tang Wan walked out of their immortal cave with their heads down. The two of them had clearly been scolded by Qing Yu for that entire time. Tang Wan apologetically said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were weak to this." That also couldn't be blamed on Tang Wan. Who would have imagined someone as powerful as Long Chen was afraid of being spun? I only have that one weak point, but it's been noticed by you. You'll need to keep that secret for me, bitterly said Long Chen. Tang Wan nodded and made solemnly vowed, I promise I'll never tell anyone. Looking at the apologetic Tang Wan Long Chen put on an aggrieved expression. Just now I was spun so dizzy that I wasn't able to carefully feel the sensation of hugging a beautiful woman. Then Sister Wan can you have some pity on junior brother and let me feel it once more? Long Chen, are you asking for a spanking? Tang Wan raised her small fist at him. Fine, I find you're really becoming more and more petty. Long Chen shook his head. Scoundrel, what does this have to do with being petty? Hey, oh beautiful woman, pay more attention to your words and expressions. You're our Heaven-Earth faction's old boss, the true representative of our faction. Remember not to embarrass us, reminded Long Chen. Wasn't this because you angered me? Tang Wan snorted. And what do you mean old boss? It's faction leader, thank you very much. Why does everything that comes out of your mouth end up sounding so vexatious? I guess you can be called the head or perhaps boss. Right, boss, where are you bringing me? Asked Long Chen. We're going to the Xuantian Pavilion to get our personal rations as well as the faction rations. Didn't you say you wanted to gather many ingredients? As long as you have enough points, you can obtain anything within the Xuantian Pavilion. So this time I'm going to give you my points to use as well. Raising your strength is the most important, explained Tang Wan. Looking at Tang Wan, he was truly moved inside. Tang Wan truly was a good leader. Sister Wan, don't pretend to be moved. TCH, I really despise you. Tang Wan directly cut him off, turning her head and not facing him. Long Chen was wooden for a moment. It seemed their pattern had changed now. Before he could even say anything, his intentions were completely seen through by her. That was quite the blow to his confidence. On their way, the two of them ran into quite a few people. But the majority of those people were strangers. The only familiar faces they saw were from Yi Zichou's faction. Those people greeted them politely before walking away. Chapter 183 Blow them away with a single palm. Looking at the Xuantian Pavilion, Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Isn't the Xuantian Pavilion supposed to have 9 floors? Why is it only one single level? Fool, the 9 floors are underground. If you don't know anything then don't say anything. Don't you see other people looking down on you? Whispered Tang Wan. And when he looked up, Long Chen did see quite a few people looking at him spitefully. Their eyes were filled with despise and provocation. Long Chen sighed. If he had said something stupid then fine, but why were there so many despising gazes? I've always thought the Xuantian monastery was supposed to be a holy land for martial artists to cultivate. But then how did a trash at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation make it in? It really is disappointing. A distant person suddenly icily spoke. Currently Long Chen's cultivation base was known by basically everyone, so he no longer bothered to purposely conceal his aura. As for everyone present, they were all in the tendon transformation realm. So a 7th heaven stage blood condensation rookie was extremely eye-attracting. Tang Wan-er's expression changed and she was about to retort when she was pulled back by Long Chen. Don't look at a piece of trash like that. It'll ruin your image. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with that kind of person. Such a person had only come out to find some purpose for his life. Such a person wasn't strong enough to stand out, and so hoped to use this kind of method to prove their own existence. And so the more you bothered with them, the more pleased they would get. But what kind of person was Long Chen? After overcoming death so many times, he had long since become indifferent to such a thing. There was no need for him to waste his precious time on an idiot. Since Long Chen also wasn't angry at all, Tang Wan-er also only smiled slightly. She also realized that her own self-restraint was far too lacking in comparison to Long Chen. No wonder Long Chen always said she was still just a child. Let's go. Tang Wan-er smiled, forgetting about that unpleasantness. She also wanted to be like Long Chen, a person who was like a rippleless old well. Long Chen nodded and walked with her to the Xuantian pavilion. But before they took even 2 steps, they were blocked by a person. That was the person who had just ridiculed Long Chen. Crossing his arms, he stood there with ridicule for Long Chen. However, there was also jealousy when he looked at Tang Wan-er. He icily told Long Chen, I refuse to make way for a piece of trash. There were also quite a few others who were coming out of or going to the Xuantian pavilion. They had thought there might be a good show to watch when they had heard him mock Long Chen, but the result was that Long Chen had simply brushed it away, causing them to feel a bit vexed with him. Now that that person once more came to provoke him, everyone paused to watch. If he were to simply take this as well, that really would be a loss of face, and would only cause more people to bully him. Funny, I was thinking the opposite. Long Chen only smiled slightly and pulled Tang Wan-er around the fellow. Tang Wan-er was first a bit startled, but she then covered her mouth as she laughed. The other people were also first startled, but then they soon realized Long Chen's meaning. They looked oddly at that fellow. Seeing Long Chen actually didn't take his bait, that fellow was a bit puzzled. But as he saw everyone looking at him oddly, he finally realized what he had said. You're the trash. That person was infuriated and actually let out a punch at Long Chen. From the powerful wind surrounding his fist, it was obvious this person had just advanced to the tendon transformation realm. A hand struck out like lightning. The instant that person had been about to unleash his fist, he was viciously slapped in the face. People let out startled cries as they dodged to the side. That person was blown back like a cannonball. He flew for almost 100 meters before crashing into a stone wall. That stone, which appeared extremely normal, was actually extremely sturdy and hard. The stone wall wasn't damaged at all, but that person directly fainted. Your attacks are always perfectly angled and natural without the slightest signs. It's a kind of flawless beauty. How do you manage to do that? Excitedly asked Tang Wan-er. She had long since taken note of this move of Long Chen's. It was also just like how he had slapped Lu Chuan from the healing hall. His attacks were extremely clean and open, and yet others were unable to dodge it. In Tang Wan-er's eyes, that was already a divine technique, second only to that divine ring he had once summoned. However, the killing ability inside it was not the slightest bit inferior. This is one of the divine techniques handed down from my ancestors. But if you want to learn, it's also not difficult. As long as an idiot takes action against you, just directly blow them away with a single palm. If you diligently work at it all day, you'll naturally train it to the point of perfection and reach the peak, solemnly explained Long Chen. Then can you teach it to me? Expectantly asked Tang Wan-er. I can't. That would damage your image. Just let me handle such people. I'll be in charge of handling idiots, and you be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower, said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er laughed beautifully. Her laugh was like a flower in bloom, a beauty so great that others were unable to control their own hearts. What brazen person dares be impudent in front of the Xuantian pavilion? It's you. A cold shout rang out and a group of white-robed men walked out. The person at the front was the one who had shouted, and he recognized Long Chen. When Long Chen and Tang Wan'er saw that person, they immediately realized the situation had turned sour. That person was the senior apprentice brother Wu, who had had a dispute with Long Chen. Back in the trial region, while Tang Wan'er and Lei Qiansheng had been fighting over the 9-leaf orchid, Long Chen had ended up killing Zhao Wu, almost being expelled from the monastery. It had been this senior apprentice brother Wu who had found Long Chen extremely dislikable, so naturally Long Chen also didn't treat him kindly, causing him to have a stomach full of fire. As a member of the law enforcers, he was someone who normally patrolled the monastery. Although the monastery encouraged competition, they wouldn't allow things like fighting within or near buildings. After all, fists and legs had no eyes, and if they were to destroy a building by accident, that would be troublesome. So there were some areas within the monastery where fighting was forbidden. If you did end up breaking something within the monastery, you would have to use your own points or perhaps accomplish the monastery's missions to make up for it. But naturally everything within the monastery was extremely precious. If you ended up destroying certain treasures, you could spend your entire life working for the monastery without being able to fully compensate them. And that was why there were law enforcers patrolling, intimidating these disciples from fighting and resolving some disputes. Now that he saw Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Wu's eyes lit up and he pointed at him. "Brat, last time I said not to fall into my hands. Hehe, you really didn't disappoint me." Tang Wan'er tried to think of some way out of this, but she couldn't. She knew this senior apprentice brother Wu was going to abuse his authority for his personal revenge. "What does your disappointment have to do with me?" lightly said Long Chen. "Haha, you've fought within a fighting prohibited region. As one of the monastery's law enforcers, I use my authority to take you into custody. Are you still not yielding?" icily sneered senior apprentice brother Wu. A long chain appeared in his hands. That was the specific weapon of law enforcers, used to lock people up. Anyone who violated the monastery's rules would be bound and brought away like a dog in a loop around the monastery before then being sent to the law enforcement hall. They would be then punished according to the severity of the offense. For this kind of offense the punishment wasn't that severe. After all, it was just a scuffle and nothing big had happened. The punishment couldn't be too great or people would be too afraid to even compete. But although the punishment wasn't too severe, being led around in chains was an extremely great humiliation. These people were all geniuses, which one of them weren't prideful. That kind of humiliation was even worse than their actual punishment. Last time senior apprentice brother Wu had only just been released from prison for 2 days, which had given him a belly full of fire he needed to release. He was also someone who was easy to burst into anger, so that day he had been especially irritated by Long Chen. Now that he saw Long Chen now, he immediately thought of that day and moved to lock Long Chen in chains. Long Chen grabbed the chains, icily glaring at senior apprentice brother Wu. At the same time, Tang Wan'er also came up, ready to take action at any moment. Although she knew opposing a law enforcer was a taboo, she would not let Long Chen be humiliated like this. As for the consequences, she didn't even think about them at this time. "Oh, you actually dare resist? Then don't blame me for not being polite." Seeing Long Chen grab the chains, senior apprentice brother Wu was delighted inside. Since Long Chen dared to resist, then he could even heavily injure Long Chen without being punished. He was just about to attack when Long Chen stopped him. "Wait," Long Chen icily glared at him. "If you want to use your position to take your revenge against me, you should also explain exactly what rule I broke." Senior apprentice brother Wu sneered. "HMPH, anyone who fights within the fighting prohibited regions of the monastery will all be punished with 3 days imprisonment. Do you not know that? Then let me ask you, how are the fighting prohibited regions determined?" There are a total of 7 fighting prohibited regions. Other than the fighting prohibited area itself, it also includes the 300 meters around the fighting prohibited buildings. "What, do you need me to explain it even clearer?" sneered senior apprentice brother Wu. Obviously he was very proficient in his own work. "Then take a good look. Is the spot I'm standing within the fighting prohibited region?" asked Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Wu's expression changed slightly as he realized Long Chen was standing on the very edge of the fighting prohibited region and he couldn't tell whether he really was in or not. TCH, what you say doesn't mean anything. We'll just measure it. Senior apprentice brother Wu glanced at one of his people. That person took out a measuring tape and walked up to the door of the Xuandian pavilion and began to start measuring. That tape measure was precisely 300 meters long. That person slowly unfurled the measuring tape as he walked over to Long Chen. Looking at that person's actions, Long Chen shook his head. This was completely intolerable. Reaching the end of the measurement, that tape measure reached the middle of Long Chen's foot. Tang Wan-er's expression changed. Long Chen was already in the fighting prohibited region. If he was just half a step back he would have been fine. Long Chen lightly said to that person, "Not bad." That person icily looked back at him with disdain. Newcomers shouldn't be too arrogant. The monastery isn't your home, so it'd be best for you to be a bit more obedient. Junior disciple accepts senior apprentice brother's teaching. Junior disciple also wishes to show senior apprentice brother something. Long Chen spread his arms wide. But everyone saw there was nothing in them. What is it? That person's face sunk, thinking Long Chen was playing with him. Although you can't see it, but you can feel it. Chapter 184 Fierce Fight with Law Enforcers. Everyone was dumbfounded as that law enforcer sent flying. Hundreds of people had already gathered here since the law enforcers had shown up, 2 of them core disciples. Originally they had actually admired Long Chen for daring to send someone flying here. But then they saw him crazily attack a law enforcer as well. Law enforcers represented the monastery. No disciples were able to resist against them. If they did, their endings could only be miserable. Although those 2 had only just joined the sect, they at least already knew that they absolutely could not attack law enforcers, otherwise it wouldn't even be a question of punishment. That kind of action was a grave and open provocation against the monastery. He would be expelled. Was he crazy? Tang Wan-er was also given a fright. She looked at Long Chen with horror. "Scoundrel, do you not care about your life?" Long Chen whispered, "Don't be afraid. We're in the right. Make as much of a ruckus as you can now. Otherwise we'll end up suffering a loss." At this time, the 7 law enforcers finally recovered from their shock. He dared attack law enforcers. He must be tired of living. Senior apprentice brother Wu was first shocked, then absolutely delighted. He roared, "He dares violently resist the law, disrespecting the monastery's prestige. Capture him with your full strength. If he dares resist, you can kill him." The chain in senior apprentice brother Wu's hands seemed to come to life, piercing towards Long Chen. That black chain brought with it wild whistling sound. That powerful pressure caused people to be unable to breathe. This was their senior apprentice brother's strength. Although they were only at the bottom level of their generation, they hadn't wasted their past 3 years. Their cultivation bases were all above the mid-tendon transformation realm. Their combat strengths were incredibly powerful and their foundations were extremely solid. A random attack could easily break a person's bones. Long Chen shouted and his aura exploded out. He knew this senior apprentice brother Wu was planning on deliberately humiliating him. But he had no choice but to admit he was extremely powerful. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be directly destroyed by that power. He slammed his hands together. That large chain was caught between his hands, but the powerful energy transmitted through it caused Long Chen's blood to shake. How powerful! That was just an ordinary attack, but I almost can't hold it off. Long Chen let out a shocked cry inside. This was the difference of cultivation bases. His current self would definitely suffer in order to resist senior apprentice brother Wu. "Brat, go die." Long Chen had only just stopped his chain when another chain shot over at Long Chen's stomach. Moonwind slash. A wind blade flew out following a cry, striking that chain. That person who had attacked was horrified and shaken back. That person currently had a large handprint on his face. He was the one who had been slapped just now by Long Chen. His cultivation base was high and that slap didn't cause him any injury. However, that humiliation was completely unacceptable. Since you also dare resist the law enforcers, you will also be taken in. Seeing Tang Wan-er also dared help Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Wu let out a cold cry. The chain in his hands shook as he attempted to bring his chain back to him. But he was shocked to realize he was unable to break his chain free from Long Chen's grasp. That caused his expression to become incredibly ugly. Long Chen was just a newcomer and was only in the blood condensation realm. He had been planning on using his weakest attacks in order to subdue Long Chen, humiliating him even more. Only then could he display his might as a senior disciple. At the same time, he would be able to intimidate all the newcomers, allowing him to handle them easier in the future. But his first attack was blocked by Long Chen. That was already slightly unacceptable to him. Now he used his full strength and found he was still unable to pull his chain back. That humiliated him into an intense fury. Die, senior apprentice brother Wu roared. The powerful aura belonging to someone at the mid-tendon transformation realm exploded out of him. A powerful wave of energy flooded over Long Chen. Long Chen felt as if his entire body was being crushed by a huge mountain. He was forced back several meters, unable to maintain his hold over the chain. Receive one blow. Senior apprentice brother Wu's chain suddenly smashed down on Long Chen. As he attacked Long Chen, that other law enforcer who had been slapped by Long Chen also brandished his chain against Tang Wan-er. But he was horrified to see that simply by clapping her hands together, Tang Wan-er's entire body became covered with dancing wind blades. He was caught off guard and repeatedly forced back. How powerful! She can overpower a law enforcer. That's definitely a core disciple's power. But for her to attack a law enforcer like this, she definitely won't have a good end. Forcing back that law enforcer with a single attack, Tang Wan-er worriedly turned to go help Long Chen. But another law enforcer coldly shouted and attacked her with another chain. Stay behind. Tang Wan-er was infuriated. Although Long Chen was powerful, he was still in the blood condensation realm. He might be unparalleled in the blood condensation realm, but in front of a true tendon transformation senior apprentice brother, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight on an even level. By attacking her now, this law enforcer obviously did not want her to go help Long Chen. An icy intent appeared in her eyes. Suddenly a huge wind blade dozens of meters long appeared in her hands. She viciously slashed it down on that person, the terrifying power exploding out, even engulfing those law enforcers behind him. When that wind blade appeared, space trembled. Within the wind blade flashed some large lines that were continuously trembling as if they were alive. Those lines were her ancestral mark, her inherited rune. Now that she had revived her ancestral mark, her wind blade's rune had become even stronger, giving her wind blades even more attacking strength. Those law enforcers were all shocked. One of them even let out a curse, fuck. Seeing that huge blade crashing down upon them, none of them dared attack any further. They all brought up their chains to protect their bodies, focusing completely on defense. When that wind blade fell, those law enforcers were all forced back into the distance. But that wind blade still didn't stop and slammed into a huge stone wall. A huge crack appeared in the stone wall where the wind blade struck it. Those people were completely pale and completely stunned. They didn't know whether it would be best for them to continue foolishly standing there or to go up to arrest them. Another huge explosion rang out and huge cracks appeared on the ground. A terrifying chi wave spread out, web-like cracks appearing in the ground as it advanced. Everyone looked in shock to see that a 300-meter ring of light had appeared over Long Chen's back. He was still standing in his punching posture. And facing him was senior apprentice brother Wu. He was completely shocked, as Long Chen's punch had completely received his full-strength attack. No way, how is he so powerful, able to use a punch to resist a mid-tendon transformation senior disciple? And he's still only in the late blood condensation realm. Wait, I remember now. Wasn't there some amazing monster who appeared in the central area? It's definitely him, Long Chen. Someone finally recognized Long Chen. What is that ring of light? Is it a battle skill or some cultivation technique? How can it be so powerful, allowing him to explode with such might? Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock, including those two core disciples. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Looking at Long Chen and Tang Wan-er, a great feeling of reverence filled them. That was what a powerful expert who didn't fear heaven or earth was like. Using violence to resist the law, damaging public property, even if I kill you, no one will be able to say anything, coldly snorted senior apprentice brother Wu. His chain slowly rose into the air. He was clearly about to use an even greater strength to subdue Long Chen. Idiot, that last attack was created by you and me. You really know how to push away blame, snorted Long Chen. You still dare quibble, this time I'll let you know how to be an obedient person. Senior apprentice brother Wu no longer reserved anything. His chain quivered violently, charging at Long Chen with a berserk energy. Have I not made enough of a ruckus? Why isn't anyone coming out to stop this? Looks like you really are forcing me to bring down the house. Raged Long Chen. Although Long Chen had managed to receive his previous attack, pain radiated from his fist from how powerful that attack had been. Even his arm was shaken and his organs had also been slightly injured. He finally learned just how great the distance was between him and the tendon transformation realm. A random attack from a tendon transformation expert was able to injure him. He was definitely not a match for him. Seeing an even stronger attack coming now, Long Chen was infuriated. That bastard wasn't trying to capture him, but to either heavily injure or kill him. Long Chen's fury erupted. It seemed wherever there were people there would be conflict. Wanting to keep the peace was just a dream. Trouble would always find you. If you tried to compromise, there would be even more people coming to rise over you and you'd never be able to change your fate. Long Chen took a deep breath. His Feng Fu star suddenly became silent. A strange energy began to circulate within his body. It was time for him to summon out his Feng Fu battle armor. Just as he was about to summon it, a dignified roar rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. People turned to see that a gray-robed senior had appeared in front of the Xuantian pavilion at someone unknown time. He was currently angrily looking at them. Are you guys trying to rebel? To cause trouble in front of the Xuantian pavilion? What kind of place do you think this is? Angrily roared that elder. Long Chen immediately recognized him as one of the 16 elders who had been activating the stone pillar's energy back during the final trial. Long Chen was about to say something when senior apprentice brother Wu rushed to say, reporting to elder son, this person looked down on the monastery's rules, injuring another in a fighting prohibited region. Disciple went to arrest him but he violently resisted. Everything is all his fault, elder. That elder's son icily glanced at Long Chen and snorted, can someone so violent and impertinent become a genius? If such a person doesn't suffer a bit, it's impossible for them to mature. Cane him 80 times and imprison him for a month. Chapter 185 Strict, impartial, incorruptible. Long Chen's expression changed, but before he could say anything, elder son waved his hand. Bring him away. Senior apprentice brother Wu icily laughed and was just about to go over to chain him up. Long Chen angrily cursed at elder son, you old bastard, are you blind or have your eyes grown dim with age? With your powerful spiritual energy, how could you possibly not be able to tell that where I was standing just now was clearly 301 meters away from the pavilion door? You're clearing being unjust, but even a person like you is able to become an elder. The Xuantian monastery really is blind. Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely powerful and he had long since noticed there was someone watching from the side. He knew that the person observing this all was definitely at the elder power level. And that was why Long Chen had dared to fight just now. But he really hadn't expected this elder would forcibly suppress him before even determining what was true. That caused his anger to burst out. Long Chen's cursing completely appalled everyone. Was he crazy? First he fought someone in the same generation, then he fought his senior apprentice brothers, and now he even dared point at an elder and curse him. That was completely insane. How brazen! Elder's son angrily shouted. A powerful pressure immediately locked Long Chen in place, crushing onto him like a huge mountain. Even Tang Waner who was beside him was implicated. Under that pressure she was unable to move and even breathing was difficult. She was just enduring a slight fallout. The focus of that pressure was on Long Chen. Who knew how much pressure he was under? Long Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His bones were crackling under that pressure. It seemed as if his entire body's bones could break at any moment. That bastard was actually planning on using that pressure to force him to kneel. A dense killing intent surfaced from Long Chen's eyes. He bitterly supported himself. Even if he was crushed to death, he definitely wouldn't bend his knees. He also swore to himself that this old ghost better not let him get an opportunity, or today's humiliation would be returned to him 100 times. As Long Chen was bitterly enduring and feeling as if his bones were about to break, a clear voice rang out. Elder son, what are you doing? As soon as that voice rang out, elder son was greatly startled and hastily withdrew his pressure. At some point, elder Tu Fang had appeared. As soon as that pressure disappeared, Long Chen would have collapsed to the ground if Tang Waner hadn't helped him stay standing. Long Chen was once again leaning on Tang Waner's beautiful body, but it most definitely wasn't him intentionally taking advantage of her. He was simply completely worn out. The pressure of an elder-level expert was too frightening. Tang Waner's face was red, but she still held Long Chen up. She had no misgivings about that. A deep hatred of elder son filled her heart. Reporting to elder Tu Fang, Long Chen was making trouble in front of me, refusing to comply with the law enforcers, even violently resisting, damaging the surrounding structures. Due to lack of a better choice, I was trying to capture him in order to prevent him from causing greater destruction, respectfully said Elder Sun. Although they were both elders, Tu Fang was the one with the highest authority within the monastery, the enforcement elder. Oh, there was such a thing. What do you say, Long Chen? Tu Fang turned to look at Long Chen. Elder Tu Fang, with your discerning eyes, I'm sure I don't need to explain such an obvious thing. Long Chen pointed to a footprint in the ground. That was the spot where he had provoked the cheating law enforcer who had faked his measurement, putting Long Chen within the fighting prohibited region. He had long since set up that proof there, leaving 2 clear footprints on the stone slab. Seeing that footprint, both that law enforcer and senior apprentice brother Wu's expression sunk. They had never expected Long Chen to have left behind such evidence in secret. Their faces turned pale. Elder Tu Fang, don't believe a word from this brat. He purposely left that after you arrived in order to fake evidence, hastily lied senior apprentice brother Wu. You can easily ask any of the observers to see if it's fake. Other than fighting with you after, I never stepped near that place again. Long Chen cupped his fists to the surrounding people. Fellow apprentice brothers and sisters, we're all newcomers. But now you've all seen these law enforcers abuse their power to oppress us newcomers. You don't need to lie. Just tell the truth that you saw. With the enforcement elder right here, tell the truth about how these dregs use their cultivation base and authority to abuse their fellow disciples. Are you alright with being abused by the bottom feeders of the previous generation? As soon as he finished speaking, there were immediately people who walked out. I will testify that this footprint was exactly where Long Chen had been standing the entire time. Right, this powerful law enforcer used his iron chain and his powerful mid-tendon transformation cultivation base to force him back from there. It really is laughable. Sometimes I really doubt our senior apprentice brother's intelligence. Before fighting, Long Chen was clearly purposely standing there motionlessly. As for why, can you still not tell? Naturally, these newcomers all possessed their own pride. In the past few days, they had been pushed around arrogantly by these law enforcers, causing them to feel some dislike for them. It wasn't that Long Chen had some amazing skill in inciting people's passions. The main thing was that they were already feeling displeasure towards these law enforcers, so they naturally wouldn't give up a chance to complain. Hearing everyone's ridicule, senior apprentice brother Wu's expression became exceedingly ugly. He angrily glared at those people testifying. Elder Tu Fang, look at that fellow's gaze. He's clearly preparing to get revenge on us who are just saying the truth. Please deliver justice, Elder Tu Fang. This narrow-minded fellow is hatefully glaring at us. How could it be just to have such a person be a law enforcer? That's just a nightmare for us newcomers. A person immediately reported him. Senior apprentice brother Wu's face turned green from rage. Veins pulsed on his forehead. But he didn't dare raise his head to look at that person, simply doing his best to remember that person's voice. He cursed inside, you new brats, just wait. We'll have plenty of time together. He had also been a newcomer once. Back then he had also been put into his place by the previous generation's senior apprentice brothers. Now it had finally come to his turn to do the same, but the result was completely different. This group of brats were actually brazen enough to resist. Tu Fang looked at the footprint and icily asked, who measured the distance? That law enforcer with the handprint on his face immediately became ashen. He took a step forward, reporting, me. As a law enforcer, you actually publicly defrauded others, entrapping those of your same sect. Gather your things and return to your family, sighed Elder Tu Fang. Everyone was shocked. Just like that, one of their senior apprentice brother would be expelled. That was too severe. Elder, that person was completely shocked. No need to say anything. As a member of the righteous path, you should act openly and upright. But your action just now is a grave offense. This is different from breaking the monastery's rules. Your conduct has already crossed into the corrupt path. The monastery cannot accept someone like you. If the monastery is still within your heart, reflect upon yourself once you return home on how to be an upright cultivator, said Tu Fang. That person sighed. He wanted to say something, but after stealthily glancing at senior apprentice brother Wu, he nodded and left. Wu Qi, you just came out of imprisonment less than a month ago. It seems you didn't properly reflect during that time, icily said Tu Fang. Disciple accepts his mistake. Disciple was misled by others, causing him to act this way. Please give me your punishment, Elder. Senior apprentice brother Wu hastily admit he was wrong. You were not misled by anyone. I know, and you also know that. But according to the monastery's rules, there isn't enough proof, which is your luck. Of course, luck is also a kind of strength. So I won't expel you. Although I suspect you used the authority the monastery bestowed upon you for personal vengeance, there is no proof. So you are very fortuitous. You did not personally go measure the distance before rashly taking action. You failed your obligations, so all the damage that was caused here today is your fault. Go to the law enforcement hall. Receive 500 canes and be imprisoned for half a month, ordered Tu Fang. When senior apprentice brother Wu heard 500 canes, he almost fainted. That was no walking cane, but a special cane made of golden wood. There was even poison on top of it. A light tap would cause enough pain to cause a person to cry. Usually the most severe punishment would only be 200 canes. For it to be 500 canes now, if he didn't die, he would definitely at least shed a layer of skin. But he knew that the law enforcement elder Tu Fang was like a mountain. If he didn't accept this, he would increase his punishment. He could only clench his teeth and lower his head. Elder son. Tu Fang looked at elder son with a somewhat complicated expression. Yes, elder son's heart shook slightly. He had a bad feeling. Go face the back of a mountain for 7 days. I will find someone to take your place here, said Tu Fang. Elder son assented. Without saying anything else, he simply left. This time everyone, including Long Chen and Tang Wan were flabbergasted. Elder Tu Fang really was a strict and impartial person, worthy of being the #1 elder of the monastery. Elder son hadn't dared to say the slightest bit in the face of his punishment. Elder Tu Fang hadn't even had to give him a reason. This kind of incorruptible character was definitely something everyone, including Long Chen, admired deeply. Many thanks elder for distinguishing right from wrong. So I won't bother you about your previous deceit against me. Long Chen cupped his fists. Haha, then thank you. Tu Fang naturally knew Long Chen was talking about how he had tricked Chu Yao into going to the Skywood Palace. At that time there had also been no way around it for him. The Xuantian Monastery and the Skywood Palace had a friendly relationship. If he didn't help Hua Yu say anything, that wouldn't be excusable. Originally Tu Fang actually had been feeling quite guilty about that. He had been thinking that once Long Chen arrived at the monastery, he would perhaps give him some further help cultivating to make it up to him. But once he learned Long Chen was a divergent, that idea completely died. And due to his upright character, that matter truly was like a fish bone in his throat, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Long Chen to just directly brush that matter away now. That definitely relaxed him greatly. He appreciated that Long Chen was a sensible youth. Since the matter had already passed and he and Chu Yao had already gone to different places, even if he decided to make this into a bigger issue, that already had no meaning. Seeing Long Chen dared to speak like this to Elder Tu Fang and for the usually serious Elder Tu Fang who never laughed to actually cheerfully accept his thanks, everyone was completely stunned. This world really was crazy. Okay, everyone can proceed with their day. Elder Tu Fang waved his hand and left just like that. The stunned crowd could only look foolishly at Long Chen. Chapter 186 Receiving Rations. In the Xuantian Monastery, an immortal cave had been built into the front of Skywood Mountain. From that place, one could look over the entire Xuantian Monastery, a scenery that stretched thousands of miles. Within the immortal cave, Tu Fang respectfully greeted Ling Yunzi. Sect leader. Ling Yunzi stood at the front of the immortal cave, looking over the Xuantian Monastery. How is the situation lately? The current state is excellent, beyond our predictions. This time there were a total of 17 core disciples who passed, excitedly said Tu Fang. Normally only 2 or 3 core disciples would manage to pass each time. Even within all of their history, the greatest they had ever had at once was 6 core disciples. So it really was exciting for them to have so many this time. Furthermore, there are 4 who have revived their ancestral marks, said Tu Fang. Oh, that is some good news. Ling Yunzi's eyes brightened. That news also made him very happy. By awakening their ancestral mark, their cultivation speed would be much faster, surpassing their peers. They were definitely geniuses amongst geniuses. Right, how is Long Chen? Asked Ling Yunzi. Tu Fang smiled bitterly. If I had to describe him with one word, it would have to be terrifying. A jade tablet appeared in his hands. Inserting his spiritual qi, the entire scene of Long Chen fighting Gui Sha appeared. Not only was there that scene, there was also his sudden fight with the law enforcers. Everything had been recorded in there. Ling Yunzi nodded emotionally. Using terrifying to describe him really is perfect. He really is worthy of being an existence of legends, a paragon amongst the same realm. Perhaps even if he had only just broken through, he would be able to sweep away everyone amongst his generation. Cough. Ling Yunzi suddenly went through an intense coughing fit, a bit of blood flowing out of his mouth. Tu Fang was greatly alarmed. Sect leader, I'm fine, it's just that I seem to have underestimated the power of the Heavenly Tao's backlash. But it was definitely worth it, laughed Ling Yunzi proudly. Perhaps from ancient times to now, he had been the only one with the qualifications and the courage to dare confirm a divergent's existence. Tu Fang was appalled. Ling Yunzi was someone who had stepped into the Shantian realm. He had simply guessed Long Chen's identity and said, divergent, to confirm it. But in return, he had received such a huge backlash. That was too terrifying. There is something I am extremely worried about, said Tu Fang. I think Elder Shuan's son's Dao heart is no longer pure. He should have formed some greed and I don't know what to do about it. Elder Sun has already been in our monastery for over 100 years. He is a powerful senior elder level combatant and has fought in our great battles several times. He has dedicated much to the monastery. What do you want to say? Ling Yunzi smiled slightly. I think he has placed a wicked intention on Long Chen. Should I stop him? Probingly asked Tu Fang. Why would you stop him? Asked Ling Yunzi. If I don't stop him, then Long Chen. There's no need. All you need to do is your own job. Let everything come naturally. But that's extremely harmful to Long Chen. Tu Fang was an upright person, and he didn't like to see any despicable acts take place. Tu Fang, do you know why a peak expert is able to become an expert? He cannot be lacking in one thing. What thing? A whetstone. Ling Yunzi looked out into the distance. Tu Fang immediately understood Ling Yunzi's meaning. But he shook his head. This whetstone might be a bit too big for Long Chen. Ling Yunzi smiled. Tu Fang, I understand your character. I know you like that child Long Chen. He definitely has a convincing, charismatic charm. But he's not the same as others. His path is not the same as normal people. His path is one that will end up destroyed by the heavenly Taos or overturning all of heaven and earth. If you really want to do what's good for him, don't interfere with his growth. That will not only not help him, it will infect you with karma. Overturn all of heaven and earth. Tu Fang's heart tightened. He felt an intense sensation of fear. That kind of terror didn't come from anywhere. It came directly from the core of his heart. He couldn't help raising his head to look up into the heavens. Not bad. Your perception of the heavenly Taos is becoming increasingly keener. Your distance from the Shantian realm is closing every day. Congratulations, smiled Ling Yunzi. Many thanks sect leader for the reminder. Tu Fang understands. He respectfully thanked him. Ling Yunzi nodded. Looking into the distance, he thought to himself what an honor it was to be able to personally watch a divergent's towering rise. Once Tu Fang left, Long Chen was uneasy being stared at by everyone and began to walk to the Xuantian pavilion with Tang Wan. Please wait a moment, senior brother Long. Suddenly two people walked over to him. Both their auras were extremely formidable. The surrounding people didn't dare approach too close to them. This was because their auras were extremely unstable and berserk from having just advanced to the tendon transformation realm. They still were unable to control their auras, causing it to spill out on its own. Long Chen stiffened. No way, right? Was there really someone finding trouble for him again just after he finished a fight? Was there no intermission? Don't misunderstand senior brother Long. Just now we saw your incomparable divine strength and that convincing bearing, so we wanted to get acquainted, explained the man with a very bushy brow. The other one looked a bit frailer, but his aura was still extremely domineering. He said, senior brother Long's imposing manner that does not fear heaven or earth really causes admiration. Although everyone in the monastery is a competition, that doesn't prevent us from becoming friends. Even if we can't become friends, having such a powerful rival is also a good thing. Although that person seemed frail, he had a heroic mannerism deep within him, and hearing him speak made people feel comfortable inside. Long Chen smiled. You honor me with your words. If it weren't for Elder Tu Fang helping, I would already have been turned into dog meat. Both of them laughed. Long Chen's combat strength was so great, but he spoke so candidly without the slightest arrogance. Let me introduce myself. I am Songming Yuan, and he's Li Qi, said the bushy-browed man. Long Chen smiled. Well then, I won't say any nonsense greeting about what an honor it is to meet you and etc. In any case, You both already know my name. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi couldn't hold back a laugh at that. Long Chen's manner of speaking was quite interesting, both humorous and not lacking in elegance. He spoke extremely effortlessly. Let me give you guys a grand introduction. This is our Heaven-Earth faction's old boss, our Heaven-Earth faction's leader, the #1 martial beauty, Sister Tang Wan. Long Chen almost slipped up and called her the wrong name again. Tang Wan was a bit red. She was still not used to that unfamiliar appellation. But she still forced herself to smile. Hello, Sister Tang Wan's grand name is already extremely well known. To revive the ancestral mark during the trial, it really causes admiration, courteously said Li Qi. At the very beginning they hadn't known who she was, but as soon as she had summoned her wind blades to fight against those law enforcers, revealing her powerful runic power, they had immediately realized who she was. With Sister Tang Wan and brother Long Chen, the Heaven-Earth faction will definitely stand out amongst all the factions, praised Song Mingyuan. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan politely chatted with them for a while. They learned the two of them were core disciples. Song Mingyuan's faction was called the Brotherhood Guild and Li Qi's faction was called the White Cloud Pavilion. Both parties asked about which mountain the others were on, agreeing to visit when they had an opportunity. They even invited Long Chen to come over to drink when he had time. After politely saying some final words, Li Qi very sensibly made an excuse about needing to do something else and brought away Song Mingyuan. They had already received their own rations and exchanged them for what they wanted, so they didn't need to spend more time there. Only then did Long Chen and Tang Wan walk into the Xuantian pavilion. Long Chen saw that inside it was very spacious. There was a winding staircase going downstairs. There was also a large lounge with many people around. They were all lined up, and there was someone busily recording things. That should be the place to receive the monthly rations. But Long Chen saw that other than that busy spot, there was also another counter without a single person lined up. There was only a single woman quietly sitting there. Long Chen and Tang Wan walked over there. Tang Wan handed over her badge to that woman. Sister, can I receive my rations here? That woman examined the badge and then nodded to Tang Wan. Yes, in accordance to the monastery rules, you can take out 100 spirit stones and 50,000 points here. Furthermore, as faction leader, you can also take out 100,000 points for your faction's usage. Here are a total of 150,000 points as well as 100 spirit stones. Long Chen's jaw dropped. An outer disciple was only able to get 1 spirit stone and 500 points. Inner disciples could obtain 3 spirit stones and 2,000 points. But core disciples could obtain 100 spirit stones and 50,000 points. That difference was huge. Although he still didn't know what usage those points had exactly, he could guess that they were a kind of currency within the monastery. Furthermore, it was a currency that would never depreciate. No wonder Tang Wan would risk her life to help him obtain a core disciple position. This difference was far too great. He now felt more regret about that bastard Gui Sha. He cursed 18 generations of his ancestors, cursing how wicked he was. Tang Wan quickly received a bag. Inside were 100 neatly stacked, bright and sparkling spirit stones. Spirit stones were incredibly rare and precious. They had to be nourished for hundreds of thousands of years underground before they could crystallize spiritual qi. The amount of spiritual qi inside was absolutely shocking. They were priceless treasures in the outer world. Tang Wan happily put those spirit stones into her ring. A recess in her badge lit up with a couple numbers. The badge wasn't just a proof of status, but it was also a tool used for storing your points. It was similar to the crystal cards found in the outer world. Points could be directly taken out, put in, transferred, etc. Furthermore, there was no transaction fee. Sister, can I also receive my rations? Thank you. Long Chen also courteously handed over his badge. That woman indifferently glanced at him. This spot is only for core disciples to obtain their rations. You need to line up there. Long Chen sighed bitterly. That line practically had no end. Long Chen had been hoping to get some special treatment with Tang Wan by his side. Unfortunately, this woman didn't even pay any attention to him, now closing her eyes and resting. As for Tang Wan, she was impishly laughing at him. Long Chen angrily rolled his eyes. He obediently lined up. After more than 2 hours, Long Chen finally received his own meager rations. He then followed Tang Wan down to the next floor. That was a place to buy things. They only just reached that first level when Long Chen heard a familiar voice, causing him to smile. Chapter 187 Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. The first level's lounge was extremely spacious. There was at least thousands of meters of space. This open space was brightly lit up, appearing extremely luxurious. The large lounge was filled entirely with sales counters. There were all sorts of medicinal pills offered here. This first level was actually the medicinal pill lounge. Hundreds of maidens were handling customers now. Most of those customers were newcomers as well. As soon as they had received their points, they prepared to spend them. You could buy anything within the Xuantian monastery with points. Of course, that was on the precondition that you had enough points. As soon as they entered the lounge, Long Chen saw a familiar figure, Guo Ran. He was in front of one of the sales counters and asking the woman inside, "What is this thing's price?" That woman glanced at that medicinal pill and indifferently said, 200 points. Damn, what is with that price? Guo Ran was completely shocked. He pointed to the medicinal pill beside it. What about that one? Still indifferently looking at Guo Ran, she opened her hand, using her 5 fingers to clearly emphasize, 5 damns. Guo Ran was stunned. He was about to say more when a tinkling laugh rang out behind him. He turned to see that Tang Wan was laughing at him with Long Chen. Cough, boss, faction boss, how come you've come here? Guo Ran asked with some embarrassment. Don't call me boss, call me faction leader. Tang Wan obviously didn't like that unsophisticated title. Yes, faction leader Wan quickly said Guo Ran. Guo Ran, how long have you been here? What's your feeling about this place? Asked Long Chen. Guo Ran bitterly said, don't even talk about it. I've circulated around here for 4 hours. Everything here is too expensive. With my ration, I can only buy some garbage pills. Guo Ran had already received his rations. He had wanted to spend them, but as soon as he arrived here he had been stupefied. He was practically a beggar who had come to a gold shop. His few points were unable to buy anything good. But Guo Ran was extremely smart. He first went through the entire lounge, basically having asked the price of every medicinal pill. By doing that, he finally met someone who had been angered. That way he could confront and haggle with them. But it was just at that point that Long Chen and Tang Wan had come. I was hoping to buy a tendon-firming pill here. But that pill requires 650 points. I don't have enough points, dejectedly explained Guo Ran. He had just advanced to the tendon transformation realm and his aura was still unstable. If he wanted to quickly stabilize, the tendon-firming pill was a must-have. The tendon-firming pill was perfect for those who had just broken through to the tendon transformation realm. It could quickly help them increase their strength and consolidate their realm. Without the tendon-firming pill, it would take 2 to 3 months to completely consolidate the realm. But with it, one could drastically cut down on that time. It would only take 10 to 15 days to completely stabilize. That saved a cultivator's precious time, and it was a must-have for the newcomers. I've haggled with the sellers for half a day but they just won't relent. They won't make it even the slightest bit cheaper for me. It really infuriates me, angrily grieved Guo Ran. As he said that, the maiden behind the sales counter unhappily said, "You're wrong. We're only in charge of selling. We don't have the authority to give you a discount. Furthermore, what kind of place do you think this place is? A food market. You want to haggle. The fact that none of us have thrown you out after you wasted so much of our time here is already giving you enough face." You, Guo Ran scowled. Sorry, this brother of mine has been in a bad mood recently. Let me take his place to apologize, smiled Long Chen. Only then did that maiden's expression become a bit better. She also smiled slightly, showing she wasn't actually angry. Long Chen pulled away the still angrily puffing Guo Ran away. Tang Wan laughed. Guo Ran, I finally understand why the two of you have become brothers. You two are both definitely weirdos. You wanted to haggle over prices here. I was just doing that to display my dissatisfaction, letting the monastery hear us newcomers' thoughts. The monthly rations are unable to even buy a tendon-firming pill. Aren't they just intentionally toying with us for fun? Guo Ran still couldn't accept this. The monastery's rules all have reasons behind them. Since you're all members of my faction, the faction will think of some method. You don't need to be so worried. Now that everyone has just advanced to the tendon transformation realm, the tendon-firming pill is something we must buy. It's also the main reason I came here. At 650 a pill with 79 people, we'll need 51,350 points. For just one pill, we'll need to use up half the faction's ration. Long Chen was somewhat speechless. The monastery's prices really were ruthless. Tang Wan shook her head. We don't have 79 people, but 100. Oh, how do we have 100 people? Asked Long Chen. There were originally 100 people, but now only 79 remained. Each faction can have a total of 100 people. The empty spots can be filled with fresh blood. If we don't, we'll end up losing in terms of numbers. In a bit you guys can come with me to find some fresh talent, explained Tang Wan. Guo Ran nodded, but Long Chen was lost in thought. Looking around, his eyes suddenly brightened. There's a place to buy medicinal ingredients. Guo Ran nodded. Yes, 2/3 of this lounge is taken up by all kinds of medicinal ingredients. The other third is taken up by essentially only a couple dozen kinds of medicinal pills. Long Chen's heart shook. Walking over to the section with medicinal ingredients, we walked a lap and found there were over 10,000 kinds of medicinal ingredients, delighting him. Although he only scanned quickly, he saw several of the ingredients necessary for the Aliyeth pill. Wan do you trust me? Long Chen solemnly looked at Tang Wan. What nonsense is that? Of course I trust you. Tang Wan was a bit surprised and puzzled. Long Chen smiled. Then that's good. Lend me 60,000 points and within 3 days, I'll give you 100 tendon-firming pills. Both Tang Wan and Guo Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Guo Ran stuttered. Boss, you aren't thinking of. Yup. I'll refine the tendon-firming pill myself. I took a look around and saw that the ingredients for it aren't that expensive. 100 pills worth of ingredients is only just over 8,000 points. If I refine them myself, we'll be able to save a great deal of points, said Long Chen. But the tendon-firming pill is a third-tier medicinal pill, exclaimed Guo Ran. The current me is still unable to refine third-tier medicinal pills. So I'll need to first buy a couple other ingredients to help me accomplish a certain thing, and then I'll be able to refine the tendon-firming pill, confidently said Long Chen. His current pill flame wasn't enough for him to refine a third-tier medicinal pill. Without a mighty enough pill flame, it was impossible to completely purify the medicinal ingredients, and thus it was impossible to form the pill. But in his spatial ring was the flame salamander's Neden. As long as he absorbed that, he would have a third-rank beast flame. Then adding on his powerful spiritual strength and the abundant spiritual chi in his Feng Fu star, it would be no problem for him to refine third-tier medicinal pills despite him not advancing into the tendon transformation realm. Furthermore, Long Chen saw that the tendon-firming pills that were offered here were all only middle grade, not high grade. Such a tendon-firming pill wasn't especially good. It would require at least 15 days to stabilize their realm with such a pill. But Long Chen's goal was high-grade tendon-firming pills. Such a pill could allow them to completely stabilize their realm in just 7 to 10 days. That would allow all of them to save many days' time. With the fierce competition in the monastery, time was money. Each extra day they cultivated was another portion of strength they could compete with for more resources. So not only would that greatly increase everyone's cultivation speed, but it would also save them many points. By saving those points, Long Chen could buy the ingredients for the 10,000 beast essence blood. Then he could later go out to hunt magical beasts and make the 10,000 beast essence blood, allowing him to quickly advance his cultivation base. His fight with senior apprentice brother Wu had given Long Chen an extreme sense of danger. It was lucky they had been interrupted before Wu Qi had released his last attack. If he hadn't appeared, Long Chen would have had to summon his Feng Fu battle armor to take that blow. The Feng Fu battle armor was his final trump card. But from the very start, Wu Qi had not used any battle skills and had merely used his tendon transformation cultivation base to suppress Long Chen. Long Chen knew that in a true fight, he would not be a match for Wu Qi. Furthermore, he also sensed danger from that elder son. Although he didn't know why elder son would target him, he definitely couldn't be careless. He couldn't entrust his life to the monastery. If he wanted to control his own life, he needed an accordingly high strength. So he urgently needed to get stronger. He didn't have the pill formula for the tendon-firming pills that were sold here, but in his soul's memories was an even better formula that could also stabilize the realm. The effect would be even better. You can decide yourself. I trust you. Tang Wan smiled. Taking out her medal, she pressed a couple things and put it on top of Long Chen's badge. The number on top of Long Chen's badge immediately leapt up. The original 500 immediately became 100,500. This, Long Chen was startled. Tang Wan had given him all the faction's points. Since I've chosen to trust you, I'll trust you completely. From today onwards, You can be the executive manager of the faction, laughed Tang Wan. Holding the badge, a warm feeling flowed within him. Being trusted by others truly was a good feeling. He was actually speechless. Cough, boss, should I quietly leave at this time? Awkwardly said Guo Ran. Tang Wan reddened and she turned away, but she also didn't say anything. Long Chen glared at Guo Ran. You know too much. In accordance to the formula in his memories, Long Chen quickly found the ingredients he needed. It went without saying that the monastery's treasure house contained a very large collection, at least hundreds of times greater than the alchemist guild. After he bought everything he needed for the tendon-firming pills as well as what he needed to absorb the flame salamander's needin, over 30,000 of his 100,000 points had flown away. Just as Long Chen was planning on returning home to refine the flame salamander's needin, Tang Wan pulled him back. Chapter 188 Absorbing the Needin. The first level of the Xuantian Pavilion was filled with medicinal ingredients and pills. But the second level was filled with various battle skills and cultivation techniques. But after arriving at the second level, they saw it was mostly devoid of people. There were just over 10 white-robed senior apprentice brothers guarding this level. Bookshelves covered the walls, each bookshelf separated from the others and filled with secret tomes. Below the tomes were an introduction of the technique as well as its price. Long Chen gasped when he saw the prices. 76,800. That was an Earth-class battle skill. But of course the Xuantian monastery's collected battle skills were all first-rate, a completely different level from the 3-style parting wind Long Chen had learned. But even so, this price was far too excessive. Tang Wan also shook her head. It was no wonder there was no one here. Everything was far too expensive. In their present circumstances, there was no way for them to buy anything good. Their current points had to be used to raise the collective power of the faction. They couldn't just waste it all on one person. If they did, then their faction would drop in power in comparison to the others. In their future competitions, they would be oppressed and end up losing out. Tang Wan herself also possessed 50,000 points for her own usage. But even that many points were unable to buy anything she needed. It would be better for her to just save them to use later. Those senior apprentice brothers guarding this place only indifferently glanced over at them without saying anything. Obviously the kind of shock they had displayed was already a common occurrence for them. Looks like we came for nothing, sighed Tang Wan. Let's just take a look, smiled Long Chen. He started to rove around the bookshelves, finding many secret techniques that had mostly all reached the early Earth class. There were also several mid-grade Earth class battle skills, but Long Chen didn't even bother looking at them. That was because those tomes had prices in the 100,000s. Long Chen wasn't even paying attention to what level the battle skill or technique was. He was only looking at their prices. If it was only in the 10,000s, he would read the introduction. All the lower-priced ones were just a couple secret techniques or arts. They weren't true battle skills, and their class was also not high despite their prices still not being that low. Suddenly Long Chen's eyes brightened as he stopped before one shelf. Spiritual space opening art. I finally found it, Long Chen celebrated. He had really found what he had been looking for. Opening a spiritual space was a fundamental skill of beast tamers. Using their spiritual strength, they would open a special space to store their house pets so that they could carry them around at all times. There were no such secret techniques circulating within the secular world. Long Chen had searched for a long time within Phoenix Cry without finding any. And back when Lu Fang'er had sent Little Snow to him, she had been limited by her sect's rules and couldn't give him a true inheritance. And so Long Chen had been unable to learn this technique up till this day. With Long Chen's spiritual strength, he had long since met the requirements to be able to open a spiritual space. Once he did, he would be able to keep Little Snow by his side without anyone being able to argue. The price was 63,000 points. Long Chen really wanted to hatefully spit on the ground at that price. This was an entry-level technique that was only for beast tamers, but it was already so expensive. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless price. Tang Wan looked at it and curiously asked Long Chen, "You want to learn this?" Long Chen nodded, "Yup." Tang Wan smiled, "Then go ahead. We still have enough points. I still haven't touched my own. Thank you. Just let me take care of the Heaven-Earth faction," gratefully thanked Long Chen. Long Chen was using their faction's points to buy personal items. But opening a spiritual space was extremely important to him. Once he did, he would have a powerful helper by his side. At that time he would have another status, beast tamer. When he fought with others, he could call out Little Snow to fight with him. Even if people were jealous about it, it was useless. That was because without a spiritual connection to a magical beast, it was impossible to absorb them into your spiritual space. And that was why the other disciples, magical beasts, could only count as mounts, while Long Chen and Little Snow had a housepit agreement between them. It was just that Long Chen hadn't placed a slave imprint into Little Snow. But with their spiritual connection, it was no different from a contract. Now that everyone had advanced to tendon transformation, Long Chen had immediately become one of the lower-leveled members. But if he had Little Snow with him, although he might not leap to the top, he definitely wouldn't be oppressed by anyone. I'm really not used to you being so polite. In any case, you're the executive manager in charge of the Heaven-Earth faction. If our Heaven-Earth faction's power ends up dropping, well, I'll be coming to you for blame, laughed Tang Wan. Don't worry boss, I will do my fullest. Long Chen put on a great act of saluting. Tang Wan merely hit him a bit in rebuke. Move on from your wackiness. At this point someone walked over to them. He gave Long Chen a reminder, this thing isn't very useful. Are you sure you want to buy this? If you know it's not useful, then why is it so expensive? But Long Chen knew that these senior apprentice brothers didn't have anything to do with the prices. Long Chen nodded, I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother. That person took Long Chen's badge. Seeing his points sharply drop, Long Chen's heart dripped blood. Taking back the badge, that person opened the shelf and took out a jade tablet from beneath the tome. Handing it to Long Chen, he said, this is a spirit jade tablet. Inside is the information of the tome. The content will only remain in the jade for 3 days. If you still haven't learned it after 3 days, you can come get a new one here one more time. But if you fail to learn it twice, then you won't get any further help. Long Chen nodded. If you really couldn't learn it after 2 tries, then you really were useless. He suspected the second opportunity was most likely there only for those who lost or damaged the tablets. After saying thanks, the 3 of them didn't waste any more time there. Seeing things they wanted but not being able to buy them was a kind of torment. Although Tang Wan'er hadn't touched her personal points, as the leader, she had to at least keep some savings in reserve. The faction's points had basically all been used up by Long Chen. Tang Wan'er didn't even dare look at anything else for fear that she wouldn't be able to control herself. Once the 3 of them walked out of the Xuantian pavilion, Tang Wan'er told Long Chen, we'll go get some new talent to make up the numbers. Currently our faction has 79 members, so we can get 21 more. We must get top elites. During the trial, there were a great deal of people who hadn't joined any faction yet managed to pass. Most of those are only outer disciples with only a couple rare inner disciples. But even 21 outer disciples will be able to boost our strength. Long Chen said, you and Guo Ran go get more people. I have to hurry up and prepare to refine medicinal pills. We can't stall the matter of increasing everyone's strength. Also, when you go get new members, it isn't strength that is important. Perseverance and determination are the most important things. Also, they definitely must be loyal. And also, if you end up finding someone as weird as Guo Ran, don't let him join. Just having one such person in our faction is enough. Guo Ran was speechless while Tang Wan'er laughed. She brought Guo Ran over to the Xuantian Plaza. That was where the majority of the people who had yet to join a faction were. Long Chen directly returned to the Immortal Cave. Seeing Qing Yu was present, he told her to go to the plaza as well to help recruit people. After all, those recruits would be their eternal companions, so it was extremely important to pick properly. Having more people helping out with the recruitment would be best. Once Qing Yu left, Long Chen took out his pill furnace as well as a large pile of medicinal ingredients. Extending his hand, a light red flame soared into existence. It's been a while since I've refined pills. I better not screw up, I only got 1 set of ingredients. Once he finished warming the furnace, he increased his flame strength, beginning to slowly place the medicinal ingredients in the pill furnace. What gladdened Long Chen was that his alchemy arts seemed to have sunk deep within his bones. He was not the slightest bit out of practice. And because his cultivation base had risen, his spiritual strength had also increased, allowing him to have even greater control than before. 2 hours later, he lifted the lid and saw a longan-sized medicinal pill. That medicinal pill didn't have any luster. It looked like a rusted old ball of copper. But Long Chen smiled. This fire-gathering pill's quality is not bad. Putting away the fire-gathering pill, he once more began refining medicinal ingredients. But this time he wasn't refining pills, but a kind of medicinal liquid. That medicinal liquid was red as blood and was strangely viscous. Only once that liquid changed color 3 times did Long Chen stop his flame. Once the medicinal liquid in his pill furnace cooled off, Long Chen took out the flame salamander's needle and gently began to drip drops of that liquid onto the needle. The egg-shaped needle began to crazily absorb the medicinal liquid. Its original white color began to darken into a blood red. As the needle's color changed, a terrifying heat began to circulate within it. By the time all the medicinal liquid had been absorbed, the needle had become extremely bright. The fluctuations coming from within it were incredibly intense, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Okay, the fire attribute energy has been completely activated. I hope I can manage to absorb the runic power within it as well. Long Chen hesitated a moment, and then decided to leave the immortal cave. Closing the door, he hurried to the back of the mountain. Finding a secluded place, he took out the needle and swallowed the fire-gathering pill he had just refined. As soon as that medicinal pill entered his stomach, it immediately dissolved. A light heat flowed through his meridians. Long Chen looked within him and saw his meridians had been plated with a layer of gold. It was a protective membrane for the insides of his meridians. That was why Long Chen had never absorbed the flame salamander's needle up to this point. Even someone as powerful as him didn't dare absorb it without this medicinal pill's assistance. A flame salamander's needle whose energy had barely been used at all contained a flame that could heavily injure his meridians. It was a 3rd-rank magical beast flame, and it was also number 97 on the beast flame rankings. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Furthermore, what Long Chen wanted wasn't just the beast flame. He wanted something even stronger than a regular beast flame. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted himself into his peak state. Placing his hands atop the flame salamander's needle, he began to circulate his spiritual qi, absorbing the violent energy within the needle. Chapter 189 Flame Salamander's Blue Flame. A current of practically burning lava rapidly flowed from his hands into his meridians. When that current entered his meridians, it was like salt water had met fresh water, causing violent surges that filled him with pain. He continued to control the speed at which the energy was flowing into him. If he let that terrifying energy directly flood into his body, his meridians would immediately burst. His Feng Fu star was quickly circulating, and his enormous spiritual qi was pouring out. It controlled the speed at which the needle's energy flowed into his body. He needed to let his meridians gradually become accustomed to that violent heat. The needle was the spot where all the flame salamander's energy had been stored over its lifetime. If the needle were to explode, that terrifying energy would be able to immediately exterminate several 3rd-rank magical beasts. And despite his slow absorption speed, Long Chen still found the pain difficult to endure. That terrifying heat was constantly roasting his meridians. There was also a violent qi that was constantly circulating around. That qi possessed an instinctive destructive will that wanted to burn everything. It was good that Long Chen had made enough preparations. With the fire-gathering pill, he had a layer of protection over his meridians that prevented that energy from harming them. He also celebrated that he had just advanced to the 7th heaven stage, allowing his meridians to grow even stronger. Otherwise, even with the fire-gathering pill's protection, he might have already failed. All things were difficult at the start, but once you managed to get past the beginning, the rest would be comparatively easier. Long Chen continued to absorb the needle's energy. There was an incredible amount of energy within it, and Long Chen didn't dare increase his absorption speed, and so it took a full 6 hours for him to completely absorb it. By the time all that energy was absorbed, the original beast flame inside the needle had also disappeared. All that energy that had been within the needle was now within Long Chen's meridians. In reality, that energy was the flame salamander's core flame. The flame salamander was incredibly strong, most likely even beyond Long Chen's imagination. If the flame salamander hadn't been weakened by birth that time, he really would have been screwed. Now the flame salamander's core flame was surging within Long Chen's meridians. Long Chen's spiritual strength slowly erased its berserk nature. The flame salamander's core flame didn't actually have any consciousness. By using a gentle, stealthy method, he managed to easily erase that destructive will without worrying about a backlash. Once the core flame's will had been erased, Long Chen took a deep breath. Now was the real test. Condense. Energy surged out of his Feng Fu star, entering into the furthest reaches of his meridians and driving the beast flame to the center. Having lost its will, the beast flame followed his energy surging towards his dantian. Boom! All the scattered beast flame collided together. Long Chen coughed up blood, his face completely pale. Damn, I failed. I just knew my luck was crap. Long Chen gasped for breath. That attempt just now had completely exhausted him. Unfortunately, he had failed to accomplish what he had wanted. Although I failed, I saw a flicker of the rune. That means there's still a chance. Long Chen wanted to use a fierce collision of the beast flame to obtain the flame salamander's own rune. As a fire attribute magical beast whose beast flame was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings, it possessed its own bloodline inheritance. Such a magical beast's needin contained its runic power. But that kind of rune was unusable by humans. Long Chen was hoping to have the beast flame collide within his body. During that chaotic explosion, he would be able to grab onto the runic power. That was only possible because the needin he had managed to obtain had barely lost any of its energy back then. As long as Long Chen caused its energy to erupt out, he was able to see that rune. The fire-gathering pill he had consumed didn't just have the purpose of protecting his meridians. Its main ability was to gather every single bit of flame energy together. If others did this, their dantian would explode. But Long Chen didn't have to worry about that since his dantian was empty. Again, he coughed up blood time after time. He felt that his body was about to collapse. But there was one thing that allowed him to continue. That was because every time he collided the beast flame, he saw the rune becoming clearer and clearer. However, that rune would only appear for the briefest instance. That moment wasn't long enough for him to take control of it. Wait a sec. I failed again. With another explosion, the rune appeared again, this time extremely clearly. Long Chen attempted to use his spiritual strength to link up to that rune, but the flame energy scattered too quickly, causing the rune to also disappear. I need a break. Long Chen was absolutely exhausted. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood wasn't something to worry about with his powerful physical body, but driving the flame into huge collisions greatly exhausted his spiritual strength. That was especially true at the moment of collision. He would exhaust 10 times the spiritual strength in an attempt to link up to that rune when it appeared. He had already attempted this over 10 times. Even though his body was able to continue, his soul was not. He had a splitting headache now. Quickly consuming a spirit-stabilizing pill, he focused on recovering his spiritual energy. 2 hours later, at least part of his spiritual strength had recovered. This time I'll definitely succeed. Although each time he had failed, he had accumulated more and more experience. He was much more sure of himself than at the beginning. Once more driving the scattered beast flame in his meridians towards his dantian, this time he used several times more intensity than before. Boom! When the beast flame collided inside his dantian, terrifying energy exploded out. A rune immediately appeared within that fierce blaze. Quick! Quick! Get over here! Suddenly his mind shook. A strange fluctuation came from his spirit. An imprint appeared in the deepest part of his soul. I succeeded. Long Chen opened his eyes. Extending his hand, a blue flame rose. Although it was only just a foot long, that terrifying heat caused all the surrounding grass 3 meters around him to dry up. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, a fluctuation came from the depths of his spirit. He once more opened his eyes. The flame in his hand pulsed and a clear rune appeared in the flame. When that rune appeared, the surrounding grass immediately became ashes. Everything around him in an area of dozens of meters was now charred black. Haha, I succeeded, The world suddenly spun around him. Exhaustion battered him, and he immediately fainted. When he once more woke up, he was lying in bed. You've finally woken up. What the hell were you doing? You were covered in black ashes when I found you. Tang Wan'er walked over with a wet towel. Hehe, I was doing a grand experiment. Long Chen was extremely pleased. You almost burnt yourself to death. Don't tell me you were experimenting with barbecue. Laughed Tang Wan'er, moving to wipe his face. Long Chen was given a fright and hastily took the towel. I think I'll do that myself. I really would be embarrassed to trouble the faction leader with such a thing. Tang Wan'er reddened slightly. She sniffed. You also get embarrassed. When we carried you back, you were like a little beggar. If it weren't for both me and Sister Qing Yu, do you think you would be so clean? Long Chen was startled, realizing his clothes had been changed. He hastily checked his clothes, immediately feeling relief when he saw his original clothes were just underneath. Scoundrel, what's with that expression? Tang Wan'er gave his elbow a pinch. His expression really was annoying. Wan you're bullying Long Chen again. At this time Qing Yu walked over. She had just happened to see the scene of Long Chen grimacing in pain. Sister Qing Yu, why do you always take his side? He's clearly the one bullying me. Tang Wan felt somewhat wronged. She also sighed inside. Why was this scoundrel's luck always so good? Whenever she got the advantage, Qing Yu would always immediately appear. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Sister Qing Yu, you've misunderstood. I was just playing a joke with Wan Tang Wan glanced at Long Chen with some relief. At least this brat knew how to talk. Right, what time is it? It's not what time, but what day. You were asleep for 2 days. It's the afternoon of the 3rd day, answered Tang Wan What? I slept for 2 days. Long Chen was shocked. He hastily leapt out of bed. Wan and Sister Qing Yu, close the door and activate the spirit stone formation to the max. What are you planning on doing? Tang Wan said blankly. Don't ask, just do it. Long Chen walked into the lounge and arranged all the medicinal ingredients he had bought as well as his pill furnace. Tang Wan and Qing Yu followed Long Chen's instructions, closing the stone door and activating the spirit stone formation to the max. Normally the door was only kept open when not cultivating in order to prevent wastage. The spirit stone formation was also normally kept unactivated. That was to prolong the lifespan of the spirit stones. If their room's spirit stone formation was activated to the maximum level, the 8 spirit stones would only have enough energy to last 6 hours. If they calculated it like that, Tang Wan only had enough spirit stones for half a month's usage. And so they saved as much of it as possible. When they activated the spirit stone formation, the enormous spiritual chi from the spirit stones began to be quickly released. The entire immortal cave was immediately filled with dense spiritual chi. Long Chen, are you planning on refining pills? Qing Yu was a bit puzzled. Yup. Long Chen nodded as he confirmed all the medicinal ingredients. He ordered the medicinal ingredients into a set sequence. That way it would be more convenient while he refined and he wouldn't have to be worried about grabbing the wrong medicinal ingredient. Then should we leave? Probingly asked Tang Wan Although she didn't know alchemy, all the alchemists she knew never allowed anyone disturb them while refining. Nope, actually, I'll need your help in a bit, laughed Long Chen. After saying that, he extended his hand. A blue flame rose from his palm, lighting up the entire immortal cave. It was time to test his harvest. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Chapter 190 Refining Tendon Firming Pills. When the blue flame rose from Long Chen's palm, the entire immortal cave was lit up gorgeously and warmly. What a beautiful flame! Tang Wan was bewitched by that flame. That was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful flame. It looked just like a ball of blazing water. Long Chen smiled slightly. After he had gained control over the Beast Flame's rune, his control over it had risen greatly. He could control it smoothly with just a thought and wouldn't need to use too much spiritual strength. That previous Flame Leopard Beast Flame he had required him to use his spiritual strength to keep it suppressed. It was like a disobedient animal. If he didn't keep it suppressed, it would attack him. But now that he controlled his new Beast Flame's rune, the Beast Flame had now essentially accepted Long Chen as its master and wouldn't resist him at all. As for his control over the power and rhythm of the flame, naturally it was now completely smooth and effortless. Long Chen even praised himself a bit inside. This kind of crazy accomplishment was something only a genius could have thought of. But of course, only if that crazy idea paid off would that person be a genius. If they failed, then they would be called madmen. So in this world, geniuses and madmen were all cut from the same cloth. They were only differentiated by their luck. Tang Wan and Qing Yu were quietly watching. This was the first time they had ever seen someone refine pills. That was because alchemists didn't like to have others around them when refining. One reason was because they were afraid of being disturbed, but the other was because they were afraid of others secretly learning their techniques. Long Chen of course didn't care about that last one in the slightest. He was completely focused, slowly warming the furnace. That was an extremely fundamental step. If the furnace wasn't gradually heated up, at the final moment there was the danger of a furnace explosion. Heating it up first would also extend the pill furnace's lifespan. Once the pill furnace's temperature rose to the right level, Long Chen began to throw in the medicinal ingredients. Controlling the flame, he refined out their pure essence. This part was very dependent on skill. The strength of the flame had to be just right, and the alchemist also had to be experienced and knowledgeable about the heat required by the medicinal ingredients. If the flame was too weak, it would require a longer time to refine. But more importantly, part of the essence would be lost due to that extended time. And of course, if the flame was too strong and surpassed the medicinal ingredient's heat limit, it would immediately turn to ashes and your work would have been for nothing. But all that was nothing to Long Chen, who possessed a pill god's memories. When it came to knowledge of the critical temperatures of medicinal ingredients, there was no one in this world who surpassed him. Now that he controlled the flame salamander's beast flame's rune, this blue flame was no different at all to his core flame. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could control it down to the finest detail. His refining speed was extremely fast. After refining a couple of the medicinal ingredients into powder, he told Tang Wan and Qing Yu to take out a clean piece of glazed paper and place the medicinal powders on top of it. Once they cooled off, he gave them specific proportions to split them into and to them wrap them up. As they carefully followed his instructions, he refined the second set of medicinal ingredients. They had only just accomplished his task when he finished refining the second set. He had them keep this set of medicinal ingredients separate from the rest and to wrap them up as well. This repeated itself 7 times before Long Chen finished refining all the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen was still completely fine, but it was actually Tang Wan and Qing Yu who were sweating. That was because they were too nervous. After all, these were medicinal pills, and the slightest mistake would cause failure. And so they had to be extremely careful and meticulous. Okay, I've finished the refinement part. Now there are 7 sets of medicinal powders. Pour each set into the pill furnace in accordance to the order they were refined. As for the timing, wait for my signal. I'm going to continue, said Long Chen. Wait a moment, Long Chen, exclaimed Tang Wan. I'm too nervous, Tang Wan said with some embarrassment. She was afraid to make a mistake. Long Chen laughed. What are you worried about? Even if it fails, it'll be my responsibility. Just treat it as how you played house as a child. Hearing Long Chen laugh, Tang Wan relaxed quite a bit. Looking at the small ball of medicine in her hand, she saw it really was just like a small ball of sand she used to play with. A flame burst into existence in his hand. Terrifying heat soared out as he placed it into his pill furnace. I'm starting. Release the first bundle. Tang Wan nodded and carefully poured the medicinal powders into the pill furnace. As Long Chen's flame energy circulated, those powders began to coalesce, becoming a whole, liquid entity. It was extremely mystical. What she didn't know was that those powders weren't really powders, but the essences of the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen was entirely focused on the pill furnace. He was extremely solemn. This was the first time he was attempting to refine a third-tier medicinal pill. Although he knew the pill formula, he had no experience in it. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless. Even stronger pill cultivators couldn't keep a 100% success rate, let alone Long Chen, who was refining it for the first time. Looking at the completely focused Long Chen, Tang Wan was a bit bewitched. This Long Chen was exceptionally attractive. He was much more reliable and steady than he was normally when he was a mischievous rascal. Next, Long Chen's light voice gave Tang Wan a fright. Her mind had wandered away. Luckily there was Qing Yu to the side who was prepared. She quickly released the second set of medicinal powders into the pill furnace. Tang Wan blushed, looking at Qing Yu apologetically. But Qing Yu only winked at her without the slightest bit of rebuke. Now her face turned even redder. Hastily dispelling her distracting thoughts, she focused completely on Long Chen's pill furnace, not daring to even look at Long Chen's face again. The main reason Long Chen had Tang Wan and Qing Yu remain behind was because he wanted to focus completely on controlling his flame and keeping track of the changes in the medicinal powders. If he had to place the medicinal ingredients himself, that would split his attention. While concocting medicinal pills, the slightest mistake could result in failure. This medicinal pill was something that concerned the fate of the entire faction. He definitely couldn't make a mistake. He had used the faction's points for his own use, which he was definitely apologetic for. He had to succeed in his refinement. Time passed by unconsciously. 2 hours later, all 7 sets of medicinal powders had been thrown into the pill furnace. Long Chen had already sealed the furnace and begun increasing the flame's strength. The blue flame twisted and danced. A faintly discernible rune appeared within it. The room's temperature began to quickly rise. Tang Wan and Qing Yu seemed to not feel that terrifying heat, looking at the blue flame seedling in Long Chen's hands with shock. Rune. Tang Wan was the most shocked. Previously she had let Long Chen examine her own rune, and she had also seen him attempt to summon out his own rune. Unfortunately he had failed. At that time she had thought Long Chen was just trying out a crazy idea. He really was a madman. Without a bloodline inheritance, how could he possibly condense a rune? But now the pill flame in his hand had changed color and a rune had appeared in it. Although that rune wasn't very clear, she could clearly sense the runic power. As someone who also possessed her own runic power, Tang Wan knew that it wasn't clear only because Long Chen wasn't activating the rune to its full strength, not that he didn't have enough control over it. And it was precisely because she understood that she was so shocked. She practically couldn't believe it. She didn't seem to recall anyone in history ever having done as he had. How is it? Don't you think the taste would be pretty good if I used such a flame to cook fish? Although Long Chen was chatting lightly, he was clearly extremely pleased with himself. Where did you get this flame? Asked Tang Wan. I stole it. Long Chen knew that the situation within the pill furnace had already stabilized. He no longer needed to focus so intensely on it. Tang Wan stared at him. She knew this fellow barely said one or two truths in his nonsense. But she also knew it wasn't necessary for her to get to the bottom of this. After all, powerful techniques were the life-preserving measures of cultivators. Cultivators wouldn't just randomly demand techniques from others. That was an absolute taboo. He knew she had some apprehensions about this flame, and so he was just about to tell her where he had obtained this beast flame when the furnace began to shake intensely. The pills are about to be condensed. Long Chen slowly increased his flame strength, and his right hand covered the lid. Boom boom boom. Terrifying energy circulated within the pill furnace. It was like there was a berserk hurricane within. This is a sign the pills are about to form. All the medicinal liquid has been concentrated together. Under the powerful urging of the flame, it will almost come to life, automatically separating into several small balls. Each small ball will crazily whirl around the pill furnace, absorbing spiritual chi from the surroundings. It will form an outer layer with all the essence collected inside. Their shapes are originally not at all completely circular, but after experiencing that crazy whirling, they end up becoming the standard pill shape. This entire process is just like the maturation of an embryo, extremely miraculous to an inconceivable level, Long Chen explained to the two of them when he saw how curious they were. Although Long Chen knew all the principles of refining pills, he still possessed a profound respect for alchemy. It was a kind of divine technique, an art that could change something trash into something miraculous. After a final intense explosion, the furnace returned to calm. Long Chen lifted the furnace lid. A dense pill fragrance filled the immortal cave. 9 pearl-like medicinal pills quietly lay within the furnace. Heavens, a pill halo. There are high-grade medicinal pills, and 5 of them, exclaimed Tang Wan. Long Chen had also not expected this. After all, this was his first attempt at this. Originally he had been thinking that just 1 high-grade medicinal pill would have been pretty good, but there were actually 5. After just a moment, Long Chen realized that was the effect of the spirit stone formation. It appeared its effect was even greater than he had imagined. Look Long Chen, there are 5 high-grade tendon-firming pills and the rest all have pill lines, marking them as middle grade. You really are too amazing Long Chen. Tang Wan held the medicinal pills, an excited smile blooming on her face. I really am getting rusty. I remember I could refine such medicinal pills with my eyes closed, and they were all high grade, sighed Long Chen. He shook his head dejectedly. Tang Wan was first startled, but then she immediately rolled her eyes, no longer bothering with Long Chen. She adoringly looked at those tendon-firming pills with delight. With that experience, Long Chen had already learned all the important moments to control his flame. The second furnace was refined much faster, requiring only just a quarter hour. What caused Tang Wan and Qing Yu to be stupefied was that this time light shining out this time was even stronger. The 9 pearl-like medicinal pills inside were actually all high-grade tendon-firming pills. When all the medicinal ingredients had been refined, Tang Wan simply stared at a table of over 110 tendon-firming pills. She had practically gone stupid. Long Chen had managed to refine that many medicinal pills without rest. Although he said he could easily refine at least another 10,000 of them, he directly crawled into his blankets and fell into a deep sleep. After Tang Wan and Qing Yu recovered from their shock, they began to distribute those high-grade tendon-firming pills down. Long Chen only woke up the next day. Looking at the jade tablet in his hand, a huge, snow-white figure appeared in his mind. It's time to open a spiritual space. Chapter 191 Spiritual Space. Once Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu distributed the tendon-firming pills, their entire faction became silent. That was because everyone had secluded themselves in their immortal caves, borrowing the tendon-firming pills' energy to quickly stabilize their realm. Only once the realm was stabilized could they continue cultivating. Only then could they keep their foundation stable. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu had also secluded themselves in their own rooms. Since they were just stabilizing their realm, they also deactivated the spirit stone formation to avoid wastage. In their entire faction, only Long Chen didn't need to be secluded. However, he had something even more important he had to do. Right now he was in his room, his spiritual strength going through the information within the jade tablet. Damn, they're really swindlers. It's this easy. Long Chen couldn't hold back from cursing. The principle behind the opening of a spiritual space was incredibly simple. To open a spiritual space, split your spiritual strength into two opposing poles within the mind sea and open a third space between. That space was similar to a spatial ring. But every spatial ring contained a space fragment. All the space ring had to do was connect to that space fragment. Above the land were many wandering space fragments. It was said that in ancient times, gods had fought a huge war that had smashed apart space and destroyed stars. Those space fragments were what were left behind. But as for whether or not that was true, no one knew. All people knew was that it was possible to use a special technique to merge a space fragment into a ring, forming a spatial ring that could easily store items. The only fault was that a spatial ring's space was static and it was impossible to store living things. Even plants would also quickly die within it. As for this spiritual space, it was different. It was a space formed from his spiritual strength. That was a space located between his eyebrows. It was always connected to his mind. However, it couldn't store things like spatial rings. It could only contain housepets that were also connected to his mind. Frankly speaking, it was just a housepet space. That was why that senior apprentice brother had given Long Chen a warning when he had seen Long Chen wanting to buy it. Damn whoever set these prices. I curse your child's chin to be bigger than their forehead, Long Chen muttered a curse. He also hated himself at the moment. It was something so simple. Even without this secret tome, if he had just tried it himself a bit, he probably would have had a 50% chance of succeeding. Thinking of how he had spent 63,000 points on such a simple principle, his heart dripped blood. Taking a deep breath, he put away those thoughts. He had to find a way to make more points. Regret was useless. It was more important to open his spiritual space. The mind sea was located in the space between a person's eyebrows. That was the place all of a person's knowledge and memories gathered. This was the most important spot of the entire human body. The hardest part of the human head was the forehead, while the weakest spot was between the eyebrows. The bone there was extremely thin. And it was precisely because of that mental energy was emitted from that location, allowing you to be able to sense danger at the earliest moment. If a person were to stick a steel needle into any other part of the body, it wouldn't cause any damage. You might not even feel it, but if you were to pierce such a sharp object between the eyebrows, you would instinctively try to avoid it. That was the reaction of mind sea. It was the same in all people. That weak bone allowed one's mental energy to flow out without restriction. It was the most direct route. The mind sea wasn't a true acupuncture point, but a kind of generic term for spiritual strength. It could also be called the sea of consciousness. When cultivators looked inside themselves, they saw that their spiritual strength surged and flowed like a sea, causing them to call it that. Within his mind sea, Long Chen gathered all his spiritual strength. As if splitting an ocean, his spiritual strength split into two spiritual dragons. Under Long Chen's urging, the two dragons roared and began to race around each other. As they did, a vacuum formed between them. As their speed increased, they became like a huge twister. The core of that twister began to change. Outside that space, spiritual strength was crazily dashing around. But inside it was completely still. As Long Chen increased the strength of his spiritual strength, the inner portion grew into a vacuum 300 meters in diameter. According to that secret tome's recordings, that vacuum was his spiritual space. As long he placed his own spiritual imprint on top of it, it would be ready to absorb his housepets that were connected to his mind. It was no wonder Long Chen would curse. This was extremely simple. The monastery really had swindled him. If someone had just given him a random hint, he wouldn't have needed to spend so many points. Since I'm opening it, I might as well make it a bit bigger. In any case, he might as well make Little Snow more comfortable inside. Long Chen continued to urge his spiritual strength, causing those two spiritual dragons to increase their speed. The spiritual space began to quickly grow. He only stopped once it was 10 times the diameter, and he only stopped because he felt he had pushed his spiritual strength to the max already. He wouldn't have been able to continue going without injuring his spirit. This 3,000 diameter spiritual space was like a transparent ball. Strange lines slowly floated down into the ball. Those lines were Long Chen's spiritual imprint. They were like a huge lock, tightly keeping this space under control. Only he would be able to open it. Those lines turned into countless spots that covered the entire ball. Long Chen realized those small spots were smaller versions of the locks. They were quickly absorbed into that ball. Once those lines completely disappeared, Long Chen found that the entire spiritual space had essentially become a part of his body, and he was able to control it with just a thought. Unfortunately, little Snow isn't with me, sighed Long Chen. After being separated for this long, he really was missing that fellow. Little Snow had been with him since he had been the size of a palm. In order to find him, Little Snow had traveled over 1,000 miles of wild terrain, almost losing his life. Their feelings for each other had long since become incomparably deep. Before entering the trial region, Long Chen had told Little Snow to go to the edge of the monastery and wait for him. Once he had made his preparations, he would go find him. Although he missed him, he knew that as a scarlet flame snow wolf that was an overlord amongst third-rank magical beasts, his power was great enough that he wouldn't encounter any real danger. Now that he had opened his spiritual space, Long Chen began to think about what to do next. Now he had already refined the beast flame. With the flame salamander's blue flame that was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings, his combat strength had once more greatly risen. But thinking about his fight with wuxia, he knew that was far from enough. That was because the power of his pill flame was directly related to his cultivation base. His current pill flame had already merged into his meridians. Long Chen's spiritual qi was slowly nourishing it, increasing its power. The degree at which Long Chen's spiritual qi nourished it was over 10 times greater than what a blood condensation cultivator was normally able to accomplish. But in comparison to those who had jumped past the barrier and had reached the tendon transformation realm, it was far too lacking. As the first major chasm of cultivators, the tendon transformation realm was a huge barrier. After surpassing that barrier, one's spiritual qi would explosively multiply by dozens of times. Long Chen was already far behind now. Furthermore, he was also extremely sullen at the moment, as according to the monastery's rules, new disciples could not leave the monastery for the first month. So he had no way to go get Little Snow either. As for the Alioth pill's medicinal ingredients, he had seen quite a few in the Xuantian pavilion, but each of them was incredibly expensive, easily in the thousands of points, perhaps in the 10,000s. Then there was the netherworld ghost steps he had tricked Gui Sha into teaching him. His meridians were not wide enough to train in it. Whenever he tried to use it, he would feel an intense pain from his meridians as if they might explode. That actually didn't sadden Long Chen. He was actually quite happy to have obtained such a precious treasure. It was even possible that the netherworld ghost steps was an even higher class than split the heavens, since he was still unable to train in it. Adding on how hateful Gui Sha's expression had been, he knew that it was definitely a priceless treasure. He couldn't get Little Snow, he couldn't study Gui Sha's footwork, he couldn't buy medicinal ingredients, and he was unable to obtain third-rank magical beast blood essence. He found he really had nothing he could do anymore. But then he suddenly thought of a certain location within the Xuantian monastery. Taking a glance into the immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu had both drunk a cup of jade butterfly queen bee crystal and had entered their meditative states, trying to quickly stabilize their realm. Long Chen quietly left and ran to a building on the western part of the Xuantian plaza. This building was extremely ordinary, looking like a regular house. At the top of it was a large signboard, Mission Distribution. Long Chen walked in, seeing two bored maidens chatting. The rest of the room was empty of people. Is this the place to receive missions? Asked Long Chen, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Yes, this is where the monastery distributes its missions. You can choose missions here, and after accomplishing them, you can come get your points, smiled one of the maidens. Long Chen saw that both these maidens' auras were extremely powerful. They were both tendon transformation experts, and he assumed they must be senior apprentice sisters. Can you let me see what missions there are? Asked Long Chen. No problem, all the missions are here. She smiled and took out massive book, giving it to Long Chen. Opening the book, he saw there were all kinds of missions. Each mission all had a number of points beneath it, numbering from the tens to the thousands. The missions were also split into 4 levels. The 4th level of missions were extremely easy. It was basically just guarding, patrolling, and other labor. Each day you would only be able to obtain 20 to 50 points. The 3rd level's missions involved gathering medicinal ingredients, raising magical beasts, being assistants for alchemists or perhaps forging masters. That kind of work required specific skill sets. After accomplishing these missions, you could obtain 100 to 500 points. The 2nd level's missions were mostly missions outside the sect. Perhaps it was acting as a bodyguard in the outer world, being an escort, or eliminating dangerous things. This kind of mission usually required more time, but the rewards were much more generous. They were in the thousands to the 10,000s of points. But when he reached the 1st level missions, he saw that there was nothing there. 1st level missions are very urgent and aren't available all the time. There might not even be one in a year, explained that maiden. Long Chen nodded. He asked, then what kind of missions can I choose? Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well as do this. I'm sorry, but right now you do not have the qualifications to accept any mission. Chapter 192 Faction Competition starts. Why is that? Frowned Long Chen. These missions can only be given out once the first faction competition is over. We only allow you to see the missions and rewards to give you guys a reminder. Within the monastery, the competition is extremely intense. If you want to obtain more resources than others, you'll need to put in 100% of your effort. The faction competition is a fight over the mission priorities. You'll only receive missions in accordance to your ranking. If your faction comes in first, the points from the missions you'll receive will number in the hundreds of thousands. If I were to make an analogy, these missions are like beef noodle soup. First place will come and take all the big pieces of meat. Only then can second place come and take the smaller pieces. As for third place, they'll probably only end up with some leftover ground meat and noodles. The rest is also distributed in accordance to ranking. As for last place, there won't even be soup for them to drink. They'll only be able to lick the bowl. That woman explained it all in one go to Long Chen. They were all disciples from the previous generation and had personally experienced that cruel competition. So they also deeply sympathized with these new disciples who had just arrived. So the start is extremely important. During the first faction competition, you must absolutely get a good ranking. It is the most important. Although the faction competition occurs once a month, if you're unable to obtain a good spot in the first month, then the distance between you and first place will only increase. That distance will only continue to grow larger each month, and it is extremely difficult to catch up, she warned. Long Chen gratefully nodded. After saying his thanks to her, he began walking back to the faction. That senior apprentice sister's words were absolutely correct. The first faction competition was extremely important. Everyone started at the same starting line, but if they allowed others to take the lead, it would be extremely difficult to catch up. That first step would allow them to receive more points and buy more resources, increasing the entire power level of the faction. Then by the next competition, the distance would have only grown. If you were once more surpassed, it was practically certain you would never be able to catch up. It was unfortunate he still didn't know what kind of form the faction competition would take. Otherwise, if he could come up with some kind of good strategy, they would also get an advantage. Long Chen had just been walking with his head down when a figure suddenly rushed over. He instinctively dodged to the side, but that figure still crashed onto Long Chen. That person's force was so great that being caught off guard, Long Chen was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself dozens of meters away. His fury ignited, as he clearly knew that person had done that on purpose. Looking forward, he saw a tall, large man who was completely bald icily looking at him. That person was a whole head taller than Long Chen. His huge arms were bare with many veins crawling over them, emitting an explosive strength like a volcano that contained endless power. His arms were also covered with tattoos that were extremely crude. Standing there, he was like an unshakable iron tower. Behind that bald man were 3 others. One of them had a powerful aura and was indifferently looking down on Long Chen. As for the other 2, Long Chen recognized them. They were surprisingly Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. The 2 of them were smiling at Long Chen's misfortune. This is the monster amongst monsters you told me about? The bald man asked Lei Qiansheng. Yes, but don't underestimate him. Although he's only in the late blood condensation realm, he wouldn't be inferior to an outer disciple who is in the tendon transformation realm. He might even be a bit stronger. That bald man shook his head. Having just advanced to the late blood condensation realm, his physical body is not bad. However, his cultivation base is too trash, not even worth looking at. Let's go. That bald man directly walked right in front of Long Chen as if he didn't see him. Either Long Chen would get out of the way, or there would be a fight. Despite being shaken by this bald man's power, that arrogance from the depths of his soul would not let him back down. Although he clearly knew this person had to be even stronger than Lei Qiansheng, he was unable to accept such humiliation. Indifferently looking at this bald man, he slowly raised a hand. The pill flame in his body began to circulate, preparing to come out at any moment. Seeing Long Chen actually refused to step aside and had taken a fighting stance, that bald man sneered, actually directly charging over, his aura exploding. Who dares be so impudent in a fighting prohibited region? Suddenly a shout rang out that made the bald man come to a step. He turned to see that a white-robed man was indifferently looking at them. That man's robes were those of a law enforcer, and his powerful aura was one that he didn't dare look down on. Long Chen was startled, as this person was actually someone he recognized, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Wan, that bald man only lightly sneered. Although he looked down on these people who were at the bottom of their generation, he didn't retort. He said to Long Chen, "Brat, next time you block my way I'll crush you to pulp." The bald man walked around Long Chen, the other three also following. From the way they went, it seemed that they were going to the Xuantian pavilion to buy things. Once those people left, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan smiled slightly to Long Chen. "Let's walk for a bit. I have some things I want to say to you." Long Chen was surprised, not expecting the serious Senior Apprentice Brother Wan to look after him like this. Not only had he driven away the bald man, he was also staying with him for a while. "Many thanks Senior Apprentice Brother Wan." Long Chen cupped his fists, grateful to him. His intuition told him that that bald man was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. He who was not even in the tendon transformation realm was not a match for him. That infuriated him. If he had also advanced to the tendon transformation realm, how could he be so inferior to them? "Looking at you, I'm reminded of myself 3 years ago. I was full of confidence back then. But people should sometimes know how to yield. That's not weakness but simply strategy. Don't try to be brave when you are weak, or the person who will be injured at yourself." Senior Apprentice Brother Wan chatted as they walked. Long Chen smiled bitterly. "I also understand Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's reminder. But unfortunately I just can't control myself. I would rather die than accept humiliation." Long Chen knew that was the influence of his pill god memories. He simply refused to accept any humiliation. Asking him to accept humiliation was an even worse punishment than being killed. If it was the past Long Chen, he would definitely have avoided that kind of situation as best as he could. To forcibly face someone who he wasn't a match for wasn't bravery, but stupidity. That was asking for death. But although he understood this, he was unable to completely control that arrogance that came from the depths of his very soul. That arrogance would not let him yield to anyone. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan nodded. "That has to do with a person's willpower. I can't say whether that is good or bad. But let me give you one reminder. Your current cultivation base is the lowest within the entire monastery. Your realm is far too low. That person just now is Ji Yu Yong. He has an innate, powerful strength. His physical body is inconceivably strong, and with his powerful combat strength, he has never met an equal within the same realm. More importantly, he revived his ancestral mark before entering the monastery. The power of his bloodline inheritance has already become part of his power. His strength is already beyond your imagination." Long Chen was shocked that he had awakened his ancestral mark before joining the monastery. Such a powerful person had definitely joined the monastery for the 10,000 beast essence blood. Now that his physical body had reached an even higher level of perfection, wouldn't he be even stronger than Tang Wan? Your generation of disciples is the strongest generation in the history of the monastery. Few generations have a genius who can awaken their ancestral mark. But this time there were 4. Other than Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu who you know, there's also the Ji Yu Yong you just encountered. There's also another person named Guan Wenan. His strength is terrifying, and he's extremely arrogant and cold-hearted. You should be more careful. I tell you this in order to remind that when 100 flowers bloom at once, there is no one who doesn't want to be the lead. But you also know that there is just one lead. The competition will be extremely intense, and success in the first faction competition is crucial. Many thanks Senior Apprentice Brother Wan for your warning. Junior Disciple will remember it. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's words were the exact same as that Senior Apprentice Sister from the Mission Distribution Building. I look favorably on you. Good luck. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan patted Long Chen on the shoulder and then left. Long Chen walked back to the Immortal Cave alone. Tang Wan and Qing Yu were still in their meditative state. That was a good sign. 3 days later, it was Tang Wan who was the first to wake up. After awakening, her aura had become completely stable. It no longer leaked out as before. She had begun to control her own explosive aura. In other words, her realm had already completely stabilized. Long Chen told her about what had happened in the Mission Distribution Building as well as the matter of Ji Yuyong, giving her a fright. She hadn't expected that there were 2 others who had also awakened their ancestral marks. And one of them had even awakened it before her and Yi Ziqiu. Wan I still have a great deal of Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. You should distribute it to everyone so that they can all cultivate faster. Furthermore, also send some to Yi Ziqiu. Since we are in an alliance, we'll all be one family. Their strength is also our strength. I'm thinking of buying some more medicinal ingredients and refining some tendon-firming pills for her side as well. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let them go buy those trash medicinal pills. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit regretful that he had forgotten about such an important thing. By the time Long Chen had thought of it, they had already bought them. Sometimes he really felt his head wasn't smart enough. That very day, Tang Wan bought more medicinal ingredients and Long Chen refined them into pills. His pills were all high grade, and so they could allow them to stabilize their realm even faster. For the first faction competition, spending a couple extra points to save some more time was definitely worth it. Once all their people had stabilized their cultivation bases, Long Chen had people spar with each other. Only in real combat could people become accustomed to their strength the fastest. Their side had gotten at least 10 more days than other people, giving them enough time to adapt to their cultivation bases. They would be able to fight with much more strength than others. Under practically a day and night training, the time quickly flew by. 1 month quietly passed before they knew it. Dong! A loud bell rang out, reaching every corner of the Xuantian monastery. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes from his rest. The faction competition has started. Chapter 193 Battle Deployment. Following that drawn-out bell sound that reached every corner of the monastery, a certain person slowly opened his eyes. That person was Elder Sun who had been punished by Elder Tu Fang. Long Chen, I must have your battle skills. Elder Sun was completely confident, and greed surfaced in his eyes. As soon as he had seen Long Chen summon out that ring of light, he had started thinking that. Then he had seen Long Chen using Split the Heavens, firming his desire to obtain his techniques. He had secretly investigated Long Chen and knew that he had no background at all. That was why he was confident in stealing them. Back then when he had suppressed Long Chen, it was in order to force him to surrender and then think of a way to steal his techniques. Unfortunately that plan had been ruined by Tu Fang. He hadn't obtained the techniques, and had instead been punished. That had given him a stomach full of fire which he naturally didn't dare release on Tu Fang. So all that hatred had been placed on Long Chen. Slowly standing up, he walked into his immortal cave, coldly snorting, I really want to see just how long you can resist. The Xuantian Plaza was filled with people. Looking at the amount of people, Long Chen was amazed by how powerful the Xuantian monastery was. There were a total of 17 factions, meaning there were 17 core disciples. Of the 1700 people, there were 1,699 tendon transformation experts. Long Chen saw many people looking at him with the same eyes filled with contempt. He bitterly smiled and sighed. Did this count as discrimination? As Tang Wan'er looked around, she smiled and relaxed a bit. The majority of these people had yet to completely stabilize their realm yet. But as for her and Yi Ziqiu's people, all their disciples, auras were completely stable, and incomparably so as well. That gave them a large advantage. Their disciples would be able to wield at least 90% of a tendon transformation expert's abilities, while their opponents would be lucky to be able to even use 70% of their power. Warmth filled her when she looked at Long Chen. It seemed this fellow was able to accomplish anything with ease. As long as she could handle the other top experts, their factions would definitely be the strongest amongst all the factions. Although she didn't have many inner disciples in her faction, this battle wouldn't be fought alone, but with everyone. And so their advantage was very clear. "You're Tang Wan. Suddenly Ji Yu Yong walked over to Tang Wan. Looking her up and down, a bit of praise filled his eyes. Tang Wan had already heard from Long Chen that Ji Yu Yong was terrifyingly powerful. But due to how close he was with Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin, she knew he was no friend. Not waiting for Tang Wan to say anything, Ji Yu Yong smiled, "You're very beautiful. If you join hands with me, I'll definitely look after you greatly." "Thank you, but there's no need for that," lightly replied Tang Wan. As if long since expecting her reply, Ji Yu Yong also didn't get angry. Looking at Long Chen who was beside her, he said, "A useless fellow has no use to you. You'll understand that soon enough." Tang Wan-er's expression changed. He actually dared insult Long Chen in front of this many people. She was about to reply when Long Chen stopped her. He walked a couple steps up to the tower like Ji Yu Yong. Looking at his bald head that reflected the light, he shook his head. "I've always heard that people whose heads can't grow hair are supposed to be smart. But seeing your completely hairless head, I can't seem to see any intelligence at all. Do you think that by being bald and having the sunlight reflect on you that it'll increase your looks? You're wrong about that. Who cares if you can reflect light in the day? If you have the capability, then go emit light at night." Tang Wan covered her mouth, doing her best not to laugh. But her gaze involuntarily landed on Ji Yu Yang's scalp. Ah, with the sunlight reflecting off it, yes, it really was dazzling. Ji Yu Yong was also so tall that he was basically a head taller than everyone else, making him stand out even more. Whenever he moved, he would attract everyone's attention. So Long Chen's words were heard by every single person. There was no one who wasn't dumbstruck. Long Chen really was a weirdo. Just what were his guts made of? His cultivation base was clearly the lowest out of everyone, but what he did was always beyond anyone's expectations. Did he not know what it meant to be afraid? Amongst the crowd, Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin smiled. They knew Long Chen's character, and they also knew Ji Yu Yang's character. This time Long Chen was screwed. The both of them had actually originally been pursuing Tang Wan. Other than her fairy-like beauty, it was also because of her powerful strength. If they could obtain such a beauty's heart, not only would they have the love of a beautiful woman, they would also have a powerful helper. Unfortunately for them, ever since Long Chen had appeared, they found that Tang Wan had gradually begun to oppose them. In fact, they were now almost mortal enemies. Trying to obtain her heart was definitely impossible. So they naturally would be delighted to see Long Chen mock Ji Yu Yong. Both of them had now advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and in terms of combat strength, they had already far surpassed Long Chen. However, ever since they had seen Long Kem defeat Gui Sha with his endless techniques, they had always felt that even if they could defeat him, with his character, he would definitely make them pay a price. Now they didn't even need to do anything to disgrace Long Chen. That was something they delighted in seeing. "Long Chen, I've already said not to stand in my way again or I'd turn you to pulp. Looks like you don't have a good memory." Ji Yu Yong tightened his fists. "You can come try me," icily replied Long Chen. When it came to true combat strength, Long Chen was not Ji Yu Yang's match. But if it was a life-and-death battle, Long Chen wouldn't fear anyone. The monastery's rules didn't really suit Long Chen. He didn't like that kind of dainty fighting method. He was used to killing his enemies. In these kinds of battles, he was unable to use his full strength. He was prohibited from killing anyone in the monastery. But as for these spoiled disciples, they were very skilled at that kind of battle. That caused Long Chen to suffer greatly. If Ji Yu Yong really dared attack him, Long Chen would retaliate with his full strength. He would use his fastest speed to kill him. Fighting and killing were two completely different concepts. Long Chen was proficient in the latter. "Stop and return to your factions." A cold shout rang out and people walked over. Those people were a dozen senior apprentice brothers. Amongst them was also senior apprentice brother Wan. It seemed senior apprentice brother Wan's position amongst his fellows here was actually quite high. He even nodded slightly to Long Chen. Long Chen was about to thank him when his pupils contracted on the person at the front of this group. Elder Son. Long Chen had never thought the one in charge of the faction competition would be Elder Son. Wasn't that old bastard supposed to be punished by Tu Fang? How has he come here? Long Chen had a bad feeling. He could sense that this old fellow didn't like him. But in front of this many people, he shouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Elder Sun indifferently swept his gaze over everyone. Today is the faction competition. I don't need to tell you how important it is. We're about to open the fighting field. After he finished speaking, everyone felt their badges become hot for a moment, teleporting them to a new location. This was an open mountainside. The mountainside wasn't too large, perhaps just stretching a mile or two. There were some small flags scattered along the hillside. At the peak was Elder Sun and the others. There they could watch over everyone. Behind them was a pavilion where a huge, ancient bell was suspended in the air. At this time, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan walked up and said to everyone, "I will explain the rules. Listen carefully. When the bell rings, that is the start of the competition. The competition will only last for the time it takes for one incense stick to burn." Someone else carried out a huge censer over. Atop the censer was a stick of incense as thick as an arm. When the incense has been burnt away, the bell will once more ring to terminate the competition. You guys can all see the small flags along the mountainside. There are a total of 170 flags. Gather as many flags as you can. It doesn't matter whether you steal them or fight for them. All that matters is how many flags you have gathered before the final bell. Each faction will be given a flag case. Each of you pick someone to carry the flag case. Remember, when the final bell rings, only flags within your flag case count. The ones in your hands will not count. Furthermore, a flag held in a person's hand for more than 3 breaths will be annulled. Once he finished speaking, people immediately walked out to hand over long tubes as thick as a thigh. There was a buckler attached to them that allowed someone to carry one on their back. "Long Chen, who should we choose to be in charge of the flag case?" asked Tang Wan. Long Chen thought for a moment. The flagbearer didn't necessarily have to be strong, but they had to be observant and know how to protect themselves. The goal was for that person to not even be touched by enemies, and they had to be absolutely loyal. "Guo Ran, we'll give this job to you." Guo Ran solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, boss. Even if I die, I will protect the flag case. I'll protect it like I would protect my woman." After he finished speaking, he rubbed the flag case lovingly as if it was a beautiful woman's leg, causing people to feel nauseous. This might seem like a game, but let me remind you all, this is something that will affect your futures, your fates. Whether you will be stepped on by others or step above others will depend on this. When the competition finishes, the amount of flags in your possession will determine your ranking. And your ranking will decide what priority you will have for missions. I trust the senior apprentice sisters at the mission distribution building have already explained that to you. So in this competition, you must do your best to fight over the flags. Good luck to you all. After Senior Apprentice Brother Wan finished speaking, a disciple brought over a torch while another person also walked up to the bell, preparing to ring it. "Wan, your speed is the fastest. When the bell rings, you rush to the left and grab as many flags as possible. I'll take the right. As for the others, form a triangle formation to protect Guo Ran in the middle. We'll hand over all the flags we snatch to Guo Ran. Remember not to keep the flags in your hand for too long or they'll be annulled." Long Chen quickly gave everyone another reminder. He had remembered every single word of that explanation and had thought of a quick strategy. Tang Wan and the others all nodded. At this exact time, the huge incense stick was lit and the bell rang. The competition has begun. Chapter 194 Contest. When the bell rang, Long Chen and Tang Wan were like two released arrows that shot out. At the same time, the other core disciples did not react at all slower than them. Everyone had all realized this was a merciless struggle. They all knew how important it was to get a good ranking this time. But although they all set out at almost the exact same time, Tang Wan was the absolute fastest. She had awakened her ancestral mark, causing her control over her wind energy to become even smoother. In terms of speed, she was definitely number one. Once the other core disciples and Long Chen charged out, the others also quickly followed up. But Long Chen's side wasn't the same as others. That was because Long Chen's side was slower in order to prioritize safety. As for the other factions, they clearly didn't have such misgivings and all rushed out, not giving a thought to protection. Tang Wan was the first to grab a flag. She threw the flag to Guo Ran. As soon as he caught the flag, he placed it into the flag case on his back. When the flag entered the case, a number lit up the case, 1. At this time the other core disciples had also arrived at the flags they had targeted. But at that moment, Tang Wan had already thrown over a second flag. Her speed was essentially double others. Other people were shaken when they saw such speed. If that continued, her advantage would become all too obvious. But now wasn't the time to fight with others. The first thing to do was to grab all the flags that were on the ground. Only then would they go fight over the flags in other people's possession. Qi Xin's faction was to the right of Long Chen's. He had rushed to his first flag, but when he went to grab it, his hands went through thin air. He was shocked to see the flag had floated up on its own and was flying back. He then saw Long Chen and cursed, "Long Chen, you're asking for it." That flag was pulled over by his spiritual strength. Grabbing it, Long Chen threw it back to his faction and rushed straight to another flag. He didn't even glance at that idiot Qi Xin. It was already such a time, but he still didn't focus on grabbing flags and wasted his time cursing others. Long Chen really admired that kind of intelligence. Don't just stand there. Get the flags. In the distance, Ji Yuyong gave him a reminder, while he himself resumed rushing for the flags, deciding to rush in front of Long Chen. If Long Chen dared follow his original route, they would definitely meet at the end. A sneer appeared on Ji Yuyang's mouth. That was because he saw there were 7 flags on Long Chen's path, and they were extremely convenient to grab. He knew Long Chen wouldn't change his course. Flags filled the air. Guo Ran and the others all focused completely on grabbing those flags and putting them into their flag case. In just a couple breaths, they already had 8 flags. Other than Guo Ran, the rest of the faction was focused completely on protecting Guo Ran. They formed a triangle around him as they advanced forward. Long Chen had already told those people that their task was to protect Guo Ran and not let anyone approach him. Careful. Crap, someone stole our flags. Suddenly one person let out a roar. Since their entire faction had rushed out to get the flags, their faction hadn't been careful and another faction had charged over, snatching the 3 flags in their case, stealing their hard work. By the time that faction's people reacted, all the flags had already landed in their enemy's flag case. That faction furiously charged at the person who had snatched their flags, beating him badly and causing him to faint. But to exchange his injuries for 3 flags had definitely been worth it. That faction then began to charge at that faction, but those people had already been prepared and they were unable to do anything to them. The entire field was completely chaotic. But Long Chen's side wasn't at all messy. All they needed to focus on was catching flags. As for Yi Zichou's side, they had also been attacked, but they were much smarter. Seeing that Long Chen had formed such a protective formation, they had also formed one as well, not letting their attackers gain anything. The core disciples were extremely fast. Tang Wan'er flew her last flag over to Guo Ran and saw there were already none left around. Looking further away, she saw that while there were a few flags left, she wouldn't be able to rush there fast enough. Other people were already too close to them. Return to defend. Long Chen shouted to Tang Wan'er. He was rushing over to his last flag at this time. Once he got it, he would also run back. The entire battlefield's flags had all been snatched. Long Chen saw that Guo Ran actually had 36 flags on him. They were currently number 1. Number 2 was Ji Yuyang's faction. He had a total of 27, while Yi Zichou's faction had 19. Although he didn't know what ranking that was, it was definitely not low. That was because many factions only had 3 to 5 flags. One reason was because they weren't that good at observing the situation and hadn't chosen good paths, ending up running into others. The other reason was because they hadn't seized the initiative and others had taken flags on their paths before they could get to them. Just as Long Chen was about to touch that flag, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. A terrifying gale was charging at him from behind. Before the attack had even arrived, a powerful pressure already caused his bones to shiver. Without even thinking about it, he immediately dodged to the side. Twisting his head, he saw that Ji Yuyang had already arrived where he had been, currently just missing his punch. Your reactions aren't bad, but that won't stop me from crushing you. Ji Yuyang was a bit surprised that Long Chen had managed to dodge his sneak attack. He reached out his hand to grab that flag. Long Chen snorted. Using spiritual strength to move things at a distance was extremely costly, and they already had enough flags that he didn't need this one. Pointing a finger, a blue spark shot out. Just as Ji Yuyang was about to touch that flag, that spark immediately ignited the flag, turning it to ashes. A flag had been trashed just like that. Ji Yuyang angrily smashed Long Chen with a fist. Long Chen circulated his Feng Fu star and also punched out. Long Chen felt an unstoppable force send him flying. His arm was in great pain, almost feeling as if it was broken. What powerful strength! Long Chen was greatly shaken. Ji Yu Yang really was inconceivably powerful. He was worthy of being an expert who had long since awakened his ancestral mark. That fist had only relied on his physical strength, but it had still sent him flying. That was the first time Long Chen had encountered someone whose physical body was more powerful than his own. Eat another one of my fists. After sending Long Chen flying, Ji Yu Yang had quickly chased after him, smashing another fist down. This time the sleeve over his arm completely exploded and the tattoo-like runes over his arm lit up. Long Chen immediately felt an immense pressure. He knew Ji Yu Yang's power had far surpassed his expectations. He no longer kept anything back. Heaven and earth shook as the divine ring appeared behind his back. A terrifying aura surged out of him, making him seem like a god of war. At the same time, he extended his hand and a huge flame weapon appeared. That was a 3-meter-long blue-colored broadsword. The flames in that broadsword surged over and over. Runes covered it as it roasted the air. As soon as that flame blade appeared, it slashed down on Ji Yu Yang. When that huge flame blade collided with Ji Yu Yang's rune-covered fist, a terrifying wave of chi forced back both Long Chen and Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang was shocked. Although he had heard Long Chen had powerful techniques, as someone who had awakened his ancestral mark, he had never placed a brat who was only in just the late blood condensation realm in his eyes. He had thought that one blow would have been enough to crush Long Chen. He really had never imagined Long Chen would be able to receive it head-on. That huge explosion shook everyone into a brief pause. But then they quickly began to wildly fight again. That was because they saw that over half the incense stick had burnt away now. They had to fight with all their strength. The entire battlefield was now extremely chaotic. None of them had any experience when it came to battling in groups, so they all fought on their own. The entire battlefield looked like a bunch of hoodlums duking it out with each other. As for Elder Sun, a fiery light appeared in his eyes when he saw that divine ring behind Long Chen's back. He could sense that ring of light was constantly absorbing energy from heaven and earth, replenishing his spiritual chi. Such a battle skill was definitely able to be called a divine technique. With such a battle skill, he would have no fear of multiple people. His greed for it increased even more. Senior apprentice brother Wan praised Long Chen inside when he saw he was able to block a rune-powered attack by Ji Yu Yang while still being in the blood condensation realm. None of these people knew that at the mouth of an immortal cave on Skywood Mountain, 2 people were lightly drinking tea and watching this entire scene. Sect leader, do you know what battle skill that is? Asked Tu Fang. Ling Yunzi shook his head. I've never heard of it. Although there are similar battle skills, those are all supplementary parts of cultivation techniques that don't help in battle. That ring of light is not just absorbing energy from the world to replenish his own, but it is also increasing his strength by several times. It doesn't look like any cultivation technique or battle skill. Hehe, how interesting. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang were hundreds of miles away watching this competition. Ling Yunzi also wanted to see just how powerful a legendary divergent was. After their exchange, Ji Yu Yang sneered, so you have 1 or 2 tricks. Then I don't have to worry about killing you. His aura began to rise even further. The runes on his body began to quiver, appearing like countless caterpillars were twisting over his body, both extremely strange and terrifying. As his aura continued to climb, the ground beneath him began to crack. The space around him twisted, making him appear like a human-shaped monster. I've already said that I'll crush you to pulp. Ji Yu Yang roared. The ground beneath him exploded as he charged at Long Chen. Chapter 195 Fierce Fight. Runes covered all of Ji Yu Yang's body, light flowing through them. His aura had exploded, and Long Chen felt as if he were being stared at by a wild beast. There was no need to doubt Ji Yu Yang's strength. But that arrogant will that came from the depths of his soul would not permit him to retreat even half a step. It wouldn't let him even think about retreating. Despite knowing he wasn't a match for him, even if he were to die under his hands, he wouldn't be permitted to retreat. That caused Long Chen to grumble inside. He knew he couldn't beat him, and yet he wasn't permitted to run. Just how silly was that kind of behavior? But he knew that if he were to force himself to retreat, his Tao heart would be disrupted. Perhaps, that single setback would ruin his Tao heart, forming a heart devil. Since he knew he couldn't retreat, then he would risk it all. Taking a deep breath, his Feng Fu star suddenly became still. He was about to summon the Feng Fu battle armor. Galawind slash. Suddenly a huge wind blade slammed down at Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyong let out a smothered shout and was directly sent flying by that terrifying wind blade. That wind blade overflowed with power and cut a huge scar into the land. A graceful figure appeared in front of Long Chen. With her hair and clothes fluttering in the breeze, the current Tang Wan'er really did look like a goddess. Give Ji Yuyong to me. You go protect everyone. As long as we endure for a bit longer, we'll win. Focusing on Ji Yuyong, she clapped her hands together and a wave of spiritual qi surged out of her. Wind blades filled the air around Tang Wan'er. Those quickly revolving wind blades were like hundreds of flying flowers cutting apart the space. At the same time, a longsword appeared in her hands. That was a longsword formed from her wind blades. That terrifying wind energy caused the space around the longsword to constantly warp. The runes atop the longsword shined brightly as if they had been bestowed with life. A continuous roar came from it, battle intent overflowing. That was the current Tang Wan'er's peak state. She was truly like a beautiful battle goddess as she stood there. Long Chen nodded. Handing Ji Yuyong to her was the best option. Of everyone present, only Tang Wan'er had the qualifications to fight against Ji Yuyong on an even level. He rushed back towards their faction. Ji Yuyong looked at Tang Wan'er. You really refuse to join hands with me? Tang Wan'er didn't reply, merely icily staring at him. The wind blades around her body spun quicker, ready to attack at any moment. Ji Yuyong snorted, since you fail to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless. The runes covering his body once more lit up brightly. A faint gold light appeared over his fists as he punched at her. The wind blade in her hand hacked down, smashing onto that fist, emitting a heaven-shaking explosion. The ground beneath their feet immediately cracked into pieces. Both parties were sent flying back, but while being blown back, Tang Wan'er also shouted out. Wind pierce. The wind blades around her body all merged together, forming an arrow that shot at Ji Yuyong. It reached him in just the blink of an eye. Ji Yuyong was startled and instinctively punched out, smashing that huge arrow into pieces. The arrow did break into pieces. But it didn't explode, instead it split into countless smaller wind blades. Once those wind blades separated, they were immediately like bees attracted to honey, slashing down on Ji Yuyong. An ordinary person would be directly cut into a corpse by those thousands of wind blades. Ji Yuyong was also given a great fright, not expecting Tang Wan'er's attack to be so flexible. Furthermore, Tang Wan'er's wind blades were incredibly powerful. Even he was unable to let them cut down on him. Vajra protecting the body. Ji Yuyong roared and raised his fists to block. The light from his body suddenly soared, making him become like the sun. Those countless wind blades were immediately disintegrated by that light. Ling Yunzi smiled in the distance. This Ji Yuyong really is powerful. For him to have awakened his ancestral mark 2 years ago, his talent really is not bad. Tu Fang nodded. Ji Yuyong is definitely powerful, and his talent is exceptional. His body coincidentally meets all the requirements of his ancestral bloodline. However, his talent itself isn't higher than Tang Wan'er's. Tang Wan'er is merely suffering because she has only just awakened her ancestral mark and still can't use the ancestral mark properly. Who do you think is stronger? Ling Yunzi lightly sipped his tea. At the present moment, Ji Yuyong is a bit stronger. But half a year later they might be even, and within 1 year, Tang Wan'er will definitely surpass him, Tu Fang confidently predicted. Ling Yunzi also nodded. 1 year from now is also coincidentally the opening of the Julie secret realm. This group of children arrived at just the right time to enter it. Tu Fang smiled somewhat bitterly. The Julie secret realm is said to have come from ancient times. It opens once every 100 years, and the opportunities within are limitless. But at that time both the righteous and corrupt paths, disciples will all enter. That's definitely a desperate struggle. I wonder just how many people will die inside. Danger and opportunity exist together. What expert's path is easy? Fighting against the corrupt path is absolutely necessary. For all the commoners trying to live under the heavens, the only option is to massacre them. Ling Yunzi watched those fighting disciples as he said that. Ah, it seems a good show is about to start. Tang Wan'er and Ji Yuyong were fighting fiercely, fists and blades constantly colliding, huge gales blowing out. But Ling Yunzi's gaze wasn't on them, but on Long Chen. Long Chen had only just returned to his faction and saw that they were practically all fighting, with enemies coming from every direction. It was obvious that they would be focused considering that they had the most flags. Turn the triangle formation into a circular formation. Protect the flag inside. Whoever passes through will be beat to death by me. Long Chen let out a loud shout, sending the people in front of him flying with a single kick. Currently the people around them were like the tide trying to surge over them. They urgently needed his help. Otherwise, if this formation was broken through, all their flags would be stolen. Then they really have fought for nothing. Long Chen saw that Yi Zichou's side was also being focused by two powerful factions. They were already in a disadvantage, and couldn't afford to send any help over. But what relieved him a bit was that although they were fighting many people, everyone really was protecting Guo Ran very well. They were like an iron shield, and for a moment they still weren't in danger. They had all had the advantage of the high-grade tendon-firming pill. Their combat strength should be quite a bit higher than their opponents. Even if their opponents flooded over them, they would still be able to endure. After all, this wasn't a true life and death battle. No one dared to attack with their greatest strength. They could only try to knock down their opponents. That allowed them to endure for even longer. Seeing that there was only half a foot of the incense stick remaining, he estimated that there was not even a quarter hour before it was finished. As long as they could persevere through that time, they would win. Long Chen, die! Suddenly a loud roar rang out and a chilling cold wind attacked him. Long Chen instinctively raised his flame blade, slashing it in the direction of the voice. A strange sound rang out as Long Chen flame blade collided with a water blade. Steam filled the air. Qi Xin. Only now did Long Chen clearly see who had come to attack him. Long Chen, I said I'd make you regret ever being born in this world. You'll soon learn what suffering feels like. A sinister smile appeared on Qi Xin's face. Brandishing his flame blade, Long Chen sneered, you are unable to teach me that. Hehe, you'll understand soon. When that time comes, don't kill yourself in regret. That would be too boring. Qi Xin laughed darkly, the water blade in his hand slashing down on Long Chen. Blocking it once more, steam filled the air. It's a bit troublesome. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. Water subdued fire. Long Chen's flame blade was oppressed by his water blade and was unable to release its full strength. That didn't mean that his flame blade wasn't strong, but simply that his cultivation base wasn't high enough and he was unable to fully release the might of the blue flame. If he also advanced to the tendon transformation realm, although he wouldn't dare look down on Qi Xin's water blade, he definitely wouldn't be hindered so greatly. HMPH, let me see how long you can last. Spiritual qi flowed from his hand into his water blade, causing it to become much larger, at least 30 meters long. He slashed it down on Long Chen. He wants to fight me with spiritual qi, sneered Long Chen. With the support of his divine ring, he had no need to fear that. Increasing his spiritual qi as well, he began to crazily fight with Qi Xin. As water and fire continuously collided, steam filled the entire air. Qi waves surged out as both parties began a fight of attrition. Qi Xin, you still haven't handled that trash. Then let me give you hand. Lei Qiansheng suddenly also appeared, a huge thunderforce blade appearing in his hands. Long Chen was alarmed, quickly taking a step back. Looking around, his expression changed. 3 armies were crazily attacking his faction, attempting to break through. With those 3 armies' attacks, their iron-like defense was also starting to fail. Occasionally one of their members would be knocked unconscious, unable to fight any further. Everyone stand firm. Time is almost up, shouted Long Chen. That was because he saw the incense stick was only a couple inches tall now. The faction competition was about to end. At this moment, they had to continue persevering. Maybe you should focus on yourself. Lei Qiansheng sneered and attacked him. Qi Xin also wasn't slower, his water blade slashing down Long Chen. 2 tendon transformation core disciples had joined hands to defeat Long Chen. That slightly surprised Ling Yunzi. This isn't exactly fair. Joining hands to attack others is a bit contrary to our original intentions, frowned Tu Fang. Ling Yunzi smiled slightly. It doesn't matter whether it is fair or not. Experts will never let such a word leave their mouths. Crying for fairness is always the helpless chant of weaklings. Experts can make everything unfair. If they wanted to, they could trample over weaklings with the most barbaric and rough methods. Let us see just how Long Chen will handle this unfairness. If my guess isn't wrong, he still has something to fall back on. Tu Fang looked silently at Long Chen. How could a rookie at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation contend against 2 tendon transformation core disciples? So what if he was a divergent? In the face of strength, he could only lower his head. Tu Fang sighed helplessly. Just at this moment, Long Chen's eyes closed. All of heaven and earth seemed to have faded away from him, entering a state of complete silence. When he once more opened his eyes, a star floated around in his eyes. Chapter 196 Traitors. Feng Fu Battle Armor. Long Chen let out a shout inside his mind. When he once more opened his eyes, a star had appeared in his eyes. Buzz. Space trembled and chi waves soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure shot out in all directions. The current Long Chen was like an awakened ancient beast, his ferociousness shaking the land. The flame blade in his hand that was only a couple meters long immediately grew to the size of 150 meters. It was like a heavenly blade as it slashed down on the two of them. Boom! Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng were immediately like two weeds miserably struck back. They only managed to stabilize once they had been knocked back hundreds of meters. The surrounding people were all given an absolute fright when they saw Long Chen's attack. They were completely stupefied as they saw both Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng miserably sent flying. Standing at the top of the mountainside was Elder Sun. He involuntarily stood up, his eyes shining as he stared at Long Chen. Ling Yunzi was also moved. What a powerful battle skill. It allowed him to instantly release a strength tens of times greater than usual. His current aura is almost comparable to the tendon transformation realm. Tu Fang was given a shock. That explosive power was at least dozens of times stronger than it had been before. How could this world really contain such a terrifying battle skill? After sending them flying, Long Chen knew that he had to finish this as quickly as possible. Stepping forward, he charged back at the two of them, slashing down ferociously with his flame blade. Both Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were absolutely shocked. At the same time their fury also exploded. The two of them were tendon transformation experts, and core disciples as well. But they were miserably forced back. Previously they had been careless, just playing with Long Chen as a kind of humiliation. They had never thought Long Chen would release such a powerful strength. They no longer dared be overconfident. Both of their auras completely exploded out. Their huge blades explosively grew as they charged at Long Chen. The frantic collisions of those huge blades caused the land to split and stones to fly, shocking everyone around them so much that they had to quickly retreat. The current Long Chen really was like a god of war. He actually blocked all of Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng's attacks head-on. But that still wasn't enough for him. Long Chen could sense his Feng Fu battle armor's spiritual qi rapidly running out. In just a couple breaths, he would be running on empty. Time to risk it all. Long Chen clenched his teeth and raised his flame blade high into the air. All the energy within his Feng Fu star surged into his flame blade. His flame blade immediately began to crazily grow. The runes on top of it became increasingly clear. Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin's expressions changed. They recognized this move as the one Long Chen had used to defeat Gui Sha. Now Long Chen was using it again, and it was even more powerful than before. They both turned numb inside, quickly exploding out with all their strength without leaving the slightest bit in reserve. Water Arrow World, Thunderblade destroying space. The both of them brought out their strongest moves. Three lights collided in the air. Terrifying energy exploded out, sending the surrounding people flying. Those who were too close directly fainted. When that backlash chi wave struck him, Long Chen was already powerless to resist and sent flying. As for Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin, they were also not better off than him and buried under the ground. Long Chen panted for breath. His flame blade completely disappeared along with his divine ring. His spiritual qi was almost exhausted. Raising his head to look at the incense stick, he saw that it was about to reach the end. Protect the flagbearer. Long Chen suddenly let out a loud shout as he saw there were people charging at Guo Ran. Right now there were only 20-something people still standing beside Guo Ran. Hearing his shout, they hastily surrounded Guo Ran, frantically fighting off against those people. Long Chen was suddenly struck in the back and sent flying by Lei Qiansheng. He directly coughed out blood in midair. Without spiritual qi to protect his body, his organs were all heavily injured, beginning to break down. Falling on the ground, Long Chen coughed up even more blood. But he didn't even care about his injuries, still looking at Guo Ran. He hoped those people would be able to endure just a couple more breaths. Victory was within reach. Long Chen's heart was about to pound out of his chest. This matter concerned all their futures. Qi Xin icily looked at him and sneered, Long Chen, do you remember? I said that I'd make you regret ever being born in this world. It's time for my revenge. Now, hearing Qi Xin suddenly shout, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he roared, Careful Guo Ran. Guo Ran had only just heard his warning when he felt a sharp pain from his back, causing him to vomit out blood. Guo Ran saw that this attacker was actually someone who had been protecting him this entire time. But before he could even say anything, his right rib was struck by someone else, the sounds of bone breaking causing people to wince. Suddenly he felt his back lighten as his flag case was snatched away. Guo Ran actually frantically ignored his pain and grabbed onto the flag case, wanting to grab it back. That was something that would determine everyone's fates. Furthermore, he had promised Long Chen he would protect the flag case even if he died. He tightly held onto it. Bastard, let go. That person tried pulling several times but was unable to get him to release it. The two people who had attacked him first now came up and stamped on his arm ruthlessly. The sound of his bones cracking rang out. Both his arms were now broken, but Guo Ran still didn't let go. That person kicked Guo Ran in the stomach, causing him to vomit out more blood and he was sent flying. Those people who surrounded him had been fighting off outer attacks this entire time. They hadn't even realized anything was happening behind them. By the time they turned to look, that person had already taken the flag case and thrown it into the distance. Someone from Ji Yu Yang's faction had already long since been ready and caught it, putting all the flags into their faction's case. The incense stick finally burnt away and the loud bell signified the end of the competition. All the fighting stopped. Tang Wan turned to look at Guo Ran and saw those three traitors' icy smiles. To her, it felt as if all of heaven and earth had changed color. Long Chen, I've already said I'd make you life a death worse than death. Now you believe me, right? Ha ha ha. Qi Xin's unbridled laughter echoed throughout. A similar tragedy had also struck Yi Zichou's side. Two of their disciples had turned traitor, sending their flags to their enemies. Long Chen slowed walked over to Tang Wan. Seeing her inconsolable expression, his heart ached. Long Chen, Tang Wan hugged onto Long Chen and sobbed with grief. Why is this? Why is this? She had always been devoted to her people. She had never imagined there would be people to betray her. That caused her to feel even more grief than just losing. It was as if someone was twisting a knife in her heart. Tang Wan how is it? Now I'll give you another chance to join hands with me. Seeing Tang Wan go to Long Chen to cry, Ji Yu Yang was actually furious. Long Chen icily glanced at Ji Yu Yang. I will make you repay this 100 times. Gently patting Tang Wan Long Chen walked over to those three traitors. Those three had all joined the Heaven-Earth faction later when Tang Wan and Guo Ran had gone to find some fresh talent. Tang Wan was filled with remorse. She hated herself for being so blind. She actually didn't know how to judge people. If it was Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't have let such people join them. The more she thought about that, the more grief she felt. Sorry Long Chen, we're just working for our master. Who asked you guys to not know how to appreciate kindness? One of them apologized, but everyone could see he wasn't the slightest bit apologetic. Tu Fang angrily stood up. This is too much. I really have been blind to allow such people to join the Xuantian monastery. Tu Fang wasn't just speaking of those three, but also those people who had used them. An honorable and open competition had been turned into a game of traitors by them. That was completely contrary to the competition's intentions. Trash will never throw itself into the trash can. What are you so angry about? Ling Yunzi only lightly sipped some tea. Sect leader, you want to let them off just like this? Tu Fang was clearly infuriated. Haha, Tu Fang, you're also this old now. How can you still not see through what will happen? Since trash won't throw itself away, don't we just need someone to clean it up? Smiled Ling Yunzi. You mean? Tu Fang stiffened. Just calm down a bit. Normally you'd handle all this trash, but this time you can rest and watch a show. Come, drink some more tea. Ling Yunzi raised a teacup, his eyes focused on Long Chen. A golden light shined within his eyes. If the legends really were true, he knew what he would do. Long Chen didn't even respond to that person's words. He walked up to Guo Ran. Currently Guo Ran had fractures everywhere and his aura was extremely chaotic. Guo Ran was extremely sullen. Having been sneak attacked, he hadn't had any defenses at all. I am sorry boss, I should die. I didn't accomplish the mission you gave me. Guo Ran began to cry. Good brother, you did well. This isn't your fault, consoled Long Chen. Guo Ran truly had done extremely well. Although he might appear like a slippery character on the outside, he was a real man who kept his promises. Otherwise he also wouldn't have been beaten to such a state while still refusing to let go of the flag case. At that time, the only thing he had been thinking of was those flags, the futures and honor of everyone. He hadn't even cared about his own life. Boss, if only I were a bit stronger, if I was just a bit smarter, this wouldn't have happened. I should die. Guo Ran sobbed like a child. Long Chen gently placed his hand on the back of Guo Ran's head. Feeding him a healing medicinal pill, he let him faint. Otherwise such an impact was not good for his spirit and might even affect his Dao heart. Placing Guo Ran down, Long Chen walked over to the three traitors icily. One of them sneered and tilted his head at him. What? You don't accept it? You can try and get back at us next time. But I don't think you'll have that opportunity. Now you'll forever be trampled by us, forever starving, ha ha ha. Chapter 197 Killing People. Cold light flashed by and blood spurted. Three heads soared into the sky, blood from their necks spurting out. When those three heads once more tumbled to the ground, those expressions were still locked in a ridiculing sneer. Long Chen's blade was too fast, far beyond any of their expectations. Those three would never have even dreamed that Long Chen would kill them. Drip, drip, blood slowly dripped from his blade onto the ground. That sound was extremely light, but in the currently deathly silent battlefield, it sounded more like a huge hammer crushing people's hearts. You caused my brother to bleed and caused my beauty to cry. My merciless blade will cut down any traitors. Looking down on those three corpses, he involuntarily muttered. It was like he was an ignited explosive. His killing intent had completely surged out to fill the entire world. Long Chen suddenly moved, appearing before the two still stupefied two traitors from Yi Zichou's faction. His eyes were completely scarlet, just like some kind of crazed beast from hell. Arriving in front of those, Long Chen's terrifying killing intent completely broke any of their courage. Their faces were as pale as paper and they were horrified to realize that their bodies wouldn't listen to them. They wanted to run, but were unable to even more. No, Long Chen's blade mercilessly cut across their necks, cutting off their voices. The scent of blood filled the air. People were completely stunned as they smelled that scent. Killing. Long Chen was killing people. Everyone was completely horrified. Looking at that blood-dyed person who looked like a death god demanding their lives, there was not one person whose heart didn't tremble in fear. Although they had already experienced a life-and-death trial in order to join the monastery, that was their limit. In front of Long Chen whose killing intent was filling the entire world around them, they all felt their bones shivering. Some people clenched their mouths tight. That was because if they didn't, their teeth would involuntarily clatter together. Lei Qianshang, Qi Xin, and Ji Yu Yang's expressions all changed. They had never expected Long Chen to be so ferocious and kill others in front of this many people. In my life, I will never betray anyone. But I also will not allow anyone to betray me. He had actually wanted to say more, but suddenly he felt the world spin around him. Having summoned the Feng Fu battle armor and used Split the Heavens, he was already out of energy. He was then attacked by Lei Qianshang, causing him to be extremely injured. After all, he wasn't in the tendon transformation realm, and his spiritual qi was still lacking compared to him. Then he saw the scene of his faction disciples betraying them, his brother severely injured, and Tang Wan inconsolably sobbing. His head had buzzed. An unprecedented killing intent had soared out of him. That kind of killing intent wasn't just his own, but also from the will within his soul. Even in that state where he had had no spiritual qi, he had killed 5 people. Now that he had killed those 5 traitors, he was absolutely unable to endure any longer. He collapsed, but before he could fall on the ground, 2 soft bodies came to hold him. A pure spiritual qi poured into his body. Both Tang Wan and Yi Zichou had come. A dab of warmth had appeared on Yi Zichou's normally icy expression. Tear stains still could be seen on her beautiful face. As for Tang Wan, she was still sobbing. As she gave Long Chen spiritual qi, she also choked back her tears. Don't cry, didn't I already tell you? I'll be in charge of handling these fools, and you'll be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower. If that group of bastards make you cry, I'll make them bleed. Long Chen forced out a laugh. Scoundrel, you've caused a disaster for yourself. Tang Wan couldn't help but cry. She hadn't expected Long Chen to go kill others. Thinking of the consequences, she was filled with grief. She couldn't control herself and all she could do was send him spiritual qi. On Skywood Mountain, Ling Yunzi was watching everything lightly. A bit of admiration appeared in his eyes when he had seen that death god-like figure. It really is just like the legends say. Tu Fang, look, there's someone else taking out the trash for you. Tu Fang bitterly smiled. This Long Chen really has guts. Does he not know what taboos are? And sect leader, what do you mean about the legends? Ling Yunzi stood up and walked to the edge, looking up at the floating clouds covering the peak of Skywood Mountain. The legendary divergents are born in defiance of the heavenly Taos, and everything they do is in defiance to them. They don't fear the heavenly Tao's oppression, defying their laws. Such a person dares to resist even the will of the heavenly Taos, not even caring about the laws set in place by them. Do you think they would care about the rules of our monastery? Tu Fang shook his head. Are divergents crazy? If they act like that, then the only result would of course be death. Who dares resist the heavenly Taos? If you lived within the 1,000 major worlds, then you needed to comply with the laws of the heavenly Taos. Only by understanding and following the will of the heavenly Taos could you live. To defy the heavens was to foolishly ask for death. No matter how powerful a person was, they would always be under the laws of the heavenly Taos. It was no wonder all divergents were like shooting stars, rising abruptly and bursting out their radiance like a firework, only to be short-lived and disappear. Of those experts who stood at the peak of this world, not one was a divergent. That was because divergents only had one fate, to be exterminated under the heavenly Taos. So Tu Fang couldn't help sighing sorrowfully. This time you're wrong. Sometimes the process is even more important than the result. The world is endless, and cultivators are like grains of sand. But how many people are able to have a good death? Even if they comply with the heavenly Taos, as they attack the supreme realms above, aren't the majority still destroyed under the heavenly Taos? Death isn't the end. The journey is the most important part of a cultivator's life. There are millions of Taos when cultivating. Some are grand Taos while some are ordinary Taos. As for whether someone has a grand Tao or an ordinary Tao, who can possibly tell? Since no one can, then no one has the right to judge the path that others choose. Remember, no matter how high your cultivation base is, you must maintain a humble heart. Ling Yunzi solemnly gave Tu Fang a reminder. Tu Fang respectfully bowed. Many thanks, sect leader. Sensing my current state of mind, it's improved by quite a bit. It seems I really was too attached. Tu Fang was filled with respect for Ling Yunzi. He could sense that in terms of the mental state, he was far too lacking to him. But sect leader, since Long Chen has killed others, then according to the rules, he must be expelled, said Tu Fang. Long Chen's potential was endless. But they also absolutely could not change the rules of the monastery. Tu Fang really couldn't bear to expel such a genius. Don't worry about it, let's just watch a bit more. Ling Yunzi smiled and continued watching. He wanted to see what Elder Sun would do. Elder Sun himself had never expected Long Chen to be so daring as to kill people here. But that actually delighted him inside. When Long Chen had killed the first three he had been too surprised, but he had been entirely capable of stopping him from killing the other two traitors. But he hadn't in order for Long Chen to violate the sect's rules even more. That way no one could protect him. Long Chen, you are too brazen. You killed members of the same sect in the competition. With such a berserk heart and vicious methods, you are no different from the corrupt devils. Elder Sun only righteously stood up once he saw Long Chen had already broken as many rules as he was going to for now. With Tang Wan'er's assistance, Long Chen had recovered a bit. Although he couldn't fight, he could at least stand on his own now. Lightly shedding the two of their supports, he walked up a couple steps. Although he was still extremely weak, but after seeing him kill 5 fellow disciples, everyone in front of him recoiled, forming a path for him. As for Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, they followed behind him. They were both uneasy about his punishment. Looking at Elder Sun with his sanctimonious expression, he suddenly laughed. Shameful, what are you laughing about? Raged Elder Sun. I'm laughing at you, an old idiot who is clearly laughing joyfully inside but acts like some righteous man with morals. Even a lying whore is better than you, contemptuously said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu glanced at each other, both seeing the despair in the other's eyes. Long Chen truly did cause them to both like and hate him. Even at this time, he purposely went to infuriate Elder Sun. They had actually been hoping to save him, perhaps somehow lightening his sentence. After all, Long Chen's potential was so great and the monastery's rules did favor the strong. But Long Chen's insult completely ruined any of their hopes. Giving Elder Sun a slap in the face like that and then asking him for a favor was just seeking humiliation for themselves. Long Chen, don't talk nonsense. Senior apprentice brother Wan walked up and gave Long Chen a reminder. He gave him a meaningful glance, telling him not to resist and that there was still a chance. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded to senior apprentice brother Wan. He was grateful for his good intentions, but he was also helpless. Perhaps he might be able to accept a bit of humiliation, but he was not able to accept his friends being bullied. Most importantly, he was unable to accept being betrayed. That had left an unforgettable hatred within him, a hate that made him want to kill all traitors. Long Chen sneered at the angered elder son. Although I haven't been a member of the monastery for long, I know the monastery's objective is to use righteousness to eradicate wickedness. But everyone has all seen what just happened. How is that righteousness? Using the trust of comrades to stab them in the back. Qi Xin sneered, idiot, this is called strategy and smarts. All is fair in war, and if you couldn't even think of it, that just means you were stupid. Qi Xin's words immediately infuriated all of Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's people. What kind of crap is this? Those who join our factions are our brothers. This is how you treat our trust. Fuck your granny. According to your words, we should all just stop cultivating and start stabbing each other in the back. A rain of curses hailed down on Qi Xin. Betrayal was always the most painful thing for people. But Qi Xin just sneered with a mocking smile in response to those inflamed disciples. Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, and all their people stood together, disdainfully looking down on them. Contemptible trash will forever be just trash no matter how much they cultivate. Long Chen, we'll support you. Suddenly, two people walked out of the crowd and stood by Long Chen. Chapter 198 Sect Leader Arrives. What Long Chen had never expected was that Songming Yuan and Li Qi now both walked out of the crowd to stand with Long Chen. Clearly they were displaying their dissatisfaction with Qi Xin's contemptible methods. Long Chen, your character is just how a man should be like. Li Qi gave Long Chen a thumbs up. Then he icily swept his gaze over Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, Qi Xin, and all their people, his eyes filled with contempt. That caused Ji Yuyong and them to be infuriated. They clenched their fists angrily, but they sensibly didn't do anything. They just waited for Elder Sun's ruling. At this time, Elder Sun cursed inside to see that Tu Songming Yuan and Li Qi, two core disciples, would express their support of Long Chen. That was definitely a kind of provocation to him, but he acted as if hadn't seen them, coldly shouting, Long Chen, you've massacred your fellow sect members. That is something indisputable, and even if you try to refute it, you cannot escape from your crime. Long Chen icily laughed, what nonsense. I, Long Chen, am someone who can support all of heaven and earth. I have never not admitted to anything I've done. And furthermore, what do you mean I can't escape my crime? Massacring my fellow sect members. Have your eyes gone blind? With age, these pieces of trash that stab their comrades in the back are also fellow sect members. How presumptuous. This is just a competition and not a true battle. How can it count as stabbing in the back? Elder Sun had already flown into a rage after being repeatedly cursed by Long Chen. But despite wishing to crush Long Chen to death inside, he didn't dare do anything. That was because he knew everything happening here was being monitored in secret by the high-level members of the monastery. He had to act fair and impartial. Competition? Then let me ask you, what does the monastery spend so much effort to raise us into? Is it to play such a game the whole time? Questioned Long Chen. Of course not. The monastery raises you in order for you to mature into people worthy of respect, people who will uphold the righteous path. Your goal is to eradicate those corrupt devils who endanger the common people, protecting them from their cruelty. Elder Sun put on the airs of a very just and righteous man. But Long Chen had long since seen through that old man's nature. He ridiculed, then in other words, we are to become fighters against the corrupt devils. Then let me ask, will we face danger when fighting against them? Rubbish, how could there not be danger when fighting? Righteous people must not be afraid. Long Chen directly cut him off. Since the fighting will be dangerous, then that is a life and death struggle. Then the reason we cultivate today is because each extra bit of strength we gain will relate to whether or not we will be able to survive those great battles. In other words, this struggle for resources right now is to train us so that we can have a greater chance to survive at that time. Suddenly Long Chen's voice grew louder, echoing through the sky. Then you old bastard, tell me, is this competition supposed to be just a game? They betrayed us, causing us to lose all the resources we should have gained. Now without resources, our power will drop, affecting our cultivation. As we lose out step by step, our entire power level will weaken. That means even more of us here will die in the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths. So tell me, is this a fucking knife in the back or not? Long Chen's quiet aura once more erupted when he finished speaking, and his murderous aura locked onto Elder Sun. Everyone's hearts trembled. Although senior apprentice brother Wan had warned everyone that this wasn't a game, everyone had still felt that they were simply playing around. It was just a game that was very important. They had never thought that this game would concern their future life and death. Now that Long Chen had spelled it out for them, they were completely shook. They knew Long Chen's words were not alarmist at all. Elder Sun's face was green, not knowing how to respond. If he accepted Long Chen was right, then his killing those people could be considered a justified action and he would be unable to punish him. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't just lie through his teeth like that. That would just cause even more people to despise him, losing all his prestige. His expression sunk. In his heart, he already hated Long Chen to the death. It had been many years since someone had cursed him right in the face, and he actually had no way to retort now. You have nothing to say. Do you know why the monastery would conduct such a team battle? Why would they choose this over solo battles? Isn't it because they want to raise the core disciples, leadership abilities, letting everyone work with one heart, fostering trust between us? Who cares if a person is that much stronger? Can they be stronger than a whole team? And that's the only reason the monastery uses such a method for the competition. Mutual protection, uniting as one entity, releasing even more power. Long Chen pointed at Ji Yuyong and them, ridiculing, as for the smarts of you idiots, that's just a bunch of bullshit. You think a little clever ploy can count as smarts? With your little tricks, if you ran into the sinister and crafty corrupt devils, you would be turned into a corpse before you could ever try playing smart. Why are we in teams? So in the face of a death battle, we can leave our backs to our comrades. Because we have that trust, even if those comrades die, we know they'll protect our backs. Can a bunch of pigs like you understand that? Ji Yu Yang's face sunk and he retorted, TCH, a loss is a loss. What use do your complaints have? Long Chen smiled slightly. Of course such words have no use for a pig like you who only thinks about himself. But I believe there are people who can understand my words. Those spies still hidden within other people's factions, if you can understand what I'm saying, then be a true person and walk out on your own. Don't deceive other people's trust and feelings. After Long Chen finished speaking, one person sighed and walked out of his faction. He said to his core disciple, I'm really sorry. I've disappointed everyone's trust. I will leave the faction, but I also will not return to my original faction. After that person walked out, there were immediately another 7 others whose faces were red from shame who also walked out. The first person to walk out was just about to leave his faction when he was grabbed by the core disciple. He bitterly smiled. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't resist. Being treated as a brother amongst everyone really caused my heart incomparable torment over the past few days. I've had enough of that pain. I want to be like Long Chen, to be a real, genuine man. Even if you kill me now, I think I'll still count as a real man. The entire crowd was silent, watching that core disciple. That core disciple heavily patted him on the shoulders. What are you doing? If you leave, where am I supposed to get another brother? That person was shocked. Looking into that core disciple's eyes, he couldn't hold back his tears. Hey, if you keep acting like a girl then I really will kick you out. Come, these many brothers can't lose you. That core disciple was filled with emotion. After that disciple returned to his faction, there were immediately several other core disciples who called back those people who had walked out. Don't just stand there stupidly. Everyone's already returned, so don't just stand there like an idiot. Other core disciples also scolded them lightly. Those people weren't much better than the first one, also crying from emotion. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang saw everything from above. Ling Yunzi nodded. Long Chen is a natural leader. He has an innate charisma that causes people to follow him to the grave. With just a couple words, he was able to fill quite a few of them with an unswerving loyalty. That's not something ordinary experts are able to do. Tu Fang also nodded. Long Chen had a wisdom that did not match his age. He had managed to see through the monastery's goals with just a glance. But he was unable to comprehend why someone so smart would do some things that were so stupid. With Long Chen's wisdom, even if he had suffered defeat this time, he would definitely have been able to turn the situation around quickly. Why did he have to use such an extreme method? It's Long Chen, right? I am Luo Kang. I hope we can be friends. That first core disciple who forgave his undercover agent and pulled that disciple back walked over to Long Chen and extended a hand. I don't like having friends. Long Chen shook his head. Instead, I like having life and death. Brothers. Long Chen also extended his hand. That person's expression changed when he heard the first half, but hearing the rest he laughed heartily. The two of them clasped hands. Luo Kang laughed. Good, hopefully there will be a day where I can stand with Brother Long on the battlefield. Following Luo Kang's actions, there were also several other core disciples who walked over to shake hands with Long Chen. Although Long Chen's cultivation base was the weakest here, everyone deeply admired that arrogance and heroic nature of his. As for Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, and Qi Xin, their expressions were extremely ugly. That was because all those turncoats had been placed there by them. Now that all those disciples turned against them, their petty tricks had immediately been revealed. Those turncoats who were allowed to return to their faction looked at them especially contemptuously, causing them to almost burst from fury. Elder son, Long Chen has broken the monastery's rules and maliciously killed people. His crime cannot be forgiven. Please give us justice, Elder. Qi Xin respectfully bowed to Elder Sun. Originally Elder Sun had been completely shut up by Long Chen's questions. Then seeing more and more core disciples walk over to him, he immediately realized the situation was getting out of his control. He had been thinking of how to react to all this when Qi Xin's words have him a reminder. I really have been an idiot. What do I need to argue about with him? Since he's killed people and broken the monastery's rules, I can just directly declare his punishment, realized Elder Sun. He gravely said, Long Chen, no matter how you quibble, you cannot change the fact that you maliciously killed people. But you should be thankful that the monastery's rules favor the strong. You won't have to pay with your life for killing others. However, from today onwards, you will never be a disciple of this monastery again. You are expelled. Tang Wan was the first to walk up. Since Elder has made such a judgment, then Tang Wan will also leave the monastery with Long Chen. What? Everyone was given a shock. Tang Wan would actually go with Long Chen if he was expelled. Yi Ziqiu also wishes to leave. Yi Ziqiu was completely determined. Long Chen was dumbstruck. He was about to say something when someone else then spoke. Song Mingyuan also wishes to leave. Li Qi also wishes to leave. Luo Kang as well. Other than these five, there were also another 4 core disciples who stood out. They clearly believed that with this many people together, the monastery definitely wouldn't expel them all. Even though he had broken the rules, with this many people supporting his actions, there was no way Elder Sun could punish him. At this critical moment, they had all chosen to stand by Long Chen. Are you all planning on rebelling? Elder Sun raged. They were completely forcing the monastery in this manner. If this continued, he really would be unable to punish Long Chen. Suddenly, a voice rang out that filled the entire sky. Let me handle this matter. Chapter 199 Exiled. Suddenly a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. No one was able to see how he had appeared. Greetings, sect leader. Elder Sun was given a fright and hastily bowed. Following him, the others also quickly bowed. All the new disciples were shocked. This was their Xuantian monastery's sect leader, a top expert of legends. Long Chen's heart was also moved. Looking at Ling Yunzi, he was shocked to find that although he was standing right there, his spiritual strength was unable to feel his presence. That was like he was just an empty image. He was unable to sense his cultivation base. It was like he had already merged with all of heaven and earth. What a terrifying cultivation base. Long Chen was completely shocked. Of all the experts he had ever seen, other than that spirit world's expert, Ling Yunzi was definitely the strongest. Ling Yunzi nodded. Looking over everyone, he smiled. Your actions just now are useless. The monastery's rules were set by the ancestors and cannot be changed. Even I am unable to change them. If you think you can threaten the monastery like this, you are wrong. Even if you all leave the monastery's rules cannot be changed. Tang Wan and the others' expressions all changed. Even the sect leader was unable to change the rules. Then didn't that mean that it was already set in stone that Long Chen would be expelled? Long Chen looked at the people supporting him. I appreciate all your good intentions. But I will accept the consequences of my own actions. And there's no need to be so sad. It's not like I'm dying. Even if I won't be in the Xuantian monastery, I'll still grow on my own. Long Chen, Tang Wan-er's voice shuddered. Long Chen waved his hand, cutting her off. We're all no longer children. Don't let your emotions control you. You all had your own reasons for coming to the monastery, so don't mess around like an angry kid. Tears covered Tang Wan-er's face as she lightly sobbed. The others also found this unacceptable, but now it seemed Long Chen would definitely be expelled. As for the distant Ji Yu Yong and then, they naturally sneered. Elder Sun also sighed in relief. If Long Chen wasn't expelled, he wouldn't be able to carry out his scheme. Admiration appeared in Ling Yunzi's eyes as he looked at Long Chen. In accordance to the monastery's rules, Long Chen, you have two options. One is to be expelled, and the other is to be exiled. Exiled. Long Chen was startled, never having heard of this second option. Correct. The monastery's rules are favored towards the strong, so there is still a chance for you to stay in the monastery. It is up to you, said Ling Yunzi. I suppose this exile is not something so simple, am I right? Asked Long Chen. Of course. This so-called exile is for core disciples who have violated the rules. They will be sent to a rubble wasteland tens of thousands of miles from the monastery. Let me warn you, that is the territory of third-rank magical beasts. There are even fourth-rank magical beasts there, solemnly explained Ling Yunzi. Everyone's heart shook. Third-rank magical beasts, wasn't that just forfeiting their lives? And you might even encounter a fourth-rank magical beast. Just how many people were even capable of defeating third-rank magical beasts? Fourth-rank magical beasts were on the same level as the bone-forging elders. Wasn't choosing exile just choosing death? At least if you were expelled you could keep your life. If you were exiled there was no way you could survive. Has there ever been anyone who has chosen exile? Long Chen asked after a moment of thought. There has. Ever since the monastery was established, there has been a total of 173 people who have chosen exile, answered Ling Yunzi. Then how many people succeeded? Long Chen was more concerned with the pass rate. It's very regretful, but not one has ever returned alive. Everyone beside Long Chen let out a startled exclamation. So in thousands of years, there were over 100 core disciples who had chosen exile, and not one of them had returned alive. That was not a slim chance, but essentially no chance. Long Chen, don't do it. That's just a path to death, urged Tang Wan-er. Long Chen smiled and consoled her, don't worry. Turning to Ling Yunzi, he said, many thanks sect leader. Disciple chooses exile. Everyone was stunned. Was Long Chen really a madman? That was clearly a road to death. But then thinking about everything Long Chen had done in the monastery, it seemed he had never done anything the normal way. He dared take action in a fighting forbidden region, fighting with law enforcers, cursing an elder. Were those things a normal person would do? Ha ha ha, good, return and make your preparations. 3 days later, you will be exiled to that rubble wasteland. Ling Yunzi laughed and his body faded away just like in front of everyone's eyes. It was just like when he had arrived, no one could see how he left. Elder Sun then announced the rankings. Ji Yu Yang's faction was originally number 2, but after stealing their flags, he had immediately became number 1. Second and third place were Lei Qianxiang and Qi Xin's factions. The two of them had evenly split Yi Zichou's faction's flags. As for fourth place, that went to the last person who had awakened his ancestral mark, Guan Wenan. Other than these top 4, the other factions possessed pitifully few flags. Many didn't even have more than 10. Those who were tied in terms of flags were ranked in accordance to how many of their members were still standing at this point. As for Tang Wan-er and Yi Zichou's factions, they didn't have a single flag, so they naturally ranked last. As for who was last or second last, naturally it was insignificant. After that declaration, a large group of Healing Hall disciples came over to help everyone recover. Long Chen also saw several familiar faces. Oh, aren't you that kind brother? Here, let me heal you. One maiden suddenly saw Guo Ran and hastily ran over to him, healing his wounds. There were also quite a few others who came to feed him medicines, circulating their spiritual qi to also heal him. Those maidens all possessed a trace of wood energy, and under their assistance, Guo Ran's pain was alleviated greatly. Thank you all, thanked Guo Ran. No need to thank us. It should be us who thanks you. Last time if you and that brother hadn't come, we'd all have been ousted. Now I finally have a chance to repay you," excitedly explained one of them. Guo Ran smiled bitterly. "Perhaps in the future you'll often have a chance to repay me." Those maidens seemed to have not heard what his actual meaning was. After healing his bones and using their spiritual chi to help him recover, his body was already greatly healed. They told him not to use too much force for the next 3 days. Afterwards he should basically be fine, and he should be fully healed after 10 days. Although these girls were somewhat amateurish, their spiritual chi was extremely suited for healing. This recovery speed was extremely quick. Looking at everyone that was covered with wounds, those girls' eyes lit up excitedly, causing everyone to shiver. Everyone understood they saw their injuries as experiments. But still, that was mutually beneficial for both sides. They could fight as intensely as they wanted without being afraid of being wounded. And these maidens could heal their wounds to accumulate more experience, raising the entire capability of the healing hall. "Brother Long Chen, let me give you a checkup." One maiden shyly came up to Long Chen. She was very bashful, and Long Chen still remembered how she and the rest of them had used him and Guo Ran as a tool for experimentation. His arm still remembered that stinging pain. And it was this girl who had contributed the most to that pain. Back then she had been so nervous she had almost cried. Long Chen actually had had to continuously console and encourage her before she finally managed to perfect her technique. Long Chen smiled and was about to refuse when a cold shout suddenly rang out, "A person about to die doesn't need an examination. Do you not have anything else to do?" At some unknown time, Lu Chuan had walked over, disdainfully looking down on Long Chen. That maiden angrily retorted, "Brother Long will be fine. Senior apprentice brother Lu Chuan, don't talk nonsense. HMPH, what kind of joke is that? That wasteland is called the graveyard of the exiled. In this long of a time, there hasn't been a single exile to walk out of there alive. Right now, he's basically already dead. Don't waste time on a corpse. I order you to go heal other people's injuries," shouted Lu Chuan. He was the leader of this group from the healing hall. These new disciples were all under his direction, so he had the authority to order them. That's nonsense. Brother Long is a good person, he'll return alive." That girl's eyes reddened and a tear rolled out. She stubbornly refused to leave. "How brazen, you dare ignore my orders. Do you believe me when I say I will kick you out of the healing hall?" Raged Lu Chuan. He hadn't expected a shy little girl like her would dare defy him. Long Chen walked up a step and said to Lu Chuan, "Looks like you forget yourself as soon as the scar fades. Do you believe me when I say that at this distance, cutting off your head is as easy as turning my hand?" Lu Chuan was appalled and couldn't help taking a step back. If someone else said that he would have just snorted disdainfully. But when it came to Long Chen, it seemed there was nothing in the world that Long Chen didn't dare do. Now being glared at by Long Chen, his hair immediately stood on end and sweat trickled down his back. He felt as if a blade was already being pressed against his neck. "Did you know, even if I kill you, there won't be any punishment? I'll still just be sent to that exile place." Long Chen icily stared at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan gulped. Being stared at by Long Chen was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his face was pale as paper. He was absolutely terrified. "When I return alive and hear that you've purposely made things hard for this junior sister, I will cut your head off to use as a stool." After saying that, Long Chen turned to the girl and gently said, "I don't need any healing. Study well, I believe you'll become a true expert of the healing hall one day." Long Chen was disinclined to bother any further with Lu Chuan. He departed with Tang Wan and them. Returning to their immortal cave, Long Chen told Tang Wan, "These 3 days are extremely important. I'll give you a list of medicinal ingredients. You and Sister Zichiu use all your points to exchange for them." Tang Wan had no choice but to go to Yi Zichiu, because her own points were unable to buy all of them. Chapter 200 Graveyard of the Exiled. 3 days later, Long Chen walked out of his immortal cave in an exhausted state. He saw that outside the immortal cave, his entire faction had gathered to send him off. And it wasn't just his people, but also Yi Zichou's faction had come as well. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and 5 other core disciples had also come over. They had all expressed their support of Long Chen on that day. But unfortunately their support hadn't changed the monastery's decision. But in any case, they were still filled with respect for Long Chen. His strength wasn't necessarily the strongest, but he always dared to resist the rules, dared to confront enemies, and dared to face any hardships without any fear. "Oh, how lively, did you all come here to send me off?" laughed Long Chen. "You really are my good brothers, my good sisters. But you guys look a bit too unpresentable. Where are the streamers and ribbons? If you waved those around while cheering my name, that'd definitely be grander." Everyone saw that Long Chen appeared completely exhausted. They assumed he had begun to feel the pressure of being exiled. But no one ridiculed him. After all, that was a path of definite death. For him to even dare to choose that path already proved his bravery. Most amazing of all though was that Long Chen didn't appear to feel the slightest despair or fear. He actually could still joke around with everyone at such a time. Tang Wan'er walked over to Long Chen. Her tears streamed down before she could even say anything. Long Chen laughed, "You can't cry in the future. I've already said I'd make anyone who made you cry bleed. Do you want me to stab myself?" Tang Wan'er wanted to laugh, but she was unable to. A painful feeling filled her heart, but she didn't even know what feeling that was. She had a mountain of things she wanted to say, but at this moment, she was unable to say anything. "Don't worry, who do you think I, Long Chen, as a huge scoundrel, I have a sturdy life that will survive any disasters. I'll be fine." Long Chen consoled Tang Wan'er when he saw her continue to cry. "Stay safe." Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen through her tears. "I promise, I'll return alive." Long Chen solemnly extended a hand. "Okay, then I'll trust you. But if you break your promise, I'll hate you for a lifetime." Tang Wan'er clasped hands with Long Chen. Long Chen's promise calmed her down a great deal. She knew Long Chen was someone who kept his promises. Now Qing Yu walked over and gently tidied up his collar. "You have to be careful this time. You can't be negligent or careless at all. Do you understand?" In front of Qing Yu's older sister like love, Long Chen's heart soured slightly. But he suppressed his own emotions and nodded. "Boss, you must definitely return. We'll all go take revenge together." Guo Ran also came up, reluctant to part with him. Long Chen patted him on the shoulders. "Good brother, I'll definitely return. When I do, we'll properly go settle our debt with them. I still have something to tell you. You possess an expert's Dao heart, and you obviously understand what it truly means to protect something. But your talent isn't all that high. So in the future you'll suffer greatly. If you really want to become a true expert, you need to blaze a new cultivation path." Guo Ran nodded, understanding what Long Chen meant. He possessed no advantage by just cultivating normally. He needed to find an unorthodox method to break through of his current self. Suddenly the sky darkened and a huge hawk eagle flew over, descending to the ground. It was over 50 meters long and gave everyone there an intense pressure. It was a powerful third-rank magical beast. There was an elder standing atop the hawk eagle. He said to Long Chen, "The time has arrived. Say your final goodbye to your friends." Long Chen shook his head and smiled slightly. Jumping atop the hawk eagle, he said, "There's no need for farewells. We will see each other again." Looking at his brothers and sisters, he shouted, "Okay, everyone return and work hard to cultivate. I'm going to have a little stroll." That elder patted the hawk eagle and it spread its wings, releasing a powerful astral wind as it soared into the sky. It disappeared from people's vision in an instant. Seeing that figure disappear, everyone said their own farewells and returned to their factions. Now that the gap had been pulled open, if they didn't cultivate as hard as they could, the gap would only grow wider. Tang Wan'er returned to her immortal cave. Atop the table were countless bottles and jars as well as a piece of paper. The paper told Tang Wan'er that the name of these medicinal pills was the tendon nourishing pill. It was a medicinal pill for use at the early stage of tendon transformation. It would allow spiritual qi to nourish the tendons faster, increasing one's cultivation speed. She looked from the words on the page to the bottles of medicinal pills. That was the result of Long Chen refining for 3 days and nights. Tang Wan'er could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Qing Yu walked over and patted her on the shoulders, consoling her. "Long Chen will definitely return. He refined these medicinal pills for us because he was afraid we wouldn't have enough points to keep up with the others while he's gone. So what you need to do now is to distribute these medicinal pills to everyone. You and Yi Ziqiu also need to quickly increase your own strength." Tang Wan'er wiped away her tears and nodded, "Sister Qing Yu, I know. I'll get stronger. I have a debt to settle with those bastards." Within an elder's immortal cave, a young disciple was standing before Elder Sun. From his robes, he seemed like a law enforcer, one of Long Chen's senior apprentice brothers. Feng Hai, did you remember everything I told you? First is to bring back Long Chen's spatial ring, and the other thing is to capture his soul in this soul-locking pearl. You mustn't forget, solemnly warned elder son. Disciple understands, that person respectfully bowed. Although you are already an expert in the mid-tendon transformation realm, that doesn't mean anything in the rubble wasteland. There are countless third-rank magical beasts, and there are even fourth-rank magical beasts. I'll give you 2 aura concealing pills. Once you take it, as long as you don't intentionally release your aura, no magical beasts will be able to sense you. Take one on the way there, handle Long Chen, and take another one of the way back. Remember, you can't leak any news of this at all, once more solemnly warned elder son. Okay, go. Once you accomplish this, I'll personally help you break through to the late tendon transformation realm. Many thanks, elder. That person was delighted, hastily bowing once more before leaving. Seeing that person disappear, elder son smiled sinisterly. Long Chen, just how are you planning on escaping now? Sitting atop the flying magical beast, Long Chen realized they were flying straight north. All kinds of arduous lands passed beneath them. High mountains, thick forests, deep winding gorges. Do you have any regrets? That elder was the first to open his mouth. No, even if I had to do it again, I'd do it the same way. Long Chen shook his head. He knew that he was also helpless about this. That elder ruefully looked at Long Chen. Young people really have it the best. Looking at you, I'm reminded of myself when I joined the monastery. Haha, 60 years passed in an instant. My sharpness has long since been grinded away. Elder, can you help me do something? Seeing that this elder was so amicable, he had an idea. Hey, we're just chatting. I can't help you cheat. That elder immediately became on guard. He thought Long Chen would want him to send him somewhere else. In any case, no one else would know. Once Long Chen returned to the monastery afterwards, his exile would be over. Elder has misunderstood my meaning. I don't want you to help me cheat, but after we arrive at the rubble wasteland, can you help me kill a third-rank magical beast? Asked Long Chen. Oh, that's no problem at all, promised that elder. This journey is very far. It will probably take a whole day. You should first rest during this time, he reminded Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. He really was tired from having refined pills for 3 days straight. It wouldn't be good for him to enter that kind of dangerous wasteland in this state. He needed to recover first. His huge divine ring appeared behind him, beginning to absorb energy. At this point, his divine ring was no longer any secret, so he didn't need to have any misgivings about that. But that Hawk Eagle was given a fright once Long Chen summoned his divine ring. It only calmed down once the elder consoled it. It went without saying that the divine ring's power was amazing. In just 6 hours, Long Chen's spiritual chi was completely recovered. When he once more opened his eyes, he saw the scenery around him had completely changed. The ground had leveled out, and occasionally he could see some wild beasts roaming around. He also saw quite a few vicious magical beasts from the air. A huge, fierce tiger with brightly colored fur, a serpent that was even thicker than a water jar, all kinds of magical beasts appeared. Some magical beasts let out an angry roar when they saw the Hawk Eagle fly above them. Obviously that was a warning. Long Chen let out a startled cry at how terrifying these magical beasts were. It was no wonder that not one exile had managed to walk back to the monastery from here. Who knew just how many years these magical beasts had lived for? Their auras were many times stronger than Little Snow's. That was because Little Snow had only just reached the 3rd rank. He couldn't even count as having reached the early stage, but he still possessed such terrifying power. As for these magical beasts that had controlled their domains for many years, they had long since reached the mid-stage, or some even the late stage. Their power was incomparable, let alone Long Chen, who was only in the blood condensation realm. Even a mid-tendon transformation expert wouldn't necessarily be able to walk out alive. It was reported that those core disciples that had previously been exiled here had all been in the tendon transformation realm. But even so, every single one of them had died here. But Long Chen had chosen exile because he had no other choice. These countless 3rd-rank magical beasts would allow him to gather magical beast essence blood. It was an excellent place for him to make 10,000 beast essence blood. In the past 3 days, he had not only refined the tendon nourishing pills, but also the medicinal powders required for the 10,000 beast essence blood. Everything was arranged for him. All he needed was magical beast essence blood and he'd be able to make it, allowing him to quickly increase his cultivation base. That was the reason he had chosen exile. This was the only way for him to quickly increase his cultivation base. Otherwise he would forever be unable to catch up. At dawn the next day, they arrived at a huge wasteland. Huge rugged stone mountains littered this land. A gloomy sinister scent filled this place. They had arrived at the rubble wasteland, the graveyard of the exiled. Chapter 201 Shadow Devil Leopard. Long Chen, this is the rubble wasteland. I'm only in charge of sending you here. Everything else will be up to you. I hope you can return to the monastery alive. That elder patted Long Chen on the shoulder and jumped back onto the hawk eagle, flying back to the monastery. This wasteland was tens of thousands of miles wide. Huge ragged stone mountains were the only things that stood out in this wasteland. The unbroken weeds that covered the land made it appear exceptionally desolate. From the bottom of a huge stone mountain, Long Chen watched as that elder left. He was still extremely grateful to him. Beside Long Chen was a silver-colored centipede. It was completely motionless, already having been cut in two. That elder had done that for him. This area was this silver centipede's territory. Having killed the silver centipede, this place should be relatively safe for a while. That elder had clearly taken special care of Long Chen by killing this silver centipede for him. It was an overlord at the peak of the mid-third rank, making it very powerful. Few magical beasts would dare to intrude upon its territory. So Long Chen had enough time to probe his surroundings. Walking over to the centipede's corpse, he used a blade to pry open its head and took out its two huge poison sacs. Other than the silver centipede's hard shell, the most terrifying part about it was its toxicity. The poison mist it could spit out would immediately cover an area of at least a mile, and most frightening of all, that poison possessed an extremely powerful corrosive strength. Other than crustacean magical beasts, almost nothing else was able to resist that corrosion. After taking out the two poison sacs, Long Chen also took out a large bucket and began to collect the silver centipede's essence blood. Unfortunately for him, this silver centipede didn't possess very much blood essence. Long Chen only managed to collect less than 50 kilograms. Although that wasn't much, Long Chen was already satisfied since his main goal had been its poison. He had searched for it for a long time before pointing it out to that elder. The elder had merely slashed with his sword, sending a ray of sword chi that had easily killed that powerful silver centipede. Upon seeing that kind of strength, Long Chen had been extremely envious. He gathered all its essence blood into his bucket, but in actuality, that still wasn't true essence blood. He still needed to process it further. Taking out a medicinal pill, he threw it into the bucket. The blood inside the bucket immediately began to boil with countless bubbles popping up. Vapor streamed into the air, releasing an unpleasant smell. But the poison within the silver centipede's essence blood wasn't very strong, and so all it would do is cause someone to be a bit dizzy. Just consuming a simple antitoxin pill was fine. It took an hour for the essence blood to stop boiling. Once there was no more steam coming out of it, the blood had become much more viscous. Hee, it's good now. Long Chen smiled and took out a bag that was filled with medicinal powders. Those were the ingredients of the secret formula he had refined prior to coming here, the Xuantian Monastery's secret 10,000 beast essence blood formula. When the medicinal powder fell into the essence blood, a crackling sound came from the bucket. The scent of blood became even denser. Long Chen knew that was the effect of the medicinal powder. It would invigorate the essence blood's life energy. 2 hours later, the blood once more stilled. Time to begin. Long Chen took a deep breath. Although he was very confident in his pill god memories, he was still a bit nervous about this 10,000 beast essence blood that he had manufactured himself. I must succeed, so I'm relying on you. If this fails, I really will die here. Long Chen said a prayer and then stuck his hand into the bucket. His spiritual chi began to crazily absorb the essence blood. He was like a whale absorbing water. All the essence blood in the bucket immediately disappeared into his body, beginning to crazily transform. Ha ha ha, it's the exact same effect. Long Chen was absolutely delighted and relieved. The 10,000 beast essence blood he had created was the exact same as the monastery's. He had succeeded in replicating the formula. After expelling the impurities from the essence blood, all the rest of the essence blood was completely activated essence that he devoured. Long Chen had only just reached the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation. According to his normal cultivation speed, he would require at least another 2 months before his blood reached saturation again. But with this method, Long Chen's cultivation speed would greatly increase. As long as there was enough 10,000 beast essence blood, he could continuously advance straight through to the tendon transformation realm. Long Chen let out a breath, sensing the blood inside his body. He smiled, hee, this one bucket of essence blood was equivalent to half a month's cultivation. That filled Long Chen with excitement. This would greatly cut down on his time between advancements, saving him precious time. After absorbing it all, he found a huge cave at the bottom of the stone mountain. That was naturally the old lair of the silver centipede. Now it became Long Chen's habitat. He knew that a third-rank magical beast's territory would be extremely large. Most likely there would not be a single other magical beast within dozens of miles. He could definitely live here safely for now. Luckily this cave was rather clean without so much excrement. It appeared the silver centipede preferred a cleaner environment. After walking into the cave, Long Chen first set up a tent. That was something he had taken from that person who had tried to rob him on his way to the monastery. He had already thrown out all those mattresses and bedding he had, but he had kept this luxurious tent. After tidying up and resting for a bit, Long Chen looked up at the sky. It was currently noon. He set up a large pot outside. He placed one of the silver centipede's poison sacs into the iron pot. A corrosive smell immediately filled the air. Just smelling caused him to feel like his respiratory tract was being corroded. Tightly holding his nose, Long Chen lit a fire beneath the pot. He also placed over 100 arrowheads into the poison before quickly backing away. He only began breathing again once he was a mile away. The silver centipede's poison really was too terrifying. But he had already prepared enough wood under the pan to keep the fire burning for a long time. As the arrowheads simmered within the poison, they would easily begin to absorb that poison. Now he didn't need to do anything. He just patiently waited here. He currently didn't dare go exploring further. All the land bordering his little territory had to be controlled by at least a third-rank magical beast. The current him wouldn't even have a good chance of defeating an early third-rank magical beast. And if he ran into a mid-third-rank magical beast, then it wouldn't be about his probability of beating it, but the probability of him fleeing. By the time the fire burnt away all its fuel 4 hours later, the poison had already all boiled away. A disgusting smell still lingered in the air. He had over 100 poisonous arrowheads now that had been dyed black by the poison. Long Chen had only just picked one up when suddenly the entire pot exploded, giving Long Chen a fright. He hastily jumped away. If he ended up pricked by one of these poison arrows, there really was a possibility he could die. That silver centipede's poison was just too powerful. That iron pot had been corroded to the point that it was now as weak as glass. Long Chen excitedly stared at those pitch-black arrowheads. With these poison arrows, he would be much more confident in killing third-rank magical beasts. Seeing that the sky was already starting to darken, Long Chen returned to his tent to rest. He didn't even feel like cultivating. He set up a couple traps around with the poison arrows and then slept. The next day, Long Chen collected his traps and carefully began traveling south. Having just flown over this area on top of the Hawk Eagle yesterday, he still remembered there was a third-rank magical beast here, the Shadow Devil Leopard. The third-rank Shadow Devil Leopard's speed was incomparably fast and it was exceptionally fierce. But unlike other magical beast leopards, it preferred to hunt during the day. Magical beasts weren't like humans. They didn't need to cultivate. They used flesh and blood to increase their own cultivation power. As for the Shadow Devil Leopard, its most terrifying aspect was how it could almost completely camouflage itself. Although it was a furred magical beast, its fur could actually change color in accordance to its surroundings. If it was hiding within some grass or against some rocks, it was practically impossible to see it. Sometimes magical beasts would walk right past it without knowing they had walked right in front of death. After traveling over 50 miles, Long Chen slowed down. This was around where it had been. Spreading out his divine sense, Long Chen noticed a lazy figure sunning on top of some rocks. Resting on those stones, its color had become the exact same as that of the rocks. If Long Chen hadn't noticed it yesterday jump out of some rocks to roar at them in warning, he really wouldn't have imagined a magical beast would be able to camouflage itself so well. This distance should be about right. Long Chen looked around. There was a natural pathway here. It was a perfect place to set up a trap. Originally Long Chen had been planning on digging some pitfalls, but thinking of how powerful the Shadow Devil Leopard's body was, he decided against it. The odds of that working were too low, and it was also too much work to dig here. He then considered making a trigger trap like the one he had used against Marquis Ying. But then he still shook his head. That kind of trap would require him to lure the shadow devil leopard there. If he was careless, he might trigger his own trap. Perhaps in his death, even the shadow devil leopard would laugh at him. After pondering over it for a long time, Long Chen took out 6 longbows, setting up 6 spots along the path from which they could shoot a poison arrow. Fully knocking the bows, Long Chen placed a dagger on the bowstring to prevent it from shooting. As long as that dagger was moved even the slightest, the bow would immediately shoot out its poison arrow. All of the 6 bows were set to the sides of the small path. They were all less than a couple meters from each other. With its huge body that was over 20 meters long, the shadow devil leopard would very likely be hit if it walked here and all 6 arrows were shot at once. As long as one arrow hit, that would sharply decrease its power. Then, he could kill it much more easily. Once more going over the 6 bows and confirming everything was perfect, Long Chen slowly crept over to the shadow devil leopard. When he was 2 miles from it, he stopped. If he got any closer, that would put it on guard. After weighing an egg-sized stone for a bit, he then used his full strength to throw it at the shadow devil leopard's head. Chapter 202 Absorbing Essence Blood. Long Chen's arm strength was extremely great. That stone whistled through the air before it smashed into the shadow devil leopard's head. It had just been leisurely soaking in the sun's rays on that huge boulder and hadn't been wary at all, causing it to be struck head-on. The powerful force behind his throw caused it to tumble back, a large bump appearing on its head. The shadow devil leopard immediately let out an earth-shattering roar and jumped up, looking around. "Damn, what a hard head," Long Chen exclaimed inside. A mid-third rank magical beast really was too terrifying. His full-strength strike had been completely useless. Looking around, the shadow devil leopard quickly noticed Long Chen. Within an area of several miles, the only other living being present was Long Chen, so it was easy to tell who the attacker was. Letting out another roar, it quickly charged at Long Chen. Its speed was so fast that it left behind many afterimages as it traveled, almost seeming like a phantom. Crap, I misjudged the distance. Long Chen cursed inside when he saw how fast it was. With that kind of speed, he really was a bit too far from his trap. Long Chen immediately scampered away at his full speed. He pushed his footwork to the max as he fled towards his trap. But the shadow devil leopard's speed was just too fast. Long Chen was still a mile away from his trap when it caught up to him. Damn it, 4 legs really are better than 2. Long Chen cursed and flung out a blue-colored ball of pill flame at it. The blue flame exploded loudly, giving the shadow devil leopard a fright, causing it to instinctively pause for a moment. That gave Long Chen a chance to breathe as he continued fleeing. But then the shadow devil leopard once more roared and chased after him, this time its speed increasing even further. Long Chen knew most furred magical beasts feared fire. He was afraid if he used his blue flame, that would cause the shadow devil leopard to go on guard. That was why he had used his pill flame as simply an explosive. It was loud, but its power had been weak. It only had the effect of giving it a fright. Seeing he was approaching his trap, Long Chen was relieved. Quickly rushing over, he pushed his spiritual strength to its max, focusing on those daggers. An even larger ball of flame appeared in his hand at this time. When he stepped past the range of the trap, he threw out that large ball of flame. A huge explosion rocked the world as the blue flame immediately exploded to become 40 meters in diameter, waves of heat surging out of it. The shadow devil leopard instinctively slowed in front of this blue flame. It was precisely that moment that Long Chen used his spiritual strength to release those daggers from the bows. 6 arrows shot out like lightning, shooting right at the shadow devil leopard. Its body was so huge that all 6 arrows hit. Normally such an ordinary arrow would have difficulty breaking through the defense of a third-rank magical beast. But even third-rank magical beasts had weak spots in their defense. Its weak spot was its abdomen. Its defensive strength was relatively weaker there, so naturally Long Chen had set up his arrows to strike there. But despite that being its weakest spot, the 6 arrows only lightly pierced the skin, not even sinking an inch in. That kind of injury was basically nothing to a third-rank magical beast. But it was already enough for Long Chen. After those arrows pierced its body, Long Chen could see with his naked eye that its flesh was turning black. That was the effect of the intense poison's corrosion. Feeling the acute pain on its abdomen, the shadow devil leopard angrily roared and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen summoned his divine ring as well as his Feng Fu battle armor. A flame blade appeared in his hands, slashing down on it. When the flame blade slashed onto the shadow devil leopard, a terrifying energy sent all the surrounding rocks flying. All the withered grass hundreds of meters around them ignited. Long Chen felt a berserk energy send him flying. He only stabilized himself dozens of meters away. A charred mark had been left on the shadow devil leopard, but it clearly wasn't a heavy injury. How powerful! Long Chen was startled. Furred magical beasts were innately suppressed by fire, but his blue flame salamander flame was unable to cause it any harm. That didn't mean that the flame salamander's blue flame was weak, but that his own cultivation base was just too low. His pill flame would get stronger in accordance with the quality of his spiritual qi. In terms of capacity, Long Chen possessed just as much spiritual qi as a tendon transformation expert, perhaps even more. But before entering the tendon transformation realm, his spiritual qi's quality would be far too lacking. That was like trying to compare cotton thread to a steel wire. No matter how much thread you had, it wouldn't be able to reach a steel wire's strength. And so Long Chen suffered greatly due to his realm. If Long Chen also stepped into the tendon transformation realm, his blue flame would definitely be able to heavily injure the shadow devil leopard. The shadow devil leopard suddenly opened its mouth. A black ball slowly appeared and a terrifying pressure locked Long Chen in place. An inherited skill. Long Chen was shocked. That was just like Little Snow. He knew these inherited skills were battle skills transmitted down from the bloodline and were extremely terrifying. When that black ball first appeared, it was only been the size of a watermelon, but in just the blink of an eye, it grew several meters wide. Terrifying pressure caused even the space around it to be crushed. Suddenly space shook as that black ball shot straight at Long Chen. Split the heavens. Long Chen didn't reserve anything, striking with his full force. The flame blade in his hands explosively grew and slashed down on that ball. Long Chen's flame blade burst apart and he felt as if he had been smashed by a mountain. He was thrown into the air, vomiting blood. Crashing into a huge mountain, Long Chen once more spat out more blood, sensing that many of his bones were about to break. He was completely horrified. This shadow devil leopard was too powerful. Who could possibly resist such power? It was no wonder this place was called the graveyard of the exiled. At this moment he finally understood why none of the many peak geniuses had managed to walk out of this place alive. He really had underestimated this place. If a mid-third rank magical beast was already so powerful, then just how strong was the late third rank? And even fourth rank magical beasts? When the dust settled, the shadow devil leopard once more roared. Its fur was completely charred black and a deep cut had opened on its body from which Long Chen could even see bone. Obviously Long Chen's attack just now had dealt a mortal blow to it. If Long Chen used Split the Heavens a couple more times, he would definitely be able to kill it. But he wasn't even able to use it one more time. The consumption of his Feng Fu battle armor was too terrifying. Using one attack in that state was already his limit. Looking at the infuriated eyes of the shadow devil leopard, Long Chen fled without even thinking about it. Since he still had some energy, he really had to flee while he could. The shadow devil leopard angrily chased after him, but its current speed had sharply dropped. Previously it had been faster than Long Chen, but now its speed was the same as his. Long Chen knew that its speed had dropped not only because of that injury he had caused it, but also because of the poison's corrosion. That was an excellent sign for him. As he fled, the shadow devil leopard chased as fast as it could, but its speed was gradually becoming even slower. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Seeing it slow down, he also slowed down along with it, maintaining the same distance in order to let it think it might catch him if it worked just a bit harder. In that manner, Long Chen brought it running in a circle around its territory. He didn't dare run out of the area of the silver centipede or its territory. If he attracted more magical beasts, that would definitely be a disaster. In this manner he fled for almost a whole hour. The shadow devil leopard was finally reaching its end. It was already limping and staggering, but it still continued to chase. Long Chen was already tired to death, feeling as if he was also almost out of energy. That previous attack had almost broken all his bones. After this kind of run, he really was about to collapse. Pain radiated from all over his body, but he could only clench his teeth and continue to run. Finally the shadow devil leopard collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Long Chen also sat down. Consuming a chi recovery pill, he focused on recovering energy. But he also didn't forget to keep track of his surroundings. After all, in this kind of vicious wasteland, he might die at any moment. He didn't dare be careless. If he hadn't set up that trap and had those poison arrows hit, it really would have been a crazy dream for him to kill the Shadow Devil Leopard. Long Chen felt even more grateful to that elder. If it weren't for him, it would have taken him forever just to kill a third-rank magical beast. The elder's help had allowed him to save a great deal of time. It had actually been a covert way of helping Long Chen cheat in a way. Long Chen noticed that its breath had already stopped 2 hours later, but in any case, he just let it lie there dead for a bit longer. Long Chen waited for a full 6 hours. He had recovered to about 70 or 80% at this point. Only then did he carefully approach the Shadow Devil Leopard. After using his blue flame to test a couple sensitive places and seeing that there was no reaction, he finally was sure that it really was dead. In front of this huge Shadow Devil Leopard, he felt extremely tiny. Jumping onto its head, he first cut out its crystal core. He then took out a wooden cask and began to collect its essence blood. Its body was extremely huge, so there was a great deal of blood. When all the blood had been collected, there were a total of 3 large barrels of essence blood. However, all this blood was slightly black because of the poison. Long Chen took out a fist-sized crystal core and threw it into the barrel. Less than an hour later, the blood had already become completely red again. Fishing up the crystal core, he saw that a couple black spots had appeared on its previously completely bright body. Using the silver centipede's crystal core to extract its own poison really is effective. The silver centipede's poison was actually very precious. That was because it was possible to kill prey with it and then reclaim the poison after. And the tool to reclaim the poison was precisely its crystal core. By absorbing the poison from the prey back into the crystal core, then turning it back into poison, he would be able to recycle it over and over. After purifying and extracting all the impurities from the essence blood, Long Chen threw the medicinal powder into the essence blood. Not long after, he had a whole barrel of 10,000 beast essence blood. Time to reap my harvest. Long Chen put his hand into the barrel. The enormous amount of essence blood was crazily absorbed into his body. Chapter 203 Slaughter You. As he absorbed the magical beast essence blood, his blood energy continuously grew. 2 hours later, he had completely absorbed all the essence. Long Chen's blood had finally reached its saturated state. In other words, Long Chen could proceed with the next purification. Time to strike while the iron is still hot. Long Chen took a deep breath and his Feng Fu Star's spiritual qi began to crazily circulate as he attempted to break through the next barrier. Long Chen's blood was boiling and surging, emitting a loud rumbling sound. It was like boiling underground magma. Endless energy was igniting. That pure energy was being sent through every nook of his body. Long Chen's aura exploded out. Stones flipped hundreds of meters through the air. A powerful qi wave shot out in every direction. Haha, I've finally reached the 8th heaven stage. Long Chen set out a delighted exclamation. Clenching his fist, he felt an endless energy surging out of him. In fact, he felt that he had so much energy that he would explode if he didn't use it. Long Chen punched a boulder. That boulder that was several meters large was smashed into powder. My physical body's power has increased even further. It's almost frightening to even myself. Long Chen was incredibly excited. His physical body really was his most powerful aspect. He wouldn't be an expert focusing on battle skills. The most powerful aspect of the 9-star hegemon body art was its ability to increase his physical body's power. It really was unfortunate that cultivating in it was so slow. Otherwise there would basically be no need for him to even learn battle skills. No matter how his opponents came at him, he could just let out a single punch to crush them. The 9-star hegemon body art's path focuses on the physical body. I can't waste time on battle skills or other things. I have to focus on it in my physical body. Having reached the 8th haven stage, Long Chen found his own physical strength had multiplied several times. Now he really understood what the hegemon body part of this technique's name meant. Battle skills could make his attacks even sharper, but without his physical body as the foundation, they would all be useless no matter how powerful they were. It was just like Split the Heavens. Although he could now use it confidently without worry of a backlash, he found that as his cultivation base increased, Split the Heavens' power also increased greatly, becoming more and more terrifying. Other than its own power, that was also because Long Chen's physical body was growing stronger. That previous wind-breaking fist he had tested just now was essentially useless to the current him. Just his punches alone were comparable to Earth-class battle skills. That showed how powerful his physical body had become. Long Chen had confirmed the focus of his cultivation. He wouldn't waste his time chasing after powerful techniques of battle skills. It would be better to focus on increasing his cultivation base with the 9-star hegemon body art. After reaching the 8th heaven stage, Long Chen rested for a day to become accustomed to his new strength. On the next day, he once more began searching for new targets. This rebel wasteland really was worthy of being called the graveyard of the exiled. Powerful third-rank magical beasts were everywhere. But Long Chen always picked his targets extremely carefully. First he selected those defensively weaker furred magical beasts, not even considering targeting the scaled magical beasts. One reason was because Long Chen's arrows were unable to break through their defenses, but the other reason was that every scaled magical beast possessed a powerful resistance to poison. His poison arrows would basically be useless. Furthermore, the absolute majority of them were cold-blooded. They had more flesh but less essence blood, so it was simply not worth it. Long Chen was able to use his powerful spiritual strength to observe distant magical beasts. He prepared traps in advance and made meticulous plans. Although Long Chen had advanced to the 8th heaven stage and his physical body had become incomparably powerful, he didn't become egotistical at all. He never chose mid-third rank magical beasts again. This was no game. A mistake was death. Long Chen wouldn't treat his own life as a game. Ever since arriving at the rubble wasteland, he had completely broken the relative stability there. The angry roars of powerful magical beasts would occasionally ring out. Magical beast after magical beast disappeared. After another half a month, there were a total of 7 third-rank magical beasts who had fallen to his hands. But what appalled Long Chen was that even after absorbing 7 more third-rank magical beasts' essence blood, his blood had still yet to reach saturation. He sensed that it had only reached around the halfway level. In other words, if he wanted to reach the 9th heaven stage, he would have to kill at least another 7 third-rank magical beasts. That kind of difficulty actually delighted him. That was because such a large increase in difficulty would always bring increased benefits as well. But at the moment he really needed to hurry up. He wasn't just one person in the world, he needed to return to everyone to get their revenge. His brother's blood definitely couldn't be bled for nothing. He also couldn't just let Tang Wan be so aggrieved for nothing. For those devoted brothers of the Heaven-Earth faction, he needed to return as early as possible. Otherwise, with Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, and Qi Xin's contemptible natures, they would definitely suppress their growth as much as possible. He worried that Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu would be unable to handle that kind of oppression. But he really couldn't speed up at all. One reason was that he had to carefully select his magical beasts. He also had to set up traps and make a meticulous plan. But most importantly, Long Chen had to avoid late third-rank magical beasts at all costs. If he encountered one of them, he most likely wouldn't even have the chance to flee. Worrying only brought more worries, so thinking of all that was useless. He could only continue as he had. He had already killed almost all the magical beasts he was able to within an area of 100 miles. The rest were ones he couldn't defeat for sure. Long Chen could only start searching in further regions. He had just been carefully scouting when he saw a distant person. It was essentially inconceivable for there to be someone else in this graveyard of the exiled. Long Chen hastily hid himself. Stealthily observing that person, he saw that man was in his 20s. But most strange of all was that his body didn't have any aura at all. If he hadn't seen him with his eyes, even his spiritual strength would have found it hard to sense him. He consumed an aura-concealing pill. Long Chen immediately saw through some clues. That person was looking all around. He then took out a jade plate and lightly pressed. Long Chen immediately felt heat on his waist. His disciple badge had let out a fluctuation. His heart sunk. The moment that fluctuation came from his metal, that person immediately started rushing over in his direction. Haha, Long Chen, you're still alive. That person was delighted, arriving in front of Long Chen in just a moment. Long Chen no longer had any thoughts of hiding himself anymore. He walked out openly, but he had an extremely bad feeling about this. Who are you? Asked Long Chen. Haha, I'm Feng Hai, your senior apprentice brother. Elder Tu Fang sent me to protect you. Luckily you're still alive. That person laughed happily, hiding his sinister intentions. Then I'll thank senior apprentice brother Feng. To tell the truth, I've been almost frightened to death these few days, smiled Long Chen. That's normal. Even I was terrified coming here. Come, let me bring you back. Feng Hai came over to help support him extremely naturally, but his aura had already begun to stealthily circulate. Long Chen had a thankful expression on without the slightest intention of denying his kindness. Senior apprentice brother Feng really is a good person. Feng Hai's smile became even more brilliant. He really hadn't expected to dupe Long Chen so easily. He had been previously worried Long Chen had already been eaten by a magical beast. Seeing he was so alive, as long as he subdued him, he could easily capture his spirit in the soul-locking pearl. Then his mission would have been accomplished perfectly. Feng Hai didn't have the slightest defense raised against Long Chen. Instead, ridicule filled his eyes in the moment his hand touched Long Chen's arm. The time had come to subdue him, but suddenly he heard a whistling from behind him. Feng Hai was completely shocked. Long Chen was clearly right in front of him, but there was an attack coming straight for his back. Giving up subduing him at this exact moment, he tried to dodge to the side. But although he let go of Long Chen grabbed onto his arm, not letting him escape. Feng Hai looked at Long Chen's icy smile with alarm. He immediately realized Long Chen had long since seen through his intentions. He didn't even have time to look at what was coming for him from behind. But his intuition told him it possessed an extremely grave threat. His aura exploded out and he sent Long Chen flying. Although he did his best to dodge at the last moment, his shoulder was still scraped by an arrow, leaving a line of blood. He was completely startled and was about to furiously attack Long Chen when 3 more arrows shot at him. Unsheathing his longsword, he shot out a terrifying ray of sword chi that crushed those 3 arrows. You dare sneak attack people? Feng Hai furiously glared at Long Chen, no longer bothering to conceal anything. Long Chen brushed off some dust and spoke slowly for him. Do you think everyone in this world is as stupid as you? Elder Tu Fang is an extremely righteous and strict person. Do you think he'd send someone to save me? And if he did, why would he send you? Furthermore, that was the decision of the sect leader. Even an idiot would realize Elder Tu Fang wouldn't do this. If I haven't guessed wrongly, you came to kill me, and the person who sent you should be that old bastard's son. Feng Hai was first startled, but he then laughed. Ha, I wouldn't have thought you knew so much. But since you do, I also don't need to waste my time. Hand over your spatial ring. Long Chen shook his head and lightly asked, why should I hand over my spatial ring? Are you going to let me live if I do? Nope, but I can promise to kill you a bit faster. You won't feel any pain. Feng Hai pointed his longsword at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded, that's reasonable. If I resist, you'll cut me into pieces. That'll definitely be miserable and painful. If I don't resist, I can just die in one go. What a good idea, but I have a better idea. What idea? Asked Feng Hai, but at that moment he suddenly sensed something was wrong. A rotting smell drifted into his nose. Long Chen smiled slightly. He had finally noticed. His aura exploded and a huge flame blade appeared in his hands. To slaughter you. Chapter 204 Sly Killer. Long Chen struck like lightning, his aura exploding out and a flame blade appearing in his hand which he slashed down on him. Feng Hai was completely startled. He saw that the tiny little nick on his shoulder had already turned black and he had lost feeling in his shoulder. The stink coming from it was what had finally alerted him that Long Chen's arrow had been coated with a terrifyingly powerful poison. He had just been stalling this entire time. Most frightening of all, that poison had spread completely silently. He hadn't even sensed it. If he hadn't smelled that rotting smell, he would still be clueless. Long Chen struck him in the midst of his confusion and fury. Without having even the time to examine his wound, he attacked with his longsword. What appalled Long Chen was that the moment his flame blade collided with that longsword, his flame blade directly broke down. Is this the strength of the mid-tendon transformation realm? How powerful! Feng Hai didn't dare reserve anything at this point anymore. Using his full force, with one slash he destroyed Long Chen's flame blade, and now a second stab was piercing towards Long Chen. Pressure shot out of the sword, making it so Long Chen was unable to dodge. He could only receive it head-on. A green light enveloped the longsword, marking it as a powerful battle skill. Long Chen knew that he had to use his full strength at this moment. A mid-tendon transformation realm expert was too terrifying. He immediately summoned his divine ring and his Feng Fu battle armor. He also brought out the blue flame in his body and condensed it into a huge blue blade. Runes fluctuated over it. When the flame blade collided with the longsword this time, Long Chen was forced back 100 meters, but his flame blade didn't collapse again. Each time his flame blade collapsed, it would require him to use up a great deal of his flame energy. Condensing a new flame blade used up a great deal of spiritual qi. Furthermore, this time Feng Hai also was forced back over 30 meters by Long Chen's full force strike. He could sense his physical power sharply dropping. That was the effect of the poison, and so he hastily swallowed an antitoxin pill. But he was horrified to realize that his antitoxin pill was completely unable to cure the poison and it continued to spread. Although it had slowed down a great deal, he wouldn't be able to endure it for long. Bastard, hand over the antidote. What are you talking about? Long Chen put his hand to his ear, acting as if he hadn't understood. If you hand over the antidote, I'll spare your life, offered Feng Hai angrily. You're lisping too much, I can't understand what you're saying. Can you talk a bit calmer? Bastard, you're asking for it. How could Feng Hai still not understand Long Chen was just purposely drawing out the time? He furiously brandished his longsword at Long Chen, trying to kill him. Long Chen's flame blade danced in the air. He mostly tried to avoid head-on strikes, borrowing his force to fall back. He was not a match for a mid-tendon transformation expert. Split the heavens was a final trump card. If he used it but was unable to kill Feng Hai, he would definitely die. Currently Feng Hai was already poisoned. As time passed, he would gain more and more of an advantage. Rather than taking a risk, it would be better to fight while delaying as much as possible. His chance of coming out on top would increase more that way. Long Chen fought and retreated at the same time, saving as much energy as possible. The two of them ended up traveling over 300 miles in this manner. Feng Hai roared, realizing the poison in his body had already invaded his organs. If he still didn't obtain the antidote, he would definitely die. Inside he cursed himself for trying to be clever at first. If he had instead attacked Long Chen right at the beginning, how could he have ended up in this state? If this continued, he would end up both failing his mission and dying. He really was frantic now. He took out a medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth. That pill immediately suppressed the poison. That was a kind of precious poison suppressing pill. Its purpose wasn't to cure the poison, but to suppress the poison's eruption. That kind of suppression was like trying to hold back a flood. As the water grew higher, the dam would eventually break. When that happened, the poison would erupt and he would immediately die. If he hadn't been forced to this point, Feng Hai would definitely not consume such a pill. Taking this poison-suppressing pill meant that if he couldn't obtain the antidote shortly, he would definitely die. But for the moment, he no longer needed to focus his energy on keeping the poison back and could fight with his full force. Die! Feng Hai roared and his speed exploded. He arrived in front of Long Chen in just the blink of an eye, slashing down with his sword. Long Chen was startled, hastily raising his flame blade. But this time, his flame blade completely broke down. Feng Hai's sword tip cut across his forehead, leaving behind a bloody cut. If he hadn't thrown his head back at that last moment, his head would have been cut in half. Long Chen took a deep breath and summoned all the spiritual qi he had been keeping in reserve, another flame blade appearing in his hands. Split the heavens. All of his energy poured into his sword. That huge flame blade slashed down in an unstoppable manner. Feng Hai's expression changed, obviously not expecting Long Chen to be able to release such a powerful attack. This attack actually gave him a feeling of mortal danger. Falling leaf slash, Feng Hai shouted and his longsword once more lit up. A cold sword qi swept over Long Chen's flame blade. Space almost broke apart under that intense collision. Long Chen was sent flying back a whole mile under that terrifying force, vomiting out blood. The mid-tendon transformation realm really is too powerful. That was the first time Long Chen felt such a powerlessness. He saw that his own attack had only forced Feng Hai back without causing any injuries. He once more charged back at him, pointing his longsword at him. Hand over the antidote and I'll spare your life. Long Chen almost rolled his eyes. It was already such a time, but he still said such idiot words. Would anyone possibly believe him? He was just about to mock him when he suddenly noticed that there was a large boulder behind Feng Hai. It was slowly beginning to move. Long Chen rejoiced inside. This time he had been saved. But he still put on a sensible expression. Unless you make an oath, I'll never hand over the antidote. Don't get any crafty ideas either. My storage ring is filled with thousands of medicinal pills. You'll be long dead before you can find the right antidote. Fine, I swear, if I renege my promise, let me die, hastily swore Feng Hai. Just now he really had been thinking of killing Long Chen and searching for the antidote, but he gave up that idea when he heard what Long Chen said. If that was true and he had that many medicinal pills, how could he possibly find the antidote? If he ate the wrong pills, wouldn't he die even faster? No, that oath isn't harsh enough. I require a poison oath. 1. Long Chen shook his head. He saw that boulder behind Feng Hai had already slowly risen up and stealthily released 8 long hairy legs. Long Chen knew that to be the stony devil spider, a third-rank magical beast. It was a true master of concealment. It was covered in veined patterns that made it look just like a boulder, making it appear just like part of the background. Even walking right past it, it would be difficult to notice it. Most terrifying of all was its incredible patience. Sometimes, it would hide for months or even years for prey to show up before it stealthily crept out. Now, the stony devil spider had already stood upright and crept just right behind Feng Hai. Its movements were extremely light without the slightest sound. Feng Hai had still yet to realize that death was right behind him. Since Long Chen wanted him to make a solemn oath, he shouted, "I, Feng Hai, swear that if Long Chen gives me the antidote that cures my poison, I won't kill him. If I break my oath, let my intestines be pulled out, let lightning strike my down, and let me die without a burial." Seeing Long Chen just staring blankly at him, Feng Hai hastily demanded, "Now it's fine, right? Hand over the antidote." Long Chen impatiently urged on the incredibly slow rocky devil spider inside. He couldn't drag this out forever. Cough, about that, that's still not good enough. Can't you make it more solemn and poisonous? You also know this is something that relates to my life. I need more reassurance, slowly said Long Chen. Bastard, are you still trying to stall for time till the poison erupts? Fine, then I'll just kill you right now and search on my own. Feng Hai furiously raised his longsword. Hey, fine. I'll hand over the antidote. Long Chen knew he couldn't delay any more. He threw over a jade bottle to him. The antidote is inside. It's made specifically to counter your poison. Take it, but your poison has infected you too deeply, and you've also consumed that poison-suppressing pill, causing even more poison to store itself in your blood. You need the matching antitoxin crystal to cure it. Long Chen then handed the silver centipede's crystal core to Feng Hai. When Feng Hai touched that crystal core, he immediately felt the poison in his body change. It no longer crazily attacked his organs, filling him with relief. At the very least he had found an antidote for his poison. This crystal core should be enough to save his life. He hastily consumed the medicinal pill Long Chen had given him as well. Although he was no alchemist, he had a definite skill in identifying medicinal pills. He knew this was an antitoxin pill. Seeing that rocky devil spider continue moving like an elderly senior, Long Chen angrily cursed inside. Could it not speed up? But then when he saw its head slowly stretch out and it open its mouth, revealing 2 long poisonous fangs, he finally sighed in relief. Seeing that it was finally about to attack, Long Chen almost wept from joy. What kind of thing is this? Feng Hai eyed the fist-sized crystal core. Swallow in one gulp, sighed Long Chen. TCH, how am I supposed to swallow this in one gulp? Are you asking me to choke to death? Raged Feng Hai. That crystal core was the size of a fist, and no matter how big a person's mouth was, it was impossible to swallow it. Even if you could fit it through your mouth, it wouldn't go down your throat. I wasn't talking to you, but to that thing behind you. Long Chen pointed pitifully behind him. Feng Hai's expression changed and he quickly turned around. But before he could, a sharp pain came from his back as a 3-meter-long fang pierced through his body. Chapter 205 10th Heaven Stage of Blood Condensation. A long fang stabbed through Feng Hai's body. He looked in disbelief at the end of that fang protruding out of his abdomen. He roared, slashing his longsword behind him with his full force. It went without saying that Feng Hai was incredibly powerful. A single slash of his broke apart the stony devil spider's fang, allowing him to escape. But then he was appalled when it then opened its mouth and shot a net of web that enveloped him. That net was dozens of meters long, and even Long Chen was caught in it. But since he had only been on the fringe and since he hastily dodged at the first moment, he just managed to get out. Ah! Feng Hai let out a mournful cry as he was tightly wrapped by that web. He was like a fish caught in a net, unable to escape. The stony devil spider then reeled in its web. In an instant, Feng Hai's legs were caught in its mouth. Intense pain and terror caused him to scream. Even Long Chen's hair stood on end when he saw this scene of him being eaten alive. Die, you damn brute! Feng Hai roared. Everything below his waist had already entered its mouth. With his last energy he slashed his longsword down on its head. Cliff-breaking strike. Terrifying sword chi directly sliced apart its head. He had managed to kill this third-rank magical beast in a single blow. But he hadn't managed to save himself. Half his body had disappeared into its body and his stomach had already been pierced by the stony devil spider's poisonous fang. He was already on his deathbed now. Long Chen sighed and walked up to him. Why did you bother with this? Why did you come to such a dangerous place to kill me? What was more important than your life? Feng Hai's vitality was rapidly fading. He knew he would definitely die. Why did I bother? Sigh. Long Chen, you've won. Long Chen shook his head. I didn't win. You just lost to your greed. After coughing painfully a couple times, Feng Hai's face became black as well. The poison had already spread throughout his entire body. Since I'm about to die, I'll tell you it was Elder Sun who told me to come kill you. He wanted me to bring back your spatial ring and to seal your spirit in the soul-locking pearl. If you want revenge, go find him. Those were Feng Hai's final words. One of the senior disciple-level experts of the monastery, an excellent mid-tendon transformation expert, had died miserably here. That really was regretful. Taking off Feng Hai's ring, he took out a fist-sized pearl. Looking at it, Long Chen's mood sunk. This was definitely a soul-locking pearl. It was an extremely sinister tool that could capture a person's soul. After sealing a person's soul into the pearl, you could use all kinds of methods to torture that person's soul. That person wouldn't even be able to die on his own. You old bastard, you really are vicious. You actually wanted to imprison my soul. You're definitely after the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen ground his teeth. As expected, his suspicions had been correct. No matter where you went, there would always be evil people. Feng Hai, although I didn't know you, I know you only said that so I'd go find Elder Sun for revenge. Whether I die or Elder Sun dies, you'd at least get revenge on one. Who would have thought you'd be so smart right before dying? But you've succeeded. Not long from now, I'll definitely send him to accompany you. I hope you train hard on the other side. Don't let that old bastard bully you once I send him your way. I actually hope you'll be able to bully that old bastard around in death for me. He also took Feng Hai's longsword. Although it wasn't a heavy weapon, it was made of excellent material. With just a single slash it had managed to break apart the stony devil spider's hard fang. It was definitely extremely sharp. Currently his flame blade wasn't strong enough. Using it to display split the heavens wouldn't be as good as using a real weapon. This sword would increase split the heavens, power even more. Of course, Long Chen was a thrifty person and also gathered the stony devil spider's essence blood as well. Unfortunately it didn't possess much essence blood at all. After he finished gathering the essence blood, he looked at Feng Hai's corpse. Hesitating for a few moments, he still decided to dig a grave for him. No matter what, they were all from the same sect. Once a person died, the hatred and enmities relating to him also concluded. He didn't want to leave his corpse out in the wilderness. After gathering everything, Long Chen carefully returned back to his own encampment. 3 days later, Long Chen had fully recovered and began to crazily start hunting again. Now that Feng Hai had died, the crisis had temporarily passed. But Long Chen had seen just how great the difference was between him and his senior apprentice brothers. He was almost unable to withstand a single blow. Previously when he had fought with wuxia, he had realized that his senior disciples were incredibly powerful. But he had still not thought that they had reached such a level. As a small squad leader of the law enforcers, wuxia's cultivation base should definitely be excellent even amongst his peers. After being punished by Elder Tu Fang, he had lost a great deal of prestige. Long Chen had no idea when he would come for him for revenge. So before he did that, he would have to increase his strength as much as possible. Otherwise he could only suffer. But of course, that inner will refused to allow him to suffer loss like that. He could only rapidly increase his strength. So from that day onwards, Long Chen began to hunt magical beasts even faster. With that longsword, Long Chen could now kill mid-third rank magical beasts much easier. Furthermore, he had found an even more efficient method to kill them. First he would use his full force with Split the Heavens. As long as he shot one poison arrow into the wound formed by Split the Heavens, all he had to do was dance around until they died to the poison. He began to hunt magical beasts en masse. These magical beasts were all extremely tyrannical with low intelligence. As long as he didn't encounter any of them that were stronger than him, it was guaranteed he would be able to escape at least. With that kind of hunting method, Long Chen's efficiency went from 1 magical beast every 2 days to 2 magical beasts every day. 3 days later, Long Chen had absorbed 7 magical beasts' essence blood, allowing him to advance to the 9th heaven stage. After reaching the 9th heaven stage of blood condensation, Long Chen's strength grew even more. But unfortunately, without a heavy weapon, he was unable to truly bring out the full potential of his powerful body. Long Chen swore to himself that once he returned, he would definitely obtain a heavy weapon. Otherwise he would be unable to properly use his strength, no matter how powerful he was. Now that he had reached the 9th heaven stage, Long Chen had the confidence to hunt even more and faster without needing to be so careful. As long as it wasn't a late 3rd rank magical beast, Long Chen would be able to defeat his opponent without a problem with his poison arrows. As time passed, the magical beasts around him gradually grew sparser. Long Chen had no choice but to increase his range. The rubble wasteland had ended up becoming a youth's hunting ground. Occasionally the roar of a magical beast would echo out. Time passed quickly. On this day, Long Chen had just finished absorbing essence blood when his blood began to surge. A whistling sound came from his body that could be heard clearly even from a mile away. A terrifying wave of qi shot out along with an intense pressure. The current Long Chen looked like a divinity disdainfully looking down on all. Haha, I've finally reached the tendon transformation realm. Long Chen laughed crazily atop a huge boulder. Feeling the surging power within his body, he had an urge to tear apart heaven and earth. Oh, wait a sec, I haven't reached tendon transformation yet. My tendons haven't changed at all and they aren't being nourished at all. Long Chen suddenly realized something was off. He realized his blood had once more returned to its depleted state. That was the situation that would occur every time he advanced heaven stages in the blood condensation realm. Each time he advanced, his body's blood vessels would widen slightly, increasing his blood capacity. So once the vessels were enlarged, even though he didn't lose any blood, he would not be at his max capacity any longer. That would occur every time he purified his blood and advanced. But this was the 10th time now. In other words, normally he should have reached the tendon transformation realm. But seeing what was going on, his heart began to pound. Could it be the 9-star hegemon body art's blood condensation realm also has 13 levels? Long Chen couldn't help being stupefied. In order to advance out of the 9th heaven stage, he had killed a total of 37 3rd-rank magical beasts. Only then had he gathered enough essence blood. He had basically killed all the magical beasts he could within a range of hundreds of miles. Then according to the 9-star hegemon body art's increase in difficulty, wouldn't he need to kill 73rd-rank magical beasts to reach the 11th heaven stage? Then the 12th heaven stage would require 140 magical beasts, and the 13th heaven stage would require 280. Counting on his fingers, Long Chen's excitement rapidly deflated. He would need to kill at least 500 3rd-rank magical beasts before being able to reach the tendon transformation realm. 500. Those weren't 500 hogs for the slaughter. Wasn't this just a joke? The level of difficulty for a blood condensation rookie to kill 500 3rd-rank magical beasts was essentially impossible. He would need to hunt forever to do that. Long Chen angrily cursed. He had no spirit blood, spirit bone, or spirit root, so the 9-star hegemon body art was his only option. After cursing for a while, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Oh wait, my blood has changed color. There's a bit of gold to it now. Long Chen suddenly paused. When he had examined his inner body, he saw that specks of gold had appeared in his blood, looking like golden sand. This 9-star hegemon body art really is strange. Might as well keep hunting. Cursing and cursing, Long Chen once more began to explore. But when he killed another 3rd-rank magical beast and began to absorb its essence blood, he found that the energy from that essence blood almost had no effect on him. What's going on? After absorbing that energy, all that had happened was that the golden sand within his blood had increased ever so slightly. The effect was very low, almost imperceptible. Damn, this time I'm screwed. Perhaps to advance I'll need 4th-rank magical beast essence blood. Long Chen's heart grew cold. According to the normal increase in difficulty of the 9-star hegemon body art, his hypothesis was most likely correct. Magical beasts below the mid-3rd rank were probably almost useless to him now. At the very least he would need to kill late 3rd-rank magical beasts. But most likely only 4th rank magical beast essence blood would really let his cultivation base explosively grow again. But 4th rank magical beasts? Long Chen could only laugh at that. He didn't want to become a snack for a magical beast. Okay, whatever, I've already been away for a month. It's time to return. Although I haven't broken through to the tendon transformation realm, with my current power, it should be enough to handle them. Long Chen stood atop a tall boulder and looked towards the south. That was the direction of the monastery. It was time to return home. Chapter 206 Long Chen returns. Within the Xuantian monastery, the third faction competition was about to begin. During the first faction competition, Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's factions had been betrayed, causing them to have 0 flags at the end, ranking them last. Then Long Chen had furiously killed those traitors and had been exiled to the rubble wasteland. The chances of him returning alive were extremely slim. After all, that was the graveyard of the exiled. Ever since the monastery had been established, there had not been a single core disciple who had managed to walk out of the wasteland alive. Furthermore, all those exiled core disciples had already broken through to the tendon transformation realm, while Long Chen had only been at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation. So the chances of him surviving were incredibly remote. Long Chen's departure had been a large blow to Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's morale, but they were comforted by the fact that even after such a huge setback, there was not a single person who left their faction. After consuming the medicinal pills Long Chen had left for them, their faction's cultivation bases once more explosively grew. Even without the support of many points, they weren't at all inferior to others. Whenever they went to the mission distribution building, they were only been able to receive a couple garbage missions. Furthermore, they were unable to obtain even those trash missions on every day. The majority of the missions had already been taken by the other factions. There was 0 chance of them obtaining a high-level mission with more rewards. The most infuriating part was that whenever they went to go accept missions, they were often provoked, ridiculed, and abused by the other factions. That had caused Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou to be endlessly infuriated. Even just receiving the most lowest level missions brought other people's provocations onto them. If they were then unable to accomplish those missions, not only would they not get any points, but they would also be intolerably bullied. Once the first faction competition had ended and Long Chen had been exiled, all the factions in the monastery had formed 3 alliances. One was the alliance led by Ji Yuyong. They had a total of 7 factions, and they were the absolute strongest. Then there was another alliance headed by Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou. They had a total of 5 factions. Other than Songming Yuan and Li Qi, the 5th person to bring their faction to support them was Luo Kang. That was the first stranger who had expressed his support of Long Chen. There had been others who had stood next to him to express their support for him back then. However, once he had been expelled, they had all maintained their silence, some even furtively joining Ji Yuyang's alliance. That was definitely infuriating, but Tang Wan'er was also helpless. She had seen the cruelness of reality. Of the 7 other factions that had stood up for Long Chen, only Songming Yuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang had truly been in support of Long Chen and would have left with him. The other 4 had clearly just been awed by Long Chen's terrifying strength and wanted to get closer to him. Those 4 were not idiots. Although Ji Yuyong was powerful, there was no way he would be able to resist both Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou. Most importantly, within their factions was Long Chen with his limitless potential. Even at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation he was able to just barely fight off against tendon transformation core disciples. That displayed his potential to everyone. So back then they had thought that with everyone supporting him, they would definitely be able to save Long Chen. That way, not only would they embody justice, they would also be able to get a powerful companion. But later the sect leader had appeared and exiled Long Chen to the rubble wasteland, stupefying them. In their eyes, Long Chen was already definitely dead. They had had no choice but to rethink their alliance. Some of them had barely hesitated to throw themselves to Ji Yuyong, subserviently joining his faction. Other than Ji Yuyong and Tang Wan'er's alliances, there was also a neutral alliance. That alliance was led by Guan Wenan. He was the 4th core disciple who had revived his ancestral mark. His combat power was incredibly powerful and he was extremely arrogant. But in front of 3 others who had also awakened their ancestral marks, he couldn't help being nervous. That was especially true when it came to Ji Yuyong. He had already awakened his ancestral mark before joining the monastery, so his strength was definitely the greatest of everyone. With Ji Yuyong and Tang Wan taking opposing sides, he had smartly chosen to be neutral. He didn't curry favor to Ji Yuyong, but he also didn't strike Tang Wan while she was down. He led 4 factions to do their own things. They wouldn't offend either of the 2 other alliances. 1 month later, while Long Chen had been busy killing 3rd-rank magical beasts in the rubble wasteland, the second faction competition had begun. This time the competition was even more intense than the first time. After all the flags had been collected, Ji Yuyong and Tang Wan's alliances began a fierce fight. Seeing their hated enemies, both parties' eyes turned red and fought with their full strength to snatch the other party's flag. But what caused everyone to turn pale with fright was that when Ji Yuyang's full strength exploded and all the runes on his body lit up, he was able to fight off against both Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu on his own. Only then had everyone realized that Ji Yuyong really was too powerful, worthy of being someone who had revived his ancestral mark long before joining the monastery. He was already completely familiar on how to use its runic power. But as for Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu, they had only awakened their ancestral marks for 2 months. They were completely unable of wielding the full power of their ancestral mark. The 2 of them had fought with their full strength, but they had been unable to defeat him. The alliances were originally 5 factions against 7. That was a definite disparity, and now Ji Yuyong had fended off their 2 strongest experts on his own. They had immediately lost. When the bell had rang, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu's flags had all been completely stolen. There was no way around it. The 2 of them were separated by far too great of a disparity. 2 enemy core disciples had directly charged through Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu's ranks. Those inner and outer disciples were completely unable to stop them. The most regrettable thing of all was that those 2 had not only stolen their flags, they had even cruelly injured the disciples who dared resist them, crushing their bones and snapping their tendons. There were only a few people in their factions who were still able to crawl after the bell rang. The others all lay on the ground, too severely injured to move. Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu had been infuriated to see that scene of their disciples lying there wounded. Tears of anger had streamed down their faces. They cursed their own helplessness. But they were also powerless to change it. At the same time, they also realized just how cruel the struggle in the monastery was. During the faction competition, you could do anything other than killing someone. And so Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng had struck especially viciously, all in order to break their disciples' confidence. They wanted them to feel fear and to surrender completely. Furthermore, Qi Xin and them had done it extremely slyly. They purposely targeted those people on Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu's side. As for Song Mingyuan and them, although they desperately wanted to save them, their strength was unable to push back their own enemies. They could only watch as they were humiliated. That kind of helplessness was incredibly infuriating, enough for them to want to kill them. But they also didn't have Long Chen's guts to kill people. Their anger could only smolder inside them. They all realized a certain possibility that this was all part of Qi Xin's scheme. Although all 5 of their factions had joined into an alliance, they only targeted Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu's factions. One reason was because they wanted to leave some leeway. They didn't want to completely offend their 3 factions. And it also was a kind warning. But more importantly, it was to incite disharmony between their factions. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless too. In the end, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu's people were all beaten to the ground, their flags stolen. But as for their 3 factions, they were basically unharmed. Although they didn't have many flags, their flags at least hadn't been snatched away. This was to sow seeds of discord between them. The people under those 3 factions saw that scene and so they didn't fight with their full force. They didn't actually want to help and be beat like that. And it was because of that over the next few days, their outer disciples had begun to voice their objections to their alliance. But after a strict oppression by the core disciples, they once more calmed down. However, the seed of discord had already been planted. If they didn't resolve it, sooner or later it would rupture. At this time, the sun had just risen from the east. Its warm rays covered the land, but that warm sunlight was unable to change the explosive atmosphere on the battlefield. This was the battlefield of the faction competition. The flags had already been scattered throughout. 17 factions had gathered here. Today was the day of the 3rd faction competition. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu knew that if they were last again, they really would be done for. After Long Chen had led, He had used their faction points to buy medicinal ingredients and had refined for 3 days and nights all so that everyone wouldn't fall too far behind. That had also been to lay some foundation for the second faction competition. But after Ji Yuyong had taken first place, he had received a huge amount of points. Not only had he bought medicinal pills, he had also gotten some treasures that could assist their cultivation. Their power had sharply risen. And so even though Long Chen had left that assistance, they had not obtained any superiority. It was obvious how beneficial the rewards for first place were. The top 3 places were occupied by Ji Yuyong, Qi Xin, and Lei Qianshang. Last time they had shaken them off. Now this time the distance had only grown. Tang Wan how are you? Have you thought it over? If you join me, your situation will immediately improve. Otherwise you'll forever be last. Ji Yuyong arrogantly looked at Tang Wan Keep dreaming. Tang Wan truly loathed him now. Ji Yuyong didn't care and just laughed. Are you still thinking about that pretty boy? Haha, it's been 2 months but he still hasn't returned. That means he's long since been turned into magical beast dung. Ji Yuyong, this time I won't let you get your way. Tang Wan clenched her teeth. Ji Yuyong sneered, up to you. But I think that once you've been last for 3 consecutive times, you'll forever be on the bottom. Looking at the arrogant Ji Yuyong, Tang Wan took a deep breath and turned to Yi Ziqiu. Sister Ziqiu, if we fail again, I'll go kill them. Yi Ziqiu nodded. An icy intent surfaced in her eyes. I'll go with you. We'll kill these bastards as revenge. In these 2 months, there hadn't been the slightest news from Long Chen. That was no good sign. The 2 of them were incomparably aggrieved and furious. This time they finally ended up feeling killing intent for Ji Yuyong and them. Fighting and killing people were 2 different concepts. Fighting was based on who was stronger. But killing was based on who was more vicious, who didn't fear death. Now that Long Chen had died, Tang Wan's heart felt as if it was being stabbed by needles. She hated those bastards in front of her. She would definitely bring them down with her. Everyone prepare. This faction competition begins. Wait. Sorry, I'm late. Suddenly a voice cut off senior apprentice brother Wan's announcement. People turned with astonishment to see a figure walking over from the direction of the rising sun. Chapter 207 On the verge of a huge battle. Hearing that voice, everyone was completely silent. They all slowly turned to look in the direction of that voice. A figure was slowly walking over to everyone. The morning sun illuminated his back, its golden rays filling the entire sky. The sun shined on his back, making it so they couldn't see his face. On his shoulder was a bone blade that was even longer than his body. Just like that, he walked over to everyone. When that person appeared, an intense scent of blood blew over, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A profound terror came from their spirits. Long Chen. When that person finally walked close enough, people finally managed to see his face. He had sword-like eyebrows and a hawk nose. He had a light stubble on his face that gave his face a bit of a rugged look. If it wasn't Long Chen, then who could it possibly be? Long Chen had really returned. No one could believe their eyes. Long Chen had returned alive from the place known as the Graveyard of the Exiled. Long Chen was wearing a set of golden leather armor that was dazzling under the sunlight. But as he got closer, people saw that it was actually an extremely crudely manufactured snakeskin robe. When they saw those golden scales, they were absolutely shocked. That was the skin of the golden horned python. That was an extremely powerful existence amongst third-rank magical beasts. Its snakeskin was famed for its defensive strength. But Long Chen was now using it as clothing. Then looking at the huge blade on his shoulder, they saw it wasn't a real blade, but a sawed-down tooth. That tooth was 3 meters long, its entire body completely jade white. There were actually some natural decorative patterns on the bone blade. Not one person present was able to see through the origins of those decorative patterns, but there were 2 people in the distance who had. Tu Fang sighed as he watched from a distance. He really is a legendary existence. He actually managed to return from a path of sure death. Furthermore, he only needed a short 2 months. That really is shocking. But most shocking of all is that bloody aura on his body. That's something formed from the resentment of powerful magical beasts. I really don't know how many of them he killed to condense such a terrifying murderous aura. And that golden horned python's skin is frightening enough on its own, but he actually has a tooth from a 4th-rank dragon blood saber-toothed tiger. I really can't understand him. Originally he had thought Long Chen would require at least half a year to return. That was because there were countless third-rank magical beasts on the way back, and even fourth-rank magical beasts might appear. He would have to travel extremely carefully every day. Ling Yunzi stared at that domineering figure and smiled. This fellow really does have some tricks. He was actually able to kill a golden horned snake. But I'm certain he didn't do that with force. He must have used some sort of stratagem. And that bone blade isn't all that rare. It's just a tooth had fell out a long time ago. He probably just found it. It releases a pressure belonging to a fourth-rank magical beast. Although it's very faint, magical beasts are extremely sensitive to that kind of pressure. That's probably why Long Chen was able to return to the monastery so quickly. Only then did Tu Fang realize that Bone Blade possessed a pressure belonging to a fourth-rank magical beast. When other magical beasts sensed that pressure, they would quickly flee. It was no wonder Long Chen could return to quickly. Long Chen's aura is extremely strange. It seems like the peak of blood condensation, yet also not the peak. His blood has yet to reach complete saturation. Tu Fang was surprised when he sensed Long Chen's cultivation base. Yes, it really is strange. But I believe there will be a pretty good play to watch now. Come, have some tea. Ling Yunzi handed him a cup of tea and smiled. He was finding his own life had become more and more brilliant ever since Long Chen had appeared. When Long Chen finally arrived in front of everyone, Tang Wan'er was unable to restrain herself any longer and began to cry. Long Chen, not caring about everyone's gazes, she hugged Long Chen and cried. She didn't know when, but at some time, Long Chen had occupied an irreplaceable part of her heart. Hey, so many people are watching. Long Chen laughed, his heart extremely moved. Normally the two of them would quibble and bicker. But once he had left, she had realized how important he was to her. You scoundrel. Tang Wan'er lightly hit Long Chen a couple times, and then wiped away her tears with embarrassment, her face red. At this time Yi Ziqiu also walked over. Although her expression was still icy, there was some warmth in her eyes. How about we have a group hug? I can't favor just one person, laughed Long Chen. Yi Ziqiu looked at his raised arms and merely said, congratulations on returning alive. Fine, I guess Yi Ziqiu still hasn't learned how to be humorous, thought Long Chen. He could only awkwardly put down his arms. Brother Long, we all knew you would return alive. At this time Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang also all walked over. The three of them were delighted that Long Chen had returned. HMPH, so what if you've returned alive? Isn't that just some dog shit luck? What can a trash who is still just in the blood condensation realm possibly do? Qi Xin icily sneered at them disdainfully. Song Mingyuan and them were angered. Long Chen turned to Qi Xin and smiled slightly. Your mouth really is as loathsome as ever. This time I've gained much from my exile. In a bit I'll have to properly thank you for everything. Although Long Chen was smiling, his eyes were completely icy. With that bloody aura on his body, he really was like a death god, causing people's heart to turn cold. HMPH, you're just at the peak of blood condensation. Don't act like you're some genius. I've already said that if you dare block my path again, I'll ruthlessly crush you into pulp. Ji Yuyong snorted disdainfully and pointed his fist at Long Chen. Long Chen then lazily looked at Elder Sun who was above. Elder Sun, you seem so shocked to see me return alive. How come your face is so green? Elder Sun truly was shocked. He couldn't even believe his eyes. Feng Hai failed. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Hai is at the top of the mid-tendon transformation realm, there's no way he couldn't kill Long Chen. For Long Chen to return but him not to, there must have been some sort of accident. Most likely he encountered a powerful fourth-rank magical beast and was killed. Elder Sun had been extremely puzzled, but after he thought about it for a while he calmed down. He was certain that if Feng Hai had encountered Long Chen, he would have definitely died. And so since Feng Hai hadn't encountered Long Chen, that meant the matter of him sending someone to kill Long Chen wouldn't be exposed. But seeing that ridiculing smile on Long Chen's face, his heart began to pound. He once more began to wonder if he was wrong. That was because Long Chen's gaze was filled with endless ridicule and disdain. He was now uncertain whether or not Long Chen had seen Feng Hai. If the monastery were to learn he had sent someone to kill Long Chen, then he would definitely die a miserable death under the monastery's strict rules. What, Elder Sun, how come your face is now turning blue? Are you trying to show us your remarkable skills in changing face color? How could Long Chen not see through Elder Sun's thinking? But he also didn't say anything about it at this time. That was because he had no proof that Feng Hai had been sent by Elder Sun. So he was unable to bring down Elder Sun yet, and if he said anything, that would just alarm him and put him on guard. Long Chen was someone who remembered his enmities. He would never forgive someone who had schemed to kill him. How presumptuous! How dare you disrespect your elders? Elder Sun furiously shouted. No matter what the situation was, he was still an extremely prestigious elder of the monastery. Being jeered at by a disciple naturally infuriated him. How did I disrespect my elders? I just said that elder's face is changing color. That's not disrespect. Long Chen lightly smiled. He knew Elder Sun was trying to cover up his shock. Just keep putting on that play, you old bastard. When you finally can't keep acting, we'll settle our debt. Senior apprentice brother Wan hastily opened his mouth when he saw Elder Sun's expression turn dark. Long Chen, since you're returned, hurry up and return to your faction. The faction competition is about to start. Long Chen nodded to senior apprentice brother Wan. He actually respected this steady senior apprentice brother of his much more. He whispered to Tang Wan, how's the current situation? At this point Tang Wan had recovered from her shock. She quickly gave him a rundown of what had happened and their current situation, emphasizing how powerful Ji Yu Yong was. Hee, boss, now that I've returned, you can finally carry me. Only now did Guo Ran have a chance to say something to Long Chen. Don't worry, this time won't be the same as last time. You won't need to run away. Just sit there. They'll kneel down and hand their flags to you, smiled Long Chen. Before Guo Ran could reply, senior apprentice brother Wan had already lit the incense stick. Long Chen gave Tang Wan an instruction to grab the flags just like they had the first time. The bell rang out, and all the core disciples rushed out, grabbing as many flags as they could. But Long Chen saw that everyone was much faster than before. In just a couple breaths, all the flags had been taken. It appeared they had learned greatly from their experience. These people were already used to this kind of competition. Long Chen had only managed to get 5 flags before there were none left on the ground. Once all the flags disappeared, there was immediately a group that rushed to the edge. That was Guang Wenen's neutral alliance. He would only watch, but this time he fled further away than before, obviously afraid of being drawn into their fight. Yi Ziqiu, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang all drew closer to Tang Wan. They formed up into a battle formation extremely smoothly and quickly. They had only just set up their formations when Ji Yu Yong charged over with a heaven-shaking roar. Guo Ran, called out Long Chen. Yes boss, remember, when they come to give you flags in a bit, if they aren't kneeling on the ground, we won't accept them. Do you understand? Long Chen then charged out with his bone blade. Following Long Chen, Tang Wan, Yi Ziqiu and the others all rushed out as well. A huge battle was about to commence. Chapter 208 Blowing Them Away. As soon as Long Chen rushed out, Tang Wan caught up and whispered, Long Chen, I'll let you guys handle this side. Leave Ji Yu Yong to us. She and Yi Ziqiu rushed over to Ji Yu Yong. Without even saying anything, the two of their auras exploded out as they began to crazily fight. The two of them held huge wind and ice blades as they fought against Ji Yu Yong. Both of them already hated that Baldy to death. If Long Chen hadn't arrived now, they really might have launched a suicide attack to bring him to death with them. But since Long Chen had returned completely fine, their confidence had returned. Even if they lost again this time, with Long Chen present, they would quickly be able to chase up to them. Ji Yu Yong also didn't dare be at all negligent in front of the two of them. He exploded out with his full force. The three of them were already old opponents. They immediately began fighting at full force. Gale winds whistled and explosions rang out over and over. Long Chen directly rushed into a sea of enemies. Behind him were also Song Mingyuan's group of 3. The other disciples had all been left behind to defend. Long Chen, I'll throw you out with the other trash. Of the enemies rushing to meet them, a core disciple was the fastest and arrived in front of Long Chen. He thrust his sharp spear at him. Long Chen recognized that person. He had once stood by him in support after he had killed those 5 traitors. But after he was exiled, this person had directly joined Ji Yu Yang's alliance. Now he was also the first one to attack him. Long Chen supposed he was trying to show his loyalty to Ji Yu Yang. The moment that spear neared his body, Long Chen used a single hand to tightly grab that spear, completely stopping it in its tracks. That shocked everyone. That was a core disciple, and his power was perhaps only slightly lacking in comparison to Lei Qiansheng. But his spear was caught by Long Chen just like that. His bone blade was still just resting on his shoulder. He had stopped that attack with just his left hand. Most shocking of all was that Long Chen's body hadn't moved in the slightest. It was like he was simply holding onto a child's plaything. That person hastily tried to pull his spear back, but he was appalled to realize his spear was unable to move at all while Long Chen's hand was clenched around it. He was unable to move it in the slightest no matter how hard he tried. While he was still shocked over this, Long Chen sent out a lightning-fast kick. Before that person could even react, he was kicked right in the stomach. The sound of bones breaking rang out as that person shot back like a cannonball. Long Chen's strength was too terrifying now. The other disciples who had been rushing forward ended up being smashed by that person, causing a burst of screams and snapping bones. Other than that core disciple, over a dozen people behind him had been struck, their bones breaking and vomiting blood. Long Chen then threw the spear. It shot out like a black thunderbolt towards that core disciple. It was incomparably fast. By the time he realized what was happening, that spear had already arrived in front of him. He was scared stiff, but that spear merely brushed past his cheek. That long spear sunk into the ground and immediately pierced straight through, leaving only a small hole to show where it had entered the ground. Just that toss had been incredibly powerful. If he had been struck by that spear, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough. He was trembling with fear, his face completely pale. Looking at Long Chen, dread filled his eyes. One move, no, not even one move. He defeated a core disciple just like that. That stupefied everyone. From the very start, Long Chen had barely moved. He was still standing in his original position. All he had done was move his arm to capture and throw that spear. Just that had been able to defeat that core disciple. Lei Qiansheng and the others' expressions greatly changed. Long Chen hadn't revealed the slightest bit of aura just now or used a battle skill. He had defeated him relying solely on the strength of his physical body. Both parties had been about to start a chaotic battle, but Long Chen's one attack stunned everyone so much that they all stopped. Song Mingyuan's group of 3 were also completely shocked at that lazy figure with a bone blade on his shoulder. Don't be careless. Everyone attack with your full strength, we're still much stronger. Just leave Long Chen for me and Brother Lei. Qi Xin shouted and his aura exploded out. A water blade appeared in his hand and slashed down on Long Chen. Lei Qiansheng also attacked with him, wanting to defeat Long Chen in the quickest time. Following Qi Xin's orders, all their people charged at the Heaven-Earth Factions Alliance. Other than that core disciple that had been heavily injured by Long Chen, there were still 3 other core disciples charging at Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang. Long Chen, don't think that some peak of blood condensation is anything good. In front of a tendon transformation expert, you're still nothing. Qi Xin once more brought his water blade slashing down, this time erupting using his absolute full strength without leaving anything behind. Long Chen smiled slightly. That smile contained ridicule, contempt, and absolute disdain. His bone blade finally moved, cutting across the space, causing heaven and earth to rumble. When the bone blade collided with Qi Xin's water blade, the water blade didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist and immediately collapsed. As for Qi Xin, he was sent tumbling across the ground, appearing incredibly miserable. When he once more looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with horror. Eat one of my fists. Lei Qiansheng heavily smashed his fist that was covered with thunder force at Long Chen's back. But Lei Qiansheng was shocked to see that when his full force punch landed on Long Chen's body, all he did was tremble ever so slightly, not even needing to take a single step. He slowly turned his head to look at the shocked Lei Qiansheng, raising his bone blade. You can also eat one of my blades. His blade whistled over at Lei Qiansheng. As that blade slashed down, Lei Qiansheng felt as if space had solidified around him. He smelled the scent of death coming for him. Thunder shield. Light shined from Lei Qiansheng's body and he raised his 2 fists in front of him. Countless strands of thunder force twined around him, forming a huge shield of thunder force. When the bone blade landed on that thunder force shield, the immense power caused the land to tremble, a wave of dirt surging out. Lei Qiansheng's thunder force shield collapsed. The ground beneath him had caved in, and he was extremely shocked, his internal organs shaking. He was about to retreat when he felt a sharp pain from his stomach. Long Chen's foot had already fiercely stamped down on his stomach. Lei Qiansheng was no longer able to endure any longer, vomiting out blood before being sent flying. Everyone was completely horrified by Long Chen. Just what level of monster was he? What had happened in the rubble wasteland for him to have become so strong? That first attack when he had defeated that core disciple was still understandable since that core disciple had been careless. But now Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng had fought with their full force and were still defeated by Long Chen in one blow each. Looking at Lei Qiansheng, who was still vomiting blood, no one could believe their eyes. Elder Sun's pupils contracted. That was because he saw that Long Chen had yet to even use his cultivation base. All that had been from just his physical strength. Furthermore, he had previously received one of Lei Qiansheng's fist without having any injury. One part of that was because of the golden horned python's skin he was wearing. But more importantly, it was because Long Chen's physical body was exceptionally abnormal, comparable to a third-rank magical beast. Just what did that brat encounter in the rubble wasteland? How did he become so strong? A bit of worry appeared in his eyes. Long Chen's growth rate was too fast. As Long Chen grew stronger, his own chance of obtaining his secrets grew slimmer. He had to think of something fast. After sending Lei Qiansheng flying, Long Chen once more began to slowly walk over to them. I've already said that those who have a debt to me will have to pay back both that debt and its interest. With your sinister schemes, you caused my brothers to bleed and caused my beauty to cry. Did you think that would just stay in the past? With each step he took, Long Chen's murderous aura grew stronger. At the end, his surging murderous aura had practically turned solid. The current Long Chen really was like a death god about to punish them for their sins. That bone blade would have to be his death god's sickle. Bastard, don't get so arrogant. Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng both roared, huge blades appearing in their hands and slashing down on Long Chen. Long Chen waved out his bone blade. Boom! Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng's blades were completely shattered. In front of that bone blade, their own blades were weak as glass. Those were powerful weapons condensed from their spiritual qi with the support of their runic power. And yet, they were absolutely powerless in front of Long Chen's bone blade. A single collision would cause them to break. One reason was because Long Chen's own power was so exceptional. But the other reason was that that bone blade was the tooth of a fourth-rank magical beast, and it was definitely the hardest weapon present. Back when Long Chen had found this tooth, he had almost passed out from joy. He had precisely been lacking such a hard weapon. It had required a week's time for him to grind down this tooth to form a handle for him. Within the rubble wasteland, he had run into countless dangers, but he had relied on this bone blade to force his way through them all. The only regretful thing was that although this bone blade was incomparably hard, it was too light. But that flaw didn't stop it from being Long Chen's new favorite weapon. With this kind of powerful weapon, Long Chen wouldn't have to fight barehanded against his opponents again. He could properly bring out the full potential of his body. As for Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng, they continued to frantically fight back. But Long Chen just continued to use the same move over and over. The instant their weapons would collide with his bone blade, they would immediately shatter. That would require them to condense a new one, which exhausted a terrifying amount of spiritual qi. That was especially true considering how frequently they exchanged blows. In just a couple breaths, they had struck out over 10 times, causing their spiritual qi to be exhausted. Even their faces were turning pale. Looking at that incense stick, the two of them cursed. Normally it burned so fast, so why did it burn so slowly today? It's about time to end this. Long Chen's expression was solemn as he raised his bone blade into the air. An unstoppable aura surged out of him. Chapter 209 Revenging Enmity. Feeling that unstoppable aura, both Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin's expressions were completely shocked. They felt their bodies tighten as they were actually locked in place. That was not the effect of a battle skill, but simply Long Chen's aura. It was incredibly shocking to them that he could use blood condensation aura to lock the two of them in place. Long Chen's bone blade ruthlessly slashed down. They were unable to dodge anymore, and so they could only take it head-on. Both Qi Xin and Lei Qiansheng shouted, releasing all their energy to block that attack. The ground split apart, and dust filled the air. Two wretched figures flew through the air, constantly vomiting blood. But before they had even touched the ground, another figure had already appeared in front of them, a huge bone blade once more slashing down. What? Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were horrified, not imagining Long Chen would attack so quickly after his previous attack. That previous attack had already given them grave injuries. But now a second strike had come before they had even stabilized. Neither of them even had the chance to set up any defense. The bone blade smashed into the two of them, immediately sending them flying. The bone blade might be hard, but luckily for them, it wasn't at all sharp. If it had been a sharp blade, both of them would have been cut into halves. But even so, Long Chen's bone blade had directly broken quite a few of their bones. The spot Long Chen had sent them was towards the Heaven-Earth faction. Everyone let out a startled cry when they saw those two figures flying over. The two of them fell in front of them, their bodies already somewhat deformed. That stunned all of them. Were these really core disciples? How come in front of Long Chen they seemed as weak as rabbits? Hey, what are you waiting for? Don't you remember the torment they put you through? If you aren't going to take revenge now, when else would you? Long Chen shouted out to those stunned people. People were first too stunned to react, but then one person charged out and stamped his foot onto Lei Qiansheng's face. Fuck your mom, last time you beat me so badly. I bet you never thought there'd be this day. Lei Qiansheng had already had his bones broken by Long Chen, and even his internal organs had been gravely damaged. Before he could ever understand what was happening, he was sent tumbling through the air by a kick from that person. Having sent Lei Qiansheng with a single kick, that person laughed loudly. His suppressed anger was finally being released. You're asking for it. Lei Qiansheng glared furiously at that person. You dare glare at me? Go fuck yourself. Seeing that Lei Qiansheng still cursed at them, over 10 others all charged over to beat him. Last time he had charged into the Heaven-Earth faction on his own and given almost everyone at least a couple broken bones, completely humiliating them. Now that there was an opportunity to get revenge, they swarmed over him, pummeling both Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. The two of them were heavily wounded, and Long Chen had already exhausted their spiritual qi. They were completely powerless against these outer disciples who they ordinarily could have defeated with a swat of their hand. Brothers, release all the suffering and humiliation you've had to endure. You don't need to bother with the flags. Repay them 10 times the humiliation they've made you suffer. Beat them to death for me. Wait, at least leave them with a breath. Long Chen remembered not to kill them at that last moment. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's people swarmed over and crazily began to beat the two of them. As for the opposing alliance, they were still dumbfounded by Long Chen's strength. Other than the core disciples who were still fighting, the others were horrified, unsure whether they should charge forward or directly flee. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's people crazily released all the anger they had been suppressed within them. But even in their fury, they still didn't forget themselves entirely. No one hit any vital points, and so most of their beatings ended up on their limbs in order to avoid killing them. Even Guo Ran had come to viciously stamp his feet a couple times. However, he was then pulled out of the way by others. His flag case got in too many people's way. As for the first core disciple Long Chen had beat, he saw what was happening to the two of them and blessed his luck. Although Long Chen's attack had been strong, he still was able to fight. But now he acted too weak to get up. That might be a bit embarrassing, but it was much better than the fates of Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. Thinking about it for a moment, he just directly collapsed and pretended to have fainted. What was happening over here gave Ji Yuyong a shock, and while he wanted to go help, Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichu refused to let him get by. Although it was impossible for the two of them to defeat him, they had more than enough power to block him temporarily. A surge of morale filled them when they saw Long Chen's amazing power. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Ji Yuyong roared furiously. All his tattooed runes lit up and his aura exploded. Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were his allies, his left and right hands. Their disgrace was a humiliation for himself. If he couldn't reverse the situation, his fame would be tarnished. He no longer reserved anything, exploding out with his full force as he punched Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er's wind blades were destroyed by that powerful punch, and there was still enough force behind his fist for him to ruthlessly arrive right in front of her face. Ice Crystal Shield. A huge ice wall appeared in front of Tang Wan'er, blocking Ji Yuyang's fist. It also shattered when it met Ji Yuyang's fist. In just that brief moment, Tang Wan'er had already withdrew enough to once more summon her wind blades, sending them out to attack him. Both of them were actually shocked at how powerful Ji Yuyang really was. This was the first time he had fought with such strength. The two of them pulled out all their power to block him, not letting him pass. Victory or defeat would be decided by whether they could hold him back. That was because Long Chen had already achieved an absolute superiority on his side. As long as they could hold on, victory would be theirs. But the current Ji Yu Yong was now like a crazy lion, constantly raining sharp attacks on them. Their wind and ice blades were constantly being destroyed, and it took everything they had to hold him back. Long Chen looked at the incense stick and saw that everything had occurred too quickly. It had only burnt down to the halfway mark. Seeing that Song Mingyuan's side was also doing fine, he decided to directly charge into the opposing alliance, aiming for one of the flag bearers. "Stop him!" That flag bearer was horrified and hastily shouted at everyone to protect him while he fled. Unfortunately, he had really overestimated his comrades. After seeing two powerful experts like Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin be defeated so easily, none of them had any hope of stopping such a monster. That flagbearer's shout actually immediately caused everyone to flee away from him, leaving only him standing in his original position. That flagbearer was struck dumb, quiveringly looking at Long Chen with fear. "Senior Long, please don't hit me. I'll hand over the flags." That person wasn't stupid. Seeing everyone had left him, how could he possibly face off against Long Chen? And now that everyone had fled, it wasn't like they could blame him for handing over the flags. In any case, it wasn't as if their core disciples could drive all of them out of their factions. They were all elite disciples, the best they could obtain. Long Chen was expressionless as he grabbed that person. Frightened out of his mind, that person babbled, "Please spare me. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The first thing that had popped into his mind wasn't that he would be defeated, but that he would be killed. That was because that scene of Long Chen killing those traitors was forever imprinted in his mind. That person let out a startled cry as he suddenly was thrown into the air by Long Chen. He tumbled a couple times and crawled up, realizing he was in front of the stunned Guo Ran. That personally celebrated that he hadn't been killed and respectfully held out his flags to Guo Ran. Guo Ran was delighted. Who would have thought that someone would just hand over the flags to him like this? But he was just about to take them when he suddenly remembered what Long Chen had told him at the beginning. His expression changed and he raged. "What kind of attitude is this? Kneel and raise them above your head in offering. Did you never learn any manners? You tormented us for that long. Not crushing all your bones is already enough restraint on our parts. Do you believe me when I say I'll call all my brothers over and beat your head into a completely new shape?" That person turned to look at the people fiendishly glaring at him and sighed. He went down on his knees and raised the flags high above his head. "Please kindly accept my offering." Guo Ran's smile really was about to start blooming flowers now. After so much suffering, he had finally managed to release some of it back on his oppressors. He reached out and grabbed the flags, pretending to be indifferent. "Okay, you can fuck off now. Remember, next time you have to take the initiative to bring them over on your own, understood?" I understand. I'll fuck off now." That person hastily fled back to his own faction. He was already rejoicing that he hadn't been beat up. At the same time he had a thought to withdraw from his faction. This competition really was too terrifying. He actually thought it'd be better to just be a factionless outer disciple. Once that person left, there were others who flew over to take his place. However, some of them possessed some more courage. To those people, Guo Ran extremely bluntly called over his brothers to give them a very nice fist and feet massage. Long Chen snatched all of their flags on his own. He sneered. This is what they got for not having any trust in each other. Without trust, how would they possess any military power? They would just be a bunch of scattered sand. They'd be fine if nothing happened, but as soon as they met a true threat, they all just looked after themselves. That was also why Long Chen hated those traitors so much. They had betrayed other people's trust. If they had instead been in a real fight, they would have caused everyone to die. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Once Long Chen had stolen all their flags, Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were finally unable to hold back Ji Yu Yong. He shot forward like an infuriated lion, his eyes spitting flames as he smashed his fist at Long Chen. Chapter 210 Ancestral Blood Support. The current Ji Yu Yong really had gone berserk. Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin had been beaten to the point where they couldn't even crawl with imprints of people's souls still visible on their faces. Of the other core disciples, 3 of them had been entangled with Song Mingyuan's group of 3, while the other one was lying on the ground, appearing almost dead. Their alliance of 7 factions had all had their flags stolen, all because of Long Chen. By this point, the incense stick was quickly reaching its end. If he still didn't steal back those flags at this point, their 7-faction alliance would end up last. "Careful Long Chen." Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were not able to stop Ji Yu Yang any longer. His control over his ancestral mark far surpassed their own, causing them to be at too great of a disadvantage. Long Chen smiled and gave Tang Wan'er a reassuring gesture. He then focused on the furiously charging Ji Yu Yang. A flare of anger arose within him. That bastard had always been provoking him, saying that he would crush him into pulp over and over again. Although Long Chen had long since wanted to beat him up, he had always been too weak. But now that he had reached the 10th heaven stage of blood condensation and he had this powerful bone blade, he was no longer worried, slashing his blade at him. Ji Yu Yang roared and all the runes on his body lit up. Runic power flared over his fist as his punch smashed into the bone blade. Boom! The land shook from their intense collision. Their attacks had actually been completely equal. Under Ji Yu Yang's punch, Long Chen's bone blade was blown back. Long Chen borrowed that force to spin, his bone blade cutting a huge arc as it sliced back towards Ji Yu Yang's waist. As for Ji Yu Yang, although he had managed to block Long Chen's attack, he had still received a bit of a jolt and was forced back a step. That shocked Ji Yu Yang, as Long Chen's attack was even stronger than Tang Wan'er's wind blades. But while he was still shocked, Long Chen's bone blade had already spun in a crafty angle and was slicing towards him. He was given a fright and went to block. But Long Chen's angle of attack was extremely tricky, making it awkward for him to block it. He was unable to use any force in that position. That caused him to suffer greatly and he was sent flying. It wasn't that Long Chen had struck with too much power, but simply that his attack was too unorthodox for him. Ji Yu Yang quickly stabilized himself in midair. He was extremely powerful and had plentiful combat experience. As long as his foot touched the ground, he would be able to once more take the initiative and attack. Unfortunately for him, the instant his foot was about to touch the ground, Long Chen's bone blade had already viciously slashed out. Ji Yu Yang was both startled and infuriated. In these 3 consecutive blows from Long Chen, he hadn't had the slightest chance to take a breath, causing him to be at a disadvantage. Although he blocked this attack again, he immediately lost control over his center of gravity and was sent tumbling through the air. He only managed to stop again after dozens of meters, appearing extremely pathetic. The entire crowd was silent. Everyone knew just how powerful Ji Yu Yang was. He had long since been acclaimed as the #1 figure of the monastery's new generation. But even he was unable to receive more than 3 blows from Long Chen before being sent flying. Some people even wondered if they had taken a blow to the head and were hallucinating. The person who had made Ji Yu Yang powerless to retaliate was actually the one with the lowest cultivation base in the entire monastery. Lazily resting his bone blade on his shoulder, Long Chen sneered at Ji Yu Yang. "Didn't you personally say many times that if I blocked your path you'd crush me to pulp? Now I have no choice but to doubt your words." Long Chen's voice was calm without the slightest bit of anger. And yet it was precisely this calm slap in his face that made Ji Yu Yang even more infuriated. In Ji Yu Yang's eyes, Long Chen had always been a minor character. He had never cared about him at all. But now he was completely humiliated by this minor character. Just now he had been too careless, and that was the only reason why Long Chen was able to turn his movements into a mess. And now he was using his mistake to insult him. Ji Yu Yang roared and shot forward at Long Chen, punching out. Long Chen sneered and raised his bone blade, slashing it directly onto Ji Yu Yang's bald head. How could it be possible for Ji Yu Yang's fist to reach Long Chen before his bone blade reached him? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to fight with him head-on. Rather than striking his fist, Long Chen wanted to test how hard that shiny head of his was. Seeing Long Chen actually ignore his fist and aim at his head, Ji Yu Yang was given a fright and hastily raised his fists to block. But his movements were too hurried and he was unable to release his full strength. He was again forced back by Long Chen's bone blade. He was only just about to restabilize when Long Chen's blade had appeared in front of him again. And so Ji Yu Yang's tragedy once more repeated itself. Before his feet could touch the ground, Long Chen's blade sent him flying once more. Other than the first move being a bit different, the next 2 attacks were exactly the same as before. It was even the exact same angle and power. Most dumbfounding of all was that the miserable posture Ji Yu Yang was sent tumbling through the air was exactly the same as the first time. Lazily resting his bone blade on his shoulder, he once more sneered to Ji Yu Yang. "Didn't you personally say many times that if I blocked your path you'd crush me to pulp? Now I have no choice but to doubt your words." It was the exact same movement, the exact same expression, and the exact same phrase, completely infuriating and insulting Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyong sinisterly said, "Long Chen, you dare to humiliate me." Long Chen actually laughed, "Ha ha ha, who cares if I humiliate you? Aren't you someone who regularly humiliates others? What, someone humiliates you once and you can't handle it? You really are a marvel. Can it be that despite being bald, you don't allow others to call you baldy? What goes around comes around. Since you like to humiliate others, then you have to be ready to be humiliated by others." Long Chen detested these geniuses like Ji Yuyong who had been pampered by their families to the point where they thought themselves to be emperors. It was like they expected others to just kneel in front of them automatically. These geniuses treated humiliating others as just a regular part of their lives, a habit that had already been ingrained in their bones. But when someone else humiliated them, it was like they had committed some kind of heavenly crime. "Long Chen, you've really infuriated me." Ji Yuyong sinisterly glared at him, his gaze filled with killing intent. "So what, if you get depressed over it, go over to Elder Sun with the large bell. Just smash your own head onto it and death will solve all your problems. Plus you'll even get to hear such a nice bell sound in your final moments. It can count as having a good death." Long Chen pointed to the side. Ji Yuyong couldn't stop himself from taking this provocation. He felt even his lungs might explode from anger. He roared, his runes lighting up and now shockingly beginning to tremble. His runes seemed to come to life, moving slowly along his skin. He can activate his ancestral blood support. Both Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were the most shocked. They had never thought Ji Yuyang's control over his ancestral mark had reached such a level. Ji Yuyong had not only awakened his ancestral mark, but he had a perfect connection to his ancestral mark's power that allowed him to activate his ancestral blood for further strength. Activating the ancestral blood support was a kind of secret technique. Someone with an ancestral bloodline could ignite a portion of their essence blood to multiply their strength for a short period of time. Ji Yuyong is actually so powerful. Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu looked at each other in dismay, seeing the other person's disbelief. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Ji Yuyang's runes moved over every inch of his body. From a distance, it looked as if countless insects had crawled over his body, causing anyone who saw it to feel terrified. Ji Yuyang's aura had exploded out to a shocking level, to the point where even those senior apprentice brothers who were watching could sense the pressure. "This Ji Yuyong really is a monster," exclaimed one of the law enforcers. Although they had also once been new disciples, their generation's core disciples had definitely not been that terrifying. There hadn't even been a single genius who had awakened their ancestral mark in that generation, let alone a monster as terrifying as Ji Yuyong. Everyone was now completely focused on the two of them. Long Chen's return had completely reversed the state of the faction competition. But now that Ji Yuyong had finally erupted out with his greatest strength, it still wasn't sure just what the final result would be. "Long Chen, we'll help you." Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu both walked up to Long Chen, taking a stance to fight against Ji Yuyong with him. That was naturally because the two of them had the greatest understanding of just how terrifying Ji Yuyong was. Only with all three of them together was there a chance of victory. But Long Chen smiled at them and betrayed both their expectations. "No need, some things have to be done personally, for example, revenge." Seeing Long Chen's seriousness, Tang Wan'er immediately understood what Long Chen was thinking. Long Chen was planning on returning all the humiliation that everyone in the Heaven-Earth faction had had to suffer. Although she was still a bit worried, she still nodded in the end and took a couple steps back. Long Chen might normally be a mischievous rascal without the slightest air of arrogance, but that was because his unyielding arrogance was buried deep within his bones. A man didn't necessarily need to possess an air of arrogance, but he needed to have an unyielding pride within him. Long Chen was precisely like that. He was now completely infuriated with Ji Yuyong, Qi Xin, and Lei Qiansheng's despicable schemes. Although Long Chen had never said it to anyone, he had remembered all that enmity within him. So what he wanted right now was just one thing: revenge. Yi Ziqiu stared at Long Chen and also withdrew. Long Chen was the only one remaining to face Ji Yuyong. That figure that wasn't overly tall or large, but he was filled with a domineering disdain for all, an existence nothing within heaven and earth could stop. That kind of profound arrogance was something that didn't even place heaven and earth within its gaze, one that would tear apart the very dome of the sky. Space trembled as Ji Yuyang's runes finally stopped moving. However, His current aura had already advanced to a terrifying realm. Long Chen, since I said I'd crush you to pulp, I definitely will. Ji Yu Yong with his ancestral blood support was completely terrifying. His voice was hoarse like scraping iron, and his face was completely sinister. Die! Ji Yu Yong roared and stamped on the ground. The entire land shook as he charged at Long Chen. Chapter 211 Fighting Ji Yu Yong. Die! Ji Yu Yong roared and stamped on the ground. The entire land shook as he charged at Long Chen. His power was so great that people could see shock waves flying off him as he passed by. That was a sign his power had reached a definite pinnacle. Long Chen took a deep breath. Ji Yu Yang's power had already surpassed his expectations. He couldn't afford to hold back any longer. Space buzzed as his huge divine ring appeared behind him. A terrifying wave of chi soared into the air. The divine ring's appearance was causing constant shocks within the air. Space had already become unstable. Almost everyone present had already seen Long Chen summon his divine ring before. But this time his divine ring was even more powerful and terrifying than before. A heaven-shaking roar came from Long Chen as his bone blade slashed down on Ji Yu Yang. When Long Chen's bone blade and Ji Yu Yang's fist collided, an immense explosion rang out. A terrifying wave of power split the ground, sending the earth rolling out. Not good. Everyone hastily raised their defenses. Those who were closer hadn't even had time to circulate their chi to protect themselves and were sent flying by that wave. Hundreds of people began to cough up blood as they were sent flying, their eyes filled with horror. Just the aftershocks of their battle were able to cause such injuries to them. If they were actually fighting against them, they would have definitely died. It was too terrifying. Broken fragments of stone shot through the air. The ground surged as if it had turned liquid and a wave was rolling through it, only fading once it was far off into the distance. The crowd was no longer even able to see the two of them. They could only see the ground being blown into the air and shooting rocks. Intense collisions continuously rang out, the ground shaking along with it. How terrifying! Even Song Mingyuan and the others had paused by now. That was because now their battles were all meaningless. The ending was already set in stone. No matter how strong Ji Yu Yang was, there was no way he could defeat Long Chen, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu if they fought together. Now that Long Chen was fighting Ji Yu Yang on his own, that meant this faction competition had already lost all its meaning. Right now Long Chen wasn't fighting for victory, but revenge. Everyone retreated to watch from a distance. From there they could only vaguely see two figures constantly attacking the other. That was an absolutely fierce battle. The disciples from the Heaven-Earth faction watched on excitedly. They all knew that now that Long Chen had returned, the Heaven-Earth faction would definitely soar to the peak. No one would be able to stop them. There was already two experts who had awakened their ancestral marks in their alliance. Now that Long Chen, a genius that had already surpassed the monster-level classification, was back, it would be impossible for them to not soar. Finally, with another intense collision, one person was sent flying back dozens of meters before stabilizing. It's Ji Yu Yang. He was forced back. People let out startled cries as they saw that as soon as Ji Yu Yang was forced back, Long Chen had already charged over with his bone blade. The current Long Chen was just like a wild dragon. Brandishing his bone blade ruthlessly, he forced Ji Yu Yang to retreat over and over again. Ji Yu Yang is about to be defeated. He's actually weaker than Long Chen even in terms of pure power. Exclaimed one person. Ji Yu Yang's most powerful forte was his brute power. When that brute power was added on to the power of his ancestral blood support, his fist could easily even destroy Tang Wan wind blades. It was obvious how frightening such a thing was. But even such a powerful genius who used brute power to suppress all others was actually losing despite Long Chen fighting him head-on. HMPH, that's just because Long Chen is relying on his weapon. If Long Chen also dared fight bare-fisted, senior brother Ji Yu Yang would crush him to death with a single punch, icily said one person from Ji Yu Yang's faction. Although they were no longer fighting, everyone was still standing at the edges glaring at the other party, ready to fight at any moment. TCH, weapons are also a kind of strength. Your logic is just a fart. According to that, then Ji Yu Yang also shouldn't have used his ancestral blood support. If so, then senior brother Long Chen would have crushed his bald head easily, loudly retorted a disciple from the Heaven-Earth faction. What crap, his ancestral mark is his innate talent, a sign of his strength. Why wouldn't he use it? Raged the first person to speak out. Someone from the Heaven-Earth faction's side immediately cursed, Senior brother Long Chen's bone blade is something he obtained from the graveyard of the exiled. That's a symbol of his glory, so why shouldn't he use it? That's just Long Chen's dog shit luck. All he did was find a treasure, otherwise he would have been turned into magical beast crap. That person's words immediately ignited everyone on this side's fury. Before this, the two figures they cared about the most would have to be the two goddesses Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu. But now Long Chen had become another one of their idols. Their worship of him was not at all inferior to their worship of the two goddesses. They would not allow anyone to insult them. One person immediately charged out and punched that person right in the nose. Who the fuck asked you to be so blind? That person's bones broke and he let out a miserable shriek. But even after that punch, that disciple of the Heaven-Earth faction still hadn't released enough of his fury. He shouted to his allies, brothers, they dare insult senior brother Long Chen like this. That's completely intolerable. Do you still remember how they bullied us? Right now we don't need to fight over flags, but let us men all fight together to relieve our resentment. Following that person's shout, all 5 factions in the Heaven-Earth Factions Alliance charged forward. Other than the flag bearers, every single disciple was like an angry bull. Previously none of them had really fought since Long Chen had suppressed all the enemies on his own to the point that they hadn't even dared to resist. So much of their anger had already been relieved. However, they still didn't find it to be that satisfying enough. Now that someone had insulted Long Chen, they finally had an excuse to beat them. Amongst cultivators, there were few who weren't battle fanatics. With one person taking the lead, they all exploded, charging at their opponents. A huge fight immediately erupted between both parties. As for Song Mingyuan and the other core disciples, seeing that they couldn't participate in Long Chen's battle, they all began to fight their opponents once more. Explosions continuously rang out from Long Chen's side. Chi waves continuously shook the land, but this side also wasn't at all inferior either. Victory was already assured with the flags. With Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu there, no one could even think about snatching their flags. So everyone could just ignore their flags and fight only for themselves. On the other side was one core disciple faking that he was injured, as well as Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin, who had long since been beaten to the point of near death. Their morale was already near rock bottom. Then adding on that Ji Yu Yang's alliance didn't even want to fight at this point, they were all beaten like stray dogs, wailing and crying. The distant Ling Yunzi, who was observing, sighed. The trash really is intermingled with the good. In this generation of disciples, the strong really were much stronger than before, but the weak were also so weak. Most importantly, their actual temperaments were far too lacking. Even that previous life and death trial still hadn't caused them to mature. Long Chen's side was all full of vigor with firm determination. Even though they had had to suffer much humiliation before, not one of them had withdrawn from their faction. In comparison, everyone on Ji Yu Yang's side was already frightened to the point that they didn't dare fight. Their flags had been directly exposed to the enemy without a single person guarding. At that time Tu Fang had turned green, wanting to smack those idiots to death. If that had been a real fight against experts of the corrupt path, not one of them would have survived. He really did well to kill them. Tu Fang grit his teeth. He was talking about those traitors who Long Chen had killed at the beginning. Only with trust and mutual protection could a squad truly become powerful. And it was precisely because of that absolute trust that betrayal hurt so much. In fact, if it happened again, Tu Fang wished he could turn Long Chen's punishment into a reward. This clearly proved Long Chen had been right to act as he had. Ji Yu Yang's alliance had been completely broken down by their own selfishness. Without any care of their comrades, they were blown apart like a pile of loose sand. We really have let Long Chen down. We should have rewarded him for doing as he had instead of punishing him, sighed Tu Fang. Ling Yunzi smiled. Here you go again. Divergents have their own paths that no one can change. And furthermore, do you really think it was a punishment for Long Chen to be exiled to the rubble wasteland? When he said that, Tu Fang immediately realized that after being exiled there, Long Chen had actually become many times stronger. Then did that mean that was all fated to be? Thinking of that, Tu Fang shut his mouth. His reverence for the heavenly Tao's deepened even further. Elder Sun was filled with greed as he looked at the divine ring behind Long Chen's back. Currently he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he could obtain Long Chen's miraculous technique, there really might be a chance of him breaking through. That was because Long Chen's divine ring could crazily absorb energy from the world. If he could obtain it, Then by using it while he attacked the barrier between realms, he would have that little extra push that would let him break through. When advancing, it was precisely just that little bit of strength that was always lacking. It might seem like just a little bit, but it really was like a heavenly chasm that you might never be able to cross in your lifetime. Boom! With another explosive sound, Long Chen's bone blade sent Ji Yu Yang flying again. Bastard! I refuse to believe this. My strength is the greatest. Ji Yu Yang furiously roared, once more charging at Long Chen, his fists flying crazily. But you have yet to crush me to pulp, icily replied Long Chen. Once more brandishing his bone blade, he forced Ji Yu Yang back. With this bone blade, he was finally able to properly bring out more of his force, which pleased him greatly. He wasn't the same as Ji Yu Yang, who could use his ancestral blood support to strengthen his fists to the point that they were as hard as weapons. Furthermore, he had never learned any high-class bare-handed fighting techniques. So only by wielding a weapon could he release his full potential. This time he was able to fight to his heart's content, giving Long Chen an unprecedented feeling of delight. But Long Chen really was shocked at how powerful Ji Yu Yang was. Even with his divine ring as support, fighting at his full force was still greatly exhausting. Having reached the 10th heaven stage, his power had increased greatly, but his rate of exhaustion had also increased. But as for Ji Yu Yang, even after fighting this long, his strength had yet to decline in the slightest. If this continued, he really might end up running out of spiritual chi first. Stealthily glancing above, he saw that the incense stick was almost completely burnt out. Ji Yu Yang drew back again, grinding his teeth. He was unable to accept such a result. With my final blow I'll smash you to pulp. Ji Yu Yang shouted, and the countless runes on his fists disappeared. His fists instead turned black, almost appearing like steel. I'll let you taste my Ji Yu family's Yang Flame Fist. A powerful aura that immediately locked Long Chen in place. Space trembled as his fist cut across the space, smashing at Long Chen. Chapter 212. Your fist isn't strong enough. When Ji Yu Yang's fist formed, his face turned pale as paper. But despite that, his expression was still as sinister as ever. That fist now contained his entire strength and energy, including an overdraft of part of his ancestral mark power. You want to finish this in one move? Come. Long Chen raised his bone blade, his Feng Fu star circulating. All his spiritual qi injected into his bone blade. Split the heavens. Long Chen shouted inside, and his bone blade began to rumble. It was almost possible to hear the roar of a tiger emanating from it as it slashed down on Ji Yu Yang. When that fist and blade met, heaven and earth seemed to lose all sound. A brilliant flare of light immediately exploded out. Boom! The void appeared to shatter. Qi waves surged everywhere, immediately engulfing an area of dozens of miles. An immense crater was smashed into the ground, and the distant spectators had practically been buried alive. When some people managed to dig their way to see what had happened, they were completely speechless. At this moment the bell rang out, signaling the end of the faction competition. But whether it was the winners or the losers, none of them cheered or made any sound. They just blankly stared at that crater. At the bottom was a completely pale Long Chen. He was gasping for breath. Opposite to Long Chen was Ji Yu Yang. He was lying on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was filled with disbelief. One of his arms had been broken in several places, bending in extremely odd ways. If you want to crush me, Long Chen, to pulp, then your fist isn't strong enough. Long Chen shook his head lightly. Ji Yu Yang's expression became even uglier. But as he opened his mouth to retort, he suddenly vomited out blood and fainted. In that last attack Long Chen had pushed Split the Heavens to his max, causing its power to reach a kind of pinnacle. For Ji Yu Yang to be able to survive such an attack already showed how incredibly terrifying he was. But despite how strong his physical body was, he was still heavily injured. At the same time, Long Chen realized that as his cultivation base increased, Split the Heavens' power also rose with it, becoming increasingly terrifying. He still had no idea what class of battle skill it was. But this definitely confirmed its class was shockingly high. Once Ji Yu Yang fainted, Long Chen smiled. A bit of that suppressed anger inside him had finally been relieved. He was about to put away his bone blade when he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. A pair of soft hands gently supported him. A faint fragrance floated into Long Chen's nose, filling him with warmth. Exhaustion beat him and he passed out. Looking at the passed out Long Chen, Tang Wan Er's heart ached. For him to have returned from the graveyard of the exiled, he had probably met countless dangers, more dangers than another person would see in their entire lifetime. Woot! We won! Cheers rang out as people from her side began to crazily shout, showing off their excitement. Tang Wan lightly rubbed Long Chen's cheek. There was a bit of dirt as well as some stubble now. But those things actually set off Long Chen's resoluteness. In the past 2 months, it seemed Long Chen had once more matured a great deal. This scoundrel, no matter how much bitterness he goes through, he never tells anyone. Tang Wan's tears dripped down. Yi Ziqiu walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Let's go back. Long Chen needs to rest. She nodded. At this point a bunch of other people also came over with a stretcher, bringing Long Chen away. The others who had been injured were waiting to be healed. But Tang Wan had examined Long Chen's body and seen that he had simply run out of spiritual qi and was exhausted. He wasn't actually injured, and so she directly brought him back. Once they left, the healing hall's disciples came out to heal everyone. However, Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, and Qi Xin's wounds were extremely severe. That was especially true of Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. Their bones had been trampled on and they had been beaten to the point of near death. They had done too many wicked things up to this point and that was their retribution. Those disciples who hadn't been able to fight back against them before had taken this chance to beat them without holding anything back. That seed of hatred had long since been planted. But that seed really had matured too quickly. In just 1 month, they had taken their vengeance. If it hadn't been for Long Chen giving everyone a reminder, perhaps some people really might have been lost their reasoning within their fury and beat the two of them to death. But although no one had done that, those fellows had not been kind at all. They avoided vital spots, but they also made it so that they wouldn't pass out, causing them to see and suffer all their beatings without being able to do anything. Seeing the two of them want to cough up blood from their rage, everyone's felt much more free and relieved. Due to their heavy injuries, Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were sent directly back to the healing hall for some senior disciples to heal. But even their senior disciples would probably require over a week to let them be able to walk out. The rankings were already announced. The Heaven-Earth Factions Alliance took the top 5 spots. The other rankings were left to Guan Wenin and them. As for who was what exact rank, that would be up to them to decide. Guan Wenin looked at all this with a complicated look. Seeing the Heaven-Earth faction lead their people away, he also brought his people away. Other than the heavily injured being sent to the healing hall, the others would all be fine after just 1 or 2 days of recovery. When everyone had scattered, a large group of people came over. That group was those people who had decided to stay behind despite failing the disciple trials. They were not disciples of the monastery. They could only count as some workers and could only receive a meager amount of resources. And yet they had no complaints. That was because they had seen an even broader world after coming to the monastery. It was at such a place that they could temper themselves. Seeing that group of people busily cleaning, Ling Yunzi frowned slightly, seeming to think of some distant memories. Long Chen's last attack seemed somewhat familiar. But I actually can't remember where I've seen it before. Perhaps I've just heard about it somewhere, Ling Yunzi muttered to himself. That attack is extremely frightening. But I have a strange feeling that Long Chen is unable to completely wield its entire strength. According to normal cultivation standards, a powerful battle skill cannot be used without a powerful cultivation base. It isn't that you're unable to use it, but simply that your meridians wouldn't be able to endure using it. But Long Chen's attack is still far from reaching that move's true power. It really is curious. Tu Feng also nodded. The two of them were the monastery's strongest experts. Ling Yunzi had even stepped into the legendary Shantian realm, and yet he was still unable to see through the origins of Long Chen's attack. This time Long Chen slept very well. It really was excellent to sleep at home. After all, even with all his courage, he had been scared for almost every single second of the last 2 months. There was no way around it. In that kind of place, Long Chen was near the bottom of the food chain. A slight mistake would lead to death. In the past 2 months, he had never had a good night's sleep. Every day he had crazily increased his cultivation base, increasing the chance that he would be able to survive. He slept for a full 3 days before finally awakening, feeling completely full of energy and excitement. As soon as he walked out of his room, he saw Qing Yu and Tang Wan cultivating. He immediately startled the two out of their meditation. Sorry to disturb you, apologized Long Chen. We weren't in a true meditative state. We've been waiting for you this whole time. Come, Sit, Sister Qing Yu prepared a bunch of delicacies for you as a reward. Tang Wan pulled Long Chen over, smiling brightly. Really, I didn't even know Sister Qing Yu could cook, exclaimed Long Chen. Hee, I bet you didn't know Sister Qing Yu's cooking skill can be praised as top class. She's never let anyone else know that. This time Sister Qing Yu only decided to cook for you as your reward, laughed Tang Wan. Qing Yu smiled and returned to the kitchen. Or Long Chen supposed she had, since he had no idea where the kitchen even was in here. Tang Wan continued smiling and looking at Long Chen. She didn't say anything more. It seemed as if quietly looking at Long Chen was actually something quite enjoyable for her. Beauty Wan, if you look at me with any more adoration, I really will get embarrassed. Have you finally thought it over and decided to give your heart to me? Suddenly asked Long Chen. You wish. Tang Wan angrily hit Long Chen. When will you stop being so infuriatingly flippant? Other than when fighting and killing, it seemed this scoundrel never could be serious, annoying Tang Wan endlessly. You wouldn't even be able to talk to him properly for more than a few seconds before he irritated you enough to want to beat him up. Then do you like it when I'm flippant or do you like me serious? Laughed Long Chen. Of course I like it when you, scoundrel, don't even bother with that. Who would ever like you? Tang Wan almost fell for it before cutting herself off. Looking at her light fury, for some reason Long Chen felt he really liked it when she was like that. Did that mean he was a bit abnormal? Just as Long Chen's was pondering over whether his own beauty standards had problems, Qing Yu returned. There were over a dozen piping hot dishes releasing a fragrance that made him drool. Long Chen's stomach rumbled loudly. Tang Wan and Qing Yu laughed. Long Chen explained with some embarrassment, other than magical beast meat, I didn't have anything else to eat in the last 2 months. For the first month it was alright, but then it really was starting to get disgusting. Hee, I finally get to eat something good. Qing Yu sighed. Long Chen, this time it really was hard on you. Once Qing Yu said that, Tang Wan's eyes turned red. Long Chen hastily said, what was so hard about it? It was just a little journey. Quick, eat before I starve to death. Long Chen laughed and directly picked up a mouthful of food. Originally he was just planning on changing the subject, but the instant he tasted that food, his eyes immediately lit up. From that moment on, his chopsticks never left his hands and his mouth was never empty as he crazily stuffed himself. Qing Yu's cooking skill really was top-notch. Furthermore, she had also added in many vegetables to the dishes, which made Long Chen, who had constantly been eating meat, to become like a ravenous wolf. Seeing Long Chen wildly devour his food, Qing Yu was delighted. She and Tang Wan ate together with him. After eating, Long Chen felt he really was unable to stuff anything more down. Even just opening his mouth, he felt his throat was still full of her delicious food. Long Chen belched and patted his stomach, completely satisfied. Suddenly he cast a vague glance at Tang Wan. Sister Wan, I've got something fun to do with you that you mentioned before. Long Chen smiled at Tang Wan mysteriously. Chapter 213 Lightning Refinement. Long Chen and Tang Wan requested a leave of absence from the monastery. They then left from the monastery's gate and began walking northwards. Disciples had to request for leaves of absence from an elder if they wished to go outside the monastery. Furthermore, they were not allowed to leave for too long. The two of them had put in 7 days' time. Long Chen, where are you bringing me? Tang Wan was still in the dark. Didn't I tell you, we're doing something fun, laughed Long Chen. If you won't be serious with me I won't bother with you any longer, sniffed Tang Wan somewhat angrily. Haha, don't get mad. I need you to help me out a bit for a certain something. But before that, I still need to go find Little Snow, explained Long Chen. Little Snow? You mean your Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf? Didn't you tell your family's people to bring him back? Asked Tang Wan. Long Chen smiled bitterly. I came by myself. I didn't have anyone from my family present. Only then did Tang Wan remember how Long Chen had traveled on his own. She awkwardly asked, then where is Little Snow? Long Chen looked around. This is where we agreed to meet. Look, there's Little Snow's footprints. He should be around here somewhere. Suddenly Long Chen let out a long roar that shook the sky. His majestic roar immediately spread hundreds of miles. That roar echoed out for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before finally fading away. Long Chen was a bit baffled. Maybe Little Snow is hunting, he guessed. Then what do you want to do? You want us to wait? Asked Tang Wan. No need. I'll tie one of my clothes onto a tree. He should be able to figure out I came here to find him. Once he sees my clothing he'll know to wait for me. Long Chen took off his outer shirt and tied it to a large tree. Little Snow's sensitive nose could easily find it. Once he did, he'd definitely know Long Chen had come by and he wait here for him. Tang Wan'er asked, "Then what do you want to do now?" "Haha, I'm bringing you to do something fun. You'll definitely like it." Long Chen directly rushed off. "Scoundrel, hurry up and tell me." Tang Wan'er followed behind him angrily. This fellow really did like to act all mysterious. The two of them rushed over 1,000 miles north, arriving at the top of a huge mountain. This mountain was extremely high, and above the peak were rolling black clouds. Flickers of lightning appeared every now and then. Looking at those black clouds above, Tang Wan'er suddenly recalled something and her eyes widened. "Long Chen, don't tell me you came here to be struck by lightning." "Hehe, you really are smart." "Yup, you guessed right," laughed Long Chen. On his journey back from the rubble wasteland, he had passed by this region and seen that this place was a bit strange. The mountain peak would always be covered by black clouds with lightning within them. This entire mountain peak was completely bare. It was definitely a good place to gather lightning. He had once refined Lei Qianshang's Thunderforce seed, so his body already had a certain resistance to thunder and lightning. Furthermore, his meridians were able to contain Thunderforce. He hoped that if he could obtain a stronger Thunderforce, it might be possible for him to nourish and use that Thunderforce like his beast flame. Most importantly, having advanced to the 10th heaven stage, Long Chen was very worried from his experience in advancing from the Qi condensation realm. He had to be cautious. Once he reached the 13th heaven stage, he would be struck by that heavenly punishment. The previous heavenly punishment had almost killed him. If it hadn't been for the spirit world's expert giving him a warning, he wouldn't have been able to resist his terror and would have already died from that tribulation. Furthermore, she had told him that the first tribulation was only a test of his willpower. If that was true, then when he advanced to tendon transformation, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Just a test of willpower had almost turned him to ashes. If it was a test of his physical body, wouldn't he have been directly killed? Although his physical body was much more powerful now, he was still filled with fear and caution towards that heavenly punishment. The first time was already that terrifying, just how horrifying would be the second time. He naturally didn't want to die under heavenly punishment, and so he had to make himself even stronger. Previously he had refined Lei Qianshang's Thunderseed, and so he had gained a control over some Thunderforce. So while coming here was still a risk, it was worth it. If he could absorb the thunder and lightning from the sky, he might be able to borrow that Thunderforce to temper his body, giving him greater resistance to lightning in the future. Even a slightly greater resistance would give him a higher chance of surviving the next heavenly punishment. Long Chen took out a large kite 21 meters wide from his spatial ring. The frame was made from magical beast bone and then normal beast hide was added as cloth, making it very sturdy. "You've flown a kite before, right?" asked Long Chen. "I've flown a kite, but not a man kite." "You can't really be serious." Although Long Chen could control a bit of Thunderforce, that had just come from a person. It was not at all the same as natural Thunderforce. Natural Thunderforce was at least thousands of times stronger. A mistake meant death. Gathering natural Thunderforce to use as his own was definitely a crazy idea. She had never even heard of anyone attempting such a thing. She had no confidence in this at all, but seeing how Long Chen was so prepared, it seemed he wasn't joking around. In Tang Wan'er's eyes, Long Chen had never done anything normally. He always treated abnormal things as his normal. Long Chen took out a string made of black silk. Tying it securely to his kite, he tested it a couple times before being reassured. After all, this matter definitely could end up killing him if he wasn't overly cautious. The string was over 3,000 meters long. Although it was only the thickness of a single finger, it would definitely not break. He then tied the other end of the string to a huge boulder. "I'll get on top of the kite and tie myself onto it securely so I won't fall off. You let me fly into the sky, but always pay attention. When I'm about to be struck by the lightning, let go of the string. Although it doesn't conduct electricity, it's not an absolute insulator. If I end up passing out or something, you need to be ready to save me." Tang Wan'er solemnly stared at Long Chen, her heart pounding out of her control. "This is way too terrifying. You really shouldn't do this. To be honest, I'm terrified for you." Long Chen laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not scared that you're terrified. This is extremely important to me, so please lend me your assistance." Tang Wan'er helplessly shook her head. She wondered to herself if she would also become crazy if she stayed with Long Chen for too long. "I'll run with the kite, get lift off, and then jump on top of it. The rest will be up to you. Just treat it as having fun." Long Chen tried to ease her nervousness. Tang Wan'er glared at him. What about this was fun? If she made a mistake, he could die. Long Chen raised the large kite and began to run down the mountain. After a couple hundred meters, he had generated enough inertia and lift to finally slowly float upwards. Currently he was still extremely stable and secure. When Long Chen flipped to get on top of the kite, Tang Wan'er nervously pulled on the string. Her kite flying skills were definitely supreme, as with just a few tugs, the kite soared into the sky, flying levelly. Standing atop the kite, Long Chen gave Tang Wan'er a thumbs up. "You really are awesome, beauty Wan'er. Careful." Tang Wan'er suddenly let out a startled cry as a bolt of lightning directly crashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen's clothing burst apart. But he had already been prepared for that, and he was still wearing the golden horned python's leather skin, so at least he wasn't naked. Currently the kite was still only 150 meters from the ground. He hadn't expected to already be struck by lightning while he was still so far from the clouds. The kite trembled, but the string Long Chen had tied to his waist hadn't broken. He coughed up some smoke and felt all his hair stand on end. Countless strands of lightning crawled over his body. He quickly attempted using his thunder force to absorb them, but the result was not as he had expected. Those lightning strands and his own thunder force repelled each other much harder than he had ever imagined, and they began to go berserk inside his body. "How is it, Long Chen?" Tang Wan'er cried out when she saw Long Chen was completely motionless atop the kite. "I'm fine. Just maintain this height and let me get used to it," shouted back Long Chen. He then continued attempting to refine the power of the lightning, but no matter how he tried, he was unable to refine it at all. It was as if Long Chen's original thunder force was water while this natural thunder force was oil. The two of them refused to mix. He tried a dozen times without succeeding. Then gritting his teeth, he directly gave up on his original thunder force and began to try connecting to the natural thunder force. That thunder force had no will, but it was exceptionally berserk like lava. As Long Chen attempted to refine it, it wildly attacked Long Chen's spirit. Damn this thing. He had tried refining it and had failed. Now he tried connecting to it, and failed. Long Chen now directly used the most berserk method, using his spiritual strength to wildly attack that thunder force. Long Chen's thunder force crazily attacked those strands of natural thunder force. Although that natural thunder force resisted crazily, it had no further source of power and was unable to continue fighting against Long Chen's spiritual strength that continuously surged out. Finally Long Chen suppressed its berserk nature. After subduing it, he could control it as well as his old thunder force. He used this new natural thunder force to refine the thunder force he had originally gotten from Lei Qiansheng. What pleasantly surprised Long Chen was that while previously his thunder force had been like a sheep trying to devour a wolf, it had completely reversed now, and this new thunder force easily devoured his old thunder force, refining it anew. This new thunder force rushed around Long Chen's body. Although it wasn't his core thunder force, it was like a tamed magical beast inside him that he could control as he wished. This new discovery delighted him, and he shouted to Tang Wan'er. "Let's start. Let the lightning be a bit more intense." Chapter 214 Crazy Method. Tang Wan'er was relieved to see that Long Chen was alright and slowly released some of the string, letting the kite rise step by step. By the time the huge kite was almost 1,000 meters into the air, it was nothing more than a palm-sized dot in the air. Tang Wan'er's heart was pounding. If Long Chen fell from that height onto the rock mountain, even his powerful physical body would be crushed flat. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck Long Chen directly again. A powerful thunder force also flowed down the string. She immediately felt her body go numb. Having lost sensation of her hand for a moment, the string began to quickly fly out, frightening her out of her mind. She quickly grabbed it again. Even from so far away, the thunder force was still so strong. She was horrified when she thought about how powerful it must be at Long Chen's position. "Long Chen, are you alright?" she shouted. That was because she couldn't see how he was at the top of the kite. Still fine. Long Chen's body was quivering. That wasn't from fear, but from the thunder force that was wildly wreaking havoc in his body. He was shaking as if he was having a seizure. This time the thunder force was even more berserk. If it had been someone else, they would have directly been charred to ashes. He was glad he had gathered those magical beast bones and hides for this kite. The thunder force wouldn't affect them much, and so he would be able to stay up here for longer without any worries. Long Chen stayed up there for a quarter hour before finally refining that thunder force, increasing the amount of thunder force in his body. Bring me up a bit higher. As the kite gradually grew higher, Long Chen's chance of being struck increased. On average, it was around an incense stick's amount of time between lightning strikes. The terrain was extremely special here. Black thunder clouds gathered here and would never scatter. Whenever the thunder force accumulated to a certain level, it would crash down upon the ground. That was why the mountain peak was completely bare. It had already been struck by lightning countless times. Since Long Chen was intentionally drawing the lightning towards him, it was naturally easy for him to be struck. On the ground, Tang Wan'er saw Long Chen be struck several times. His hair stood on end like a hedgehog, but he wasn't suffering any injuries. Only then did she relax slightly. Inside she sighed that Long Chen really was a monster, but he was also a madman. He could think of all sorts of crazy ideas. Even crazier was that he would actually follow through on those crazy ideas. She had already smartly figured out how to avoid being impacted by the lightning herself. The instant the light appeared over Long Chen's head, she would let go of the string. Once that lightning fell, she could grab it again less than couple seconds later. Natural thunder force came quickly, but it also went quickly. This way Tang Wan'er didn't need to suffer being impacted by the thunder force as well. Although the thunder force that was transmitted down was much weaker, it would have still been something extremely difficult for her to bear with her weaker body. Now that she had figured out the rhythm, it was much easier for her to avoid the lightning strikes. Up in the air, Long Chen was constantly absorbing thunder force. He could sense his body gradually growing stronger due to the thunder force's tempering. Each cell in his body was growing stronger. The slight impurities in his body were being forced out by the power of the thunder force. Thunder force can actually strengthen the physical body. That discovery delighted Long Chen. Then wouldn't he gradually be able to make his own body stronger and stronger? His original goal had only been to increase the lightning resistance of his body for the future heavenly punishment. But he hadn't expected to make other gains as well. At the same time, he also noticed that the golden color in his blood was gradually growing under the thunder force's strengthening. That particular discovery had almost made him jump up in joy. He had accidentally discovered a new way to increase his cultivation base. The golden particles had appeared in his blood once he had advanced to the 10th heaven stage of blood condensation. Those golden particles were extremely sparse, but Long Chen could sense that those particles contained a terrifying energy. Now with the assistance of the thunder force, those golden particles were gradually increasing. Long Chen's heart jumped with joy. Now he could quickly cultivate even without absorbing magical beast essence blood. Third-rank magical beast essence blood was now already almost useless to Long Chen. His cultivation speed with it was minuscule. Now seeing the golden particles in his blood increase, Long Chen suddenly stood up and grandly roared, "Give me more lightning." Rumble. Suddenly the huge black clouds in the sky condensed into a whirlpool and dozens of thunderbolts crashed down on Long Chen. Careful Long Chen. Tang Wan'er turned pale. At some point Long Chen had already floated up right next to the thunder clouds. Long Chen's appearance immediately attracted all the surrounding thunder force. Long Chen's kite turned to ashes, while Tang Wan'er was sent flying by the terrifying thunder force. Long Chen. Tang Wan'er let out a startled cry, looking up into the sky fearfully. The kite had already been turned to ashes, and Long Chen was tumbling down like a falling star. To fall from over 3,000 meters onto hard rock, Long Chen would definitely die. Tang Wan'er frantically rushed over, wanting to save him. But when Long Chen was a couple hundred meters from the ground, he suddenly took out a large umbrella. Opening the umbrella, Long Chen's descent immediately slowed, but the huge force caused the umbrella to directly collapse. Once more falling, when he reached a height of 30 meters, he took out another umbrella, slowing down again. So in the end, his impact on the ground was the same as if he had only fallen from less than 20 meters. Tang Wan'er was startled and relieved. She really hadn't, though Long Chen would be that smart and had arranged backup plans. But to fall from that height could definitely still cause some injury, so she hastily ran over to support him. Tang Wan'er had only just touched him when she immediately received an attack from a terrifying thunder force. Only then did she realize with horror that Long Chen was covered in thunder force. His skin had turned black like coal, and occasionally explosive arcs of electricity would jump out. This scoundrel, is he crazy? Tang Wan'er might not be exactly clear on what Long Chen was doing, but as a monster-class expert, she could sense a terrifying, berserk thunder force within his body. She could tell that he was tightly locking that thunder force in his body. He was clearly struggling fiercely with it just to keep it in his body. He was actually using his body as a prison to keep the thunder force in. That was too crazy. She also immediately realized when Long Chen had been struck by those dozens of thunderbolts, he hadn't resisted them at all, intentionally drawing them into his body. Just thinking about that gave her shivers. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? That thunder force that was running rampant throughout his body would be able to turn a tendon transformation expert to ashes. But Long Chen actually wanted to trap and raise it within his body. Although Long Chen was completely motionless on the ground, Tang Wan'er wasn't too worried yet. Long Chen's spiritual strength was still fiercely attempting to subdue the thunder force in his body. There were a couple times when that thunder force almost erupted like a volcano, only to be forced back by Long Chen. Those times gave her quite a worry. If he wasn't able to force back that eruption, Long Chen wouldn't even have a corpse left. He was practically gambling with his life. And yet she also didn't dare go help him. There was no way she could do anything for him, and in fact, she might end up disturbing him. She could only watch helplessly. Madman, madman, he's definitely a madman. Tang Wan'er angrily repeated that as the thunder force charred his body black. She was both angry and distressed. She wondered about his past and sighed. She really couldn't imagine just what Long Chen had endured for him to cultivate with his life on the line like this. He was clearly already strong enough. With a blood condensation cultivation base, he was able to fight across realms, even able to defeat the strongest one amongst them, Ji Yuyong. What more did he want? Suddenly Long Chen vomited out blood. The thunder force in his body had become even more berserk, actually injuring him. Long Chen, just give it up. Tang Wan'er couldn't stop herself. As long as he released the thunder force out of his body, he would be completely fine. Long Chen didn't reply, only shaking his head, his eyes still tightly closed. It had been hard enough capture so many fat pigs. If he didn't properly slaughter them, that really would be unworthy of the kite he had painstakingly built. But this time there really were too many fat pigs. He couldn't handle them one by one like he had before. Being swarmed by so many really was taxing for him. There were several times Long Chen had thought about giving up, but he was still unwilling. How could he allow this pork to just fly away? That definitely wasn't his style. But he also couldn't refine them all at once because this new thunder force had already surpassed the thunder force in his body. A single wolf couldn't possibly eat a dozen pigs at once. That was especially the case since these pigs also knew how to bite back. So all Long Chen could do was use his spiritual strength to suppress the crazy thunder force. But even he wasn't sure he would be able to suppress this much thunder force. His powerful spiritual strength surged out of him, suppressing the thunder force to its best ability. The two began a fierce struggle inside his body. This method really was crazy. But perhaps the only person in the world who had a chance of pulling of this crazy idea was Long Chen. It was probably impossible to find another person in this world with such a powerful physical body and such an abnormal soul. Usually those who had powerful souls had weaker bodies like Tang Wan'er. As for those who possessed powerful physical bodies, their spiritual strength would be lacking greatly. Ji Yuyong was an excellent example of that. Other than for using a spatial ring, his spiritual strength was incapable of accomplishing anything else. But Long Chen had both qualities. If he still didn't test it out a bit, he really wouldn't be Long Chen. In order to get stronger, he would be willing to do anything. Otherwise, how could he find out his past? How would he get justice? How would he get revenge? Be suppressed. Long Chen roared inside. His last spiritual strength suppressed the thunder force with a force of 100,000 pounds of pressure. Chapter 215 Embryonic Thunder Force Rune. Tang Wan'er worriedly watched Long Chen. That thunder force had almost erupted out several times, causing her heart to pound. But as time passed, the thunder force's rebellious will was gradually eroded by Long Chen's spiritual strength. Unfortunately, Long Chen wasn't much better off. Suppressing that much thunder force at the same time nearly exhausted him to death. After a prolonged battle, the deadlock was finally broken. Long Chen's advantage was that his spiritual strength slowly recovered with time. But this thunder force was without any further reinforcement. After 3 whole days, Long Chen finally taught Tang Wan'er a lesson: perseverance always wins. In those 3 days, Long Chen had finally eroded the berserk will within the Thunder Force, so that it no longer resisted him. But Long Chen was already completely exhausted and didn't have the energy to refine it at this time. He rested a whole day before recovering and beginning to refine the Thunder Force. Because there was no further resistance, it was like a group of wolves had transformed into sheep. Now Long Chen used his previous Thunder Force to easily devour this new Thunder Force, increasing his own Thunder Force. Long Chen immediately gained control of over 10 times his previous Thunder Force. He was also pleasantly surprised to see that the golden particles in his blood had increased. There were also faint runes that had appeared in his blood. Those runes were extremely minute and very weak, but they were definitely a kind of rune. Connecting to those runes in his blood, his face immediately erupted into ecstasy. What happened? When Tang Wan'er saw Long Chen finally open his eyes, she was given a fright. Ha ha ha, I've really struck gold. Long Chen hugged Tang Wan'er and crazily spun around, unable to control his own excitement. Iya, scoundrel, it hurts, let me go. Tang Wan'er's heart pounded as she was hugged by Long Chen. Her red face almost seemed like blood would drip out of it. She felt warmth, bashful, as well as a bit angry. Long Chen let her go and awkwardly apologized, "Sorry, I forgot myself." Tang Wan'er's face was completely red and she didn't dare look at him. It wasn't as if she could say it was all right, as wouldn't that encourage him to do that a second time. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Tang Wan'er forced herself to be calm, pretending to be tranquil. Hee, let me show you something good. Long Chen opened his hand and a spear of Thunder Force appeared. Lightning covered it along with faint runes, and it looked just like a real, solid spear. Rumbling sound came from the spear and a terrifying destructive will accompanied it, causing Tang Wan'er to fearfully take a step back. Her shy expression became shock as she stared at that Thunder Force spear in Long Chen's hand. This Thunder Force is. Long Chen laughed. Yes, this is the natural Thunder Force I snatched. This time I really did profit. I don't know why, but the Thunder Force's rune automatically condenses within my blood now. In the future I'll have my own Thunder Force seed, ha ha ha. Long Chen, you really are amazing. Tang Wan'er was truly in awe of him. She actually took the initiative to hug Long Chen in her excitement. Iya, it hurts, let me go. Long Chen imitated Tang Wan'er's previous tone and expression. Scoundrel, you really don't know how to talk properly. Tang Wan'er was immediately enraged and let go of Long Chen. She gave him a kick. Long Chen laughed and dodged her kick. It was just a joke, don't be so angry. This Thunder Force will be one of my killing moves in the future. His excitement had still not faded. Now that he could control his own Thunder Force, he could use Thunder Force to temper his body. However, at this time the runes in his body were still in an embryonic state. If he wanted it to progress faster, he would need to snatch even more Thunder Force. In this manner he would have much greater guarantee against future heavenly punishments. Furthermore, his Thunder Force would even be able to increase his own cultivation base and would be a powerful attacking force. It really was like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. With the presence of those runes in his blood, it meant he could transform his own spiritual chi into Thunder Force. So now Long Chen had his flame blade, a lightning blade, split the heavens, and his Feng Fu battle armor as powerful attacks. The last 2 were especially shocking. But they also were greatly exhausting. His Feng Fu star was not really enough. Now he understood why the 9-star hegemon body art involved forming 9 stars. That was because without such an ample reserve of energy, it was impossible to keep up with that terrifying consumption rate. Wan'er, let's go do some missions and get some points, said Long Chen. Now they had nothing more to do. It would be best for him to do some missions and gather enough points for the Alioth pill's ingredients as soon as possible. He hoped to form the 2nd star as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he could be temporarily powerful with his trump cards but had no way to maintain it, it would be completely useless. So at this time he needed to increase his ability to fight longer. HMPH, if I waited for you to think of such a thing, it really would have been late. I've long since made the arrangements, snorted Tang Wan'er, wrinkling her nose at him. She had already sent people to complete the monastery's missions while he had been in his unconscious state. Although the Heaven-Earth faction was ranked number 1 this time, there was no way they could monopolize every single mission. They took around 20% of the missions. But to take 1/5 of the missions amongst 17 factions was definitely a large proportion. Furthermore, there were only a dozen second-level missions available. The rest were all just third-level or even fourth-level missions. No matter what, the monastery wouldn't allow a single faction to immediately swallow all the points available. After all, everyone needed to struggle and compete with each other. There had to be at least something left for the bottom-ranking factions. Tang Wan'er had told him that if the first-rank faction completed all the missions they would bring in 270,000 points. Even Long Chen had been startled then. Those points were essentially free since the missions weren't at all difficult. They were more than capable of completing them all. Missions didn't need that many people to accomplish, and so Tang Wan'er had already arranged everything. Wan'er, I feel like Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang are trustworthy people. I'm thinking of having them join us, said Long Chen. Even after Long Chen had been exiled, the three of them had never abandoned them, even despite ranking at the bottom because of it. That was enough to win over Long Chen's trust. I don't really get what you mean, said Tang Wan'er. Weren't they all already allied? I mean, we should place everyone's earning together. We'll raise all our power equally, proposed Long Chen. Tang Wan'er was startled. That's a bit too sloppy. There's no problem with Sister Zicho's side, but if all 5 of our factions formed a total alliance like that, something bad can happen all too easily. The more people there were, the more difficult it would be to stay one family. If one side became dissatisfied, if there was criticism or discrimination, or any injustices at all, could have a huge impact. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would collapse from the inside out. There was too high of a chance of their alliance crumbling if they did that. Tang Wan'er felt that the benefits did not warrant the risk. I understand what you're thinking. But I believe with their abilities, they are able to control their subordinates. Conflict will only arise because of irreconcilable differences of opinions. But if everyone saw their power crazily rise every day, what differences would ever occur? Smiled Long Chen. I have the ability to let everyone's cultivation basis to crazily soar. As long as they trust me and let me use their points, I can let their faction grow to an unprecedented power level, confidently said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er immediately realized Long Chen was going to rely on his amazing alchemy skills to increase everyone's power. Although the monastery's medicinal pills were very expensive, the medicinal ingredients themselves were much cheaper. With Long Chen's abnormal refining success rate, they would be able to greatly save everyone's points. Furthermore, I know the pill formulas for every single medicinal pill in the monastery, as well as pill formulas they don't even know. Long Chen smiled. Within his pill god memories were countless pill formulas. As long as he had enough medicinal ingredients, what medicinal pill couldn't he refine? With enough medicinal ingredients, increasing everyone's cultivation bases was simple. Song Mingyuan and them had stood by the Heaven-Earth faction even in such difficult times. That was enough to show they were straightforward and upright people. Long Chen didn't like to owe anyone, and since they considered him their brother, he would definitely not disappoint their trust. Since everyone had decided to trust their backs to each other, they should trust each other completely through thick and thin. Okay, you can decide that. There's no problem on Sister Zicho's side, but you'll have to go to Song Mingyuan and them to propose this. Tang Wan'er nodded. Since Long Chen had already decided, she wouldn't oppose him. She actually greatly admired this kind of action by Long Chen. Men should be like that, straightforward and upright, knowing when to repay kindness and enmity. Compared to Long Chen, the others like Ji Yuyong, Lei Qiansheng, and Qi Xin were absolute trash. Such fellows didn't even deserve to be called men. How's your condition? Do you need to rest more? Tang Wan'er worriedly asked when she saw how exhausted he was. It's nothing big. Let's go. Little Snow should have returned. I've already opened a spiritual space, and so I can properly bring him with me. Furthermore, we'll have another powerful helper in the next competition. I want to see if that baldy Ji Yuyong can still be so arrogant then, said Long Chen with high spirits. Tang Wan'er laughed. Why do you sound so excited? Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were beaten into dogs by you, and you even defeated Ji Yuyong. Are you still not satisfied? TCH, I'm not that nice. They made you cry from grief and broke Wo Ran's bones. How could I let it go like that? I have never claimed to be some good person. If someone hurts my friends, I will make them pay such a bitter price that anyone watching won't dare get any further ideas, said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er's heart warmed when she heard that. She had definitely been part of the reason why he had been exiled. The feeling of being protected was definitely a good one. Let's go back. Long Chen walked back in the direction of the monastery. He couldn't absorb more thunder force without some rest first. Tang Wan'er quickly followed after him, curiously asking, Long Chen, can you tell me about what happened to you during your exile? There's nothing good to tell. No, you definitely have to tell me. Iya, it was nothing. Every day it was just hunting, eating meat, and drinking blood. It was really bloody, and there was nothing of interest. Let's just hurry up and not let Little Snow wait. Long Chen didn't want to think about those things, and he also didn't feel like there was anything to talk about. Just like that, he brought Tang Wan'er away from this mountain peak. Chapter 216 Overflowing Killing Intent. When Long Chen returned to the place he had marked, his expression changed. He rushed forward and saw that it was a complete mess. An area of hundreds of meters had been completely leveled. Ditches and scars were dug into the ground. Some of the ditches were even a mile long. There was definitely a large battle here. Tang Wan'er was startled as she examined this land. Long Chen's expression sunk. It seems Little Snow was attacked by people. He rubbed a part of the ground that was dark red. Clearly that place had been corroded by blood. Long Chen could smell Little Snow's scent from that blood. From these scars, it seems that some were made by sword chi and not a magical beast. But who would attack Little Snow? Puzzled Tang Wan'er. This place wasn't even technically in the monastery's land, and so none of the monastery's experts would come here. And if it wasn't the monastery's people, then it had to be outsiders. But there were no settlements within tens of thousands of miles of the Xuantian monastery. There wouldn't be any foreign experts coming here. Furthermore, the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was an overlord amongst third-rank magical beasts. Although Little Snow was only at the early third rank, an ordinary tendon transformation expert wouldn't dare rashly attack him. Anyone who dared to attack Little Snow had to at least be at the mid-tendon transformation realm. Long Chen darkly walked forward a couple steps and saw more blood as well as a couple footprints. It wasn't one person who attacked Little Snow, but three. Long Chen clenched his teeth looking at those footprints. He was now incredibly worried. Little Snow wouldn't take the initiative to attack others, so most likely he had now fallen into danger. Suddenly Long Chen rushed forward a mile and saw a huge hole here. Within the hole were many marks of wolf claws. Little Snow was captured here. They most likely used a net to hobble him here. Long Chen took a deep breath, trying to maintain his cool calm. But he was simply unable to do that. His voice began to tremble and his killing intent involuntarily began to rise. Tang Wan'er comforted, they caught Little Snow alive, meaning Little Snow's life won't be in danger for now. They probably want Little Snow as a mount, so we still have time. Long Chen nodded and carefully examined the markings. This occurred 2 days ago. Let's search around and see if we can find any more clues. Tang Wan'er nodded. The two of them split up to search for any clues left behind. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had already searched an area of 5 miles. Tang Wan'er shook her head, as she had found nothing. After those people had captured Little Snow, they had used some sort of unknown tool to bring him away. There were no trails left behind. Did you find anything? Asked Tang Wan'er. Long Chen beckoned with his hand, showing her a piece of clothing. It was done by people from the monastery. This is from a law enforcer. Tang Wan'er was startled. Carefully examining that cloth, she saw it was the torn cuff of a sleeve which still had part of the law enforcement's insignia. Let's go. I want to see just who had the nerve to do this. Killing intent soared from Long Chen. This time he was truly infuriated. For them to scheme against Little Snow made him angrier than being stabbed himself. Once he returned to the monastery, he directly returned to his immortal cave and summoned all the disciples who were cultivating. He asked them all about what they had heard or seen. Quite a few of them had left the monastery in the past few days and might have seen some odd movements. He also told Yi Ziqiu, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang to tell their people to investigate. Perhaps their disciples who were outside completing missions might have seen something. That was especially true of those disciples who were completing patrol missions on the borders of the monastery. Ever since Little Snow had been the size of a palm, he had always been with him. He was like his own child, and he was unable to accept anything happening to him. Senior brother, Long Chen, there's someone outside looking for you. Suddenly a disciple ran over frantically. Long Chen was delighted, thinking it was news of Little Snow. He was about to say something when a familiar voice rang out. Why are you guys so annoying? I want to see my brother Long, so don't block me. Although that person wasn't purposely shouting, his voice was like a loud bell, shaking people's eardrums. Hearing that familiar voice, Long Chen was overjoyed and hastily rushed out his immortal cave. He saw over a dozen disciples attempting to block one person. That person was already over 3 meters tall and huge muscles bulged all over his body, making him seem like an iron tower. At the same time, he was also like a volcano, filled with an explosive strength. On his back was spiked club. The handle part of it was as thick as a person's thigh while the head was the same width as a barrel. Standing there, he looked like some terrible fiend with his incredible imposingness. Although there were over a dozen disciples facing him, their faces were all pale with terror. Tang Wan was also frightened. This was the first time she had ever seen such a terrifying-looking person. He was at least a head taller than even Lei Qiansheng, his arms as thick as barrels. His chi surged out shockingly, seeming like some kind of monstrous beast. Wild. Long Chen looked at that giant with disbelief. He and Wild had been separated for so long now. Long Chen's call immediately caused Wild to turn to see him. Wild roared happily and charged over at him. This time everyone really was scared witless, thinking Long Chen might be crushed. But Long Chen was also wild with joy as he rushed over to Wild as well. The two of them tightly embraced. Wild even began to cry. "Brother Long, I've finally found you again. Good brother, don't cry. Didn't we already say that no matter how much blood we bleed, we'll never cry?" Although that was what he said, Long Chen was also almost choked with tears. Wild was like his real brother. Within the monastery where he had no family at all, finding Wild was even more emotional. Wild hastily wiped away his tears and simple-mindedly said, "Okay, Wild will listen to you." Even after being separated for several months, Wild was still as simple and straightforward as ever. Long Chen patted him on his thick arm a couple times with some shock. The current Wild had thickened everywhere. His muscles almost looked like they might burst. His chi and blood looked like they might be even more terrifying than a third-rank magical beast. "Don't be worried everyone, Wild is my brother. Everyone can go back to what you were doing." Long Chen brought Wild back to his immortal cave. He introduced Wild to Tang Wan and Xing Yu. The two of them were extremely out of sorts. Wild looked too terrifying, like a giant giving off a powerful pressure. They felt as if just a wave of his hand would crush them. But then seeing how simple and honest he was, they gradually calmed down. "How have you been recently, Wild?" asked Long Chen. When he had arrived at the monastery, Long Chen had asked Tu Fang about Wild. At that time, Tu Fang had only said Wild had gone out with someone else. But he had always refused to tell him where he had gone. "I'm really good, following that old man. Each day I can eat till I'm very full." Wild scratched his head very contentedly. "Who is that old man?" asked Long Chen. I think I remember he told me he was called something, but I don't remember. He just told me to call him master." Wild shook his head. "You've formally gotten a master." Long Chen was happy for him. If an elder was his master, that would definitely be a blessing for Wild. With the special nurturing of a powerful elder, it was no wonder he was so strong now. It really was a case of a fool's luck. Tang Wan and Xing Yu were both startled. The monastery's rules were strict, and an ordinary elder was not allowed to accept disciples. That would break the impartiality of the disciples' competition. If an elder wanted to accept a disciple, it required the approval of the sect leader. Those that had been accepted by an elder were not allowed to participate in the competitions and would be supported solely by that elder. But this fellow didn't even remember what his master's name was. He really was a marvel. Both Tang Wan and Xing Yu's expressions became a bit strange. "Yup, the old man said he has accepted me formally as his disciple and that he'll never let me go hungry again. He really does treat me well. Each day I get to eat till I'm super full." Wild nodded. Tang Wan couldn't hold back from cutting in. "Are your dreams that simple? Just eating till you're full is enough?" "Of course, I was always afraid of starving when I was younger. If it hadn't been for Brother Long taking me in back then, I would have starved to death. As long as I have enough to eat now, I'm satisfied." Wild laughed naively. Long Chen smiled. Tang Wan was only so surprised because she had no idea just how much Wild could eat. "Let me examine your body." Long Chen placed his hand on Wild's shoulder, sending in his spiritual strength. He was pleasantly surprised to see that almost 30% of his cells had activated at this time. Furthermore, there were some odd things that had appeared in his blood now. Those things looked like very tiny tadpoles, but no two tadpoles were the same. It looked like a kind of rune. But those runes were alive within his blood, constantly swimming around. Long Chen sensed a terrifying pressure from those tadpole-shaped runes. It seemed like each rune possessed a power that could destroy the world. Although this was still just an embryonic form, it still possessed such power. It was just like a lion cub. It might appear like a cute puppy at the moment, but in the future it would grow into a terrifying lion. Furthermore, the pressure he sensed from the runes in Wild body was already so terrifying. When they matured, he would definitely be no lion, but a true monster. Long Chen shook. When Wild grew up, would he be the same as that ferocious beast? Long Chen would never be able to forget that dream he had had. In that battle, a single fist shattered the void and a single roar destroyed stars. That was an apocalyptic power. If that was true, that just how terrifying was Wild's origin. Long Chen continued asking Wild how he had been during the past few months. Wild said he would go hunting and eat meat with the old man every day. If he could beat the beast, then he would beat it, but if he couldn't beat it, the old man would help. Every day he would eat till he was full. Wild, how much do you eat a day? Tang Wan'er finally felt that something was off and asked this crucial question. If it's third-rank magical beasts, and if they're a bit bigger, I eat 3 a day. If it's a fourth-rank magical beast, just 1 is enough, replied Wild. Both Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu covered their mouths in shock. He ate 3 third-rank magical beasts a day, and they actually had to have large bodies. And he was actually able to eat 4th-rank magical beasts. Just what level had his elder reached? Senior brother Long, we've found news of Little Snow. Suddenly a disciple ran in and reported to Long Chen, panting for breath. Long Chen immediately stood up, his killing intent once more overflowing. Chapter 217 Furious Wild. Senior brother Long Chen. 3 days ago, one of senior brother Song Mingyuan's people was working when he saw 3 law enforcers carrying a large object back to the monastery, reported that disciple. Could he tell that it was Little Snow? Frantically asked Long Chen. He shook his head. That disciple said it was covered in layers of clothing and he was unable to see what was inside. But based on the shape, it was similar to the body of Little Snow that you described. Furthermore, that disciple said those 3 law enforcers were somewhat out of sorts. There were even bloodstains on them. They should have just experienced a great fight. Long Chen's heart pounded. Then that really was likely to be Little Snow. But he still didn't know just who had done it. The monastery had over 100 law enforcers covering a dozen areas. They weren't always in the same place. He would need to investigate this more. What happened to Little Snow? Asked Wild. He was captured by others. Long Chen ground his teeth. Who dared bully Little Snow? Wild will crush them with a single club. Wild was furious. At this time, Ling Hao walked in. Ling Hao was the only male amongst the Heaven-Earth faction's inner disciples, and his cultivation base was pretty good. Senior brother Long, a disciple requests to see you from outside. He says he had something important to report. Ling Hao saluted. Let him in, hastily said Long Chen. At this time, a somewhat thin man walked in. When Long Chen saw that man, he did feel he was a bit familiar, but he didn't recognize him. Zhao Qian greets senior brother Long Chen. He directly cupped his fists to him. Many thanks for senior brother Long Chen's life-saving help back then. Long Chen was confused for a moment, then he thought of it. You are? Yes, it's me. If it weren't for brother Long helping, Zhao Qian would already be buried with the fishes, gratefully said Zhao Qian. Long Chen finally remembered this person from back in the trial region. There had been a fierce river that had blocked their path. Yi Ziqiu had used her ice energy to cross over gracefully like a fairy. One person had tried borrowing her leftover ice to cross as well, but that ice energy hadn't lasted for long before dropping him into the river, causing the tigermouth fishes to attack him. Back then Long Chen had thrown out a stick to pull him back, saving his life. Senior brother Long Chen, a couple days ago I joined Qi Xin's faction. I had to secretly come here, said Zhao Qian. When Long Chen had defeated Ji Yuyong, he had also beat Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin black and bruised. Later they were then almost beat to death by the crowd. After recovering, Qi Xin returned to his faction and his temper exploded on his people. That flagbearer disciple was directly beaten unconscious by him. Qi Xin had then cursed everyone, and quite a few people had been expelled from his faction. Zhao Qian had borrowed that opportunity to join his faction. Senior brother Long Chen, I, Zhao Qian, owe you my life. My coming here is tantamount to betraying them, so I also won't return to Qi Shin's faction. I came here to tell you that 4 nights ago, Qi Shin got completely drunk and said he would take revenge on, letting you taste pain. Later I then heard the next day he personally went to find some law enforcers. I don't know whether that has anything to do with your mount, explained Zhao Qian. Everyone in the monastery already knew that amongst the new disciples, Long Chen was the only one with a 3rd-rank mount. Before the trial had even begun, Qi Shin had wanted to humiliate Long Chen, but had been defeated by Little Snow. And now Long Chen learned Qi Shin had raved about getting revenge and had gone to see the law enforcers. The very next day, Little Snow had disappeared. Everything pointed to Qi Shin. Senior brother Long Chen, I only know so much. Junior will take his leave now. Zhao Qian cupped his fists and prepared to leave. Don't go back. In the future, you'll be a member of our Heaven-Earth faction. Long Chen patted Zhao Qian's shoulder. Zhao Qian was startled, looking at him with disbelief. Senior brother Long Chen, didn't you say you hated traitors the most? First you must distinguish between right and wrong, remembering kindness and enmity. If you know you made a wrong choice, don't stupidly stay on that rotten path forever. You aren't a traitor. Ling Hao, set Zhao Qian up. He'll be one of our brothers from now on. Long Chen turned to Ling Hao. Ling Hao nodded and also patted Zhao Qian's shoulder, smiling, brother, let's go. I'll go get you a dwelling. Zhao Qian was incredibly moved, never imagining Long Chen would take him in. Warm tears appeared in his eyes. Ling Hao cut him off. Come on, don't be like a woman. But as soon as he said that, his expression changed. He turned to see Tang Wan and Qing Yu staring at him expressionlessly. Ling Hao knew he had misspoke. Sweat rolled down his face, but he also had no explanation. He hastily pulled Zhao Qian out. Long Chen, what should we do? Asked Tang Wan. What possible choices are there? If they want to scheme against me, that's fine, but if they dare scheme against my friends, I definitely won't let them off. Long Chen's gaze was as sharp as sword. But we have no proof. Tang Wan knew they couldn't go to the upper levels of the monastery with just Zhao Qian's little testimony and some coincidences. Looking for proof isn't my style. Let's go visit that mountain. Long Chen's expression was icily sinister. When Tang Wan and Qing Yu heard him say that, their scalps turned numb. HMPH, who dares bully Little Snow? Brother Long, we'll definitely beat the crap out of them. Wild followed Long Chen outside. Tang Wan and Qing Yu hastily chased after them. Tang Wan pulled on Long Chen, should we gather our people? She had an understanding of Long Chen after all this time. Now, Long Chen's fury was practically steaming out of his head. Something major was very likely to happen. You go and gather everyone. Wait for me in the Xuantian Plaza. I'm going to visit that mountain with Wild, nodded Long Chen. He then brought Wild down the mountain. Tang Wan and Qing Yu glanced at each other, both seeing the other's worry and helplessness. Long Chen was one of those people who would rather die than surrender or compromise. And they had long since heard that the emotional connection between him and Little Snow was incomparably profound. Little Snow had now been captured, and that unconcealable killing intent soaring off Long Chen was already proof enough to confirm Long Chen had reached his breaking point. Something big is about to happen, sighed Qing Yu. But they both knew they couldn't stop it. They split up to alert Song Mingyuan and them. If they were going to make a ruckus, they might as well make it a bit bigger. With many people supporting him, the worst that could happen was that he would be exiled again. But having returned once, they were confident he could do it again. When Song Mingyuan and them heard that it was actually Qi Shin pulling the strings, they were all infuriated. They wanted to charge over to help. But Tang Wan stopped them. Long Chen had told them to gather at the Xuantian Plaza, so he must have some kind of plan. They could only suppress their fury and go wait for him. For 5 great factions to gather in the Xuantian Plaza, all the other disciples were alarmed. They had no idea what was going on. Why were the 5 factions releasing such a murderous intent? Those disciples that saw that scene all returned to report to their bosses. Even an idiot could realize. Something big was going on. There was no one who wasn't curious. After sending a report, everyone prepared to watch what was about to unfold. When Long Chen and Wild reached Qi Shin's faction, they were immediately blocked at the mountain path. But Long Chen seemed to not see those people in his way and just walked up normally. Stop, don't force us. One of the disciples fiercely spoke out. But all of them were already terrified of Long Chen after that last faction competition. Unfortunately, as a member of this faction, they had no choice but to at least act their part. Following that person's shout, more and more disciples rushed over. Seeing Long Chen with that fiend-like wild, sweat poured down their backs. Long Chen's sinister expression was completely terrifying. Even in the last fight, his expression had been completely calm. But now, that dense killing intent pouring out of him made them tremble. They felt as if a sharp blade was pressed right up against their throats. It was as if a single thought from Long Chen would be enough to kill them. Long Chen didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to these disciples. He and Wild continued forward, and those disciples immediately made a way for him. Wild icily glanced at them. The current Wild was not the same as he had been back in the capital. He was filled with a wild nature as if he were a monstrous beast. Then adding on his frightening stature, he really was an absolute freak. That massive spiked club also made it hard to breathe. Wild followed behind Long Chen. The disciples in front of them continuously retreated nervously. That continued all the way until they reached the immortal cave at the peak. All the factions, mountains were essentially the same structure. This was the residence of their core disciple. Qi Xin, get the fuck out. Long Chen's sudden cold shout shook the heavens, rumbling through the mountains. Countless echoes reflected off those stone walls. Get the fuck out. Fuck out. Fuck. Wave after wave of echoes rang throughout the mountains, like replies to his furious killing intent. Suddenly, 3 people charged out of the immortal cave. Ji Yuyong, Lei Qianshang, and Qi Xin were all unexpectedly present. Qi Xin's expression changed when he saw Long Chen. He quickly suppressed a frantic expression. Long Chen, you really are too brazen. How dare you come to my territory and behave so rudely? But Long Chen could hear the trembling in his voice. That proved he was nervous. But within that nervousness, there was also a trace of excitement. All that proved that everything had been Qi Xin's contemptible scheme. Fucking die. Long Chen couldn't hold back anymore and roared. His bone blade appeared in his hand and he charged at Qi Xin. Ji Yuyong roared and the runes on his lit up, his battle power soaring to his peak instantly. Long Chen, this time I'll force you back. Ji Yuyong sent a punch straight at Long Chen. However, he had forgotten one thing. With his focus completely on Long Chen, he had completely ignored Wild. How dare you attack my brother Long? Go to hell. Space trembled, almost seeming as if it would explode, as a huge spiked club swung at Ji Yuyong. Chapter 218 I'll bring you to kill people. Space seemed to almost break apart as Wild's huge spiked club smashed at Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyong hastily went to block. But what was shocking to everyone was that when that club smashed onto Ji Yuyang's 2 arms, a loud explosion rang out mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Ji Yuyong let out a miserable scream as he shot back like a cannonball, smashing into the immortal cave and causing half of it to collapse. These immortal caves were made of special rock and were incomparably hard. But even so, half of it had collapsed. The only person who wasn't shocked was Long Chen. He had examined Wild's physical body earlier and knew that his strength had already surpassed everyone's imaginations. Wild's strength had always been terrifying. But now that 30% of his cells had been activated and those strange runes had appeared in his blood, his strength had already reached a completely abnormal level. Then adding on his huge club, the fact he hadn't crushed Ji Yuyong to pulp already proved how powerful Ji Yuyong was. While everyone was still filled with shock, Long Chen's bone blade reached Qi Xin's body. Qi Xin frantically summoned his water shield to protect himself. But his water shield was like paper in front of Long Chen's bone blade and immediately collapsed. Long Chen's bone blade smashed into his stomach, and a huge force sent him flying. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and he vomited out blood. Qi Xin was horrified that his own cultivation base had been suppressed in front of Long Chen's terrifying killing intent. In front of that killing intent, his will was greatly affected, and he was unable to release even 80% of his strength. Lei Qianshang was also completely horrified. The current Long Chen really was like a death god. He was so horrified that he couldn't even bring himself to think about resisting. But he instinctively released his own thunder force when he saw Qi Xin be so heavily injured in one blow. He slashed down on Long Chen with a lightning blade. Long Chen coldly snorted, sticking his bone blade into the ground. His right hand formed a fist covered with thunder force. Lei Qianshang's lightning blade burst apart when it collided with Long Chen's fist. The most shocking thing was after destroying that thunderblade, the power behind Long Chen's fist hadn't diminished in the slightest and it directly smashed into his stomach. With more sounds of bones breaking, Lei Qiansheng vomited out blood and looked at Long Chen with completely shock and horror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can you control such a terrifying thunderforce? Lei Qiansheng miserably slammed into the wall of the immortal cave, vomiting out more blood. But it was like he couldn't even feel his own injuries as he stared at Long Chen. As a lightning cultivator, he naturally knew that Long Chen had used thunderforce just now. All cultivators with attributes like lightning were all born with a natural bloodline. But Long Chen had no such bloodline inheritance. The most shocking thing to Lei Qiansheng was that Long Chen's thunderforce was even more powerful and destructive than his own. In front of that terrifying thunderforce, his own thunderforce was like a little puppy that had met a lion. It was completely unable to resist. He could accept not being a match for Long Chen. But he was unable to accept that Long Chen could control thunderforce and that his thunderforce was actually thousands of times stronger than his own. That was the greatest insult to him. Someone without any bloodline inheritance had somehow managed to control thunderforce. That filled him with shock as well as a profound feeling of powerlessness. When he had been miserably defeated by Long Chen, his confidence had been given a great blow. But he still had his own pride. As the number one junior generation of his family, he believed that as long as he could activate his ancestral mark and use his powerful thunderforce, he would be able to eventually defeat Long Chen one day. But now Long Chen had displayed such terrifying thunderforce of his own. That had immediately turned any of his hopes to ashes. In front of that terrifying thunderforce, his own power was far from lacking enough to resist. He had no idea that Long Chen's thunderforce had come from heaven and earth. It was the most violent and berserk thunderforce, and in terms of quality, it possessed a definite superiority over Lei Qiansheng's thunderforce. Long Chen had used his full strength and effort to devour that natural thunderforce. And back then, that natural thunderforce had swallowed the thunderforce left behind by Lei Qiansheng in his body in just one gulp. It was obvious that the two were not even in the same class. Those surrounding disciples were completely dumbfounded. 3 core disciples had all been defeated in just one move, and amongst them was even Ji Yu Yang. Right now, Ji Yu Yang's arms had already become deformed. But it went without saying that his body was still powerful. Even after smashing into the immortal cave and causing half of it to collapse, he had yet to faint and was staring at Wild with shock. Lei Qiansheng was also leaning against the wall, his face white as paper. He looked expressionlessly up at the sky, not knowing what to think. Lei Qiansheng, you might have a violent nature and be extremely arrogant, but your inferior, corrupt side still isn't that bad. Today, I'll let you off once. As for what choice you make in the future, that will be up to you. Long Chen didn't actually feel that much hate for Lei Qiansheng. In his eyes, Lei Qiansheng was just an arrogant child. He still didn't have much understanding over right and wrong. The reason Lei Qiansheng had done all this was mostly at the urging of Qi Xin. And so, Long Chen decided to let him off this time, hoping he would be smarter than before. Although they had fought before, Long Chen had also gained a benefit from that. If it hadn't been for Lei Qiansheng's Thunderforce seed, he still wouldn't be able to control his own Thunderforce. And without that Thunderforce, he wouldn't have been able to scheme against Gui Sha and would have definitely died in that cave. If it hadn't been for Lei Qiansheng's Thunderforce as a foundation, he also wouldn't have been able to control his current natural Thunderforce. Although he knew Lei Qiansheng had originally had some malicious intentions against him, Long Chen had definitely benefited from it in the end. As someone who remembered favors, he gave Lei Qiansheng one chance. As for what he would choose, it would be up to him. Of the 3 attacks launched against the 3 of them, the attack against Qi Xin had been the lightest. However, he was the most heavily injured of the 3. That was because he didn't possess such a powerful physical body as the other 2. Long Chen's bone blade had smashed his bones to pieces, and he felt as if his body was about to completely collapse. Even his aura was scattered, unable to recondense. Placing his bone blade on his shoulder, Long Chen slowly walked over to Qi Xin. Tell me where Little Snow was taken. Qi Xin had been gasping for breath, but when he heard Long Chen's question, he began to crazily laugh. Ha ha ha, so you already knew. Hee hee, unfortunately, I won't tell you, so what are you going to do? If you want to know, kneel down and beg me. Qi Xin laughed just like a madman. His eyes were completely crazy and his expression was extremely sinister. He looked just like a wounded beast. Long Chen grabbed Qi Shin's collar and threw him outside. Qi Shin muffled a shout. Being so injured, that toss caused his bones to shift, an unbearable pain. But he was also a vicious person. Even though the pain made him sweat, he still wouldn't relent. He sneered, I know who has your wolf. If you go now, maybe you'll be able to see it. But if you're too late, all you'll be able to see is wolf meat. Ha ha ha, do you want to know its whereabouts? Then kneel down and beg me. Qi Shin's crazy laugh caused everyone to shiver. This Qi Shin really was a madman. To provoke Long Chen like this, wasn't he just begging to die? Those underlings of his were all terrified. This was the first time they saw how terrifying a madman could be. Normally when they followed beside Qi Shin, he was always so intellectual and resourceful. But ever since he had met Long Chen, he had gradually been left behind. Jealousy gave birth to hate, and he lost all his smarts. Ever since the first moment he had plotted to plant traitors in Long Chen's faction, a sinister seed had been buried in his heart. That seed was nourished by his jealousy and hatred, crazily growing until Qi Shin's heart had become completely twisted. From the two of their words, everyone had already realized what was going on. Qi Shin had once more plotted against Long Chen behind his back. Not only were people terrified, but they also began to think about leaving him. If they followed such a madman, they might also end up becoming like him. I'll smash you to death. Wild was completely infuriated and raised his wolf-tooth club. Having fought against magical beasts all day every day, he had already long since forgotten how weak the human body was. If his club fell, Qi Shin would be turned to paste. Long Chen hastily stopped him. Don't kill him for now. I'll listen to you, brother Long. I wasn't going to kill him, just give him a bit of pain so he'd tell us the truth, explained Wild. Everyone else rolled their eyes. That club of his had already beaten someone like Ji Yu Yong into such a state. If Qi Shin was hit, he would never feel that pain. Leave this to me. Long Chen also felt a bit helpless. Wild's strength had grown, but his intelligence had not matured at all, it seemed. Looking at the crazy Qi Shin, Long Chen icily smiled. He walked up to him, and stamped his foot 4 times. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of bones breaking continuously rang out, causing people to shiver. Everyone felt sharp pains throughout their own bodies as if they were the one being crushed. Qi Shin immediately let out a miserable shriek. The places that Long Chen was stamping on were the places with the most concentrated nerves of pain. After stepping on those places, Long Chen took out a medicinal pill and forced it into Qi Shin's mouth. Qi Shin had no idea what it was and refused to swallow it. But after Long Chen gave him a slap in the face, all his teeth directly fell out. Holding open his mouth with one hand, all the spit he had been planning on spitting at him reversed and flowed back through his throat, bringing the medicinal pill with it. That medicinal pill wasn't a poison pill, but a spirit sensitivity pill. It could allow one to sense one's body better and absorb spiritual qi easier. Such a medicinal pill was thousands of times more frightening than some poison pill for Qi Shin. His senses were immediately improved by dozens of times, meaning he immediately felt dozens of times more pain. Even his eyes were popping out from the pain. But he was also unable to faint. That was a torment that was unexplainable with just words. Let me go, I'll tell you. In just 3 breaths, Qi Shin was unable to endure. He surrendered in the face of that terrifying torment. Long Chen touched part of Qi Shin's body, temporarily blocking his sense of pain. Speak. Your mount is in Wu Qi's hands. Long Chen's expression sunk and his killing intent soared. So his enemies had conspired together against him. Let's go, Wild. Your brother will bring you to kill people. Chapter 219 Heaven-Earth Alliance gathers. Long Chen slapped Qi Shin unconscious with a single palm. With his bone blade on his shoulder, he then dragged Qi Shin by his hair down the mountain. Wild put his club back on his back and followed closely behind him. That huge club didn't seem heavy at all to him. Even once the two of them left, everyone was still speechless. Although they hadn't known for Long Chen, it seemed he had completely changed after returning from his exile. He was now like a rust-covered blade that had been unsheathed and polished, revealing its domineering sharp side. And those ruthless killing blows of his gave them such a sense of pressure that they were completely intimidated. They didn't even have a desire to fight back. One hand holding his bone blade, one hand dragging the unconscious Qi Shin, Long Chen's domineering image would forever be imprinted in their memories. Today, Qi Xin had invited Ji Yuyong and Lei Qiansheng over to drink and had told the two of them what he had secretly done. From the patrolling disciples that had gone outside, he had learned that Little Snow's tracks had been found outside the monastery. But Little Snow only roamed around randomly and didn't fight with anyone. There was also no one brazen enough to go provoke Little Snow. Although they had advanced to the Tendon transformation realm, Little Snow was a scarlet flame snow wolf, which was an overlord amongst third-rank magical beasts. They were still not brave enough to go provoke him. He had learned about his existence while Long Chen had been exiled, but he hadn't done anything due to his own lack of strength. But this time Long Chen had returned and miserably defeated them, causing them to lose face. Qi Xin had immediately thought of Little Snow. They might not be able to defeat Little Snow, but others could. And so Qi Xin had thought about Wu Qi, who had fought with Long Chen. He had secretly told Wu Qi that Long Chen had a third-rank scarlet flame snow wolf as a mount that was staying on the outer border of the monastery. Wu Qi had immediately gathered two of his fellow senior disciples and gone to capture Little Snow. But he had clearly underestimated Little Snow and the three of them had ended up a bit injured. But in any case, Qi Xin's sinister scheme had succeeded. He had been hoping to have Long Chen fight against Wu Qi when he went to get Little Snow. Qi Xin had heard that Long Chen had mobilized his entire alliance to go look for Little Snow today, and so he had invited the other two to watch him fight Wu Qi. But the three of them had only just gathered when Long Chen had come for him. And the result was that he didn't get to watch any good show and was instead beaten into his miserable state. The entire crowd was silent as they looked at each other. No one had any idea what they should do. Should they stay? Should they leave? Ji Yuyong slowly struggled up. It went without saying his body really was incredibly powerful for him to still be able to stand. "You guys go back for now," he told everyone. Only then did they return to their own immortal caves. Some people already began to gather their luggage. That was because they had realized they no longer wished to remain here. Their leader had been dragged away like a dead dog. The entire faction had lost all its face. Furthermore, they had all seen Qi Xin go crazy just now, causing them to shudder. If this continued, Long Chen and Qi Xin would forever be arch-enemies. The two of them had reached a state where neither would rest before the other was dead. But when comparing the two, everyone believed Long Chen would be the last one standing. What kind of joke had Qi Xin been trying to play? Long Chen was someone who had walked out of the graveyard of the exiled, the first one ever. He actually wanted to scheme against such a person. Wasn't that just asking for death? The current Long Chen was like a rising star. With the Heaven-Earth faction at the head of the five-faction Heaven-Earth alliance, not a single power could shake him. Even a blind person would have been able to see this situation. But Qi Xin was blinded by his own jealousy and had actually done something like this. There was no medicine in the world that could save him now. Of the three alliances, the Heaven-Earth alliance was clearly the strongest. The second strongest was them for now. But they were mortal enemies with Long Chen. With Long Chen present, they couldn't even think about rising again. And as for Guan Wenen's side, they had always maintained their neutrality. As long as they weren't idiots, there was no way they would help them out. Then the future was already completely clear. The Heaven-Earth Alliance's 5 factions would monopolize the top 5 ranks, and the rest would be left for Guan Wenen's alliance. As for them, well, as long as Long Chen was still alive, they shouldn't even have any hopes of growing. Since there was no way they could rise as they were, they might as well leave their faction. Even if they weren't disciples of a faction, they could still complete a couple missions. Although it wouldn't be as much as in a faction, it was at least better than being enemies with Long Chen. Being enemies with someone like Long Chen who was like a death god required more than just courage. Furthermore, they didn't even have any courage for that at all. Seeing everyone scatter, Ji Yuyong swallowed a medicinal pill, suppressing his wounds. He sighed. Just Long Chen was already so frightening, but now a monster even more frightening than Long Chen had appeared. They really were without the slightest bit of hope anymore. Ji Yuyong couldn't help feeling some regret. Back then, he really had been too arrogant to want to rely on his martial might to forcibly subdue Tang Wan'er and them. Originally, he had disdained doing something like putting traitors inside their factions, but after Qi Xin's urging, he had agreed to it in the end. But now because of Qi Xin, both sides had ended up becoming mortal enemies. Long Chen's sudden rise had caused their future prospects to become dark and dismal. "How are you?" Ji Yuyong pulled up Lei Qiansheng. I've received a backlash from Thunder Force. I'll probably need to recuperate for quite a while, said Lei Qiansheng gravely. How is that possible? Ji Yu Yong was shocked. He knew that while Lei Qiansheng wasn't as strong as him, he was definitely extremely formidable and tough. But most shocking of all was that he had been struck by a Thunder Force backlash. That was practically unbelievable, as he was a lightning cultivator. Lei Qiansheng bitterly smiled. It's true. I don't know how Long Chen did it, but his Thunder Force is incomparably violent. That punch of his not only broke apart my lightning blade, but it caused my own Thunder Force in my body to go berserk, giving me a backlash. Long Chen's punch had broken Lei Qiansheng's arrogance. This was the first time he felt himself to be completely insignificant. Since there's nothing else we can do, eat a medicinal pill to temporarily suppress your injuries. Let's go take a look. I think Long Chen won't leave this matter as is. He'll very likely go find those law enforcers for trouble. Ji Yu Yong sighed. His arms were both broken. He should have directly gone to the healing hall, but he didn't want to miss seeing Long Chen's vengeance. He had sensed that Long Chen's killing intent this time was even more terrifying than last time. His intuition told him something major was about to happen. Lei Qiansheng nodded and consumed a medicinal pill, suppressing his injuries. Together, he and Ji Yu Yong walked in the direction Long Chen had gone. Within the Xuantian Plaza, the Heaven-Earth Alliance's 5 factions had all gathered. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, but there was also an indescribable excitement. Previously, Long Chen had led them to completely defeat Ji Yu Yang's alliance, allowing them to release a great deal of their suppressed anger. That kind of comfortable feeling was something hard to put into words. Now they heard that Qi Xin had begun to plot behind their backs. Everyone was preparing themselves to fight with Qi Xin's side. Wan did Long Chen really say not to go over there? Qi Xin has so many people under him. I'm worried Long Chen won't be able to handle them all, said Yi Ziqiu. After all, Long Chen was just one person. One person in front of 100 experts would definitely be at a disadvantage. Long Chen didn't go alone. He also has his brother. Tang Wan shook her head when she remembered Wild's giant figure. Although Wild didn't say much, that powerful pressure from his body was something that even made a powerful expert like her have difficulty breathing. It was obvious to her that Wild was a truly terrifying expert. With him by Long Chen's side, there was no need to worry. The only thing to worry about was whether or not Qi Xin had already been killed by Long Chen. That Qi Xin really is too trash. During the first time, he set up traitors, a completely shameless, despicable action. Then, even though his side was clearly stronger and already snatched all the flags, he actually broke the bones of all our disciples, completely insulting us. And now that Long Chen had returned, he paid them back tooth for tooth, eye for an eye, defeating them openly. But they actually then made such a plot. If I was Long Chen, I would definitely kill him with a single slap, angrily said Luo Kang. When he finished speaking, he sensed the atmosphere had turned strange. He turned to see Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, Yi Ziqiu, and Tang Wan all staring at him. Did I say something wrong? Asked Luo Kang at a loss. Song Mingyuan shook his head, worriedly saying, if even you want to kill Qi Xin like that, then I really don't know if Long Chen will be able to restrain himself. Only then did Luo Kang realize the real problem. Yeah, that's true. With Long Chen's temperament, he'll probably directly cut off his head. No, we have to hurry up and go stop him. Tang Wan shook her head. It's useless. Long Chen's already been gone for a quarter hour. Even if we went now, it'd be too late. They descended into silence. Last time, Long Chen had killed 5 outer disciples and been exiled to the rubble wasteland. If Long Chen really did kill a core disciple, then that would be much more troublesome. Everyone was filled with hatred. Qi Xin really was a piece of dog shit. If you didn't step on him, then he'd constantly release his stink. But if you did step on him, crap would splatter across you. You couldn't avoid it, but you also couldn't kick it away. People are coming. Suddenly a disciple cried out. There were quite a few disciples rushing over to the Xuantian Plaza. Amongst them were several core disciples. People saw Guan Wenin and his people. They clearly had been disturbed and come to watch the action. As time passed, more and more people gathered. The originally empty plaza became incredibly lively. There were also several people from Ji Yu Yang's alliance who had come. Seeing that the Heaven-Earth Alliance had all gathered here, they were startled and immediately realized something was wrong. There were over 1,000 disciples standing in the distance, quietly guessing what was going on. All they knew was that the Heaven-Earth Alliance had gathered here. Those disciples had yet to hear of anything else. But it wasn't that difficult to guess why the Heaven-Earth Alliance had made such a large movement. As everyone was guessing, they saw two figures walking over. When everyone saw who they were, whether it was people from the Heaven-Earth Alliance or other factions, whether it was core disciples or outer disciples, they were all completely shocked and awed, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chapter 220 Killing Intent dashes against the heavens. When Long Chen appeared, everyone saw how dark his expression was. With his bone blade resting against his shoulder, his right hand was holding a person's hair, and he was dragging him like he was a dead dog. Behind Long Chen was the giant Wild, who had a 5-meter-long spiked club. The pressure he gave off was like he was some humongous divinity, making it hard for them to breathe. Most shocking of all was the person Long Chen was dragging was completely deformed. His limbs were bent and broken in many parts. Qi Xin, it's Qi Xin. Some people finally let out startled cries when they recognized that the person he was dragging was the core disciple Qi Xin. Seeing Qi Xin like this, people gasped. A core disciple, an existence that most of them could only look up to, had been turned into this state. Ignoring the bystanders, he walked in front of everyone and threw Qi Xin to the ground. He said to his people, "Today I have something to ask of my brothers. But this matter could affect your position within the monastery, and you might even be expelled," gravely started Long Chen. "Long Chen, there's no need to say so much. Since you've called us brothers, your issues are our issues. Tell us what you need. Even if you want us to cut down this statue, we'll do it for you." Luo Kang cut him off. Although Luo Kang's words were a bit direct, they represented everyone's thoughts. In their hearts, Long Chen was a true hero, straightforward, just, and upright. In order to help his brothers avoid humiliation, he had still challenged the authority of the monastery and directly killed 5 traitors. Then, after being exiled to a land of certain death, he had somehow walked out alive. And the first thing he had done when he had gotten back was to lead everyone and return the humiliation they had suffered to their oppressors. That kind of boldness had completely won their hearts. Long Chen was an idol, a goal, someone they would follow to death. Even if they were to be expelled or killed, they would still follow this heroic figure. Good, then I won't argue. Let's go all out. Long Chen stamped his foot onto Qi Xin's stomach, and he immediately was awoken from his unconscious state. As soon as he woke up, his body began to shake and he let out a heart-rending shriek like a dying pig. "Speak. Where is Wu Qi?" icily asked Long Chen. "He's at Audiobook Pavilion Station," Qi Xin stuttered out. It was simply too painful. That medicinal pill Long Chen had given him had caused his pain to multiply by the tens. He was completely unable to endure it and didn't dare resist Long Chen anymore. Long Chen kicked him in the stomach again, directly making him faint. Once he fainted, the world went silent again, but his mournful shriek of a pig about to be slaughtered still echoed in everyone's ears. "Come with me." Long Chen dragged Qi Xin towards the eastern part of the monastery. That was the location of Audiobook Pavilion, and there was a station where Wu Qi was working. The bystanders were shocked at first, but they then quickly realized Long Chen had gathered everyone not to go fight with Ji Yuyong, but to attack law enforcers. They were shook, but they were also excited. Probably only Long Chen would dare to think of doing such a provocation. Ever since meeting Long Chen, they had never seen him act according to common sense. There were few who could guess what Long Chen was thinking. Seeing Song Mingyuan and them excitedly following behind Long Chen, Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu exchanged a glance, smiling bitterly. Men really did forever like to fight. It seemed Long Chen had stirred up their instincts, and even those outer disciples' eyes were shining brightly. Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu really were speechless in front of that. Looking forward at Long Chen's figure, Tang Wan'er didn't know why, but she felt her blood racing hotly. That was the kind of stimulation that had occurred when she was a child and excitedly done naughty things. Long Chen really was a typical scoundrel, forever not being an obedient child. All bindings and rules were useless to him, existing in name only. He was like a great pung spreading its wings to fly, trying to shake off the bindings of heaven and earth, shattering all restrictions to be completely free. Long Chen led his alliance straight towards Audiobook Pavilion. On the way, they just happened to encounter some more people. It's Lei Qiansheng and Ji Yuyong. Heavens, they're all wounded. Who did that? Everyone saw the two of them walking over and let out startled cries. The two of them were pale and their auras were chaotic. From the blood covering their bodies, it was obvious they had just experienced a great battle. That was especially true of Ji Yuyong. Both his arms were bent at odd angles and were clearly broken. As for Lei Qianshang, his abdomen was clearly caved in. Both their injuries were severe. There was immediately someone who ran over to them. That person was one of the core disciples in Ji Yuyang's alliance. Brother Ji Yu, Brother Lei, you guys. Don't ask for now, let's just go watch the excitement. Ji Yuyong cut him off and just followed behind Long Chen. That person immediately followed behind him. At this time, quite a few people thought of a certain possibility and gasped. Within their new generation, there was only one disciple who could injure Ji Yuyong like this. Then remembering how Long Chen had dragged over Qi Xin, everyone's hearts turned cold. Was he still human? He was more like a monster. 1 against 3, he had defeated and caused them such severe injuries. Seeing Ji Yuyong follow Long Chen, the crowd also followed. They wanted to see what Long Chen was planning by going to Oddpeak Pavilion. From Long Chen's words, it seemed he was going to find trouble for Wu Qi. They wondered just how Wu Qi had offended Long Chen for him to gather all 5 of his factions. It might have something to do with Long Chen's mount, guessed one person. After all, as soon as Long Chen had returned this time, he had commenced a large-scale investigation of Little Snow's whereabouts. They hadn't particularly cared about keeping that secret, and so everyone heard of it. Although they didn't know the exact details, but from hearing Luo Kang curse Qi Xin, Long Chen's appearance, and Qi Xin bringing up Wu Qi, they all realized this matter must have involved Qi Xin. Since they didn't know the specifics, no one bothered guessing. They'd find out eventually by following Long Chen. Oddpeak Pavilion was located in a rather remote location on the eastern side of the Xuantian Monastery. It was the station for law enforcers, similar to how each faction had their mountains. Other than when they did their patrols, the law enforcers could normally be found there cultivating. The monastery had a total of 7 such places. Each station had over 10 law enforcers. They were the bottom of the previous generation of disciples. By staying, they were essentially half working and half cultivating. The resources the monastery gave them had to be earned through law enforcer missions. Oddpeak Pavilion was halfway up a mountain. There were over 10 immortal caves there for the senior apprentice brothers. But those law enforcers all had to take turns patrolling. There were only 3 of them resting here at the moment. In front of the station was a large wolf tightly bound by ropes, its body covered with wounds. That was Little Snow, who was now crisscrossed with countless scars. His blood dyed the earth red. Little Snow was angrily glaring at the person in front of him. That person held a long whip in his hand. That whip was lined with countless iron barbs that were all stained red now. The whip once more thrashed down on Little Snow's body, causing him to roar. But his voice was rough now, weak without any strength. Senior apprentice Brother Wu, why don't we just give this up? It's already been 3 days and you still can't make it surrender. Just let it die and we'll have a good meal, suggested one of the law enforcers. They had wasted a great deal of effort to bring this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf back with them. That was because they had noticed that it didn't have any spiritual imprint. In other words, if they could subdue it, they could place their own spiritual imprint on it and make it a mount for one of them. Fuck, this beast is just like that bastard Long Chen. He's like a hard, loathsome turd. This scorpion hook whip has nerve toxins that will cause incomparable pain. Not even peak 3rd rank magical beasts can resist it. But this brute at the initial 3rd rank still refuses to submit to me after this long. It really infuriates me. Wu Qi angrily thrashed his whip onto Little Snow again. I'll make you submit. If you don't submit, then I'll just whip you to death. Little Snow's body had split open in several places with ghastly wounds. Blood slowly flowed out of his exposed wounds. Senior apprentice Brother Wu, if you keep that up, you'll really kill it, warned another law enforcer. Even a 3rd rank magical beast would die after being beat for 3 days like this. This Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was already starting to lose consciousness. That meant its core energy was almost exhausted. Once that core energy was exhausted, it would automatically die. This is fucking infuriating. How could that bastard Long Chen manage to force it to surrender? He didn't even use a spiritual imprint. But it still unswervingly follows him. I'm countless times stronger than that bastard Long Chen, so why does he get to have such a powerful mount? Wu Qi became more inflamed as he raged. The Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was an overlord amongst third-rank magical beasts. Once it advanced to the peak of the third rank, it would be an unmatched existence among third-rank magical beasts. The three of them were all mid-tendon transformation experts, but they had wasted a great deal of energy to capture Little Snow. One of them had even been struck back by Little Snow in a final desperation attempt and had received heavy internal injuries. So they could all see how terrifying Little Snow's power was. But such a powerful magical beast had actually decided to follow a rookie like Long Chen. And that rookie was the one who he hated the most, causing him even more fury and enough jealousy to drive him crazy. Since you refuse to submit, then don't blame me for being vicious. If it's something I, Wu Qi, cannot obtain, then that Long Chen better not even think about getting it. Wu Qi ground his teeth as he looked at Little Snow, who was still glaring back at him. Fury exploded within him and he threw away his whip, taking out a sword. The moment he raised his sword, he suddenly felt a chilling killing intent, a will that seemed to come straight from a death god, and a murderous bone blade slashed down on him. Chapter 221 Group Fighting Law Enforcers. The instant Long Chen arrived at this law enforcer station, he saw Little Snow on his last breaths. His fury immediately exploded and his killing intent almost made him combust. Wu Qi was actually planning on killing Little Snow. Long Chen's killing intent turned practically solid and he charged forward, his bone blade slashing down on Wu Qi. Wu Qi had never imagined that outsiders would appear at his station. Outsiders were not permitted in the law enforcer stations. Long Chen's practically solid killing intent immediately locked him in place. Wu Qi was alarmed and hastily raised his sword. Bang! The bone blade heavily collided with the sword. A violent force erupted like a volcano. Wu Qi immediately was forced back by that terrifying force. Only then did he have a chance to see who it was. Long Chen, how brazen! You dare intrude on the law enforcer's station. Wu Qi was first shocked, but then delighted to see Long Chen. Since the monastery's rules didn't permit disciples to barge into the law enforcers' stations, Long Chen had violated the rules. Long Chen's arrival also shocked the other two law enforcers. They had never thought Long Chen would come find them. They all knew this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was Long Chen's mount, and that was why they had brought it back secretly. Seeing Long Chen arrive, the other two coldly snorted and charged at Long Chen, wanting to noiselessly capture Long Chen. But the two of them had only just moved forward when a giant man smashed a huge club at them. You bastards, fuck off. That club brought with it a fierce gale, and space trembled to the point where it was hard to breathe. The two of them were horrified and hastily raised their weapons. But the two of their weapons shattered apart in front of that club and both of them shot back dozens of meters before managing to stabilize again. The two of them looked at that person with horror. That person was Wild. Seeing how miserable Little Snow's condition was, Wild's eyes had turned red. He now smashed his club at Wu Qi. Wu Qi was also indescribably shocked. He didn't sense any aura from Wild's body, but his power was too terrifying. Wu Qi didn't dare be the slightest bit careless. His entire aura exploded out. His peak mid-tendon transformation cultivation base was pushed to its max as he slashed his sword at Wild. Sparks flew when their two weapons collided. Wu Qi's sword wasn't an ordinary weapon and didn't shatter. But he himself was unable to withstand Wild's ferocious power and was forced back several steps, feeling his arm turn a bit numb. What terrifying strength! Wu Qi was greatly alarmed. Wild didn't pause the slightest after that attack and ferociously smashed his club at him again. As for the other two law enforcers, only now did they recover from their shock. Taking out their law enforcer chains, they charged at Long Chen. Long Chen was staring at Little Snow. At this time, Little Snow opened his eyes. Although he was unable to move his body, his eyes were filled with warmth. That gaze caused Long Chen's heart to bleed. Even the bone blade in his hand was quivering. An enormous killing intent was storming within him. Those two law enforcers were about to reach him when hundreds of people suddenly rushed over. Guo Ran immediately saw Little Snow's state as well as Long Chen, who was on the verge of going berserk. His fury soared at how vicious and hateful these bastards were and he shouted, "Brothers, charge, beat these bastards to death." Seeing this scene, even Tang Wan and Yi Zichou's killing intent soared. Charge, kill these immoral bastards, fuck these corrupt law enforcers. They really deserve death. This kind of trash are also law enforcers. The monastery really has been blind. Let's clean up the monastery ourselves. Seeing this scene, how could they not understand what was going on? Just what kind of heroic figure was Long Chen? Seeing his body quivering from rage, they could all see how much pain he was in from seeing Little Snow like this. This group of law enforcers really were degenerates, and so everyone's fury was immediately ignited. Originally, everyone had only been in the mood for a good fight. But now they wanted to destroy these bastards. They all took out their weapons and charged at those two law enforcers. Those two law enforcers turned pale. For 5 core disciples to immediately charge them, they were both shocked and angered. What nerve, are you planning on rebelling? Fuck your mom. Luo Kang's character was the most frank, and he directly cursed them. His staff took the vanguard in smashing at that law enforcer. Following Luo Kang, the rest of them also didn't wait, giving them a greeting with their weapons. One reason they attacked so fiercely was because of their extreme hatred for these bastards, but the other reason was because they knew their senior apprentice brothers were powerful experts in the mid-tendon transformation realm. If they didn't attack with their full strength, they'd be the ones to lose. Long Chen, go look after Little Snow. Tang Wan'er saw that Long Chen's body was quivering from uncontrollable anger, but first he should go save Little Snow. After giving him that reminder, Tang Wan'er summoned a wind blade into her hand and joined the fighting. The Heaven-Earth Alliance's people were all crazily besieging those two law enforcers. Despite being in the mid-tendon transformation realm, they were unprepared to handle so many people and their movements were a mess. On the other side was Wild smashing his club like a madman. His crazy attacks against wuxia caused him to constantly retreat. The crowd of people behind the Heaven-Earth Alliance also arrived at this time. Seeing this chaotic battle scene, they were all stupefied. Wild was especially crazy, like some kind of barbarian god. His club was unstoppable and he was not at all inferior to wuxia. That was the first time any of them saw how terrifying Wild was. Without the slightest bit of aura, he could fight with just his powerful physical body. Ji Yuyong, who had just arrived, couldn't help sighing when he saw how powerful Wild was. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had always been unmatched in terms of brute strength. But now Wild's practically divine strength caused him to realize what it meant that a hill could not compare to a large mountain. The previous him had really just been a frog at the bottom of a well. Wuxia was a squad leader amongst law enforcers, and his cultivation base was top-notch amongst them at the peak of the mid-tendon transformation realm. His combat strength was without equal, but he was repeatedly forced back purely by brute power. That really was shocking. As the others fought, Long Chen took a couple deep breaths. He forced himself to calm down and hastily ran over to Little Snow. Little Snow, don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Long Chen couldn't help feeling incomparable pain. Little Snow was covered with wounds. Looking at those scars was more painful than if he was being whipped. Woo, Little Snow quietly called out, wanting to express something. But he didn't have that much energy. Here, swallow this. Long Chen took out a pearl from his spatial ring. That was the gift the spirit world expert had left for him. The pearl contained a vast amount of life essence. Previously, when Wild had been tortured to the point of having just a single breath left and was on the verge of death, it was this pearl that had pulled him back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. This time, although Little Snow was covered in injuries, his life wasn't actually in danger. He had simply lost too much blood and energy, and so he was temporarily extremely weak. Such wounds could be slowly healed through normal means. But Long Chen couldn't wait for that. For Little Snow, he once more took out this precious treasure. He directly took out a drop of that precious divine life essence from the pearl. That pearl immediately shrunk. Here Little Snow, swallow this. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Little Snow pitifully did his best to open his mouth, but did not succeed. Long Chen had no choice but to pull open his mouth and place that drop of life essence into his mouth. Only after he sensed that drop of life essence nourishing Little Snow's body did he relax. Gently rubbing Little Snow's head, he consoled, sleep. We won't have to part again. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to put Little Snow to sleep. The main thing was that Little Snow was too weak now. Seeing Long Chen caused him to immediately relax, and so he easily entered a deep slumber. Long Chen looked around and saw Yu Zifeng amongst the crowd. After the struggle over the profound spirit fruit, he had never had any further interactions with him. Although they weren't friends, they also couldn't count as enemies. Brother Yu, help me out. Call over some of your people to protect this little fellow for now, asked Long Chen. Yu Zifeng was startled, but he nodded, don't worry Brother Long, I'll definitely protect him properly. Yu Zifeng hadn't expected Long Chen to have such trust in him that he would place his mount temporarily in his care. He immediately waved out to the people behind him, and around 50 people walked out and formed a protective ring around Little Snow. While Long Chen had been healing Little Snow's wounds, the fight had reached its climax. Being surrounded and attacked by everyone, those law enforcers were already completely enraged. Facing those people who didn't even seem afraid of death, the both of them also began to use some ruthless attacks. Quite a few people were forced back, coughing up blood. The difference between them was difficult to make up. The ordinary disciples had just stepped into the tendon transformation realm, and couldn't even count as having reached the first heaven stage. They were much weaker than their mid-tendon transformation senior apprentice brothers. Other than the core disciples who could just barely face off against them, the rest of them would immediately be sent flying as soon as they collided with their chains. That was the difference between the two parties. If you guys still don't learn how to appreciate our kindness, don't blame us for being ruthless. We could easily kill you all one by one. You should know that you've violated the monastery's rules. Even if we kill you all, we won't receive any punishment, raged one of the law enforcers. Fuck your rules. Shut your hole, we don't want your crap. You bastards can go to hell. Although there were occasionally some of them who were forced back with injuries, there was not one of them who shrunk back. They all continued attacking ferociously. Their companions' injuries didn't cause them to feel fear, but further provoked their fighting spirit. The watchers also felt their blood boiling. What were companions? What were brothers? What did it mean for you to give your back to others? They all finally understood why Long Chen had been set on killing those traitors, why he would not allow any betrayal. Such a fierce fight where their fellows were unafraid of death caused all of them to be moved. Only absolute conviction could lead to such a terrifying combat strength. Now that Little Snow was carefully guarded, Long Chen nodded to Yu Zifeng in thanks. This way he could fight at ease. His bone blade once more appeared in his hands. He saw that Wild was still fiercely fighting. It didn't seem as if he could defeat Wu Qi, but for the moment, he was in no danger. But the other battle was extremely intense, with people being injured and flying out, unable to continue. Long Chen's eyes reddened. Those were his brothers. He charged forward at one of those law enforcers, his bone blade slashing down on his head. Chapter 222 Abusive Authorities. One law enforcer was surrounded by Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang. There were also tens of ordinary disciples launching attacks when they saw openings, infuriating the law enforcer. His chain whistled through the air and the power of a mid-tendon transformation expert exploded out, forcing everyone to retreat. The difference between him and the new generation's disciples was too great. Even Song Mingyuan and the other core disciples were forced back when his chain struck their weapons, causing their arms to ache. They were simply not on the same level. The three battlefields were extremely different. One battlefield was where Wild was fighting Wu Qi alone. As the battle progressed he began fighting stronger and stronger, never entering a disadvantage. As for Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, the two of them managed to hold down another law enforcer on their own. Although it was extremely taxing, they were still able to endure. But Song Mingyuan's group had entered a dangerous state. They had the most injured people and they might be defeated at any moment. That caused them to angrily persevere. The other disciples also didn't slack off. When one person was sent flying, another would immediately take his place. And unless the injuries were so severe that they couldn't even crawl up, no one retreated. A group of idiots. You guys are asking for death. That law enforcer was infuriated at being besieged from all sides. Although he said he wouldn't receive any blame for killing them, did he really dare kill them? They were not entirely free from fault. They had captured someone else's mount. If they ended up killing people who had come to take vengeance for that, they would not be able to escape their punishment. But in his fury, although he didn't dare kill anyone, he was happy to give them extremely harsh injuries. His chain whistled through the air, immediately forcing back everyone. There were several disciples who were hit and sent flying, coughing out blood. Fuck off. That law enforcer angrily roared very impressively. But he only just roared when he suddenly felt a cold, terrifying killing intent lock him in place, making him feel as if he had entered an ice house. A bone blade that appeared as if it had come from the depths of hell to take his life stabbed right at his face. That tricky angle was extremely ruthless. That bone blade's power had been condensed greatly. That law enforcer knew that if he took that attack, his head would immediately explode. He wants to kill me. That law enforcer was horrified. This attack was extremely simple and direct, he wanted to kill him in just one blow. He quickly stepped back, bringing his chain up to block the bone blade. But what appalled him was that his chain, which could easily force back a core disciple's attack, was unable to shake that bone blade at all. The bone blade merely paused ever so slightly before continuing down, its speed shockingly fast as it reached his forehead. His soul almost fled his body in fright, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. He frantically twisted his head to the side. Although he managed to avoid being killed, that bone blade still left behind a line of blood on his forehead. If he hadn't instinctively turned his head at that last moment, that bone blade would have penetrated straight through his skull. The arrival of that bone blade had been extremely shocking to all. In one blow it narrowly missed killing a law enforcer, giving Song Mingyuan and them a shock. Long Chen, they didn't know when he had come, but now he was amongst them, pointing his bone blade at that horrified law enforcer. Long Chen's face was icy cold now, and yet, his eyes were completely calm, a deathly kind of calm. That kind of calm was even more terrifying. That law enforcer who was being stared at felt his heart might stop. Long Chen suddenly disappeared, appearing before the law enforcer again, his bone blade directly aiming for his neck. Long Chen's appearance caused Song Mingyuan and them to all stop. They felt that if they did go now, not only would that not help, but they might obstruct him. It was better for them to leave the vanguard to Long Chen. Furthermore, Long Chen's attack was filled with an unstoppable killing intent. It was completely different from their fighting style. They wouldn't be able to intervene in any case. The most exciting thing about Long Chen's fight was that domineering manner of his. That sight caused their blood to boil. That law enforcer almost just ran for his life when he saw Long Chen charging at him. His courage had already been broken, just now he had almost died. Although he had cultivated for this long, other than that trial to join the monastery, he had never experienced any true life and death battles. But Long Chen was not the same. He had fought his way back from the brink of death many times. His powerful will and his accumulated killing spirit caused his opponents to turn cold, greatly affecting that ability to fight. If a person was affected by Long Chen's imposingness and ended up feeling intense terror in their heart, then they would be unable to even bring out their full power. That was also why the life and death trial to join the monastery had been arranged. It was to firm everyone's wills, allowing them to hopefully display more strength in life and death battles. But just one life and death battle was far from enough to completely firm a person's will. They weren't like Long Chen, who had continuously faced death in the face. Only through that tempering had he gained an unyielding will that would disdainfully look down on the threat of death. That law enforcer brought up his chain, but it was brushed away by Long Chen's blade. Long Chen took another step, twisted his body, bringing his blade arcing to his waist. His courage had already been broken by Long Chen's murderous spirit. All he could do was defend without daring to attack. Long Chen's twisting cut was a continuation on his previous move. The angle was extremely strange, and it was precisely where the law enforcer couldn't bring forth much strength. No matter how he defended, he would be unable to completely block this one. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to use his chain to block and then retreat. Even if his chains weren't able to entirely block him, his speed was enough that he would have been likely to get away. And furthermore, even if he wasn't able to dodge, Long Chen's bone blade was a beast's tooth. Other than the point, it wasn't sharp anywhere else. If he actually blocked and dodged properly, it would be impossible for it to give him any heavy injuries. But his courage had already been broken by Long Chen's first attack. His mind was empty of everything except terror. He wasn't thinking at all about how Long Chen's weapon wasn't sharp enough. He knew Long Chen wanted to kill him. To him, being hit by Long Chen's blade would cause him to immediately be cut in half. In his panic he had already become stupid, forgetting how to dodge and block properly. Long Chen's bone blade ruthlessly smashed into that law enforcer's rib cartilage, bringing with it a miserable scream and the sound of bones breaking as he was sent flying. That stupefied everyone. That powerful law enforcer was unable to endure 10 exchanges against Long Chen before being severely injured. Those people watching could all see that it wasn't because Long Chen's combat strength was high, but because that law enforcer had been completely suppressed by Long Chen's imposing manner. His cultivation base had already been oppressed to below 80%, and adding on his fear and nervousness that led to his mistakes in judgment, he was easily defeated by Long Chen. Everyone's heart shook. Long Chen used his own actions to tell everyone a certain rule: a higher cultivation base didn't necessarily mean you were stronger. The person with the higher cultivation base wouldn't always win. Long Chen had managed to win while being weaker. But that also wasn't entirely true. Although his cultivation base was weaker, he had his unstoppable mannerism, that resolution that was unafraid of death, and that powerful conviction in his complete victory. Previously, none of these disciples understood what an imposing mannerism, resolution, or conviction really were. They were just vague concepts. But Long Chen's display today showed everyone just how important those concepts were. Ji Yuyong, Lei Qianshang, Guan Wenan, and the other core disciples all finally understood why Long Chen was so strong. That was because of his powerful conviction, an unequaled conviction whose resolution could not be shaken by anyone. Even in the face of death, his conviction would not sway. That was one of the requirements to be a true expert. As for them, their family's elders had all imprinted upon them a false theory, that talent was the foundation to become an expert. No matter how good such a foundation was, without that drive to fight despite 1,000 setbacks, without that conviction to become an expert that would not sway even in the face of death, you would forever be a greenhouse plant unable to endure a single night's frost. That law enforcer was a perfect example. He normally acted strong with such a lofty manner. But when it came to a true life and death juncture, his act of strength was completely shattered, revealing how weak he really was. And completely opposite to him was Long Chen. He seemed so ordinary on the outside, not at all strong. But when it came time to truly risk it all, people would find that beneath that ordinary exterior was an iron will. Long Chen's display let them see another kind of future for themselves. Almost all the disciples felt their hearts become much clearer. They were filled with gratitude and respect for that incredibly imposing, practically celestial being. After sending that law enforcer flying, Long Chen suddenly appeared before him again, bringing his bone blade down on his head. What? Everyone was greatly shocked now. That law enforcer was so heavily wounded there was no way he could dodge. Long Chen was really planning on killing him. Suddenly a cold shout shook everyone's ears. A ray of black light smashed into Long Chen's bone blade that was about to kill that law enforcer. Long Chen felt a sharp pain in his arm and a powerful force sent him flying. His blood surged and he almost coughed up blood. Turning to look, he saw that at some point a furious Elder Sun had appeared before everyone. Elder Sun's arrival alarmed everyone and they all retreated. None of them had thought that they would have disturbed an elder so quickly. Tang Wan-er's heart sunk the instant she saw him. She had a bad feeling now. Elder Sun pointed at Long Chen and shouted, "At such a young age you are already so vicious. How are you any different from corrupt devils? If I don't suppress you a bit today, how will we keep the natural order of things?" A heavy pressure immediately spread from his body, covering everyone. It was difficult for them to even breath under his pressure, and they even felt their bones might break under it. The ordinary disciples were already pale, blood dripping out of the corner of some of their mouths. But all of them held firm, refusing to submit to that pressure. "Long Chen, you've brazenly mustered a group to fight the law enforcers. Such an offense cannot be forgiven. Hurry up and kneel." Elder Sun's pressure gathered entirely on Long Chen, causing him to immediately feel as if a mountain was crushing him. Icy cold killing intent filled Long Chen's eyes. Looking at the sanctimonious Elder Sun, he slowly raised the bone blade in his hand. "Outrageous. You actually dare rebel." Elder Sun raged. He was about to continue increasing the pressure when he felt a wind at the back of his head. "Old stick, go die." A huge spiked club smashed at Elder Sun's head. Chapter 223 No Rest Until Death. Following an angry roar, a huge spiked club smashed towards the back of Elder Sun's head. That completely surprised Elder Sun. Under his pressure, there shouldn't have been anyone capable of moving, not even the core disciples. Without turning his head, he punched out behind him. But what was even more shocking to him was that this attack was so powerful that he was actually forced back a couple steps. He hastily turned to see that it was some giant fellow holding a huge club glaring at him. It seemed as if his pressure didn't have any effect of this fellow. Furthermore, that previous blow had been completely abnormal, capable of even forcing him, a bone-forging expert, back a couple steps. "Who are you?" Elder Sun didn't recognize this person. "Who are you, my ass? You old crap, you dare bully my brother Long. Eat my club." Wild roared and smashed his club down on Elder Sun again. "Rude brat." Elder Sun's expression changed. He had given him some courtesy because he was afraid he was a disciple of some elder. That would have been troublesome. But he hadn't thought this brat would insult him like this, and his fury exploded. Wild let out a muffled shout as he was sent flying. He directly smashed apart a huge boulder in the distance. But what shocked everyone was that despite receiving such a powerful blow, Wild wasn't injured at all. He got up from the ground and once more charged forward with his club. Elder Sun was about to retaliate when suddenly he felt a whistling gale on the other side going for his neck. Long Chen had actually also attacked him at this moment. This time everyone really was stupefied. He actually attacked an elder. Did he not care about his life anymore? Bastards! Elder Sun roared and a powerful surge of invisible energy sent both Long Chen and Wild flying. This is the power of bone forging. How terrifying! People muttered to themselves. It was said when cultivators stepped into the bone forging realm, their spiritual chi could be released outside as pressure. Without even moving your body, it was possible to just use that pressure to crush your opponents to death. But that was also something that was only possible when a bone forging expert's cultivation base had reached an extremely solidified level. The secular world's bone forging experts were unable to do that. Even with Long Chen and Wild's power, they were unable to resist that pressure. Violating the rules and then daring to resist, you really are asking for death. Elder Sun harshly shouted. Long Chen felt his blood surging in his body. A bone forging expert really was too terrifying. He was far from being a match for him. Elder Sun, please try to distinguish right and wrong first. Don't wrongly accuse others before investigating the truth, Tang Wan'er angrily shouted, her whole body trembling from rage. Last time Elder Sun had intentionally targeting Long Chen, and now he was even more directly suppressing him. That really was hateful. HMPH, you're doubting my eyes. I personally saw you all muster and attack the law enforcers, viciously injuring them. You still want to quibble? Snorted Elder Sun. Wan'er, don't waste words with this old bastard. Since he wants to target me, let me make this a bit more exciting. Long Chen cut Tang Wan'er off, as that was useless. He was clearer than anyone here as to what this old bastard was thinking. In front of everyone's puzzled eyes, Long Chen took out his disciple badge. Using his bone blade, he cut along across his left hand, leaving a line of blood. He then placed that bleeding hand on the badge, causing dazzling light to immediately shine from it. A resounding bell sound rang out throughout every inch of the Xuantian monastery. What? Long Chen issued a life and death challenge. People let out startled cries. The monastery had a certain rule. If there were irreconcilable differences between two people, you could issue a life and death challenge. Once a life and death challenge was issued, the opposing party had to accept. If they didn't, they would be expelled from the monastery. That was an extremely odd rule, but it was precisely because it was so strange that Long Chen remembered it now. The way to issue it was to have your blood activate your badge. Once you did, the monastery's bell would alert everyone. Once that bell rung, his badge immediately became invalid. In other words, if he wanted to continue staying in the monastery, he must kill his opponent and snatch his badge. Elder Sun's expression changed. A life and death challenge would disturb the entire monastery. And as expected, countless people immediately began to rush over. Who issued the life and death challenge? Suddenly, space trembled as three figures abruptly appeared. One of them was sect leader Ling Yunzi. A life and death challenge was no small matter. If the sect leader wasn't in seclusion, he had to personally oversee it. Beside Ling Yunzi was Tu Fang as well as another thin, withered old man. He only had a couple strands of hair and his temples were caved in, giving him a frightening appearance. When that old man appeared, he immediately saw Wild in his sorry position and his expression sunk. Little fellow, what happened to you? Tell Master who bullied you and Master will break his claws. Although that withered old man was small, his voice was like a drum, shaking the entire mountain. Several disciples turned pale and almost fainted. Such an unremarkable old man was shockingly so powerful. And he actually called the giant fellow his apprentice. Elder Sun's expression turned green when he heard that appellation. Terror appeared in his eyes, replacing that overbearing arrogance. Wild pointed to Elder Sun enraged. That old bastard didn't even listen about who was right and who was wrong before wrongly accusing my brother Long. I can't beat him, so old man, you help me beat him. The old man was really infuriated now. He glared at Elder Sun, causing his face to turn from green to blue, and he stammered, Granduncle Master, I. Everyone's eyes popped out as that old man didn't even give Elder Sun a chance to explain and slapped him right in the face. Elder Sun immediately coughed up blood and flew back. Over 10 teeth glittered through the air. His body collided on the immortal caves behind him, causing an avalanche of tumbling stones. Ling Yunzi sighed and bitterly smiled. Uncle Master, can you at least let people explain themselves? Hearing Ling Yunzi's words gave everyone a shock. So this unremarkable man was actually the sect leader's Uncle Master. It was no wonder Elder Son was so terrified. His status was so high it was shocking. And it was also no wonder he was so strong. He had used some kind of unknown technique to give Elder Son a slap despite the space separating the two of them. That was practically a magical technique. It wasn't even possible to see his attack, let alone dodge. People looked in shock from the old man to Wild, and then Long Chen. This would be a good show now. What did you say? Just what kind of senior disciple are you? You let your junior disciples be bullied like this and don't do anything. So what if I give this brat a lesson? Are you all grown up and dare challenge your Uncle Master? Do you want to have some practice between us? Raged that old man. Ling Yunzi smiled bitterly. This Uncle Master's cultivation base was frightening, but his temperament was extremely explosive, perhaps even completely unreasonable. But he also refused to accept that shortcoming, so Ling Yunzi didn't dare keep talking. HMPH, did you forget who saved you when you were bullied by that Ghost Gate brat? Ungrateful kid. The old man was still scolding. Ling Yunzi felt his face grow hot. Being scolded in front of this many people really was embarrassing. But he then remembered that whenever he had caused a disaster back then and was about to be punished by his master, it was always this Uncle Master who had saved him. Even when he suffered outside, it was this Uncle Master who had done everything to help him grow. In reality, he had doted on him even more than his master. This Uncle Master's cultivation base was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, his temperament wasn't so good. He was disinclined to even give others a glance. When Tu Fang had brought Wild back, this Uncle Master's eyes had immediately turned red and he had immediately grabbed Wild. He doted and pampered Wild crazily, giving him anything he wanted. But other than eating, Wild didn't want anything else. And so in order to let Wild eat to his full, he also stopped cultivating and brought Wild out of the monastery and personally brought him hunting, treating him like he was his own son. This time they had just returned to the monastery when Wild had heard Long Chen was also in the monastery, and he had rushed over. The old man had been in the midst of drinking tea with Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang, praising and applauding Wild's abnormal physical body, practically babbling non-stop. But he had only managed to babble for a while before Long Chen issued his life and death challenge. That had irritated him greatly. He had just reached the interesting part of his story. But he also knew a life and death challenge was a major affair and that the sect leader had to be present according to the monastery's rules. That was because it was something that related to their disciples, life and death. Normally such a challenge would rarely be issued, but if it was issued, that would mean there was an unerasable and unconcealable hatred between two parties. Just one or two disciples, deaths wouldn't be able to affect the monastery's development, but in order to prevent further similar situations, they had to be treated with the proper attention of the monastery. There was no way the rules could be absolutely perfect. People had to constantly adjust them to improve them. Otherwise, if people used loopholes in the rules and more of these conflicts appeared and grew more intense, that would influence the monastery's growth. The old man scolded some more, but seeing Ling Yunzi merely continued to smile, he also began to feel embarrassed. He turned to viciously glare at Elder Son who had just crawled out of the stones. Ling Yunzi was afraid this Uncle Master would continue beating others, and he hastily coughed, who issued the life and death challenge. This disciple. Long Chen walked forward. Seeing that it was Long Chen, Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang gave each other a furtive glance. They both saw what was written on the other's face. Of course it's him. Who did you issue the life and death challenge to? Disciple Long Chen issued the life and death challenge to law enforcer Wu Qi. With blood as my oath, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Long Chen raised his medal, his gaze glaring knives at Wu Qi. His voice was filled with a soaring killing intent. Today, one of them would die. Chapter 224 Death Deciding Stage. Although everyone was already prepared for it, hearing Long Chen's voice still greatly shocked everyone. He had actually issued a life and death challenge to a peak mid-tendon transformation expert. This was no ordinary challenge. Unless one party backed out, one of them had to die today. An icy smile appeared on Wu Qi's face. Long Chen was powerful, but in his eyes, Long Chen had never been an actual match for him. If it weren't for the monastery restricting him, he would have long since killed Long Chen. The fact that Long Chen would just send himself to be killed by him like this was a nice surprise. You have to think this through, Long Chen. Once the life and death challenge is issued, one party will die. This isn't a game. If you feel you have received injustice or unfair treatment, you can make a complaint to me, solemnly warned Ling Yunzi. A life and death challenge was something that was only to be issued when the differences had reached an irreconcilable level. Unless the hatred between the two parties had reached an extremely high level, no one would issue such a challenge. Ling Yunzi was worried. Although he was sure Long Chen was a divergent, a legendary existence that would only die beneath the heavenly Taos, those were just legends. A divergent had not appeared in who knew how many tens of thousands of years. And even if one had appeared, no one would know about them. Only when those people were destroyed under a world-eradicating divine punishment would people realize that they had been a divergent. But in all the recorded history, there had only ever been 3 definite divergents. Furthermore, they had existed so long ago that those recordings were very vague. And so no one could be sure of any exact details about divergence, and the legends could not be entirely trusted. Although Long Chen was powerful, in front of a peak mid-tendon transformation expert, he would definitely lose. And so that was why Ling Yunzi gave Long Chen this option to simply give him his complaints about any injustices. If wuxia really had abused his authority against him, he would get justice for Long Chen. Reporting to sect leader, what happened was, Tang Wan quickly walked out and was about to explain what had happened. But Long Chen waved his hand. Great sect leader, in this world where only strength is respected, there is never any fairness or justice. Complaints of unfairness are just the excuses of the weak, only confirming their own incompetence and foolishness. And since the world has no fairness, then we should use strength to speak. Please help me out, great sect leader. Long Chen. Tang Wan expression changed. He was clearly on the righteous side, but he refused to explain himself, stubbornly issuing this life and death challenge. That wuxia was a peak mid-tendon transformation expert, and Long Chen was definitely not his match. He was just sending himself to death. Tang Wan grumbled inside. Why was Long Chen sometimes so smart that people felt he was a sage, yet sometimes so foolish that nothing could save him? Faction leader, don't try to persuade him. I understand the boss. He wants to personally revenge his enmity and not want to rely on the monastery's power to punish wuxia, said Guo Ran. Having been with Long Chen for this long, Guo Ran had a great understanding of Long Chen's character. Long Chen wouldn't easily become angry, but once he did, that meant that something had touched upon his taboos. Furthermore, he was not entirely free from fault in this matter. First of all, Little Snow couldn't formally be considered his housepet since he hadn't placed a spiritual imprint on him. There was no way to definitively prove they knew this was Long Chen's magical beast. wuxia could easily make an excuse for himself by saying he had accidentally stumbled upon a magical beast in the wilderness and wanted to subdue it. An ownerless magical beast was something anyone had the right to subdue for their own. Even killing them was no problem. If wuxia simply said he didn't know this was Long Chen's magical beast, there wasn't much they could do. Little Snow had no markings on him that showed he was Long Chen's. And with no spiritual imprint, he definitely had a leg to stand on. Even the sect leader would not be able to prove the truth. And it was only because wuxia had known that he had been so brazen as to capture Little Snow. With Long Chen's intelligence, how could he not realize wuxia was sure of his own safety? So there was no way to get revenge through that route. And so Long Chen was disinclined to explain himself, directly forcing the life and death challenge. Tu Fang's expression changed slightly, as he could easily tell that Long Chen had no chance of defeating wuxia. But in accordance to the monastery's rules, not even the sect leader could change what was happening. He could only be worried inside. Long Chen was really too stubborn, not even knowing when to retreat. Tu Fang could only helplessly sigh. You have to think this though. Once the challenge is issued, there's no way to change it, once more warned Ling Yunzi. Many thanks for the warning, sect leader. Disciple is sure. Long Chen cupped his hands to Ling Yunzi, knowing he was looking out for him. But he had to do this. Seeing Little Snow's condition gave him so much fury he felt he might explode. If he couldn't personally kill wuxia, living would be a complete disgrace to him. Although he had no guarantee against a peak mid-tendon transformation expert, he no longer cared. This time it wasn't that will in the back of his head that was forcing him, but his own will. No one would hurt those close to him without paying a price. wuxia, do you accept the challenge? Ling Yunzi turned to glance at Wu Qi lightly. Wu Qi immediately felt as if all his thoughts were laid bare before Ling Yunzi. It was as if Ling Yunzi's indifferent gaze could see completely through him, causing him to sweat. Disciple accepts the challenge. Wu Qi lowered his head, not even daring to look at Ling Yunzi in the eyes. If he didn't accept the challenge, he would be expelled from the monastery. That was the harshest part of the life and death challenge. If you accepted the challenge, you theoretically had a 50% of death. If you didn't accept the challenge, you would immediately have to scram. That was also why most similar situations were to be mediated differently. With this method, the monastery would lose one disciple no matter what. Everyone was silent. Their hearts sunk now that Wu Qi had accepted the challenge. This was an extremely unequal fight. But it was initiated by Long Chen. Those disciples watching couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with this, as they were all members of the new generation. Anyone in Long Chen's position would be feeling endless humiliation. If they were Long Chen, they would definitely have just endured it. They wouldn't go and issue a life and death challenge against someone they clearly knew they couldn't defeat. This was complete folly, but this kind of foolishness was also not something that just anyone had the courage to do. Fine, follow me. Ling Yunzi sighed and waved his hand. Their vision changed and they felt their bodies jolt, reappearing at an open space in the rear mountains of the monastery. This completely open space was hundreds of miles wide, but within that wide open space was an enormous iron cage with a huge monolith inside. The monolith was completely square and hundreds of meters high. None of the disciples knew why it was locked within this iron cage. This is the death deciding stage, sighed Tu Fang. Now that the situation had developed to this point, there was no longer any retreat. He took out a spirit stone and placed onto a stele in front of the death deciding stage. The stele had a groove just for that spirit stone. The stele lit up when the spirit stone was placed on it. The land began to shake intensely, giving everyone a fright. They were awed to see that the huge monolith inside the cage was rising up. Who knew just how heavy it was for it to be able to shake this land like it was? When it rose over 30 meters, it revealed a martial arena below it. People were startled to see a strange thing on top the martial arena. It seemed like a drawing. It's two people, exclaimed someone. The drawing seemed to be of two people, but they had been crushed into a flat paste. They were horrified to see these corpses. Then when they then looked at the huge monolith that was hundreds of meters thick, they immediately realized how they had died. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and that drawing blew away. Due to how many years it had been, those corpses had long since turned to ashes. With just a burst of wind, the martial arena returned to its normal state. People's scalps turned numb. No wonder this was called the death deciding stage. The death deciding stage will only be open for 2 hours. If neither of you is able to kill the other in that time, the rebirth monolith will fall. You can all see how heavy the rebirth monolith is. If it were to fall, not even someone at the elder level would be able to survive. Do your best to kill your opponent before the time is up, or you'll end up like the last two, solemnly warned Tu Fang. An iron gate opened onto the arena. This small opening of the huge iron cage looked just like the mouth of a savage beast. Long Chen nodded and gestured at Tang Wan and them to be at ease before just calmly walking onto the death-deciding stage. Little Wild, this brother of yours isn't bad. He's got guts. This old man likes that style. The old man looked at Long Chen brightly with a bit of admiration. But are you not worried for him? What do I need to be worried about? My brother Long is super strong, no one can beat him. Wild shook his head. He was practically blindly confident in Long Chen. Of everyone present, Wild was the only one who wasn't worried for Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen was an undefeatable god. Even if Long Chen were to fight Ling Yunzi, Wild would still think Long Chen would win. That old man couldn't help shaking his head. With his eyesight, he naturally managed to see through Long Chen's cultivation base. He was at the peak of blood condensation, his blood and chi were surging, and his fighting power was definitely strong. But his physical body was still quite a bit weaker than Wild's, and that saber-toothed bone blade he had wasn't a true weapon, so its power was also not great. And so Long Chen essentially had no chance of defeating Wu Qi. If Long Chen could even manage to keep surviving until the rebirth monolith fell, that would already be amazing to him. If he can survive, then I'll personally go make him a weapon, muttered the old man. Old man, you should go back now, said Wild. My brother Long will definitely win. If you start making the weapon now, you can save some more time. What are you wasting time here for? Wild said simple-mindedly, as if Long Chen's victory was already set in stone. That old man actually laughed. He knew Wild's temperament, so he didn't say any more, turning back to look at the death-deciding stage. At this point, Wuxia also walked in. After Wuxia entered, the gate immediately shut. A groove in the Rebirth monolith lit up, and people saw that it was already starting to slowly descend. This death-deciding battle had begun. Chapter 225, Asking to be Killed. When the iron gate closed, the Rebirth monolith at the top of their heads began to slowly descend. According to Elder Tu Fang, they only had 2 hours. If they couldn't kill their opponent in 2 hours, the Rebirth monolith would fall, and their fates would be the same as those two drawings from before. Wuxia unsheathed his longsword, and the aura of the peak mid-tendon transformation realm immediately erupted. This son of a bitch was actually hiding his strength. Raged Wild. When he had fought Wuxia, Wuxia had clearly not possessed such power. Foolish kid, that's obvious. This is a life and death battle, not a normal fight. Who would hold anything back? Scolded the old man. Bastard, if I had known he was so sneaky, I would have smashed him with my club. Wild regretfully raged. Just watch calmly. Wuxia's completely unrestrained aura astonished everyone. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could still sense an incredible pressure. Wuxia was much stronger than those previous 2 law enforcers. Tang Wan and the others were incredibly worried now. But then, seeing how calm Long Chen looked atop the death-deciding stage, they calmed back down a bit. The current Long Chen did not appear angry, nor did he appear nervous, nor did he appear afraid. His eyes were merely completely calm, a calmness that was even a bit frightening. There was not even the slightest emotion of his face. It was like he was just a spectator watching this. Now that you're about to die, you suddenly decide to be calm. Wuxia raised his sword. The space around it was constantly trembling from its might. The person who will die is you, Long Chen icily replied, his bone blade resting on his shoulder, his aura constantly rising. His huge divine ring appeared behind him. Even the huge Rebirth monolith was unable to block it from crazily absorbing energy from heaven and earth. Long Chen's aura quickly rose, going from a small kitten to a fierce tiger. At the same time, a rumbling came from his body. His aura caused the space around him to become unstable. What sound is that? Everyone could hear an extremely odd sound. It was almost like the roaring of a river. Wild's master, Ling Yunzi, and Tu Fang all looked in shock at Long Chen. They had found the source of that sound. It's the sound of his blood flowing, Tu Fang muttered to himself. That was the roaring of Long Chen's blood. That was something that would happen when people entered the peak of blood condensation. But for most cultivators, if that sound was able to be heard even a meter away, that would already mean they were extremely powerful. If that sound could be heard over a couple meters away, that meant a person's qi and blood had reached a shocking point, that their physical body was without compare. Even Ji Yu Yong with his powerful physical body was only able to let that sound transmit out 30 meters. But now Long Chen's blood sounded like the pounding of a war drum. It could be clearly heard even 500 meters away, and it even echoed along the surrounding mountains. It was truly shocking. This fight was not the same as when he had fought Ji Yu Yong. Although Long Chen detested Ji Yu Yong and them, they were all cultivators who were struggling for resources. And so he didn't completely hate them. But Little Snow's miserable state had completely infuriated him. That desire to slaughter, which he had suppressed for so long, finally erupted. Long Chen had always been a bit afraid of this desire for slaughter within him. He could sense that this desire came from the 9-star hegemon body art. This desire had erupted out of his control once before. That was when his whole family's lives had been at stake. At that time, Long Chen had killed that white-robed man. But by now he had realized that that white-robed man was actually only slightly stronger than the secular world's tendon transformation cultivators. He wasn't even close to the same level as the tendon transformation experts in the monastery. That was the difference between coming from a weak sect and a powerful sect like the Xuantian monastery. Facing a true peak mid-tendon transformation expert now, Long Chen also didn't hold anything back, completely letting out his desire for slaughter. Only when he no longer suppressed that desire would the 9-star hegemon body art reach its peak state. His blood roared, and countless golden particles flowed within it, his aura becoming increasingly powerful. Not bad, but it's unfortunate you're only a brat in the blood condensation realm. Today, The only one who will die is you. Maybe you should say some final words to your friends now, otherwise you won't have a chance later, sneered wuxia. The energy from Long Chen's body immediately doubled. Pointing his bone blade at wuxia, Long Chen icily said, "Put away your infantile words. If you try to give me, Long Chen, a psychological blow, then that will just reveal your own heart's terror. Do you think I can't see the panic in your eyes? You're afraid of being unable to kill me in the time limit and dying with me. You want to break my confidence, hoping to use words to break my spirit. Don't bother. In my life, I, Long Chen, have been attacked by countless enemies. I've experienced countless life and death battles, and I've walked out from the line between life and death. Do you really think your juvenile methods are able to shake my confidence?" Long Chen's voice was full of disdain. His powerful confidence made it so that no one doubted the veracity of his words. Song Mingyuan and them were astonished. If what Long Chen said was true, then he had really experienced absolutely terrifying things. "Tch, rubbish. Since you don't want to be more tactful, then you can just die now." wuxia roared and rushed at Long Chen, ruthlessly slashing his sword at Long Chen's face. His attack was extremely fast. As soon as he had moved, his sword had already practically reached Long Chen. His footwork was extremely sly, but what shocked everyone was that Long Chen acted as if he didn't see wuxia's sword, stabbing his bone blade at wuxia's stomach. The bone blade was over 3 meters long. The instant wuxia's sword would slice through Long Chen's face, his bone blade would also definitely pierce through his stomach. This was a move to bring down an opponent with you, a suicide move. But Long Chen's expression was still completely calm. There was not even the slightest ripple. It was as if he didn't even care about his own life. But while Long Chen might not care about his life, wuxia definitely did. He was absolutely horrified. He quickly brought back his longsword to block Long Chen's bone blade. With his powerful tendon transformation cultivation base, Long Chen's full-force stab was blocked by him. As expected, "You're afraid of death," ridiculed Long Chen icily. "Bastard," wuxia roared. Although he had blocked Long Chen's bone blade, the power that had been behind it made his heart grow cold, almost injuring his inner organs. He knew that all of Long Chen's power had been concentrated on that bone blade. If he had been thrust through by it, the power behind it would have erupted like a volcano and he would definitely have died. wuxia roared and strange lines appeared over his sword. A cold ray of sword chi slashed down on Long Chen. But what was outside of everyone's expectations was that Long Chen also raised his bone blade high into the air. Long Chen again seemed to act as if he still didn't see wuxia's attack. A terrifying blade image appeared, slashing down on wuxia. This was clearly another suicidal attack to bring them both down. wuxia was horrified. His sword chi would definitely kill Long Chen. But Long Chen's blade image would also cut him to pieces. It was already too late to dodge. He went all out to tilt his sword chi, bringing it clashing against Long Chen's blade image. When the two collided, wuxia immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated a couple steps. That injury wasn't because of just Long Chen's blade image. It was the effect of both their attacks. In order to forcibly change the direction of his sword chi, he had ended up receiving an internal impact. In ordinary times, that was just a slight shock and nothing to worry about. But Long Chen's full-strength blade image had then crashed down on him. His sword chi had ended up losing over half its power because he had forcibly changed its path, causing him to be injured. Seeing wuxia cough up blood, everyone's hearts jumped. wuxia was clearly incredibly powerful. But in front of Long Chen, who was risking his life, he was unable to do anything at all. As for Long Chen, he was completely calm. Even after 2 exchanges that could have cost him his life, his expression still didn't change. That kind of icy calmness was absolutely terrifying. wuxia became infuriated. He had all kinds of powerful attacks, but both times he was forced back by Long Chen. Just as he was preparing to once more attack him, Long Chen's bone blade appeared before his face, just about to cut off his head. He hastily twisted his head and jumped back. He just narrowly managed to avoid Long Chen's attack. But unfortunately, he had forgotten one thing. This was not the outside world, but the death-deciding stage. It was only a couple 100 meters wide. After Long Chen's previous 2 attacks, he had already been forced near the edge. Now that he had jumped back, with a loud bang, everyone was dumbfounded to see wuxia's head slam into an iron pillar. But it went without saying that his peak mid-tendon transformation power was extremely great. Despite having shot back like a cannonball and then crashing into the pillar, only a trace of blood flowed down his head. However, he was still extremely dizzy for a moment, stars appearing in his vision. But then realizing what situation he was in, he quickly recovered. He had only just recovered from that bout of dizziness when he saw Long Chen's bone blades cutting a strange arc towards his stomach. It was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. In his fright, he threw his sword right at Long Chen's heart. His sword wasn't as long as Long Chen's bone blade, so in order to force him back, he had to throw his sword. That way his attack would arrive a bit faster and Long Chen would have to dodge, allowing him to escape his present predicament. But what appalled everyone was that Long Chen still ignored the blade, continuing his attack. Two weapons cut through flesh. Long Chen's bone blade stabbed through wuxi's stomach. But a sword was sticking out over Long Chen's heart. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. Chapter 226 Killing wuxi. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Tang Wan'er felt the world spinning around her and she directly fainted. It was Yi Ziqiu who caught her. No matter how strong a cultivator was, unless they had stepped into the Xianxian realm, a stab through the heart was absolutely fatal. None of them had expected Long Chen to really die along with wuxi. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang were both dumbstruck. Wasn't it said that divergents could only be killed by the heavenly Daos? Was Long Chen not a divergent? The two of them were filled with regret. If they had known earlier that Long Chen wasn't a divergent, they wouldn't have had so many misgivings and would have gone all out to groom him into their strongest disciple. How could it be like this? Wuxi looked at the bone blade piercing through his stomach. His organs had all been destroyed, and his life was quickly fading away. It's because you're afraid of death, while I am not. Long Chen's expression was still as icily calm as it had been from the start. It was as if he didn't even care about life or death. I don't want to die, I want to live, wuxi bitterly cried out. Would you have acted differently if you had known this would be the result? Back when you were tormenting Little Snow, back when you were about to end Little Snow's life, back when you were acting like some powerful dictator, did you think this day would come? Get on your way. Long Chen pulled his bone blade out of wuxi's stomach. Everyone could clearly see wuxi's stomach. A foot-long hole had appeared there and his broken organs fell out, causing him to immediately die. Please, sect leader, please go save Long Chen. Suddenly, every single disciple present knelt down towards Ling Yunzi. What was surprising was that even Ji Yuyong and Lei Qiansheng were among them. Ling Yunzi shook his head helplessly. If it had been his own heart that had been stabbed through, then with his Xianxian realm cultivation base, he was able to use the natural energy to heal it. But Long Chen had yet to step into the Xianxian realm, and so he was unable to endure that natural energy. His body would immediately explode from that power. Looking at the kneeling disciples, Ling Yunzi couldn't help sighing. Was this the power of Long Chen's charisma? Even his previous mortal enemies were begging to save him. My brother Long hasn't died, so why does he need to be saved? Wild looked at everyone with confusion, scratching his head. Suddenly the death-deciding stage's gate opened up again. The Rebirth monolith also stopped falling. From the start to now, it had only descended half a foot. The fight had ended too quickly. In just 4 moves, Long Chen had killed wuxi. It had just taken a couple breaths of time. But those couple breaths had passed so slowly that all of them had felt as if the entire 2 hours had passed. It had been that shocking and alarming. Seeing that figure slowly walk out of the death-deciding stage, everyone was filled with worship and regret. That sword was still stabbing through his heart. As soon as it was pulled out, he would immediately die. Even if it wasn't pulled out, he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a couple breaths. Everyone mourned for his passing. Boss, don't die, I'm still counting on you to bring me throughout the world. Guo Ran was the first to rush up and wail. Long Chen frowned and took out a drop of liquid from his spatial ring, swallowing it. Then he grasped the hilt of the sword. Blood flew as he pulled out the sword. No, everyone let out startled cries. By doing this, all his blood would rush out and he would immediately die. As he pulled out the sword, Long Chen felt that drop of divine life energy healing his heart, quickly fusing the injured portion. It stopped bleeding in just a breath. As he had thought, that spirit world expert had truly been powerful. This thing she had left behind for him was incomparably precious. He would definitely have to be careful with how he used it in the future. But at the same time, he remembered her last words. These drops of divine life energy were a kind of contract. He would need to help her out in the future. Long Chen truly wanted to go to that so-called spirit world, but that kind of thing was far too distant for the current him. Boss, you're not dying. Guo Ran was shocked. The opening on his chest had rapidly fused back together, and he couldn't help babbling out nonsense. Long Chen was about to say something when exhaustion battered him and he felt a burst of dizziness. He had lost too much blood for now. Although that drop of divine life energy had healed him, it wasn't able to make up for his blood loss that fast. Boss, Guo Ran immediately ran up to support him. Long Chen shook his head around, still feeling a bout of weakness overcome him. He had lost too much blood. It would probably take him a long time before he could advance to the 11th heaven stage of blood condensation. Long Chen had only just managed to steady himself slightly when a fragrant breeze blew over and a soft body embraced him. The instant Tang Wan'er had awoken and seen Long Chen still alive, she couldn't help hugging onto him and crying. Long Chen, you scared me to death, you scoundrel. Tang Wan'er had become like a little child again. Her tears streamed down her cheeks. Hey, I like that you want to hug me, but can we find somewhere without others looking? With so many onlookers, I can't really, Long Chen, bashfully, whispered into Tang Wan'er's ear. You bastard, Tang Wan'er raged. She wanted to give him a punch, but seeing how pale he was, she decided against it and ran off. Boss, Guo Ran didn't really know what to do. Just let her go, it'll be good for her to vent some of her emotions, laughed Long Chen. He then turned and cupped his fist towards everyone. They had all begged the sect leader to save him. Whether they were sincere, fake, or just going with the crowd, Long Chen still accepted that emotion. Everyone hastily got up and bowed in response. They then scattered from this place. They all knew that this matter had reached its conclusion and there was nothing else for them to see. If they still didn't leave now, they'd just be shooed off. Everyone quickly left, including the elders and law enforcers. Now it was only Wild and his master, Ling Yunzi, Tu Fang, and Long Chen. Excellent. Ling Yunzi looked at Long Chen with praise. His strength had already surpassed his expectations. Long Chen's strength wasn't in his cultivation technique, it wasn't in his physical body, nor was it in his battle skills. His strength lay in his will. In front of an enemy he couldn't possibly defeat, he still didn't feel the slightest despair or panic. That kind of will was something that even those old elders had not achieved. Thankful for the praise, sect leader, Long Chen slightly modestly said. Long Chen felt a great deal of respect for those who both had powerful cultivation bases yet still remained virtuous and upright. I've already heard of what happened. The monastery's rules truly do have gaps, but I do not possess the authority to change those rules, sighed Ling Yunzi. Long Chen shook his head. There are no perfect rules in this world. Even heaven and earth are imperfect, let alone man-made rules. So thank you for the support, sect leader. This little one was brash and refused your good intentions, and so please forgive me. Ling Yunzi hadn't been optimistic about Long Chen's life and death challenge, and that was why he had given Long Chen so many warnings. Although Long Chen had his own difficulties, he truly had put Ling Yunzi in a tight spot. But despite that, Ling Yunzi had never expressed his displeasure to him. That kind of amicability and temperament had convinced Long Chen that Ling Yunzi was worth his respect. It's good that you can think about it in that way. Your wounds are fine, right? Asked Ling Yunzi. He sensed that drop of divine life energy Long Chen had swallowed was extremely miraculous. It had immediately healed the fatal injury to his heart. That was practically inconceivable. Even the elders of the healing hall were absolutely unable to do that. The healing hall's disciples, spiritual qi had the greatest effect on outer wounds, but as for inner wounds, they were almost powerless. They could only rely on a slow nourishment method, and that kind of effect was not even as good as using medicinal pills. Thank for you the care, sect leader. Disciple is fine, smiled Long Chen. Although he still felt weak, he was quickly being restored. The only regretful thing was that he had lost a great deal of his essence blood. He would need a long time to replenish that, which really did give him a headache. Little fellow, you're not bad. Do you want to take me as your master? Wild's master was becoming increasingly pleased with Long Chen. Absolutely not. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang both shouted out at the same time. Currently, Long Chen was no longer the same as he had been when he had just entered the monastery. As his cultivation base had grown, the heavenly Taoes had already concealed some of his oddities. Divergence fundamentally could not exist amongst mankind. If he were to take Long Chen as an apprentice, he would be infected by powerful karma. That was not something he would be able to survive. Long Chen had joined the monastery, but the Xuantian monastery was just a branch of the Xuantian supermonastery, and the supermonastery belonged to the entire Xuantian Dao sect. That was also why Ling Yunzi, as a small sect leader of a branch monastery, did not possess the authority to alter any rules. Yet it was also because of that powerful backing that the Xuantian monastery was the strongest sect in its region. The Xuantian Dao sect possessed millions of years of history. Long Chen wouldn't be able to affect such a huge existence with his karma. And even if he did, it would dilute itself throughout the entire Xuantian Dao sect, which would weaken its effect so that it wouldn't be too severe. But if someone dared become Long Chen's master, then that would quickly bring about heavenly punishment, maybe killing him immediately. And so both Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang immediately opened their mouths to shut this down, not leaving any room for discussion. Wild's master became infuriated, raging, who said it's not all right. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. What? Do you dare oppose me? That old man had a violent temperament. And being refused flat out like this immediately provoked him. Ling Yunzi felt a headache. He knew that once this uncle master of his became angry, he could overturn the entire monastery. Tu Fang hastily gave Long Chen a meaningful glance. Although he didn't understand what was going on, seeing that they refused this so seriously, Long Chen trusted them and apologetically said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to being with my fellow brothers now, so I can't accept senior's good intentions." That old man finally calmed down. It wasn't as if he absolutely had to have Long Chen as an apprentice, but it was simply that Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang's attitude had provoked him. Long Chen wished to stay with his fellow brothers, and that was enough for him to see that Long Chen valued his comrades. That was something obvious just from seeing those disciples willing to kneel down for him. Seeing that old man finally calm down, Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Long Chen was so sensible. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and his hope immediately rose. To the old man, he asked, "Senior, do you have any high-rank magical beast essence blood?" Chapter 227 Forging a Weapon. "Senior, do you have any high-rank magical beast essence blood?" hopefully asked Long Chen, and as he had expected, that old man nodded, "Of course. I have plenty of 4th rank magical beast essence blood. Do you need it?" He had heard from Wild that this master of his had brought him hunting and that he often ate 4th rank magical beasts. That was why his body was so powerful now. 4th rank magical beast essence blood was extremely precious. It had broad uses from tempering the body to being used to refine pills. Long Chen was delighted by this reply and asked, "Can senior give me some?" "Something like that is a small matter. And don't call me senior all the time, it doesn't sound good. My name is Kang Ming, and since you don't want to accept me as master, then just call me Uncle Kang Ming." Kang Ming waved his hand. Long Chen glanced at Ling Yunzi. If he called Kang Ming uncle, then wouldn't that place him in the same generation as the sect leader? Ling Yunzi saw what Long Chen was thinking and lightly smiled. "There's nothing to worry about that. Our Xuantian monastery isn't the same as other sects. Other sects all have disciples accepting masters and masters accepting disciples, and so they care more for seniority. But our Xuantian monastery's style is more similar to the secular world schools, and we're not such sticklers for seniority." So Long Chen turned to Kang Ming and smiled. Long Chen greets Uncle Kang Ming. "Hee, little fellow, I really do like you. That kind of arrogance and ruthlessness within you is just like how I was back in the day. Only people like you are able to truly stand out when fighting against those sinister corrupt path disciples. As for those greenhouse cabbages, goddamn, it's not even worth evaluating them. Little Ling Zi, you don't need to object. I've long since said the monastery's rules are faulted. With such a framework, what kind of crap did you think you could raise? TCH, in a true battle, is the winner who is stronger. Is the winner who has more battle skills. Is the winner who has the most beautiful technique. Wrong. The goal of fighting is to use the least effort to kill your opponents. If you can kill someone in one blow, absolutely do not waste a second blow. If you encounter an opponent stronger than you, then you have to do it with exactly the same attitude as Long Chen did. You might kill me, but I'll also bring you down with me." "But what about that idiot, that Wu something?" Kang Ming couldn't even think of his name. Tu Fang supplemented, "Wu Qi. Right, Wu Qi, he's just a lump of dog shit. With that kind of empty arrogance and conceit, he'll piss himself the instant he encounters those savage corrupt path experts. In a life and death final battle, he still wanted to use little schemes and play some nonsense psychological war. These are the experts you've raised. All you did raise was a punch of pigs for the slaughter to send to the corrupt path's disciples. Continuing like that, every subsequent generation of disciples in our monastery will continue to decline. Kang Ming became more and more angry as he spoke, in the end sighing. Melancholy appeared in his eyes, seeming as if he had remembered a certain something. Ling Yunzi didn't say anything in reply to this scolding. He also knew the monastery's rules had problems, but those rules were set from above, and he was unable to change them. Little Ling Zi, at the beginning your talent was actually extremely great, but you lack a certain ruthlessness now. You act too overcautious about everything, you have no boldness. And in the end, you became our monastery's sect leader. But what about those fellow geniuses in your generation? What cultivation base have they reached? As a person, being overcautious and steady has its advantages. But as a cultivator, acting like that just leads to demise. If you have no courage or daring, it's impossible for you to reach further heights. Talent is just a fart. Maybe if you release it you might shock people with the noise and smoke people out, but if you can't release it, who knows what crap you're holding in. Long Chen almost laughed at that final line. But Kang Ming's words were really too right. His coarse words hit the nail right on the head. Countless talents were born every day. But without that will to cultivate as if their life depended on it, without that bravery to climb to the peak, without that determination to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, all that talent was just wasted. From the start, Long Chen had been a bit disdainful of the monastery's disciple grooming method. Other than that first cave trial, he didn't approve of any of it. Little Ling Zi, a person's lifetime in this world passes by quickly, just like the passing of seasons for plants. Let me ask you, when you're facing death, do you know what you'll have left behind in your life? You will have left behind nothing, because in your lifetime, all you did was follow all the rules and play a role given to you by someone else. Kang Ming shook his head with pity. Originally I was hoping to raise you into a true martial artist, but in the end you listened to my senior apprentice brother, acting like a well-behaved child. But when Kang Ming looked at Wild, he said with satisfaction, but at least the heavens treated me right and let me encounter such a wonder apprentice in my final years, hee. The heavens also treated me good to let me meet you old man. Now I can eat till I'm really full, Wild said gratefully. Kang Ming immediately laughed heartily. Although Wild was a bit naive and a bit foolish, he never beat around the bush. Although sometimes he made him infuriated, he really did like this foolish kid. He treated Wild as his own child. He knew Wild was extremely simple and honest. He would never go bully others. So as soon as he saw Wild being bullied, he hadn't cared about anything else, and had directly given Elder Sun a slap in the face. If he wasn't worried about Ling Yunzi being right there, he probably would have already beaten Elder Sun dead. His gloominess at not being able to do that was immediately blown away by just a single sentence from Wild. Ling Yunzi sunk into thought for a moment and then turned to Long Chen. Long Chen, how do you think the monastery should act in order to let the disciples grow stronger? Long Chen bitterly smiled. Great sect leader, you've really overestimated me. I'm just an amateur in the blood condensation realm. How could my thoughts be worth your time? That's all right, just tell me what you think. I want to hear it, solemnly said Ling Yunzi. Since he wasn't joking, Long Chen also became serious. Since sect leader has ordered me, I can only tell you my own random thoughts. In my eyes, the monastery's rules can be summed up like this. You want a horse to run, but you don't give your horse any grass to eat. You want to raise your disciples, but you don't give them enough space to grow. Instead, you make them play in a childlike competition. It is truly senseless. Tu Fang frowned. Without competition, there won't be any pressure, and without pressure, how can they quickly cultivate? Obviously Tu Fang was dissatisfied. If there was no competition and the resources were just split up evenly, then the disciples really would grow much slower. Competition is of course a good thing. But there is a precondition. It must be a healthy competition model. It's very obvious that the monastery's competition is a diseased method of competition. The original intent was actually quite good. To let everyone compete with each other in order to raise everyone up, using a mutual pressure to make them work harder, letting everyone have a desire to surpass their fellow and go all out to cultivate. It's just like Uncle Kang Ming said. This kind of method in itself isn't bad, but the so-called experts raised from this method are just a bunch of trash. They think that because their cultivation base is high, because their talent is good, because their battle skills are strong, that they can be unrivaled under the heavens. Such people will immediately find that those things they rely on are absolutely laughable in the face of a true life and death battle. Your opponents don't care what your cultivation base is, they don't care what battle skills you have, they don't care what talent you possess. All they'll care about is purely how to cut off your head. At such a time, the monastery's disciples, empty attacks and fighting style will be as weak as tofu in front of an enemy fighting with their life on the line. In the end, they will simply die by other people's hands. Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi silent pondered over this. Long Chen had brought up the monastery's current awkward state, but they were also helpless to change this. It wasn't as if they could have their disciples actually try to kill each other. Not only would that not be approved by the higher-ups, but then who would send their disciples here? Just that final trial was enough to cause countless powers to shrink back. If they then continued letting their disciples die, then they wouldn't have any more disciples in the end. Then how can we change the current situation? Asked Ling Yunzi. Set up a common enemy, Long Chen said extremely straightforwardly. Aren't we mortal enemies with the corrupt path? Then we don't even have to set it up ourselves. Our disciples have always been just whetstones for their disciples. Then why can't we make them our whetstones? With a common enemy as a goal, everyone will grow for a common goal, everyone will end up on the same page. It's much better than this internal strife method. And the result of such internal struggle is that no one will trust each other, thinking allies are enemies. Even if a new mutual enemy appears, it would be difficult to make everyone truly work together, said Long Chen. Tu Fang nodded. This is one method. But we don't know when the corrupt path's disciples will invade us. That's a bit troublesome. Then why can't we just invade them? Long Chen asked strangely. Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi were both shook. It had always been the corrupt path invading them and them passively defending. They were already used to just relying on defense. Long Chen's proposal had definitely moved them, but something as major as that had to be properly considered first. Thank you, I'll think it over. Ling Yunzi smiled to Long Chen. Space twisted around him and Tu Fang, and they both disappeared. Long Chen, here's the magical beast essence blood I've gathered. You can take it all. Kang Ming directly gave Long Chen a spatial ring. Looking into the spatial ring, Long Chen almost let out a shout. There were at least 50 large jars of magical beast essence blood inside. And those were all 4th rank magical beast essence blood. If he used it to manufacture 10,000 beast essence blood, that would definitely let his cultivation base explosively rise. Other than this, I don't have anything good to give you. But as a gift for our first meeting, I'll forge you a new weapon, said Kang Ming. Old man, didn't you say that it was a bet? How is it a gift now? Asked Wild curiously. Kang Ming immediately reddened and viciously glared at him. How did he end up becoming smart the moment he wasn't supposed to be smart? But Long Chen was delighted to hear Kang Ming would make a weapon for him. He was lacking a good heavy weapon at this time. Thank you, Uncle Kang Ming. Can the weapon be a bit heavier than normal? Excitedly asked Long Chen. Then attack me with a full-strength punch, said Kang Ming. Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy, knowing he wanted to estimate his physical power and punched out with his full strength. Blocking Long Chen's fist with a hand, Kang Ming was shocked. You're even stronger than I thought. This punch contained over 800,000 pounds of force. Then do you want me to make a 50,000 pound saber? Can it be 150,000 pounds? And even heavier is alright for me too. Long Chen couldn't wait. Chapter 228 Corrupt Devil Trial by Fire. 150,000 pounds. That's a bit too heavy, don't you think? Said Kang Ming with some surprise. Even with Wild's insane physical strength, his huge club only weighed 200,000 pounds. Uncle Kang Ming, it definitely won't be a problem. When I summon out my divine ring, my physical strength explosively grows, and I'm also about to advance, so the heavier the better, explained Long Chen. Long Chen was still only at the peak of blood condensation. Once he advanced, his chi and physical power would complement each other, allowing his strength to rise to a new level. Kang Ming couldn't help smiling bitterly. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. Wild has also been complaining his weapon's too light lately. You two really are brothers. That kind of physical strength is absolutely shocking. But don't worry, I'll make both of you ultra-heavy weapons. Thank you, Uncle Kang Ming. Long Chen was ecstatic. Back when he had first seen Wild's huge club, he had been filled with envy. He would only be able to truly bring out his full strength by using an extremely heavy saber. Then, Even if he encountered someone on the same level as wuxia, he would be able to defeat his opponent without risking his life. Most importantly, Long Chen was about to use all this 4th rank magical beast essence blood to make 10,000 beast essence blood, which would allow him to quickly break through. The difficulty in advancing with the 9-star hegemon body art after the 10th heaven stage was extremely great, but at the same time, once he did advance, it would allow his physical body to strengthen to a new level. Even if he only broke through to the 13th heaven stage without reaching the tendon transformation realm, he would be able to look down on anybody below the mid-tendon transformation realm. After saying farewell to Senior Kang Ming, Long Chen and Wild returned to the Heaven-Earth faction. When they arrived, they were immediately met with a burst of cheers. Long Chen's name had already resounded throughout the entire monastery. It might be possible for a couple people in the monastery to not know who the sect leader was, but there was not a single person who didn't know who Long Chen was. Ever since Long Chen had arrived at the trial to join the monastery, he had created miracle after miracle. Now he had even killed wuxia with just 4 moves, becoming an undefeatable god in people's eyes. Little Snow was also present, but his body was still incomparably weak and he could barely walk. That drop of divine life essence's greatest use was for healing injuries. Little Snow's outer wounds had already been completely healed by now. His body was covered in scabs, and once they fell off, new fur would grow out. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Little Snow excitedly stood up and waddled over. Long Chen immediately rushed over to him and hugged his huge head, giving him a couple pecks on the forehead. "I got rid of the fellow who bullied you. Woo, woo." Little Snow actually said he wished he could personally go get his revenge. "Sorry, I couldn't let you personally get your revenge," smiled Long Chen. Unfortunately, Long Chen's temper wasn't good enough to wait for Little Snow to recover and let him kill wuxia personally. Gently rubbing Little Snow's head, he said a couple words to everyone before going to his immortal cave. "You're back. Wan Er's really mad at you. You should go coax her." Seeing Long Chen return, Qing Yu stealthily pointed to the inside of the immortal cave. Long Chen knew that Tang Wan Er had really become furious today. She really had been put on the spot in front of so many people when she had thought he was about to die. And after all, she wasn't as thick-skinned as he was. At the same time, Long Chen scolded himself for being stupid and making inappropriate jokes without looking at the situation. Wild stayed outside to take care of Little Snow, while Qing Yu also immediately left. Long Chen went directly inside the immortal cave, seeing Tang Wan Er in the innermost room. Entering that room, he saw Tang Wan Er's expression was icy cold, and she didn't say a word. She merely viciously glared at him when he came in. "Sister Qing Yu said you were crying and wanted me to coax you. But it looks like you aren't crying anymore, so I guess I'll leave Iya." Long Chen had just taken a step back when Tang Wan Er suddenly grabbed his collar. After fighting, Long Chen was already in a weak state. Other than his skillful tongue, he had no firepower left within him. He was directly pulled over to Tang Wan Er. Tang Wan Er had already forgotten Long Chen's state, and her light grab immediately caused Long Chen to crash into her, making her let out a sharp cry. This wasn't Long Chen trying to take advantage. At least, in theory it wasn't. But feeling that soft embrace and smelling her fragrance, Long Chen felt a burst of warmth. Exhaustion battered him, and just like that, he fell unconscious within Tang Wan Er's gentle embrace. As he slept, he dreamed that someone was pushing him and then someone lifted him up, but Long Chen didn't bother too much with that. Even if someone had thrown him into a dung heap, he would have still stayed asleep. That battle had been too tense. When Long Chen once more awakened, he saw Little Snow lying next to his bed. Seeing him awake, Little Snow affectionately rubbed his head over him. "Looks like you're much better." Seeing how much livelier Little Snow was now, it seemed his body was already starting to recover. "Oh, Wild gave you some meat. Haha, you two really are suited to each other," laughed Long Chen. Jumping out of bed and tidying up his clothes, he heard a bit of a ruckus outside and hastily walked out. "Wild, you're killing me. How many times have I told you not to mix up the salt and sugar? This meat's way too salty now." As soon as he exited his room, he heard Tang Wan Er scolding. At some point, they had set up a huge grill in an empty spot of the immortal cave. A 15-meter sawtooth porcupine was currently roasting over it. Tang Wan Er was currently gesturing and scolding Wild. Wild bitterly said, "Sister Wan Er, when I eat meat alone, I never use any of this." Long Chen laughed. "Ah, how lively. Long Chen, quickly come eat some. Here, taste what I cooked just now. Tang Wan'er handed him a skewer of meat. It seemed that anger from that day had long since faded. Long Chen took a bite of the fragrant skewer. It seemed she had added some sort of seasoning. It was a bit odd, but it was because it was so odd that it also tasted so good. Excellent, it's really delicious. As expected, your cooking skills are top-notch. Long Chen definitely knew not to criticize her food. If he really did say it didn't taste good, perhaps that bamboo skewer stick in her hand would end up directly inserted into his butt. Wild said, Brother Long, eat some more. Little Snow also needs to eat to heal. Long Chen laughed, I don't need to. In the rubble wasteland, I ate 2 months of just meat. I'm already kind of nauseated just thinking about it. I'd prefer Sister Qing Yu's vegetable dishes. Other than meat, there were a couple of Qing Yu's personally cooked dishes here. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu came to sit with Long Chen, eating while chatting. There were also some cooked wonder carps on the table. Tang Wan'er had excavated a small pond in the immortal cave, and Long Chen had placed them inside to breed a while ago. When she had nothing else to do, Tang Wan'er would occasionally fish up a couple to eat a good meal. By now there were less than 100 of them left. Wild and Little Snow didn't eat with them. Seeing that Long Chen had enough meat for himself here, Wild took that huge sawtooth porcupine to the side and ate it with Little Snow. That was because Tang Wan'er had too many rules when he ate with her, and he preferred to let himself eat freely. In any case, he was fine as long as he had enough meat. He never really cared about the taste. In fact, it could already be said that Wild had advanced a great deal in terms of manners. Back in Phoenix Cry, he would directly eat all his meat raw. Right, what happened to Qi Shen? Long Chen suddenly thought of that day. He remembered he had just thrown that fellow to the ground and forgotten about him. In truth, these matters were all incited by that bastard Qi Shen. Long Chen had only not killed him because he didn't want to give him such a quick death. He died, answered Tang Wan'er with an odd expression. How'd he die? Who killed him? Long Chen was startled. No idea. During the chaotic battle that day, everyone in the Heaven-Earth Alliance participated, and after all the chaos, someone noticed that he had already died. According to the observers, he was trampled to death during the chaos, explained Tang Wan'er. Long Chen was surprised. It was too bad Qi Shen's luck was so good. If he hadn't died, Long Chen still had 10,000 ways to make him live a life worse than death. HMPH, if I had the ability to raise the dead, I'd definitely let him die a couple more times, snorted Long Chen. Ah, just let it go. He's already dead, so everything is over. Furthermore, the monastery didn't investigate Qi Shen's death at all, so we're also extremely lucky, consoled Tang Wan'er. The death of a core disciple was a major affair. It was definitely fortunate for them that the monastery hadn't investigated it. According to the monastery's rules, no matter what the result of their investigation was, there should have at least been a public announcement. But they had let this matter go just like this. Was it because Ling Yunzi was busy? Suddenly Long Chen thought of what he had said to Ling Yunzi. Could it be that he had really taken it seriously and was planning on taking action immediately? Faction leader, there's big news. Suddenly, a disciple of the Heaven-Earth faction ran in with a handout. He respectfully gave it to Tang Wan'er. Reading it, she jumped in shock. No way, 3 months later, we're undergoing a trial by fire with the corrupt devils. Long Chen hastily read through it as well. It said that all disciples were to prepare themselves. 3 months later, all disciples would be sent into the territory controlled by the corrupt path. There were countless corrupt path disciples there. The monastery's disciples were to do their best to slaughter as many of them as possible. Once they finished their missions, they would receive extremely plentiful rewards and points. During these next 3 months leading up to that trial, each disciple would receive 10 times the amount of resources, whether it was just the monthly ration or for completing missions. Long Chen smiled. Ling Yunzi really was planning on going all out now. During these 3 months, the monastery would raise their disciples' power as quickly as possible. 10 times the resources. With that many points, they could do many things. But it was still that expression. After giving you some candy, a cold slap would not be too far. And now the candy was so amazing. That meant that the following slap would definitely be more vicious than ever. This trial by fire would be extremely terrifying. Lives would be lost with the slightest mistake. This time, Ling Yunzi was really betting it all. Wan'er, gather everyone from the Heaven-Earth Alliance. A great battle is approaching. Long Chen looked into the distance. For some reason, he felt his own blood become hotter. It was as if slaughter was his most primal desire. Normally, he would suppress that kind of desire. But when it came to the vicious corrupt paths experts, he could finally release all his inhibitions. In fact, perhaps it was only through slaughter that he could make himself stronger and let the 9-star hegemon body art reach perfection. Chapter 229, Helping Increase Strength. Following the announcement of that news, the entire monastery's atmosphere became extremely heavy. All the disciples felt pressure from the imminent future. At this time, Long Chen had gathered all 5 of the Heaven-Earth Alliance's core disciples together. For the core disciples, just thinking about such a fight would make their blood boil. But not all people had such confidence. Although most people were eagerly getting ready, there were some who were filled with fear. That shadow left in their hearts from the final part of the disciple trial had yet to fade even now. The miserable scene of those who had failed still replayed over and over in their minds. Long Chen, what should we be doing now? Asked Song Mingyuan. Although Long Chen wasn't a core disciple, they would follow him, supporting whatever Long Chen decided. Currently the monastery is providing so many benefits to increase everyone's strength. The monastery plans to send all its disciples to the border of the Corrupt Path's territory 3 months from now. Then we are to hunt the Corrupt Path disciples, exchanging their heads for large amounts of points. This trial is a true life and death trial. It is no longer a game. There are no rules. The one thing you must do is keep yourself alive. That's because the Corrupt Path's experts are vicious and sinister, with an unending number of tricks. To them, killing others is nothing out of the ordinary. Compared to them, the disciples from the monastery are just greenhouse flowers and will definitely end up suffering a disadvantage. Long Chen was slightly worried. Back when he had tricked Gui Sha into teaching him some of his techniques, he had learned that the majority of the Corrupt Path's battle skills were cruel and insidious to a terrifying point. Almost all their battle skills required them to kill others in order to gain a higher level of mastery. They would need to take other people's lives in order to establish their own foundation. That was truly chilling. In comparison, the monastery's disciples were more proficient in making tiny little schemes and scuffles. Once they encountered the Corrupt Path's disciples and their insidious means, Long Chen estimated that quite a few people would end up wetting their pants in fear. That wasn't the disciples' fault. They were like that simply because their family's grooming had raised them like that. These were the so-called geniuses from their family. But putting it bluntly, they might be able to get full marks on theory and little competitions, but in a life and death fight, they would be doomed. So it could be said that talent was both useful and useless. That was also why Kang Ming scolded Ling Yunzi, saying that the monastery's disciples were just whetstones to hone the Corrupt Path's disciples. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was simply the truth. Otherwise, the righteous path would not have been suppressed by the corrupt path for so many years. The instigator of all the righteous and corrupt battles were always them, while they only passively defended. This time it seemed Kang Ming had struck a chord in Ling Yunzi's heart, and he was preparing to completely change this conservative strategy. That's just a fact. Quite a few people's expressions sunk when they heard this news. They still haven't recovered from the impact of the disciple trial, nodded Yi Ziqiu. Back when people had first heard this news, there had been quite a few people who had mocked those people for being cowards. Yi Ziqiu had harshly berated them. Although she knew those people were joking, this kind of joke wasn't appropriate. A person's confidence level was often the deciding factor of whether or not they would survive a battle. Long Chen's fight with Wu Qi was an extremely obvious example. Despite Wu Qi being much stronger, in front of Long Chen's imposingness and life-risking attacks, his powerful cultivation base had been useless and he had been unable to bring out any of his true strength. He hadn't even had the chance to release one of his more powerful moves before he was killed by Long Chen. Just how depressed must he have been when he had died? But that was also normal. According to the normal standards, as someone at the peak of the mid-tendon transformation realm, not even 10 ordinary mid-tendon transformation experts would have necessarily been able to kill him. Wu Qi's strength had truly been much greater than Long Chen's. But he had been the one to be defeated, and he was also defeated in such a quick manner. That was extremely thought-provoking. It was precisely because of being stimulated by Long Chen's display and Kang Ming's reminder that Ling Yunzi had finally come to this decision to invade the corrupt path. This was something that was in contrary to the monastery's regulations. If the higher-ups were to learn of it, he probably would lose his sect leader position. But it was precisely like Kang Ming had said. If Ling Yunzi continued following the rules for his lifetime, his life would have no meaning in the end. Now he hoped to bet on Long Chen. Long Chen was somewhat aware of what Ling Yunzi was thinking. That gave him an extremely great pressure. This plan had been suggested by him. If it failed, he would have caused many people to die. The reason I gathered you all today is because I hope for you to placate your people. Don't let them be too nervous. It'd be best for them to just focus on cultivating as hard as possible. As for confidence, that isn't their job, but yours. Long Chen looked at them. Us. They didn't understand what he meant. Yes, you. As core disciples, you are the spirit of this monastery. Your display at that time will concern everyone's life and death. You must all become much stronger during this short time and become more self-confident. When the trial begins, you'll all have to show off and display a beautiful victory over your opponents. Use your own actions to tell everyone that the corrupt path's experts aren't terrifying. As long as you cut off their heads, they will also die, laughed Long Chen. Everyone nodded. Long Chen's words made sense. But they all felt the pressure on themselves increase. Li Qi bitterly smiled, putting it like that, I really feel worried. If I end up making a mistake, wouldn't I have ended up taking down 99 of my brother's lives with me? The others also forced a bitter smile. Only Tang Wan didn't feel any pressure. That was because her Heaven-Earth faction had Long Chen. With him present, nothing could reduce the Heaven-Earth faction's morale. You're only worried because you aren't confident enough. You haven't gone through any true life and death experiences, so how could you have obtained an unrivaled confidence? That's why, right now, I'll give you some life and death tempering, solemnly said Long Chen. Life and death tempering? You're joking. Everyone was shocked. Looks like you guys still don't understand me. When you think I'm serious, I'm actually just joking, but when I'm serious, you think I'm joking. Right now I'm completely serious. In a bit, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang, you three will attack me together. Remember that this won't be some martial competition, but a slaughterfest. I will push you to the edge of death to awaken your ancestral marks, said Long Chen. Will that be of any use? It's not like you'll really kill us, said Luo Kang with some confusion. His family had long since tried that on him countless times, trying to get him to activate his ancestral mark from the brink of death. But they had failed time and time again. Furthermore, they hadn't even known that it had been fake back then. They had thought those assassins their family had set up were all real. But now Long Chen just directly told them this. This wouldn't have any meaning. Without fear, how could they activate their ancestral marks? You're wrong. If you can't block my attacks, I will really kill you. Long Chen icily looked at the three of them. I would rather you die by my hands than by the hands of those corrupt path disciples. At the very least, if you die by my hands, you'll be able to keep your corpses intact. The three of their hearts jumped. Long Chen was serious. Looking at his eyes, there was not even the slightest emotion in them. He looked just like he had when he had fought with Wu Qi, filled with a desire for slaughter. Sweat dripped down their neck and their hair stood on end. This current Long Chen was practically a demon king. They could tell Long Chen was being serious. If they couldn't stop him, they would die. Let's go. Long Chen got up. The five of them didn't say a word as they followed behind him. They left the monastery and arrived at a valley. Long Chen faced off against Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang. Think about this for a moment. The people beside you could be your family, your parents, your lover. They could be the most precious existence to you. But treat me as a cruel killer of the corrupt path. If someone goes to mercilessly cut down those closest to you, how will you feel? Okay, let's begin. Long Chen directly sent his bone blade stabbing towards the still stupefied Song Mingyuan. He was like a bolt of lightning, going directly for Song Mingyuan's throat. At the very start, he already aimed for the vitals. Song Mingyuan was horrified. By the time he realized what was going on, Long Chen's bone blade had already reached his throat, and it was already too late to dodge. Long Chen's bone blade possessed a mountain-splitting, ocean-overturning strength. Song Mingyuan could practically already see the scene of his throat being pierced. The instant that bone blade was about to pierce through Song Mingyuan's throat, Luo Kang's staff struck out, smashing aside Long Chen's bone blade. Although the bone blade was missed, that earth-shattering power still exploded out, sending the two of them flying. Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu almost both cried out. Long Chen didn't have any misgivings. If it weren't for Luo Kang, Song Mingyuan would already have become a dead man. Long Chen's really planning on killing them. For the first attack, I purposely kept it a bit slower. Next time I won't. Maybe if I change faces you'll realize this is no game. Long Chen put on a sinister mask. It looked like a malicious devil, and with that on his face, he once more charged forward with his bone blade, this time at Li Qi. Li Qi roared and slashed his saber onto Long Chen's bone blade. But Long Chen's strength was too terrifying, and he directly vomited blood and was sent flying. But as he shot through the air, Long Chen followed with him. His bone blade slashed down on his throat. Li Qi, Luo Kang and Song Mingyuan roared. Li Qi was powerless to resist this next attack. If that bone blade reached him, he would definitely die. The two of them ignored their own injuries. It was already too late for them to reach Li Qi at that point. The two of them stabbed their weapons straight towards Long Chen. Long Chen coldly snorted and waved his bone blade, knocking away their two weapons. The two of them received a heavy impact and once more vomited blood. Long Chen's bone blade was like the Grim Reaper's sickle, slashing down on the two of their necks. His speed was so fast that neither of them could dodge. Go to hell! Li Qi roared and charged at Long Chen. He was actually weaponless still, and grabbing onto Long Chen's arm, he bit down hard. Long Chen didn't continue attacking. Taking off his mask, he looked at the crazy Li Qi who was still biting on his arm and smiled. Congratulations on awakening your ancestral marks. Chapter 230 Yuan Spirit Pill. Long Chen's words were very light, but they all heard them. Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were looking at them in complete disbelief. Awakened, ancestral marks, they couldn't believe their eyes. At some point, a faint rune had appeared over Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang's foreheads. Although they were a bit indistinct, that faint pressure coming from them proved they were definitely ancestral marks. Only then did Song Mingyuan and Luo Kang react. Glancing at each other, they saw the other person's ancestral mark and went wild with joy. Hey, Li Qi, when are you going to stop biting my arm? Did you get addicted to it? Li Qi didn't even hear Long Chen's words. Holding Long Chen's arm, his eyes were completely red and he had already turned into a madman, crazily biting down. TCH. Long Chen swung his arm and sent Li Qi flying. But even as he was flung off, Li Qi bit down and tore off Long Chen's sleeve. Everyone was surprised and found that funny. Li Qi was still berserk, immediately charging back, his eyes completely red, roaring, "You want to kill my brothers? I'll bite you to death." Song Mingyuan and Luo Kang immediately went over and grabbed him, shouting, "Hey, hey! Wake up, it's already over." Being tightly restrained by the two of them, Li Qi gradually awoke, looking at them in confusion. "What are you guys holding me back for? We're on the same side." Long Chen shrugged his shoulders. On his bare arm were some bruises that Li Qi had caused. "I didn't think you were still hiding such a unique skill. Not bad." Looking at the bruised part of Long Chen's arm, they couldn't help laughing. They were also moved by each other's actions, as in the face of death, all of them had stood by each other. "Long Chen, did we really awaken our ancestral marks?" They could sense a new kind of energy flowing within their blood now. That was due to the ancestral mark. But they couldn't believe this. Their families had spent a great deal of effort without being able to do this and had already given up. But now, in just the blink of an eye, they had awakened their ancestral marks. Long Chen looked at the three of their disbelieving expressions and shook his head. "I'm also not too sure. Do you want to test it some more?" Long Chen raised up his bone blade, immediately frightening the three of them into babbling, "No, no, stop. We'll just believe this." They would rather face those crazy corrupt path experts than face Long Chen again. They felt Long Chen was even crazier than them. Most frightening of all was that despite how crazy he acted, his expression never changed. Seeing the three of them be frightened green, Tang Wan'er laughed. Even the always expressionless Yi Ziqiu couldn't help smiling. It really was amazing that Long Chen could immediately switch from being a cold-blooded, merciless killer to a joking rascal. "Haha, as three brothers have also revived our ancestral marks. Hee, if my dad knew, he'd definitely be happy." The three of them laughed heartily, finally accepting this fact. This joy had come far too suddenly. Even the three of them were unable to remain calm. Who knew how many generations of geniuses in their family had still yet to have anyone revive their ancestral mark? "Long Chen, when can you revive your ancestral mark? If you awakened your ancestral mark, just how powerful would you become?" The three of them excitedly turned to Long Chen. Long Chen's cultivation base was still only at the peak of blood condensation. If he awakened his ancestral mark, wouldn't he be unrivaled in the future? Long Chen smiled slightly, but his smile was somewhat pained. His spirit blood had been stolen, so there was not even a drop of ancestral blood within him. How could he possibly awaken his ancestral mark? His spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had all been taken. He didn't even know who his own father and mother were. He didn't even know if they were alive. The only clue was the jade pendant. But Long Chen knew he was far from being strong enough to learn his own background. He had to keep accumulating strength. Everyone saw the change in Long Chen's expression and immediately shut their mouths. But Long Chen quickly laughed. My ancestral mark isn't the same as yours. It'll depend on chance. Long Chen didn't want to continue talking about that topic. Long Chen, did you long since know how to awaken a person's ancestral mark? Song Mingyuan was a bit curious. Long Chen had said at the start that he would let them all awaken their ancestral marks. And his voice had been completely calm, full of confidence. Long Chen shook his head. I did think of a way, but I wasn't too sure it would work for any of you. I never thought all three of you would end up awakening it. Long Chen, how did you do this? We still don't get it. Li Qi was still puzzled. They had activated their ancestral's marks far too suddenly. It was so fast they hadn't even realized it. Their ancestral marks had just appeared. That was too curious. First of all, I'd like to apologize for misjudging you. At the beginning I said to treat the ones beside you as your own family because I was afraid you didn't care about them enough. But then I realized I was wrong. You've long since begun treating each other as your fellow brothers. You care more about your brothers' lives than your own. You would rather die than let them die in front of you. That is also why you were able to revive your ancestral marks so quickly. The method your families tried to stimulate you was wrong. They thought that when a person felt their life was threatened, that would cause them to explode with their full strength, activating their bloodline's energy. But in reality, they didn't know there was another kind of power that could let someone erupt with even greater power, far surpassing that full strength from when only their own lives were threatened. That thing is what I said when I fought with Gui Sha, a will to protect. That is a kind of sacred power. In order to protect the ones in your heart, you're able to give up even your own life. That is your absolute strongest state. Because the ones in your heart are even more important than your own life, you need an even greater power to protect them. When you have that kind of thirst for power, your body will automatically bring out all your potential. At that point, your bloodline strength will begin to revive and your ancestral mark will be awakened. Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. Back when he had mentioned a will to protect to Gui Sha, they hadn't really understood what he had meant. But now that he explained it again, they realized his theory was absolutely correct. The freshly awakened ancestral marks were an absolute proof. Long Chen, if you sell this secret to those families, you'll definitely make a huge profit, said Li Qi. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. It's not so simple. Did you think that just by learning this technique, you could easily awaken a person's ancestral mark? What? Why not? People are all selfish, especially those pampered disciples. They are pampered to death as soon as they are born. The absolute majority of people love themselves the most. How could they give up their life for someone else? If someone didn't truly care about those close to them, how would you trigger that thirst for greater strength? So although the principle is simple, it's extremely difficult to put into action. And so all us brothers will become true brothers from now on. Long Chen extended his hand. Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang also extended a hand, putting them on top of each other. Brothers together are undefeatable, the four of them shouted together. Then they looked at each other, deep affection emanating from their eyes. Can you four old men stop being so disgusting? Never make that kind of expression again, said Tang Waner to the side. The four of them immediately laughed. Three of them had revived their ancestral marks today. That was an incredibly joyous occasion, and they all returned to the monastery to celebrate. When news that the three of them had revived their ancestral marks, the entirely monastery was shaken. Even Tu Fang personally came to take a look. Long Chen didn't hide any of it, explaining the whole story to him. Looking at Long Chen, Tu Fang didn't even know what to say. Then looking at Song Mingyuan and them, he was filled with praise. To be willing to sacrifice themselves for their companions required more than just bravery. Even Tu Fang was moved by the camaraderie between them, but he also knew that even if people knew this method, it wouldn't be that useful. Not every person was so big-hearted and brave. To most people, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang's actions were completely foolish. It was just like how they had still decided to ally with the Heaven-Earth faction despite Long Chen being exiled. Back then, the chance of him returning alive had been slim to none. But even after being suppressed by their powerful opponents, they hadn't abandoned the Heaven-Earth alliance. Those kinds of fools really were few and far between. But Long Chen's method would only work for such fools. Those smart people would never be able to use this method. Once the three of them awakened their ancestral marks, they stayed with the Heaven-Earth faction. That way they could stay with Tang Waner and Yi Ziqiu and borrow their assistance to quickly learn how to properly control their ancestral marks, power. As for Long Chen, he didn't stand on courtesy and took all 5 factions' points to go the Xuantian Pavilion and buy a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. During the next period of time, Long Chen essentially never parted from his furnace. Each day he would constantly refine medicinal pills. He only left his immortal cave after half a month. He had refined over 500 yuan spirit pills. They were third-tier medicinal pills, but they were top-notch even among the third-tier medicinal pills and extremely precious. They could allow tendon transformation experts to advance one whole heaven stage without needing to worry about any sequelae or repercussions. It was especially useful to those who had only just solidified their realm. It would allow them to directly step into the first heaven stage. Furthermore, all of Long Chen's pills were high-grade. With the assistance of the spirit stone formation, the medicinal effect would be complemented perfectly. It would be no problem to advance just one heaven stage, and as for whether it could allow you to advance even more, that would have to depend on each person's talent. When Song Mingyuan and them heard him explain the Yuan spirit pill's effect, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. That was practically cheating. The monastery also possessed Yuan spirit pills, but they were all low grade. They were also extremely expensive, just one being over 5,000 points. Even with the increase in resources, they were unable to buy it. Furthermore, you would need to consume 3 low-grade Yuan spirit pill to advance one heaven stage. An ordinary medicinal pill could be absorbed perfectly at the first time of consumption. The second time you consumed it, the effect would be cut in half, and that would be halved again the third time. By the fourth time, your body would have formed a resistance to its medicinal nature and it would be essentially useless. Long Chen said that once they completely refined the Yuan spirit pills, medicinal energy, he would see if he had enough time to refine another batch for them. That caused everyone to go crazy with joy and they all entered seclusion. Long Chen then spent another 3 days to refine a great deal of medicinal powder. 3 days later, Long Chen left the monastery with a huge amount of 10,000 beast essence blood. Now that everyone else's matters had been resolved, it was time for him to quickly increase his own cultivation base. Chapter 231 Ling Yunzi's Grand Bet. Ling Yunzi was currently in his immortal cave. Tu Fang was reporting to him, according to your requests, the rewards have already been sent down. The faction competitions have also ceased. Having distributed so many spirit stones, their cultivation bases should quickly soar during this time. Those spirit stones would allow every disciple to keep the spirit stone formation in their immortal caves activated to the max for 3 months. They were also given a huge amount of points. In other words, during these 3 months, everyone's cultivation bases should advance by leaps and bounds. But such a terrifying consumption was something the monastery would not be able to handle for long. Originally, they had only had 3 years' worth of resources. But now they had immediately distributed a third of those resources, causing Tu Fang to worry. If that continued, the disciples might advance quickly, but then once there were no more resources to offer them, their disciples might lose their drive to continue advancing. You don't need to worry. If this trials works out, we'll be able to use our military success to get even more resources from the supermonastery. There are precedents amongst the other monasteries, lightly said Ling Yunzi. But Tu Fang was still somewhat worried. Those monasteries are all ranked towards to the top. They've accumulated countless years' worth of resources, making them extremely powerful. Probably some of their new disciples have already entered the mid-tendon transformation realm. We're unable to compare to them. After all, our monastery is always last, and so we always get the least resources. We've been thrown off far into the distance because we don't have enough resources to raise our disciples. Tu Fang felt a great deal of pressure over that. There were 108 monasteries below the Xuantian supermonastery. The competition between individual monasteries was extremely intense. Each year, they would have a monastery competition, and resources would be divvied up according to rank. The monastery's faction competition was completely based off it. This was a kind of survival of the fittest method. In truth, the xianxian monasteries were all given their name according to ranking. The first monastery, the second monastery, the third monastery, all the way to Long Chen's xianxian monastery. Because they were last, they decided that telling their disciples would be too awkward, and they just called themselves the xianxian monastery. Otherwise, if they called themselves the 108th monastery, their disciples might wonder what that meant, which would be extremely awkward. Absolute last place, that was something they couldn't tell their disciples. Some of the other monasteries might have the power to take the initiative against the corrupt path, but they didn't have their powerful foundations. If they succeeded, then it would be acceptable, and all that would be said was that Ling Yunzi possessed an unwavering courage. But if it failed and too many of the monastery's disciples died, then once the supermonastery investigated this, Ling Yunzi would very likely be heavily punished, perhaps losing his sect leader position. So Tu Fang still felt this kind of action was too dangerous. The monastery was already developing very well with many core disciples. There was no need to take this risk. When Long Chen killed Wu Qi in just 4 moves, I was extremely impressed. Long Chen's invincible Dao heart and will are something no one else can match. That's not related to cultivation base, but a kind of absolute confidence that came from being tempered through life and death experiences countless times. You've also seen just how terrifying such a will is. It's also why our righteous path disciples find it very difficult to defeat corrupt path disciples on the same level. It's because we aren't ruthless enough. Not only are we not ruthless enough to our opponents, but we're also not ruthless enough on ourselves. Only those who have the courage to fight all out with their lives on the line are able to survive until the end. Ling Yunzi sighed, looking up at Skywood Mountain which stretched high into the clouds. Yearning appeared in his eyes. Uncle Master's words that day completely woke me up. I've been too conservative, which has affected our monastery's growth. My cultivation base has essentially stagnated for over 100 years now. I've realized that a problem has occurred with my Dao heart. If a cultivator does not even have the heart to take risks, how could they possess the courage to climb to the peak of the martial path? I've stayed stagnant for far too long. I've already lost my old sharpness. I need to borrow a kind of opportunity to retrieve my old sharpness. An incorporeal will exploded out of Ling Yunzi's body. Even the sword on his back let out a loud cry. Unsheathing it, Ling Yunzi apologetically looked at his sword. Sorry partner, I've made you wait for a long time. Ling Yunzi's sword was incessantly ringing as if it were alive. Now it seemed as if even Ling Yunzi had been unsheathed, his imposing sharpness soaring. He looked much younger than before. Resheathing his longsword, Ling Yunzi turned to Tu Fang. Now you should understand why I'm risking this danger. I'm tying my own fate with the monastery's fate. I'll borrow that chance to completely awaken. I've been silent for too long. I need a certain force to stimulate me into once more returning to my old self. So you're betting on Long Chen? Yes. Since I bet once, I can bet a second time. And since my first bet paid off, I believe my second bet will also be worth it as well, confidently said Ling Yunzi. Last time, Ling Yunzi had braved the danger of the backlash from the heavenly Daos to confirm that Long Chen was a divergent. That had been absolutely crazy, but it had filled Ling Yunzi with pride. Now he would make another grand bet. That was to align the monastery's future with his own, placing them both on Long Chen's shoulders. With Ling Yunzi's old nature, he would not have allowed himself to do that in fear of being infected by a divergent's karma. It was impossible to predict what would happen if he did. Perhaps it might allow the monastery to rapidly rise to the peak, or perhaps it might result in eternal damnation. But Kang Ming's words that day had heavily shaken him. Since he dared to bet once, why wouldn't he dare bet a second time? And since he dared bet, he might as well make that bet a bit bigger. He had bet his own fate this time. If Long Chen could succeed in guiding this new generation of disciples, bringing them to shining brilliance in this battle, that would allow his own confidence to grow, resolve the knot in his heart, push him through the bottleneck, and allow him to once more break through. But if he failed, there would be no hope of him ever advancing again in his lifetime. At the same time, the monastery would receive a catastrophic impact. And so this was truly a big bet. He understood Tu Fang's worries, but he trusted in his own gut. Long Chen definitely wouldn't disappoint him. And since he trusted him, he would let go of the reins, cutting off all paths of retreat. Tu Fang looked at the confident Ling Yunzi and also ended up emotionally stirred. This truly was a grand bet that was incredibly risky. But if he could pull it off, the benefits were unimaginable. Despite being such a solemn and perhaps even inflexible person, Tu Fang was still moved by what Ling Yunzi said. Tu Fang, start doing some drills with the more powerful elders. Just having a strong cultivation base isn't enough, they're so used to just sitting around, they're starting to rust. We need them to escort our junior disciples, ordered Ling Yunzi. The goal this time was to temper all their disciples' wills and bring out their full potential. They wouldn't just send their disciples to death. If their disciples only encountered corrupt path disciples on the same level, they naturally wouldn't interfere. But if an elder-level figure of the corrupt path appeared, they needed their own elders to protect everyone. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a training exercise, but just sending their disciples to the slaughterhouse. Previously, when the corrupt path invaded, it was also always agreed implicitly that this would just be a training exercise for their new disciples to fight. The reason the corrupt path would instigate this was because even if their disciples didn't die at the hands of the righteous path, they would die under the hands of their same sect. Their rules were extremely cruel. The weak only had one fate, and that was to be killed. And so corrupt path disciples all walked a path of slaughter. Although their cultivation bases weren't necessarily that powerful, their wills were much firmer. If it weren't for the righteous path possessing an absolute superiority in terms of numbers, there would be no way for them to compete with the corrupt path. And that was why Kang Ming had looked down on the monastery's method of raising its disciples and cursed that they would just be whetstones for the corrupt path's disciples. Tu Fang nodded and began to select a couple stronger elders as well as law enforcers. They would all make their preparations. During these 3 months, no one dared to take it easy. After all, this was a major affair that would affect the monastery's future. If some of their disciples managed to evolve into true experts, then they would be able to get a better ranking during the monastery competition. Then their monastery would truly soar. But if there were too many injuries and deaths, that would be a huge impact on the monastery. And so everyone who was to be a part of this exercise took it extremely seriously. Everyone who received a notice from Tu Fang immediately began to get to work. They all left the monastery to prepare themselves. At their level, a couple months' seclusion didn't have any meaning. There were many of them who hadn't exercised in so long that they needed to go kill a couple magical beasts to remember the sensation of battle. During this time, Wild and Little Snow were brought away with Kang Ming. That was because those two could only increase their strength by eating powerful meat. That was especially true of Little Snow. His heavy wounds had only begun to heal, and so he needed even more meat to completely heal. Wild had only possessed a dozen third-rank magical beast corpses, which could barely count as snacks for them. They had been completely devoured in just a couple days. Kang Ming had been helpless about it. He stored all his forging equipment into his spatial ring. His spatial ring was large enough to store all the forging equipment in his immortal cave. Then he brought Wild and Little Snow into some wild mountains. He would have to get food for them while also forging weapons. He had already promised Long Chen a weapon, and Wild's strength had grown so explosively that his current club no longer suited him. Seeing Wild's strength grow limitlessly each day delighted Kang Ming. Each day he would be extremely busy, either forging weapons or hunting beasts. With Long Chen's medicinal pills, the Heaven-Earth Alliance's disciples had all entered a cultivation state, secluding themselves to focus on increasing their cultivation base. The news that Songming Yuan and the other 2 core disciples had revived their ancestral marks was a huge boost of morale to them, raising their spirits. After they told their factions about the cruelness of the trial, they all promised that they, the core disciples, would forever take the vanguard during the battles. It was just a simple promise, but it truly did stir their subordinates. The fact that they would risk their own lives first immediately fired everyone up. Even those disciples who were still terrified felt that fear in their hearts lessened a great deal. The Xuantian monastery was in a state of preparing for war. Long Chen had even went to Tangwan to once more fly a kite and absorb thunder force. Now he had a whole barrel of 10,000 beast essence blood in front of him. An explosive aura came from this blood. That was all 4th rank magical beast essence blood. 4th rank magical beasts were on the same level as their ordinary elders, making them inconceivably powerful. Long Chen took a deep breath, filled with anticipation. This time it would be this powerful essence blood that would allow him to advance. Placing his hand in the barrel, he began to quickly absorb it all. Chapter 232 13th Heaven Stage of Blood Condensation. A month quietly passed under this tense atmosphere. The entire monastery was nervously preparing for battle. Everyone within the monastery was focused on crazily increasing their cultivation bases. But there was a certain place thousands of miles away from the monastery. A person was standing at the peak of a bare mountain. Chi surged from his body and the blood within his body surged like a racing river. Loud rumbling caused the entire mountain to shake. A powerful aura surged out of his body, soaring into the sky. Golden light came from behind him, making him look bathed in golden mist. I've finally reached the 13th heaven stage of blood condensation. Long Chen's robes fluttered, his long hair constantly dancing. His blood was rapidly circulating, releasing boundless energy. Lightning flashed as he looked up into the sky, and a will came from within him that wanted to smash apart all of heaven and earth. Currently he had already absorbed all the 10,000 beast essence blood. When he had just advanced to the 13th heaven stage, all the blood in his body had taken a golden sheen. As his blood circulated within his body, the power that it brought made even him feel frightened. The only regretful thing was that Long Chen couldn't advance into the tendon transformation realm no matter how he tried. It seemed he was still missing something. However, that didn't stop him from being incredibly excited. His physical body had become much, much stronger. Even he himself didn't know just how strong he was now. As his cultivation base grew, the capacity of his Feng Fu star increased even more, storing more and more spiritual qi. And most exciting of all was that his meridians had once more expanded. In fact, they had practically grown 10 times the size, allowing him to reach an unprecedented level of strength. Suddenly, Long Chen roared up at the heavens, and the divine ring appeared behind him. His aura immediately exploded out like a volcano, and a pillar of qi soared into the sky. The black clouds above him immediately began to rumble, and tens of thunderbolts crashed onto him. Those thunderbolts all landed on his raised arms, and his body was immersed in thunder force. A crackling sound came from his body. Ever since he had advanced to the 13th heaven stage, Long Chen had found that as long as he summoned out his divine ring and his qi soared into the sky, it was as if those black clouds that constantly hovered above this mountain had been provoked and they would shoot their lightning down on him. At the beginning it was extremely taxing for him, but he gradually became accustomed. Each time he advanced, he would summon more lightning to temper his physical body. He found that this was an excellent method. The impurities in his body were all forcibly expelled, and the rate at which his blood turned golden increased. But most exciting of all was that those embryonic thunderforce glyphs in his body were becoming increasingly clear. At first they had been vague and fuzzy, but now they were clear and substantial. He would condense his blood, gather lightning, and increase the power of his physical body. He had advanced 3 times now, practically all in one go. Now that he had advanced to the 13th heaven stage, those thunderbolts were no longer able to pose any threat to him. So now he was just focused on absorbing as much thunderforce as he could. If you were to look at him from a distance, you would see a figure covered in a rain of lightning, an extremely shocking sight. Long Chen needed to borrow thunderforce in order to temper his physical body. Being struck by these thunderbolts here was much simpler than if he had to use his own thunderforce to temper his body. In fact, this place was also safer, was faster, was painless now, and energy-saving. He tempered his body for 3 straight days before he sensed his body had reached a limit. No matter how much more thunderforce he used to temper his body, it didn't have any more use. Furthermore, he realized that the thunderforce here was becoming weaker now. Looking up at the sky, he saw those black clouds that constantly floated above this mountain had become much thinner. He knew that he had used up all the power here. This particular place was a special environment. The thunderclouds here had probably been accumulating for who knew how many years, and now he had practically exhausted all of it. Putting away his divine ring, the tempest of lightning also came to a sudden stop. The rumbling from his body faded and everything returned to normal. Long Chen smashed his own stomach with his fist. A loud booming noise rang out, and the rock beneath his feet cracked. Hee, if I had this much power back then, would I have even had to risk my life against wuxia? I could easily smash him to death now. Long Chen was now so strong that if wuxia fought with him now, he wouldn't even have to go into a battle state to defeat him. That filled Long Chen with confidence for the upcoming trial against the corrupt devils. According to the trial settings, killing a single corrupt path outer disciple was worth 5,000 points. Killing an inner disciple was worth 30,000 points, and killing a core disciple was worth 200,000 points. That was an incredible opportunity. Back when Long Chen had bought medicinal ingredients at the Xuantian Pavilion, he had seen quite a few of the medicinal ingredients for the Alioth pill. But those medicinal ingredients were rare and required thousands of points to purchase. The more expensive ones even required tens of thousands of points. Long Chen didn't have enough points to buy them, and so Long Chen didn't even think about them for now. The medicinal ingredients required to refine the Alioth pill were just too expensive. Furthermore, even if he were to gather all the medicinal ingredients in the monastery, he wouldn't be able to refine the pill. There were some medicinal ingredients that didn't exist within the monastery, but this was still an extremely important opportunity for him. He should still gather as much of the Alioth pill's ingredients as possible. In the future, if he ran into any lucky encounters, he might be able to find the other ingredients. Then he could condense his Alioth star. With both stars' superimposition, he would be able to keep up the Feng Fu battle armor for even longer. Currently he was only able to use it for a couple moments before it faded away. Most importantly, he still didn't know what kind of changes would occur with the 9-star hegemon body art once he condensed the Alioth star. Just thinking about that filled Long Chen with anticipation. Most of the clothes he had been wearing this time had already been turned to ashes by the lightning, so Long Chen put on some new clothes. Looking up at the black clouds that had become much thinner, he smiled, "Thank you." The thunder force in his body had become much more solid now. In fact, it was so strong that it shocked him. After experiencing the tempering of this lightning, Long Chen was confident in being able to survive the next heavenly punishment. When Long Chen returned to the monastery, he clearly sensed the atmosphere was much graver. In the huge monastery, other than a couple workers, there was almost no one else about. Most likely they were all cultivating in seclusion. Long Chen arrived at the Heaven-Earth faction and found that he was right. Everyone was in their immortal caves cultivating. Their spirit stone formations were pushed to the max as they crazily increased their cultivation base. Although raising the cultivation base like that wasn't such a good thing and would weaken their foundations, they were about to face the corrupt devil trial. In that kind of environment where life and death were separated by just a fine line, their foundations would quickly stabilize again. So rapidly increasing their cultivation base at this time wouldn't cause any problems. The most important thing was that every little increase in strength would give them a slightly greater chance of surviving. Under the monastery's orders, if they didn't dare participate in this trial, then they would be directly expelled from the monastery. They were all cultivators. If they refused because they were afraid of death, then there was no meaning in them cultivating. When Long Chen entered his immortal cave, Tang Wan, who had been cultivating, opened her eyes. Long Chen was startled to see how powerful her aura had now become. In fact, it was still rapidly growing. Seeing Long Chen, she couldn't hold back a happy smile. But it quickly reversed and she scolded, "Where did you run off to? You left for over a month. I thought you had fled." Long Chen laughed, "Ah, I really did flee. But then halfway I just couldn't bear leaving my goddess and so I returned. All you know how to do is talk nonsense." Tang Wan rolled her eyes at him. But suddenly she looked at him with shock and confusion. "Why does your cultivation base seem so strange? It looks like the peak of blood condensation, but it's also not entirely like it either. How come I feel such a powerful pressure from you that it makes my heart pound?" Long Chen pushed his hair back and took an extremely flashy posture, bitterly complaining, "You also know that I like to be a low-key and not be so eye-catching, but it's always so difficult. As my cultivation base increases with each passing day, my own charm also rises like the eastern sun, my brilliance shining endlessly. Every woman will immediately feel their heart pounding when they see me." Tang Wan had been listening seriously at the beginning, but after just hearing half, her expression became one of complete disdain. "HMPH, obviously their hearts are pounding. If they weren't pounding, then they'd be dead. If you don't want to tell me, then fine. Stop being so flippant and glib-tongued. You're the linchpin of the entire Heaven-Earth Alliance, so pay more attention to your image," said Tang Wan. "What? How is it me? You're the old boss. I mean, you're the faction leader, you can't push your responsibility away." Long Chen shook his head. He definitely didn't want to be everyone's focus. The more responsibility he had, the less freedom he would have. He preferred to be free and easy without any constraints. "Long Chen, I'm talking to you seriously. Try to be a bit more normal." Tang Wan was a bit annoyed and angry. Ever her eyes had turned a bit redder. Long Chen was startled, Promising, fine, I'll pretend to be normal for a bit. Explain it to me. Tang Wan'er almost laughed. This fellow was never normal, so hearing that almost made her go mad with mirth. Trying to keep her voice as normal as possible, she began to explain. Long Chen, to tell the truth, I never wanted to be the faction leader. I was just forced by my family. The reason the Heaven-Earth faction could reach this level is practically all because of you. Although they all respect me, even I know that it is you who is their idol and spiritual pillar. I can see the zealotry in their eyes. They would give up their very lives for you. Long Chen, for the sake of everyone, including me, I hope that you'll once more help me hold some of this responsibility. I don't want so many brothers and sisters so die to the corrupt disciples because of my failures. Tang Wan'er's voice was close to begging. She knew there was no one else who could be a better leader for the Heaven-Earth faction than Long Chen. As long as he agreed to lead everyone, that would definitely reduce the casualties and injuries to the minimum. She knew that of everyone, only Long Chen possessed that ability. But Long Chen always acted so sloppy all day. You would never be able to tell just what he was really thinking inside. That caused her to feel a bit uncertain about him, and so for everyone's safety, she had to clearly explain this to Long Chen. She wouldn't care at all about giving up her position to him. Long Chen bitterly smiled and sighed, although I know this kind of responsibility is just a prison, I still have to foolishly squeeze myself inside. If I walk into that prison, then I'm an idiot, but if I don't, then I would be even worse than an idiot. Fine, I'll be an idiot. Long Chen's meaning was obvious. He would carry this emotional burden. If he refused to accept it, then he would just be a piece of trash who didn't even care about his friends. Sometimes being an idiot was the better choice. Thank you, Long Chen. Tang Wan'er hugged Long Chen emotionally, tears streaming down her face. She had thought that Long Chen would scold her for being too emotional and soft-hearted. Previously he had already given her a warning not to act on emotion. But she still wasn't able to hold back all her emotions. She didn't want to see any of the people beside her die. Now by begging Long Chen, she had dragged him into this emotional mess. And Long Chen knew that this was just a quagmire, and yet he still jumped in. That deeply touched her, and yet it also filled her with both shame and guilt. And so she continued to lightly sob into Long Chen's chest. Long Chen was still hesitating on whether he should be taking advantage of a beauty in his arms when the entire mountain began to shake and a loud shout rang out. Chapter 233 Saber Cry Shakes the Heavens. Brother Long, we've returned. A loud roar that could be heard tens of miles away rang out. That was Wild's voice. Tang Wan'er hastily left Long Chen's embrace and wiped off her tears. Going out to look, they first saw two figures coming over. Those two were Wild and Little Snow. On Wild's back was a new spiked club that was even bigger than the old one. The old club's head was around the thickness of a bucket, this new one was several times that. The entire club was pitch black and emitted a powerful pressure. After all, a spiked club on its own already appeared like a fierce and terrifying weapon. But most frightening of all was that with each step Wild took, the earth would tremble. The thick stones that paved the path he was walking on cracked with each step. By the time Wild and Little Snow rushed all the way up the mountain peak, the neatly paved stone path had become crushed to smithereens. Long Chen could easily tell just how frightening the weight of Wild's new weapon was. If it wasn't, there was no way he could crush those rocks like that. Each rock that paved that path was between 5 to 6 feet thick. Little fellow, I told you to pay attention to your footsteps. Did you even hear me? Behind Wild and Little Snow was Kang Ming. Seeing this path of broken stones, he couldn't stop himself from shouting furiously. But he still had a pampering and proud expression despite his anger. Little Snow rushed over to Long Chen like a gust of wind. Nowadays Little Snow had grown even larger, his body at least 10 meters long. His aura was also becoming increasingly powerful. His wounds had already disappeared now, and his white fur practically glowed. You've advanced. Long Chen looked at Little Snow in disbelief. Little Snow's aura had already reached the mid-3rd rank. The domineering pressure of an overlord 3rd rank magical beast made it so people wouldn't dare to look at him directly. Little Snow rubbed his head against Long Chen's body. Even despite advancing so far, Little Snow was still like how he had been when he had just been a tiny little ball of fur, and was filled with love to Long Chen. Brother Long, let me show you my new weapon. It's amazing. Wild was like a child, waving his club back and forth, causing the land to tremble. It felt as if the air was about to be blown apart, and a huge tempest of wind exploded out. Tang Wan was astonished. Just the wind from a wave of his spiked club was 10 times stronger than a tendon transformation expert's attack. She was about to go block that gust of wind when Long Chen appeared before her. That terrifying gale of wind thundered like an angry sea, but Long Chen was like a heavy boulder, and no matter how that wind howled, it was unable to move him in the slightest. Long Chen was also awed. After being apart for a month, Wild's physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Just that gale would have been able to easily break the bones of a tendon transformation disciple. If they were directly hit with that spiked club, they'd be crushed flat. Hee, Brother Long, how is it? My master made this for me. Wild put down the spiked club on the ground, causing the entire mountain to shake and the stone beneath him to crack even further. Pow! Kang Ming cuffed Wild in the back of his head. He was too short, so he had to jump up to do it. Little brat, how many times have I told you to be gentle? Are you trying to tear down the entire monastery? Raged Kang Ming, but despite sounding so furious, he was clearly very pleased. Anyone would probably tell he was actually completely delighted. He was scolding him, but seeing how powerful his own apprentice was made him incredibly proud. As for those broken stones, they didn't mean anything. The monastery had many lazy workers doing nothing to earn their keep. Now they finally had some work to do. With each step Wild took, he caused the mountain to incessantly quiver. Quite a few people rushed out of their immortal caves with alarm, thinking some sort of terrifying magical beast was attacking. They only relaxed when they saw it was Wild and Little Snow, and they put away their weapons. But then seeing that path of broken stones, they were all shocked. When Kang Ming saw those expressions, he became even prouder and more pleased. He might be acting like he was calm on the outside, but his acting skills were incredibly lacking. Everyone could clearly tell what he was thinking. Tang Wan was surprised by Kang Ming and laughed. This master-apprentice duo were both eccentrics suited to each other. But seeing that spiked club in Wild's hand, all of them were filled with respect. But at least you finally called me master for the first time, laughed Kang Ming. Wild would always call him old man, and Kang Ming never cared about that. At least it sounded a bit more affectionate. Now was the first time Wild called him master, so that naturally made him feel happy. Senny, cough, Uncle Kang Ming, how heavy is this spiked club? Long Chen couldn't help asking. 750,000 pounds, lightly replied Kang Ming. Everyone, including Long Chen, was stupefied, their jaws dropping. Just a 10,000-pound weapon would count as a heavy weapon. But Wild's spiked club was 750,000 pounds. That was way too shocking. Looking from Wild's muscles which bulged out crazily and then to that spiked club, they all felt a chill. Just what could you possibly use to block him? Plus, before Wild had switched to this new weapon, he had already used his old one to send Ji Yu Yang flying, breaking both his arms in one blow. Ji Yu Yang's physical body was incredibly powerful. If it had been another core disciple, they probably would have been smashed to death in one blow. Now that he had this even more terrifying weapon, was there even a single disciple in the monastery who could receive just one blow from Wild? They naturally all turned to Long Chen when they thought of that. Perhaps in their entire generation, only Long Chen could possibly block him. Hee, that old thing was only 180,000 pounds. This one's a real weapon. Wild once more swung his club around a couple times excitedly. So that old club had already 180,000 pounds, and this new one was several times heavier. Everyone finally understood just how terrifying Wild's true strength was. Kang Ming saw how envious Long Chen was and laughed. Long Chen, last time I said I'd give you a proper weapon. Hee, take a good look. A large saber appeared in Kang Ming's hand. It was almost 3 meters long, and its entire body was golden, almost looking as if it had been made of real gold. The blade was 14 inches wide and 3 inches thick. Lines had been carved onto the blade, and careful examination revealed they were carvings of ancient beasts that were extremely powerful and domineering. Where the blade and hilt met, Long Chen noticed a crystal core. Long Chen's heart leapt, so this was actually a spirit weapon. Long Chen had long since heard that powerful forging masters could carve runes on top of weapons and embed a magical beast crystal core into the weapon. Runic power would draw out the energy of the crystal core, letting the weapon release an incomparably terrifying strength. That was the power of spirit weapons. Spirit weapons had no grades or tiers that classified them. Their power was entirely based on the forging master's techniques and the rank and attribute of the crystal core. Long Chen's heart jumped wildly. All he could hear was the sound of his heart pounding away. Kang Ming lightly placed the tip of the sword onto the ground, and let go. With a light sound, people were awed to see that the hard stone beneath it was cut through like tofu, and the saber sunk all the way to the hilt. It's incredibly sharp. Everyone was completely shocked. Just by letting go of it, it was able to easily pierce through these rocks. Just what kind of sharpness was that? This is practically a weapon of legends. With senior apprentice brother Long Chen possessing this saber, he'll definitely be like a tiger that has grown wings. Hee, now that senior apprentice brother Long Chen has this saber, he'll be able to lead us to cut off the heads of those corrupt devils like plucking weeds from the ground. Just thinking about makes me excited. Yeah, I'm about to piss myself in excitement, echoed a person beside him. The fuck, get away from me. That person who echoed his agreement was immediately kicked away by those beside him. Kang Ming saw that Long Chen looked a bit disappointed. He urged, try it. Thank you, senior. Long Chen bowed to Kang Ming. He gripped the hilt and pulled. But he was awed to realize that his light tug, which could easily lift tens of thousands of pounds, only caused the saber to tremble ever so slightly. What the? It's actually this heavy. Long Chen couldn't hold back his delight. When he had seen that this saber was only 3 inches thick, he had thought it would be too light. Now he realized he had been wrong. Long Chen, you're the one who said the heavier the better. I've put up a lot of capital to make this saber for you. If you can't even use it, then I'll have to reclaim and recycle it, laughed Kang Ming. The last time he had seen Long Chen, he had felt that Long Chen had already reached the peak of blood condensation and would step into tendon transformation at any time. He had predicted that Long Chen's strength would explode by a couple dozen times once he advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and in accordance to his previous strength, he had forged this incredibly heavy saber. This saber had cost him a great deal of time and effort, and the crystal core was actually from a 5th-rank magical beast. That was the only 5th-rank crystal core he currently possessed. Originally he had been planning on leaving it for Wild. But Wild didn't have spiritual chi in his body and was unable to activate its runes to bring out the crystal core's energy. Thus, he had decided to embed it in this saber for Long Chen. Over a month had passed and Long Chen hadn't broken through to the tendon transformation realm. He couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He felt that it was still too early to give this saber to Long Chen, as he would still be unable to use it for now. Haha, don't worry, I won't disappoint uncle. Long Chen smiled and placed both hands on the hilt. Lifting with his full strength, the stones beneath him all began to shatter. People were appalled to see that even as those stones all shattered, that saber actually began to sink further in. He was unable to pull it out. That scene stupefied all of them. Just how terrifying was this saber? Would it sink all the way to the earth's core? Ha 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 ha, good, good. Long Chen suddenly laughed with excitement and anticipation. His divine ring appeared behind him, and the land burst apart. When he pulled the saber out of the ground, a terrifying ray of saber chi soared into the sky. The divine ring and saber shook all of heaven and earth. An endless wave of chi was constantly soaring into the sky. This was the best weapon Long Chen had ever had in his entire life. A powerful pressure shot out in every direction. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly the sound of a bell ringing 9 times rang out, alarming all of them. Chapter 234 Move Out, Battle Between the Righteous and Corrupt Paths. When Long Chen pulled out that terrifying saber, everyone was completely awed. At this moment, Long Chen looked like an incredibly imposing god. Dong dong, but a bell suddenly began to ring out over and over, causing Kang Ming's expression to immediately change. Something's happened. Everyone hurry to the Xuantian Plaza. After saying that, Kang Ming disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was already alarmed. In all their time at the monastery, that bell had never rung out multiple times. But this time it had rang out 9 times. Although they didn't know what that meant, they were sure it must be something major. This is the signal for an emergency assembly. Everyone hurry over. Long Chen put the saber on his shoulder and began to rush over, but after just taking a couple steps, he realized that all the stone beneath him was shattering. The saber was just too heavy. Even he was unable to brace against it, and so the weight transferred all the way to the ground beneath him. Although he didn't know the saber's exact weight, he could tell it definitely wasn't much lighter than Wild's spiked club. Without summoning his divine ring, he was unable to use it. And even when he did have his divine ring, he would only barely be able to use it. If he wanted to truly be able to wield it normally, that would require him to summon the Feng Fu battle armor. Now, wasn't the time to think about the saber though. He put it into his spatial ring and brought everyone rushing to the Xuantian Plaza. When they arrived at the plaza, they were all given a fright. All the 30-plus elders of the monastery, 100 law enforcers, and over 2,000 disciples had gathered here. Ling Yunzi, Kang Ming, and Tu Feng were solemnly standing at the front, looking over everyone. Once everyone arrived, Ling Yunzi explained, "Let me give you all a piece of news. This time you won't have to invade the corrupt path's territory for the trial." Ling Yunzi's words immediately caused an uproar. Quite a few people even looked disappointed. They had spent 2 months going all out to cultivate. The majority of them had already reached the first heaven stage of tendon transformation, while the Heaven-Earth Alliance's disciples had already reached the second heaven stage. They had crazily increased their strength all for the corrupt devil trial. They had been planning on using their full strength to cut down the corrupt path's disciples, tempering their own wills, and letting themselves become true experts. Furthermore, the trial's rewards were too alluring. Just a couple of the corrupt path's disciples could be exchanged for an exorbitant amount of points. Those points could be exchanged for more of the monastery's resources, which was the quickest way for them to grow stronger. They had bitterly prepared for 2 months, all for the trial to be cancelled. That was hard to accept. Seeing their disappointment, as well as some people's fury, Ling Yunzi smiled. This generation of disciples was now much more courageous than previous generations. Most likely those former disciples would have all relaxed when they heard this news. There definitely wouldn't be any disappointment. However, the trial isn't cancelled. In fact, the trial is beginning ahead of time. The corrupt path has already invaded us. Corrupt path disciples have already entered the righteous path's territory, beginning to mercilessly slaughter their way in. All the righteous path's disciples are gathering now. That's because whenever the corrupt path invades us, they will begin an absolute massacre of those innocent commoners. With each passing second, more lives are being lost. So you won't have any more time to mentally prepare yourselves. In a bit, you'll all have to move out. Everyone was shocked. This was far too sudden. They still weren't at all prepared yet. As a cultivator, you must be prepared for battle at any moment. Do you think enemies will give you warning before attacking you? Maybe they'll say hello, wait for you to warm up, and then fight. Fools. Tu Feng couldn't help angrily shouted when he saw those indecisive disciples. This time it's not just our Xuantian monastery. The other sects, disciples are all in charge of their own regions. But the battlefield can change in the blink of an eye, so you cannot adhere to those regions too strictly. You'll have to mutually defend and assist each other. There must not be any inner strife. And for this operation, your commander will be Long Chen. All disciples must listen to his orders," said Ling Yunzi. Long Chen was given a fright. He would be the commander in charge of leading them. Then how would he get his own points? If he were to just command everyone, then he wouldn't be able to get anything. Seeing Long Chen was about to speak, Ling Yunzi cut him off. The most capable people must do the most work and are duty-bound. Long Chen, as a disciple of the monastery, you must do your part. This is your duty. Having such a large hat placed on him, Long Chen had no words to argue with. Looking at Tu Feng, he saw Tu Feng smile at him. "Don't worry Long Chen, if you display this time is good, the monastery definitely won't mistreat you. We'll give you the position of a core disciple," smiled Tu Feng. Long Chen's lip twitched. Was a core disciple position so amazing? Didn't all it mean was that he would be able to get a large immortal cave for himself and his monthly ration would increase a bit? Although his monthly ration wasn't that high right now, he was still living in a large immortal cave, and now he could eat Qing Yu's delicacies every day. If he became a core disciple, wouldn't he have to move out? Long Chen felt the monastery was really being too stingy with him, but he also couldn't retort. It was as Ling Yunzi said, he had a duty to the monastery. As if seeing through Long Chen's thinking, Tu Feng continued, "Don't look down on the status of a core disciple. Previously a core disciple position might not have meant much to you, but the Julie secret realm is about to open. That is a space that was left behind from the ancient era. There are countless treasures and inheritances to be gained in there. If you manage to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, your cultivation base might soar into the heavens." Julie's secret realm. Long Chen was startled. He didn't know why, but when he heard that foreign name, his heart began to pound. The Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot actually began to crazily circulate outside his control. Long Chen was completely bewildered. For the Feng Fu star to make such a large movement on its own, did it mean it had a relation to the Julie secret realm? You don't need to ask any more questions about it. All you need to know is that only core disciples can enter that place, and the spots are limited. So you have to take advantage of this opportunity. We all think highly of you. As for whether you can obtain a core disciple position, that will be up to how well you perform this time. Tu Fang patted Long Chen on the shoulder sincerely. This was a naked enticement, but Long Chen was helpless about it. For some reason, he had a premonition that there was something he needed within the Julie secret realm. And that something was very likely to be related to the 9-star hegemon body art. With such a profound feeling, the only thing Long Chen could do was nod his consent. Thank you, sect leader, for your confidence. I'll do my best. Long Chen bowed. This kind of enticement was irresistible, and so he didn't bother arguing. Ling Yunzi smiled. Good. From today onwards, you'll be this operation's commanding general. If anyone dares to not listen to your orders, you have the authority to directly punish them any way you want, including taking their life. Ling Yunzi's words made the Heaven-Earth Alliance's disciples extremely excited. They were extremely proud to have Long Chen as their commander. That's unacceptable, but there was suddenly someone who stood up and shouted, causing everyone to look over. He was an inner disciple. Sect leader, we have enmity and hatred with Long Chen. If you give him the position of commander, then couldn't he just do some little tricks to kill us all? Shouted that disciple. He had only just finished speaking when a large hand grabbed him and directly threw him out. That hand's owner was Ji Yuyong. That disciple was one of his subordinates. After throwing him out, Ji Yuyong bowed to Ling Yunzi. My subordinate was disrespectful. Please give me your punishment, sect leader. Ling Yunzi didn't react much, not displaying any displeasure. He curiously asked, do you have anything you want to say? Ji Yuyong shook his head. I have nothing good to say. I am convinced that with Long Chen's character, he wouldn't do anything like that. He would disdain using such tricks. Ji Yuyang's words startled everyone, including Long Chen. Who would have thought Ji Yuyong would say something like that? Correct. We have no objection to having Long Chen as commander. Surprisingly, even Lei Qiansheng walked out to speak. That puzzled many people. They clearly had a deep enmity between them. Were they not afraid of Long Chen making life hard for them? This time they would be facing those incredibly cruel corrupt path disciples. Long Chen could make a single order that would place them in extreme danger. Not bad, not bad. Ling Yunzi nodded with a bit of praise. But just how few people realized the real reason why Ji Yuyong and Lei Qiansheng were so magnanimous. Long Chen's strength had reached the point where even his enemies were convinced by his power. And even his opponents didn't have the slightest bit of doubt about his character and morals. Boss, that disciple who had been thrown out panicked. He was about to say something when Ji Yuyong waved his hand to cut him off. Instead, he turned to Long Chen. Can I fight shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield with you? Ji Yuyong asked of Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Ji Yuyong and smiled slightly. If you are willing to give your back to me, then I naturally won't betray your trust. Ji Yuyong suddenly laughed heartily. Good. Then my life will be in your hands. Everyone's hearts shook. None of them had thought Ji Yuyong would lower his head to Long Chen, and so publicly as well. Lei Qiansheng wanted to say something as well, but even after a long time, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Although he definitely supported Long Chen, he couldn't bring himself to lower his face like that. He sighed, unable to be as magnanimous as Ji Yuyong. Long Chen looked over everyone. The previous grudges of the monastery are all over now. I'm sure you all know what kind of person I am. As long as you don't betray me, then I, Long Chen, am willing to bleed even my last drop of blood for any one of you. The ones we're facing are the cruel corrupt path's disciples. I can't promise that every one of you will be able to survive, but I can promise you that at the most dangerous times, I will definitely be at the very front to face them. He didn't give them an impassioned speech. He only gave them a simple promise. But that simple promise struck like a hammer at the core of people's hearts. And that caused all of them to stir, their blood surging. Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and the other core disciples all felt as if their blood was boiling, wanting to immediately go kill their enemies. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen with complete worship. When Long Chen was actually serious, he was a hero capable of supporting both heaven and earth. She liked this Long Chen, the real Long Chen who was worthy of worship. Ling Yunzi smiled. Long Chen really was a natural-born leader. He didn't even need to waste any effort to immediately raise everyone's morale. Ling Yunzi waved his hand, and hundreds of huge flying magical beasts flew over, descending on the plaza. They were surprisingly all third-rank flying mounts. Move out. Chapter 235 Kill. Long Chen and the core disciples were gathered atop one huge flying magical beast. Long Chen took out an animal hide page and pointed to a spot. This time the corrupt path has invaded us from here. Their invasion occurred 18 hours ago, and with our current flying speed, it should take us around 6 hours to get there. The corrupt path's disciples are incredibly bloodthirsty, and will slaughter the innocent commoners as a kind of trial. In a bit, once we arrive, we don't have any time to adjust ourselves. Each moment we wait, countless commoners are dying. They nodded. This time it had happened too suddenly, and they hadn't had the slightest time to prepare. Originally they should have been the ones to initiate it, but the result was that their enemy had already taken the initiative. These idiots from the corrupt path, just what are they thinking? Why are they so evil? Do they not care about the lives of others? Li Qi couldn't help but hatefully exclaim. The others also didn't understand. Even the experts from the corrupt path still had to have a mother and a father who raised them. How could they be so devoid of any humanity? Long Chen replied, you just don't understand what they're thinking. The people from the corrupt path have their own belief and conviction. Their belief is very simple: natural selection. They think that a person must be strong, and the weak are just stepping stones for the strong. The weak are just accessories, ornaments to let the strong stand out. And so, the thing they believe in the most is strength. Strength is everything to them. As long as they have strength, they can unleash all their desire without limit, regardless of any morality. How could there be such wicked people? Exclaimed Tang Wan. They were all humans, but how were their ideologies so different? Long Chen lightly said, that's just because you don't understand how formidable having a belief is. A conviction in a belief means that your whole mind and spirit is devoted. The people from the corrupt path firmly believe that their actions are the most correct. They believe the rules of the heavenly Tao's make this world a survival of the fittest. And so their actions are in accordance to the heavenly Tao's. As for our righteous path's actions of guarding and helping each other, that is in contrary to the heavenly Tao's natural elimination rules, and so they believe we are disrespecting the heavens. And so they treat killing disciples of the righteous path as taking the place of the heavens to punish us. Furthermore, they won't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Killing people is sacred to them, and they are willing to commit all kinds of things we would consider crimes. Even once they die, they believe that since they fought for the heavenly Tao's will bless them and care for them. And so true corrupt path disciples do not fear death much at all. Long Chen's words caused a chill to run through them. They had all heard the corrupt path's disciples were savage and cruel, so this was the reason. They really are a group of madmen. One of the core disciples shook his head. And this is also the reason why you absolutely cannot show any mercy against them once the fighting starts. Don't try to act with some kind of noble character, humanity, forgiveness, or hope of reforming them. That's just foolishness, a foolishness that will cost dearly. Not only will you end up killing yourself, you'll end up implicating those behind you, causing them to die with you. That is what it really means to die with your eyes wide open in grievance, solemnly warned Long Chen. In particular, he was looking at Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu. He knew those two women were more soft-hearted, especially Tang Wan. If they ended up feeling pity for their opponents and ended up restraining themselves, then they really would be done for. And once core disciples died, those disciples behind them would have their morale plummet to rock bottom. Don't worry, I definitely won't show any mercy. Tang Wan took a deep breath. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Tang Wan's soft heart also had its good points. She cherished her subordinates, and for them, she would definitely not show any mercy. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, Long Chen solemnly said, we still have quite a few members here who haven't awakened their ancestral marks. Do you want to awaken them? The hearts of those core disciples began to pound. Previously they had heard that Long Chen had used some kind of secret technique to help Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang awaken their ancestral marks, causing them to be filled with envy. But Long Chen had kept that technique secret, and he hadn't shared it with everyone. Now their hearts were pounding with excitement. If senior brother Long Chen can help awaken our ancestral marks, we'd be willing to even do a dog's work for you," excitedly said one of the core disciples. His family had already begun to decline. By his generation, his ancestral blood had already become extremely faint. If he couldn't awaken his ancestral mark, their bloodline inheritance would end with him. The others were also fervently looking at Long Chen. Awakening the ancestral mark was just too important to them, even maybe more important than their own lives. It was a mission their family had given them, and also a kind of glory. "I can't help you awaken your ancestral marks. Everything will have to rely on you. Li Qi, you tell everyone about how you guys awakened your ancestral marks." Li Qi nodded and told them about what had happened that day. He didn't omit anything, even telling them how he had felt absolute despair when facing death. Those people listening were dumbstruck. They were just like how Song Mingyuan and them had been at the beginning. None of them had thought that this was the correct way to awaken their ancestral marks. Now that Long Chen mentions it, I remember back when I awakened my ancestral mark, it was because of my little sister. I had secretly brought her out deep in the mountains to do some hunting. But we ended up running into a powerful magical beast. I was unable to defeat it, and I saw that my little sister was about to be killed. At that moment, I felt as if I had gone insane, and some unfathomable power burst out of me, and I somehow managed to kill that magical beast. Only later did I realize I had somehow awakened my ancestral mark. Ji Yuyong suddenly realized why he had managed to awaken his ancestral mark. When you feel your life is in danger, you'll be able to explode with 10 times the strength. But when you feel someone precious to you is about to die, you'll be able to explode with a power that surpasses your imagination. To protect is also a kind of belief. It can let you advance without fear of death. So if you want to awaken your ancestral marks, that'll require you to erupt with a power that surpasses your body's limits. Only then will your mind draw out that bloodline power deep within you. But if you have nothing to protect, it'll be impossible for you to erupt with that much power. If it's just protecting your own life, the probability is very low. If you want to awaken your ancestral marks, it'll rely on yourselves. It depends on whether or not you really cherish your companions, whether or not you cherish their lives, explained Long Chen. He had explained it to them as best as he could. As for whether they could succeed, it would all rely on them. Long Chen continued, "This time it's a true, bloody battle. The goal of each one of your attacks is to kill your opponent. It is vastly different from when you normally fight. If you can't change your habits, the one to die will be you. And in order to allow as many disciples as possible to survive, it'll require your encouragement to increase their confidence. Each time when the battle just starts, bring out your best display. Use your full force to kill your opponents in as perfect a way as possible, understood?" "We understand. We'll do it at all costs," they hastily replied. Long Chen had unstintingly told all of them his secret technique. Those people who still had been a bit against him immediately felt any of their displeasure fade away to be replaced with gratitude and respect. Long Chen nodded. He turned to a certain woman, "Senior apprentice sister Chi Yu, it'll be up to you guys to provide support. I'll keep a group of people to protect you guys." That woman was the Healing Hall's Chi Yu who had come to the Heaven-Earth faction at the very beginning to heal their wounds. But at that time, a little mishap had occurred because Lu Chuan had wanted to show off his skills in front of Tang Wan and ended up being slapped in the face by Long Chen. "Don't worry, we'll go all out," nodded Chi Yu. She had brought all the disciples of the Healing Hall. This was in hopes that any disciples who ended up injured could be healed promptly. One reason was to maintain everyone's peak combat strength, while the other reason was in hopes of reducing how many disciples would end up dying this time. If a disciple ended up taking a heavy, life-threatening injury, medicinal pills wouldn't be enough. But if a disciple from the Healing Hall immediately went to help, there was a high chance that person could be saved. However, the members of the Healing Hall didn't possess high combat ability, and so there needed to be some people to protect them from danger. "That Lu Chuan has also come. Make sure to tell him that if he dares play any shady games, I'll immediately chop off his head to use as a kickball," said Long Chen. Chi Yu laughed, "You don't need to be worried about that. After you killed Wu Qi, he's become completely well-behaved. He definitely won't do anything." Long Chen nodded. He wasn't that worried about him pulling any tricks, but he had been a bit worried about him not bringing out his full abilities to heal everyone. But with Chi Yu to keep an eye on him, he wasn't so worried. On the battlefield, every disciple must carry at least 3 signal flares. Furthermore, They cannot keep them in their spatial rings, or they won't have time to take them out at a critical moment. And when using the signal flare, remember to shoot them at a slanted angle. If you see any signals going straight up, assume disciples of the corrupt path have stolen the signal flares and have set up a trap. Long Chen continued to explain a large heap of strategies and tactics used on the battlefield. The corrupt path's disciples were all cultivators and not a regular army, and so it wasn't likely for them to know that many tricks, but it was best to be prepared just in case. Perhaps something he was telling them would be enough to save a disciple's life, then his long-winded speech would all be worth it. As Long Chen explained their deployment, the flying magical beasts didn't pause for the slightest rest. Third-rank flying magical beasts were extremely fast and didn't need much rest. A range of mountains was slowly replaced with large plains. There were a couple of small villages there. As they flew over a certain village, they all sucked in a cold gasp. Seeing corpse after corpse, their blood began to boil and killing intent surged out of them. These goddamn bastards. Some people cursed through gritted teeth. A village of hundreds of people was now only filled with corpses. There were old seniors who were already white-haired, and there were also babies who were only a couple of months old. Not one of them was still alive. Charge forward. Long Chen suddenly stood up and roared, "Brothers, the corrupt path's disciples are just up ahead slaughtering innocent commoners. Today's battle is not a trial, but a true life and death battle. This battle is not for points or glory. This battle is just to bear witness to our hot blood. Use the weapons in your hands to cut off their heads. Slaughter them all. Kill, kill, kill." The scene below them immediately provoked all their hearts. All their eyes were completely red. They were originally nervous about fighting, but after hearing Long Chen's battle cry, they all began to crazily shout, a murderous aura surging through the sky. Suddenly a small town appeared before them. There were dozens of red-robed corrupt path disciples cutting down the innocent commoners with their sabers. The entire town was dyed red. Howls of grief filled the air. Long Chen was the first to jump off the magical beasts, directly charging over to the corrupt path's disciples. Kill. Chapter 236 Bloodied Saber. The inside of the small town looked like a scene straight from hell. Dozens of corrupt path disciples were incessantly slaughtering the innocent commoners. The weapons in their hands were covered in blood, but it didn't drip off. Instead, the blood quickly faded as it was absorbed into their weapons. After absorbing blood, those weapons would release an incredibly sinister air like they were bloodthirsty fiends that had smelled something delicious. A greedy desire could be felt from those weapons. Furthermore, each time one of those corrupt path disciples killed a commoner, a trace of bloody mist would be absorbed into their body as well. That blood was like some kind of drug, making them even more excited, and their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. This town only had a bit over 10,000 people. There weren't many cultivators. Even the soldiers were only at the chi condensation realm. That cultivation base might as well have been nothing in front of these tendon transformation disciples. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. The corrupt path disciples were crazily killing the commoners who were frantically fleeing. But only a small portion of people managed to flee out of the town. The majority of people were all stuck in the town with no path of escape. Heads continuously flew through the air, blood splashed everywhere, and all they could do was let out helpless cries and weeping. In their eyes, these corrupt path disciples were absolute fiends that were completely unstoppable. The adults were tightly holding their children, covering their vision. Even they couldn't bear to watch that cruel scene in front of them, and they simply waited for death. The sounds of anguish filled the air as well as the sinister laughs from the corrupt path's disciples. They all reveled in this kind of feeling. After blocking the few exits, they began to slowly brandish their weapons, savoring this sensation. Those expressions of despair and terror filled them with excitement. "You fiends, I'll take you down." A child only 7 or 8 years old suddenly charged out with a small, wooden sword. That wooden sword was extremely crude. It was clearly just a child's plaything. But that child charged forward in anger with that little, wooden sword at a corrupt path disciple. "Little Huzi, come back here." A woman let out a sharp cry as soon as that child charged out. But it was already too late. That child had already arrived at that disciple. That disciple laughed sinisterly. The longsword in his hand slashed out mercilessly onto that child's neck. His favorite thing to look at was a person's head flying through the air. The expressions on those faces delighted him. Blood splashed, dyeing that entire child's body red. The reek of blood was nauseating. But that child wasn't afraid and continued charging forward with that wooden sword, stabbing it at that corrupt disciple. What shocked everyone was that before that wooden sword touched his body, he split in two. Once the two portions split apart, people saw a figure holding a saber still dyed in blood, his robes fluttering and his hair dancing in the wind, looking just like a celestial god. After Long Chen cut apart that corrupt disciple, he looked at that stubborn child. It was like looking at his younger self who used to play with a wooden sword as well. Good kid, once you grow up, you'll definitely be an amazing man. With one hand, he threw the child back to his mother, immediately once more charging out at another corrupt disciple. Kill them all. Long Chen's roar shook the 9 heavens, and his saber had already arrived at another corrupt disciple. The saber he was currently using wasn't the one Kang Ming had made for him, but something senior apprentice brother Wan had lent him. The one Kang Ming had made him was too heavy, and he wasn't able to use it without summoning his divine ring. Furthermore, it was extremely exhausting to use. Unless he met extremely powerful opponents, he would prefer not to use it. As for these disciples before him, they were obviously not worth him bringing out that saber. Tang Wan and the others all jumped off the magical beasts, bringing out their weapons and charging at the corrupt disciples. They might have been a bit nervous before, but seeing the corpses of these innocents, they immediately forgot any fear they had. Rage and killing intent surged out of them. Frigid wind slash. Tang Wan started off with a full power attack. The corrupt disciple in front of her was only an outer disciple. Although he was also in the tendon transformation realm, there was no way he could block a full power attack from a core disciple. He was immediately cut into broken pieces by a huge wind blade, his blood filling the sky. If it was a normal time, Tang Wan would definitely feel uncomfortable with that scene. But today was not the same. Seeing that corrupt disciple's broken flesh and blood fill the sky, Tang Wan was filled with an indescribable satisfaction. Just as she was preparing to attack again, she noticed the other dozens of corrupt disciples had already been killed. Get on the magical beasts. We're leaving, shouted Long Chen. He directly jumped onto one of the flying mounts and the others followed. From the time Long Chen jumped down to when they finished slaughtering them, only a couple breaths' time had passed. Those corrupt disciples had all been killed in a flash. The other disciples of the monastery hadn't even had a chance to attack before the fight ended. But their hot blood was surging from seeing the core disciples fight. So the corrupt path's disciples aren't that much. Everyone's confidence grew. Long Chen and them had killed all those corrupt disciples in a flash. A dozen people jumped off the magical beast as Long Chen led it flying out again. Those people would comfort the commoners and led them to withdraw a safe distance. Those dozen people were the ones who had failed the final disciple trial of the monastery. They had decided to stay behind as essentially workers, and they would be in charge of dealing with the aftermaths of these battles. This battle would not end in just 1 or 2 days. For everyone's safety, they needed to withdraw. Long Chen looked at the map gravely. That was just a small squad. We didn't even have any news about them, meaning they weren't worth reporting. In other words, this time the corrupt path's invasion is much greater and fiercer than before. So don't get careless. Don't think that the elders and law enforcers will protect you from any danger. Long Chen, you mean? Song Mingyuan was startled. Long Chen nodded. According to this record, the experts from the righteous and corrupt paths will watch from a distance during these battles. Unless there is danger of complete annihilation, none of them will take action. But even if they do interfere, the other side will also move to block them. Both parties have already fought for countless years without being able to eliminate the other side. That means both sides are relatively even in terms of strength. It seems this time the corrupt path has brought in even more disciples than before, giving us even more pressure. Don't assume that the elders will be able to save you at a critical moment. If the elders try to interfere, the experts from the corrupt path will also interfere, counteracting each other. In the end, you'll still be on your own. Everyone was shaken by that. They had all assumed the elders would be there to protect them during this trial. But now they all realized that Long Chen was most likely right. At that time, none of the elders would be able to help them. It's better for only you guys to know this. Don't let the other disciples learn it, advised Long Chen. Li Qi bitterly smiled. I kind of wish you hadn't told us either. Maybe it'd be better for us to not know too. Long Chen shook his head solemnly. If you can't even handle this little pressure, how will you become an expert? How will you be able to maintain a calm heart while treading the line between life and death? Cough, I was just joking, awkwardly laughed Li Qi. Long Chen turned to everyone. Since you've all chosen to be leaders of your squads, you have to be able to accept this pressure, and so you had to know this. Your brothers all trust you. That is a kind of life and death trust. In order to protect that trust, then even if you have to die in front of everyone. Hehe, what is there to be afraid of? I, Ji Yu Yong, have long since been wanting to experience how strong the corrupt path is. It doesn't matter how strong they are, as long as they aren't as abnormally strong as Long Chen. Ji Yu Yong laughed heroically, and his last words caused everyone to laugh as well. Of all the monastery's disciples, only Long Chen could suppress Ji Yu Yong. Wild wasn't technically a disciple since his master was someone who was in the same generation as the sect leader. Furthermore, that fellow was only sleeping on the magical beast. Even during that previous fight, he still hadn't woke up. Luckily that fellow's weapon could be stored in a spatial ring, otherwise even a third-rank magical beast wouldn't have been able to fly with it. They once more flew over a small town, but that sight caused everyone's hearts to sink. All the small towns in this region had become dyed in blood, corpses covering the land. These brutes, I really want to bite them to death, cursed one of the core disciples, clenching his teeth. Seeing those corpses of the innocent commoners, none of them liked that feeling. Now you've all seen how savage the corrupt path's disciples are. You've all seen that their only belief is in vicious slaughter. Once we start fighting again, none of you hold back. But remember to keep your minds this time and not do it like just now. Although it's nice to crush them into paste, but then we won't be able to get out points. After all, we need to exchange their heads for our points, said Long Chen. Everyone nodded. The monastery's rules was that the points would be awarded in accordance to the corrupt path's disciples' heads. The monastery has the ability to appraise a corrupt disciple's talent just from their head, and they would hand out the points in accordance to their level. Previously in everyone's fury, they hadn't cared at all about those points. Now that Long Chen brought it, that really did make them feel pained. Even a corrupt outer disciple was worth 5,000 points. Those disciples just now had been tens of thousands of points. But they had been wasted away just like that. Continuing flying, they suddenly heard the sounds of killing. They saw an army of tens of thousands troops fighting against corrupt disciples who were crazily besieging them. Corpses were already piled up into mountains there. But even as their fellow troops continued dying, more came to take their place, doing their best to resist those corrupt disciples. Everyone, fight! Looking at those ordinary warriors who were charging forward, replacing their fallen comrades one after another, Long Chen was reminded of his father. His eyes turned red. Following Long Chen's order, everyone jumped off the magical beasts and charged forward. They formed their squads, the core disciples leading them. Then with Long Chen at the front, they all charged at the corrupt disciples. Chapter 237 Soul Attack. The Xuantian Monastery has come to assist. The corrupt path's villains will die. Long Chen's roar clapped out like thunder, shaking the land and spreading hundreds of miles. He didn't actually like that style. He would prefer to slaughter his enemies before they even realized what was going on. But this was a chaotic battlefield right now, and those soldiers had to know they were coming to help. This was just to avoid them not being able to tell friend from enemy. Long Chen had only just charged forward when a corrupt disciple charged out and blocked his way. Seeing Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the peak of blood condensation, he laughed sinisterly, "Jiahiaji." But his laugh was cut off midway. Long Chen had suddenly sped up, shooting forward and immediately cutting off his head. "Jia, your sister. Who has time to listen to you, Jia?" Long Chen stored that head that was still locked in an expression of disbelief into his spatial ring. It seemed you could run into idiots like this anywhere. That corrupt disciple had been tricked by Long Chen's cultivation base. Even in death, he still didn't understand what had happened. Everyone retreat. Leave this to us. Those warriors were still fighting all out and dying. They were simply not on the same level as the corrupt disciples, and were quickly being cut down. Even as Long Chen shouted, he charged forward again. A sinister corrupt disciple also charged towards Long Chen. He pointed his sword at Long Chen. "Idiot from the righteous path, listen well. I am." He only got half his words out before Long Chen's saber slashed down on him, not giving him any time to be long-winded. That person was greatly alarmed. He hadn't seen Long Chen kill the previous corrupt disciple, and he was trying to intimidate him by using his name. But Long Chen's saber cut down too fast, and he immediately felt a chill. A strong feeling of death filled him, and he hastily blocked. His sword was cut in half, while Long Chen's saber didn't slow down at all, directly cutting across his neck. His head flew into the air. "I'm not interested in knowing who you are," icily said Long Chen. He had already charged forward again. After being delayed twice, Tang Wan and them had already caught up. But they were listening to Long Chen's plan, and they didn't charge forward in a swarm. Instead, Long Chen had become an arrowhead that they were following into the battle. But surprisingly to them, those corrupt disciples didn't panic much at all, despite that the monastery's disciples outnumbered them 2-1. Ignoring those warriors, they rushed forward to meet them. At the front was an extremely emaciated man who almost looked like a dried-up mummy. That man's voice was like sand as he said, "Kill these righteous path disciples as much as you want. Their easy profit, their blood, their flesh, and even their souls are treasures for us. Kill them all for me." Those corrupt disciples all began to laugh sinisterly, their eyes shining. They looked just like savage beasts as they charged forward. Everyone was infuriated, especially the core disciples. Their eyes were about to spit flames. They were all geniuses blessed with great talent. Other than Long Chen, who else was worthy of them paying any attention to? Being treated as easy profit by this group of corrupt disciples was an absolutely naked insult. Of the people present, only Long Chen's expression remained tranquil without any emotion. He simply charged to the front, his saber sweeping out. Parting wind cut, a huge saber chi shot out like a dragon's tail, viciously cutting through those ahead of him. Having reached the 13th heaven stage of blood condensation, not only had Long Chen's physical strength increased, but his spiritual chi had also been condensed to its peak. That one saber blow shook the land, and was at least tens of times stronger than it had been in the past. The saber chi that Long Chen shot out now was no longer a simple chi, but practically solid energy, similar to Tang Wan wind blades. Blood and flesh filled the air as that saber chi shot out. There were over a dozen corrupt disciples who were cut into broken pieces. The smell of blood filled the air. His own blood seemed to be provoked by that scent and began to circulate faster, his killing intent become even denser. His second saber slash cut through the air. The blood of even more corrupt disciples filled the air. Kill. Long Chen's opening attacks were only the prologue. Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the other core disciples arrived and crazily began to attack. The corrupt disciples were caught off guard, not expecting the monastery would possess so many core disciples. They immediately began to be cut down. How were Long Chen and them easy profit at all? They were even more savage than tigers. It was they who were turned into easy profit. Suddenly one of the corrupt disciples opened his mouth and let out a bestial howl that pierced everyone's ears like knives. Everyone felt a burst of pain in their mind. They temporarily lost consciousness as if stuck in a dream. Soul attack. Long Chen was startled. That kind of attack was extremely bizarre, and outer forces were unable to block it. It could only be blocked with spiritual strength. And a person's spiritual strength varied from person to person. It wasn't necessarily true that someone with a higher cultivation base would have a stronger spiritual strength. Long Chen, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu possessed incomparably powerful spiritual strength. They could fundamentally ignore that kind of soul attack. But not everyone could do that. Ji Yuyong especially possessed extremely weak spiritual strength. He immediately became lifeless, almost being cut apart by a corrupt disciple. Luckily Lei Qiansheng had reacted quickly, sending a bolt of thunder force to kill him. However, there were still many people stuck in a dreamland. But the ones who had charged to the front were all core disciples. The ordinary disciples behind them were also ensnared by it, but there was nothing to worry about for them because this particular soul attack wasn't particularly powerful, and would only have an impact for a moment. If they had already begun to fight, then that moment would have been enough to cause a person to die in 10 times over. However, the corrupt disciples had been too startled by the core disciples' imposingness and had been unable to hold them off. That was why they had released this soul attack now instead of at a perfect time. At a critical moment, this kind of soul attack was too terrifying. Hundreds of their disciples wouldn't be able to defend against it and would end up dying. Having been impacted by this soul attack, their offense immediately turned sluggish. Their thunderous sharpness was blunted. Wild, kill that person with the dead person banner. Long Chen knew Wild was essentially immune to soul attacks. He pointed to the emaciated man who was holding a soul-attracting banner. He knew that if he called it a soul-attracting banner, Wild would probably not understand, and so he called it the dead person flag. "Brother Long, can I use my weapon?" Wild had been following Long Chen the entire time, waiting for his orders. You can smash him to death. Nice. Wild roared and brandished his spiked club, charging forward. All of you die. Wild looked like a giant as he charged forward. Everyone saw just how terrifying he was. He was practically a human meat grinder. His huge spiked club immediately shattered whatever it touched, whether it was a weapon or a human body. Close-range fighters at the front, long-ranged ones at the back. Cover for each other and move forward steadily, shouted Long Chen. Now that he knew this enemy had such bizarre techniques, they couldn't rashly charge forward. They had to strike them steadily and surely. Just now, over 10 disciples had ended up injured. Fortunately for them, those weren't life-threatening injuries. The injured people had already retreated to be healed by the healing hall's disciples. That previous battle at the village couldn't even be considered a battle. This was the true start. Long Chen had to control the flow, and he was constantly looking for ways to raise morale. If too many people died or were injured during just this first fight, then their entire troop's morale would receive a fatal blow. Everyone began to push forward steadily. As for those corrupt disciples, they clearly didn't have any group fighting formations. They all fought for themselves. Under the monastery's disciples, steady attacks, they were pushed back step by step, and occasionally one of them would die. To them, the most frightening thing was Wild. He had charged straight through their ranks with no one able to stop him. His spiked club would whistle through the air, and every time, whoever was hit would die. In just the blink of an eye, he had charged over to where the emaciated man with the soul-attracting banner was. Long Chen had seen that although that sharp cry soul attack had been emitted by quite a few people, it was this emaciated man's soul attack that was the strongest. If they could kill him, that would make everything much safer for everyone. That emaciated man coldly snorted when he saw Wild charge at him. A bizarre red light appeared in his eyes. That was a secret technique of his sect called the bewitching soul eyes. Anyone with a weaker spiritual strength than him who he looked at would immediately be drawn into a realm of illusions and could easily be killed by anyone. Furthermore, the soul-attracting banner in his hand assisted him. It absorbed all the resentment of those who were killed. The stronger a person was, the stronger the resentment that was left behind when they died. And if they were killed savagely, then that resentment would be even stronger. To them, slaughter was its own kind of cultivation, and that was why they had actually been excited to see these righteous disciples. They had heard from their elders and senior disciples that the righteous path's disciples were gutless weaklings that were just cash cows for them. However, now that they had encountered them, they found that they weren't easy pickings at all, but absolute monsters that were crushing them ruthlessly. The emaciated man was startled by how powerful Wild appeared, but at the same time, he was also delighted. Once he killed Wild, then that powerful resentment from him would quickly increase his cultivation base. And then once his cultivation base grew, his secret technique would become even stronger. Then he could kill even more experts. A blood-colored light shined from his eyes. He pushed his spiritual strength to its peak, and a ray of invisible spiritual strength struck Wild. But he was appalled to find that Wild simply raised his huge club and smashed it down on him. What are you looking at me for? I'll smash you to death. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.